Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hearthstone Championship Tour Singapore. HCT Singapore is proudly sponsored by Singtel and CT Neon, a host at PvP Esports Championship. Throughout the 3 days, 128 players from across the world will compete in the last stop in Southeast Asia for the only HCT Singapore title in Hearthstone Champions points. After 6 months of Swiss yesterday, we have top 16 players will be playing today in a single elimination. Let's straight back to the caster's desk to start the first match between Ari versus Fairley. Take it away.
Thanks, Shara, and welcome everyone to HCT Singapore Day 2. My name's Jay Davey, and joining me is Gia, and we've had a cracking Day 1 to open this event. As Shara alluded to, 128 people. That has now been whittled down to the top 16, and this has to be the top 16 for HCT Tour stops this year.
Yeah, it's definitely one to remember. From 128, we had 6 grueling rounds of Swiss where only the best emerged at the top. And I gotta say, it's a really good mix of APAC and the rest of the world in general, because of course, being a tour stop in Singapore, most of the people playing were from the APAC region, but we still got a good mix in the end. We can see here Arrowy, Casey, Ender, Lambie Series, Blood Trail, Kuonet, PNC, Tyler for the first 8.
That's right, Arrowy and Casey, the two that went 6-0, the rest on that page going 5-1. And then to round out the top 16, we have Just Sayin, Blitzchung, Naviute, Kribo, Hunterace, Muzzy, Tom 60229, and Faeli. And for those keeping track at home, that means we've got the reigning world champion in the top 16. We've also got the 3 highest point earners for 2018 here as well, in Muzzy, Just Sayin, and Hunterace. The field is absolutely stacked.
Yep, and just want to shout out there to the gesture and posing game of all those players. I gotta say, Naviute has the most unique ideas for how to pose for the camera.
Kawaii. And they will be, of course, fighting it out for a top prize of $3,500. But most importantly, the 15 points. The points are prizes on the HCT Tour Stop. Those are the things that players covet most, as it will be what qualifies them for playoffs and the biggest tournaments in Hearthstone.
Yeah, exactly, Jackson. And as you mentioned a while ago, we do have the top 3 highest point earners in this top 16, just like almost every other top 16 throughout the year. Hunterace, Just Sayin, and Muzzy. And these top 15 points, or rather the max prize of 15 points, will be crucial as the 3 of them kind of battle it out for actually who can end the year with the highest amount of points.
So to go through the results there, you can see Arrowy and Casey were the 2 that landed on 6-0. Casey, I believe this is his 7th or 8th top 16 and leads all contenders on top 16s for HCT Tour stops throughout the year. So almost no surprise there. Ender 5-1, a fellow Aussie, very proud of his performance. He went down to Casey at 5-0, so was almost undefeated himself. Lambie Series, someone that may be well known within Southeast Asia, but not as much elsewhere. Absolute legend. Love watching Lambie Series play.
He's the sole Singaporean representative left in the tournament. We also got Blood Trail from Taiwan, who's consistently qualified for playoffs in the past 2 seasons and is really killing it throughout the past few months. We got Kuonet, who's a well-known player both in America and in Taiwan. PNC, the Latin American representative, with such an unstoppable performance throughout the year. And of course, Tyler, who moved from EU to Vietnam and is really killing it here in the Asia-Pacific region.
That's right. He's qualified to play next weekend in playoffs. And he's 5-1 here today, starting the next season very strong as well. Now, flipping over the page, we've got Just Sayin, Blitzchung, Naviute, and Kribo, as well as Hunterace, Muzzy, Tom 60229, and Faeli. And you really see how strong the field is when looking at this page. Just Sayin, Hunterace, and Muzzy, the top 3-point earners, as we've already alluded to, and 60229, the reigning world champion for Hearthstone. Then to round it out, Blitzchung, Faeli, Kribo, and even Naviute are no strangers to the top levels of Hearthstone, all having various great results either this year or in previous years that have taken them to the highest levels of HCT.
That's right. And actually at the top of the seed for this top 16 is Arrowy, a Taiwanese player who's not too well known even to us casters. He, I think, is not a stranger to tour stops at all, but it's his first time going into the top 16 for this one, and he's going to be facing off against Faeli. I really want to see what he has to bring to the table.
Yeah, Arrowy is very interesting. He's the odd one out, I guess, when you look at the field. The rest of the 15 are all well-known names. He's the one that's maybe more of the newcomer and has finished first seed with that 6-0. We'll be taking on Fairley in round 1, which is a very tough way to start the bracket. But with this top 16, there really are no easy matches. So just going through the rest of the bracket here, you can see Jussain against Tyler. That's going to be a great matchup. Lambie Series versus Hunter Ace. Creeper versus Blood Trail will finish out that left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, we've got Casey against Tom60229. Blitzchung takes on PNC. Ender and Muzzy will battle it out. And then finally, Naviut and Cronet will finish off the top 16. All 8 of these games will be brought to you today, live from HCT Singapore.
And it's a good thing because not a single one of those games looks like it'll be a disappointment. Look at all those names in the top 16. I can't believe that not only are the top 3-point earners so consistent, but the fact that you can get all of these players who are just so well known already being so consistent really is a testament to the skill level of the recent meta.
Yeah, and I think it also speaks to the tournament meta as well, which is there's enough diversity and ways to build and take your lineup that pros can get the edge by sitting down, going through the numbers, practicing those games. You just end up getting so much more percentage that it is allowing them to have that consistency that maybe people didn't expect to happen.
Yeah, consistency is really the name of the game coming into this competitive year with the new Star Master system, and we already know that Hunter Ace is the first 3-star master. At the time, he was the first to hit the 1-star master rank just a few months ago at Tokyo, I believe. And we also have Jussain and Muzzy catching up real quick. I do believe that the results of this tournament could put them over to the next tier as well.
Yes, I think Jussain is almost certain to get 2-star master with this event and then next week playing at playoffs. Muzzy, I'm not sure. He's definitely 1-star. How close he's to 2-star may depend on effectively where he finishes today, is whether or not that's achievable in the next month or so. But as you can see, Arrowy and Fairley is going to kick off today's events. The bans are in, and Arrowy's Tempo Mage has all but gone. And I really shouldn't call it Tempo Mage. I should call it Aggro Mage, really, more than anything else. And on Fairley's side, he has lost the Druid, which I believe is a Malygos Druid.
Taunt Druid.
Taunt Druid, it is Taunt Druid. Sorry, we saw Fairley on stream yesterday. Of course, Taunt Druid. And that will leave both Shamans, and they should both be Shadowwalks, I believe. No even Shaman left in the top 16, but I may be wrong on that one. Both Hunters are Death Rattle Hunters, I believe. And then there's the Odd Rogue of Arrowy against Fairley's Evenlock.
Yes, I do believe so. And Arrowy was somebody we did not see on stream yesterday. He's kind of our mysterious challenger for this top 16, which is otherwise full of well-known players. But Arrowy did perform the best yesterday. He is the top seed for the top 16, and he's got quite an interesting hybrid lineup, I have to say, because some people that were going very hard on targeting Quest Rogue thought to maybe bring a different kind of hunter than Death Rattle. He also does have that Aggro Mage, which did get banned away, as it is the best deck against what Fairley is bringing. But I think Arrowy's kind of hybrid lineup is deeply interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. A lot of the reasons for bringing Mage was to target Quest Warrior. Quest Rogue. As a result, a lot of people didn't bring Quest Rogue, and you can see most of the top 16 don't actually have it in their lineups.
Yep.
But despite Fairley not having it either, Arrowy's Tempo Mage was still banned out, or Aggro Mage was still banned out. So we will get into game 1 now, where Arrowy has queued up the Odd Rogue into Fairley's Evenlock, and if you're in Arrowy shoes, you have to be feeling pretty good about how this queue order's turned out.
Yeah, queue order, and also being on the coin with Vilespine in hand, which is the key card to try and turn the tides in your favor against Evenlock when you miss like either those 3-drop sticking or the turn to 1-drop with Cold Blood.
Okay, so Fairley here doesn't have too much that's interesting in his opening hand. The Acidic Swamp Ooze is, of course, a very valuable card against that Odd Rogue, but he is still looking for some pressure, some heat, and some removal as well, and that's not to be found yet. Arrowy just plays out the 1-3 Mole, which is a pretty good first turn. I mean, Odd Rogue can kind of have these opening turns where you don't hit the 1-drop and the rest of the game feels weird, but it's not game-breaking if you don't have it either. It's quite interesting to see how the 1-drops play out in that deck.
See here that Fairley has both the oozes in his hand, and that is more and more common to include both of these in an Evenlock list. And it's not only just because there are many decks such as Malygos Druid that have one weapon, which is very central and crucial to their game plan, but just being able to consistently remove things that are annoying for the Evenlock, like the dagger from the Rogue, can help it a lot. And we saw Arrowy there actually forego going for the dagger in favor of these 2 1-drops hitting the field before Hellfire comes on, and I don't mind that at all.
It may also be a nod from Arrowy to the fact that there are double ooze in Fairley's deck, and those are the cards he's going to be keeping. He's not running Doomsayers, which is part of the reason why you would then run the second acidic Swamp Ooze. So Arrowy knows that I can go wider on the board and it's a little bit safer on these early turns before the Hellfire comes down. And you don't want to develop that dagger too early, given that the Ooze is likely to be a keep.
Yeah, and he didn't even have Hench Clan Thug in hand, so there was no argument against that play. And Fayali now can play out his Twilight Drake here, but he might hesitate expecting something like the Coin Vilespine. I do think, however, that he has to take the risk. Having the early Twilight Drake just stick on board is the best way for the Even Lock to actually combat these minions from the Odd Rogue.
Yeah, I think the other thing from Fayali's perspective as well is even if this coin does come down with the Vilespine, which is probably the worst turn for him, the damage it'll be pushed to face unless Arrowy holds off will put Fayali in tap Hooked Reaver range.
Yes.
Which is another really good way to reload that board.
So you notice that Arrowy puts his Vilespine next to the highest health minion, setting up for a Fungal Mancer that is most going to be resilient to Defile. Fayali has the option to Hellfire this turn and remove most of the board, though. It's quite awkward because you leave up that Vilespine.
Yeah, it's interesting because it does give Fayali... It could give him a little bit of a read that the Fungal Mancer's in hand, but I guess Arrowy should always be doing that type of ordering even if it's not in hand because you could draw it, so maybe he can't read too much into it.
So Arrowy can re-dagger and then create a dagger that has 6 attack and then just trade in one of those flame elementals. He did already see 1 ooze, so I feel like that play is quite tempting as well. Using the Fungal Mancer here also looks good because you have a second one, but then that means you have to trade those buff minions, or at least one of them, into the 7/7.
The thing I like about playing the Fungal Mancer now is 2 in hand is very clunky, and if you aren't developing more minions and you're going to be trading like 1 in with the Deadly Poison, there's a chance that on your following turn you only have 1 or less minions on board. So playing 1 now and getting some value out of it kind of reduces the clunkiness in the hand. You can still get those Deadly Poisons down in future turns. So I really like playing out the Fungal Mancer here, and that's exactly what Arrowy's chosen to do.
Yeah, I definitely can respect the play, and it's put him in quite a strong position, and especially since he's seen one of those Hooked Reavers come down already. Fayali's defense will have to come in the form of this Mountain Giant, I suppose, with a Sun Fury Protector. Again, the Hellfire is not looking good enough because it leaves up the Vilespine.
Yeah, I think that really is the only play here for Fayali. I mean, he could consider the Shrimbra with the Sun Fury Protector instead, just if you want to play ultra defensive. The problem is I think it's a losing line more often than not because a 4 health minion often is easy for the Rogue to clear with the 2 attack dagger and then either Deadly Poisons or the South Sea Deckhands.
Yes.
So I like the Giant here.
So Arrowy again has the potential to go for that Deadly Poison play or double Deadly Poison, and he can put in the Fungal Mancer on top of it. Problem with that is that it's floating quite a bit of mana. With the draw of Firefly, he can just play that down alongside with the 4 mana play. Maybe you go for some hedge with Hench Clan Thug, but yeah, just the 4 attack dagger doesn't seem good enough here. And Fungal Mancer, the math seems to come out a little awkward no matter where you place it because you don't have the dagger equipped.
Yeah, the Fungal Mancer is really awkward on this turn. I actually think the double Deadly Poison play should be considered more strongly now just because you can use that with the existing Fungal Mancer on board and then reload with a couple of Fireflies. It does open you up to Hellfire, but your opponent will be on 8. The Hellfire will put them down to 5, and you have a 6 attack weapon equipped. So unless the opponent can heal or retaunt again, you're in a position just to close out the game.
Yeah, you're kind of forcing him to have either heal or retaunt, as you said, or Hellfire plus the Ooze, which is a very specific combination of cards.
And even if he does have Hellfire Ooze to clear the board, your opponent's still on 4, and you have Leroy left, double SA Agent left, double Sassy Deckhand left, so there should be 5 outs on your draw on the following turn from 20 cards, so 25% chance that he would find lethal with this line regardless.
Yeah. Arrowy has put Fayali in a very awkward position with that strong offensive that he had throughout the early turns. Fayali, I'm sure he'd love to get this Ooze down this turn. I'm just not sure if it's accompanied by Hellfire or the Shroom Brewer. I think it kind of has to be Hellfire.
I think Shroom Brewer ends up being better because both ways effectively get 4 health back.
True.
Because with the Hellfire you clear the board, but with the Shroom Brew, you just give it back to yourself. Then you have to establish whether or not the ooze on an empty board is better than the board that he currently has against 2 minions.
I think calculating the outs for Arrowy, which, as you mentioned, Leroy is a big one there. He also hasn't seen any deck hands. It's more charge-based rather than board buffing-based. He already did see one Fungal Mancer played out, so I guess that's why Faili was okay not clearing the entire board. Other things were scary to him, but we can see that Arrowy has the second Fungal Mancer, which is quite unlucky for Faili.
It is, but the thing that he would have considered is that Fungal Mancer plus Hero Power puts him down to 1 exactly. He's got just enough life to survive this turn, and then he can reload with either the Lich King or the Bone Mare.
Yeah, and sometimes that 1 health is all you need to survive against the Odd Rogue. Their only non-minion based or weapon based burst is the SI7 agent, and if you remove all those outs of chargers by having a taunt minion in place, it does put him in a good position to at least survive until he can get more healing.
Okay, so the Fungal Mancer comes down, and that makes a lot of sense, but let's see whether or not Arrowy decides to take some value trades, which I believe he has to, otherwise there's just too many ways Faili can hit him back with lethal, and he's going to leave himself open. Oh no, okay, he does get a second trade.
I was so scared there. I didn't even notice Arrowy's health total had gone so low.
How close is this for Faili? So the Bone Mare will put another 4, so that would leave Arrowy on 1. So he's calculated the exact amount. Yeah. The interesting thing is if Faili does buff it and goes face, the Vile Spine and the Mole have to both hit in. He'll have 4 damage left, which would leave Faili on 2. So we will still be on many of those outs that we've already talked about. And I think he'll also then pick up 2 Cold Blood outs as well.
Yeah, and a Vile Spine as well. Second one.
Yes, so he'll have 8 outs of 19 cards. So it's, closing in on very, very high chance of winning from here.
Both these players are very much aware of the damage cut-offs of their opponent and playing perfectly around it. Definitely see why Arrow's made it so far.
This is much better than Bone Mare play, just because it makes it even harder for Arrowy to get through this. And it does remove some of those outs. Vile Spine's obviously still good, but some of the smaller charges aren't as good in this situation.
Arrowy is still one off.
He's 1 off.
And if he uses his face to attack into the Lich King, which if you're cold-blooding the Fungal Mancer makes sense, then he's putting himself to 1. And then if he clears the Lich King using Cold Blood on the Fungal Mancer and his face, he has to trade into the Shroom Brewer with the Vile Spine, which makes Hellfire an out for Faili because Arrowy didn't get any attack to the face at that point. So I think he might have to Cold Blood this Vile Spine, as sad as it seems, and instead trade away his Fungal Mancer into the 4-1.
I think he might not even need to trade into the 4-1 if he chose not to. Maybe you're more worried enough about Bone Mare that you have to try. It's only a 1 of him in the deck.
But he does get to redevelop this way.
So the Army of the Dead might actually need to be the play this turn. Just looking at there is another option as well with the Plated Beetle Mossy Horror, which would put you up to 7 and leave. I don't know. You still die.
The Hench Clan goes to 5.
Gets buffed. So Army of the Dead does look like it's the only play here, but is there much that Faili can hit that will actually keep him in the game? So there'd be the double Vulgar Homunculus, and I think that's it in terms of taunts that would actually keep him still in the lineup because the Lich King's already gone. Yeah,
it's very difficult to say. Nothing else keeps him alive on board that I can see. Even if you go for Spellbreaker Hellfire, it leaves up the Argent Squire, and of course the dagger's still there, so he is gonna go for this, and that
he hits both!
Oh my goodness!
And the Plated Beetle comes down. That's a huge swing for Faili. Alright, what does Arrowy got?
Oh, that's a huge whiff.
That looks like it's just gonna be a game.
Yeah, with the Hellfire and Faili safe at 4 health, he's able to close this out.
Faili sits back in his chair, he knows that he's locked up the first game with that line of play. Amazing. Bone Mare should come down and finish this one off.
Wow, I'm pretty speechless. That was a really close game, Jackson. Like, so many times, both players spotted these very intuitive lines that actually made it so that their opponent would be 1 or 2 damage off lethal even with their best play, and really took advantage of it. But in the end there, that Army of the Dead pulling not 1 but 2 Vulgar Homunculus really saved Faili there.
Absolutely. I mean, I think just even pulling 1 would have been enough, but there were then more outs for AoE, such
Yes.
as Leroy Jenkins. But the double was absolutely clutch. And if you look at, I mean, if you're watching that back as AoE, you have to feel pretty bad because there were 3 or 4 turns towards the end where he was 1 damage off, but he had 30-40% chance of drawing the lethal and just missed it on consecutive turns.
Yeah.
So quite unfortunate. But to Fairley's credit, he saw what had to be missed in order for him to succeed and win in that lineup, and he played exactly to those outs, and sometimes it just goes in your favor.
Yeah, good on Fairley. He didn't even have the greatest anti-odd rogue hand, I would say. Usually you want to have a buffed Spellstone at some point to clear off individual minions, but he kept hanging on there even past that initial Vile Spine to deal with his Twilight Drake. I think it was the Mountain Giant plus Sun Fury play, and saw that ROE had to keep trading buffed minions into these big individual minions that pushed Fairley to just keep playing single big threats that had taunt and out-resourced ROE that way.
Yeah, now, the other thing is people could look at the Army of Dead and say, well, that was quite fortunate that double Vulgar Homunculus came out. But I believe 2 of the other Lich King cards would have just been lethal on earlier turns as well, such as the Frostmourne and the Death Coil would have been enough damage to pair with the 4 attack minions on board to hit the 9 that ROE had. So while the Army of the Dead hit the exact 2 minions it needed, there were multiple Lich King outs when that was played as well. So very interesting game, and we will be shortly heading into Game 2 between Fairley and ROE. Fairley, of course, picking up that win, and now just has 2 decks to get a win left with. One is the Death Rattle Hunter, which is probably the most prevalent list in the top, well, in the 128 that competed. And then he also has the Shadowwalk Shaman, which will be running out as well.
Yeah, Death Rattle Hunter these days tends to include Ziliax more often than not. And it's just such a strong deck in the format, and we can see that Secret Hunter has fallen out of favor for a reason. It just really, really relies on having that Spellstone, and if you don't get it more often than not, the deck will flounder. As for Death Rattle Hunter, though, you can go for somewhat more of like an egg-based early aggression type play, or if later not, you can just kind of hold on until the point where maybe your Rexar can get more work for you done than it would in Secret Hunter.
And I think Death Rattle Hunter is the classic type of deck that does become very strong in a meta because it has both the early game to basically smoke your opponent if the game kind of plays out in that way. You hit enough Death Rattles, you steamroll the board. But it does have that second kind of backup game plan, which can take it very long into the game, and even win control matchups against Odd Warrior, for example. So it's just one of those decks that's so well-rounded, and people love bringing to tournaments.
Yeah, it's just a very, very consistent deck compared to that Secret Hunter. And if you're planning on banning out Quest Rogue, that really covers up one of the biggest weaknesses of Death Rattle Hunter compared to other Hunter lists.
So interesting on ROE is, despite the fact that this is his first top 16 in a tour stop, it just looks very calm and comfortable. And it's one of the things that our production manager told us as well, is when to wish ROE good luck, say hi, and just the blank stare, like just completely in the zone, not messing around, just ready to play some Hearthstone.
Maybe the white noise was already playing for him at that point. It does feel like he's listening to music, though, because he's been nodding his head quite a bit there. But maybe ROE, that's just the way he focuses, and he has been playing quite solid so far.
Well, it could be the first sign of nerves for ROE as well, the fact that he is starting to nod his head, because it's not something he has been doing previously, and it wasn't how he was kind of before the game either. So maybe that is the first sign of nerves getting to him. The pressure of being 6-0 and then leading out the top 16 can get to players, and it's not uncommon for great pros to be rattled the first couple of times they're on stage.
We do apologize for missing the first 2 turns of play there, but ROE seemed to have just equipped Candle Shot and then Hero Powered on the next turn. Fairley did not totem, I do believe, because the Candle Shot was at 3 charges, so even if he hit the Searing Totem, it... yeah.
Yep. Yep, that makes sense. So Fairley here does have the easy trade if he wants to take it. And then a choice, I guess, between Farsight and Mind Control Tech on one of those he wants to play out. Is there anything you're leaning towards, Gio?
I think the Farsight's fine here. Mind Control Tech is very, very useful in the matchup just to be able to answer those big Death Rattle minions. And sometimes it gets to the point where... oh, I guess I was wrong. Sometimes, I was just going to say it sometimes gets to the point for Shudderwalk Shaman against Death Rattle Hunter that the Death Rattle Hunter has these eggs on board that aren't doing anything and clogging up the board, and they get forced to play out other minions. So maybe you could have hit it onto 4 minions, but Fairley would rather just have the board initiative here.
Yeah, I guess the nod for Fairley, probably the reason why I played this line is exactly what we're facing down now. If that egg does come out with the play dead trigger, then you do have a way of mopping that up, and you can still Earthshock the egg on board. Is that ideal for him? No, but it is a safer play, and then you can follow it up with a Farsight this turn if you didn't hit any of the other minions you would have liked. And that is an amazing Farsight. Fairley has the discounted Shutterwalk, and there is so much that can be done with that.
Yes, the cheapened Shutterwalk allows for combos to be done much earlier than they would be fairly done.
Wow, this is really interesting. Fairley just going face with both minions.
I guess knowing that the big punish, if there was to be one, is a cube play, and Fairley has this Hex anyway, so he's very happy to just smark down Arrowy there.
It's almost like he baited it out with that line. Because it seems like going face with both minions there is a mistake more often than not. But Fairley obviously calculated the way you would traditionally punish this is cubing. And he already has the answer in hand, so he's more than happy to make that aggressive line, knowing that the downside is very limited.
Really, they're taking a second to consider whether he would kill off the egg and then Hex, or kill off the taunted minion. And I do think there's like a very small consideration for killing off the egg instead. If you plan to have a Volcano in the future, maybe that 1 extra health would matter at some point. Or 2, since Fairley, you might just never clean it up.
I guess the other thing to consider as well is if you leave the taunt up, it means that the minion has to attack into it this turn and can't actually contest something else on board. So while the extra health on the egg is worse for Volcano, this is better against minion play by Arrowy this turn. Oh my.
All face.
He is disrespecting Candle Shot completely, saying, you don't have it, I know you don't have it, you'd have to hit it off the top.
Oh, he already played the first one, so you can see that. Arrowy, thankfully for him, picks up this Zilliax, which allows him to clear off both these Manatides, which I think will be at the top of his priority list. Having the double Manatides played very confidently means that Fairley is capable of dumping cards, I would say, because having 2 Manatides is kind of scary at some point against Shutterwalk, but it also works out for him because he already has the 2 key cards in the hand. He hasn't really hit Life Drinkers and Terra Knights, but those at least have several copies in the deck.
Yeah, the problem with double Manatide is exactly what you alluded to. It can really get you to overdraw very quickly if the other opponent decides to leave it. And the other thing is it prevents you from getting great Volcanoes off because that's 6 extra health you have to factor in every time. But given Fairley does have a lot of room in the hand, Arrowy has had to respect the Manatides and clear both of those off.
Fairley can go for a Grumble this turn, which will give him a cheaper Ooze in hand, which doesn't matter too much, but just getting the Grumble down early seems okay. Alternatively, he can go for Volcano, which will clear off the board, and then Grumble the next turn. I quite like this line.
And the other thing with the Volcano is you get Kelesith down this turn, which works out very nicely.
Yeah.
Bouncing it back with Grumble, you get that second Kelesith, and then you can even play the Shutterwalk early with no other combo. You get 4 Kelesith buffs in deck, and you may just be able to fight minion for minion with Arrowy.
That seems good. Not necessarily all the way to the just full Keleseth plan, but I definitely like the Volcano Keleseth this turn. I guess the consideration is that you're scared of Katrina coming down next turn, so maybe you want to save that for to save more mana for next turn's removal.
So Katrina is going to come down for Arrowy, and he has a very interesting card in this deck, which I hope to see get pulled out, which is Swamp King Dread. Not something that is common in this list, but something that he's teched in.
Very interesting indeed.
So he also has the double Witchwood Grizzly, which could be pulled out. King Crush as well. I believe this is the list that doesn't run the high mains as a result.
Right. I do wonder if the Swamp King Dread is an anti-Quest Rogue tech. I'm not quite sure which other matchups it would be good against. It really prevents like bouncing things.
Some of the combo decks it works well against, but they're very, very rare, like the niche meme decks.
It is quite niche, and Arrowy with the classic magnetic play of Zilliax Spider Bomb has developed quite a strong board for himself and is kind of forcing Fairley to Volcano now if he didn't last turn.
Yeah, this is one of those boards where Fairley's looking at it and goes, "Ooh, I might have to Volcano here." But you could consider just Lightning Storming and then developing minions behind it, holding onto that Volcano for the turn after.
Yeah, while the Zilliax does prevent present quite a lot of damage onto the board. He does know that the burst from Death Rattle Hunter is limited. King Crush coming down next turn could be very scary, so I'm still in favor of Volcanoing and then just maybe delaying Shudderwalk a couple more turns.
The other thing with that Katrina is part of the reason why ROE held it, the Play Dead can obviously combo with it.
Yeah.
There's still four beasts in the deck, so there's a good chance that he does pull out those high value Swamp King Dread or King Crush pulls. But then also has a bunch of others that are great, you know, Witchwood Grizzlies, those high-stated minions being buffed by Caliseth are always welcome.
So Haley went with the play you suggested and is going to get another Caliseth as a result. That never hurts, but ROE has such a powerful turn coming up this turn, and I don't think that the lone Volcano will be enough to solve all of this, and Haley will be overloaded for quite a bit going into the next turn, so he can't go Lightning Storm and Volcano.
He didn't use Play Dead. That is interesting.
Yeah.
That is very interesting, and I'm not sure why that is. Because with 7 mana, Fairly can't answer
everything, yeah.
Everything. I mean, even if you trade both minions into the Ziliax and then play Volcano, you still don't have enough to clear the board. But it's likely to kill the Katrina and pull something out, which means you wouldn't be able to use the Play Dead on a following turn anyway.
I'm unsure. I kind of like getting an extra 413 or Swamp King Dread.
And the other problem with this play is, like, Felly now doesn't have to use Volcano. He can just get Taunts in front of it. 10 damage isn't that scary. And that's exactly what he's going to do here. The Healing Rain is going to come out instead of playing Caliseth again, but those 2 Serenites are going to soak up the 10 damage.
And it also allows for the Shudderwalk to maybe go infinite. It's only 50-50 and no life drinkers yet, but just having those Shudderwalks onto the board with Caliseth. Oh, I don't think it's been buffed yet, but just multiple Caliseth procs off of it could be enough to get Fairly the board advantage here. Really strong draw for ROE though, in the form of Deathstalker Rexar.
Massive draw. It does let him clear off both of those minions straight away, hit the Play Dead, and what's going to come out? The Swamp King Dread, the 10-10 that'll kill whatever comes down onto the board.
Whoa! So that's technically the combo. I mean, Life Drinker and Shudderwalk, but only one Serenite played. He did have a Zola in the pool though.
He does. I think the bigger problem for Fairly is that he doesn't have any of the Glacial Shards played, which means that your opponent is always going to have 20 damage. By playing the Shudderwalks, you can't actually reduce that. So the Life Drinker plus Shudderwalk puts you out of range for 1. But that's not so great. And I think the other thing is, even if you do that, the Katrina could hit into the Shudderwalk, and 50-50 chance that it pulls out the King Crush for lethal anyway. So the Shudderwalk doesn't seem great, but can Lightning Storm Volcano ever do enough damage here?
So if it hits all 3s, there'll be 17 still onto the board.
So you would have to hit Lightning Totem, then High Roll on the Storm, and then Volcano, everything off.
Sorry, that would be 20 still, even if it hit all 3s, right? But it's Fairly, it seems to be his only play here.
I think he's maybe just hoping that one of the minions dies, or he can hit Taunt after this. And if the Katrina pulls out the Grizzly rather than the Dread... oh, he's got the Dread.
What? That is incredibly
lucky.
lucky.
And he got the good draw too.
What?
Oh my.
How does it kill the Dread there? Am I
if
missing
someone
something?
can do the math on that, post it on Twitter, because I'm sure the odds of that happening weren't great.
No, definitely not, right? And it killed the Katrina as well.
I think the most likely thing that happens is the Grizzly and the Dread stay alive, and Katrina dies when you've got a 50-50 chance of Grizzly versus...
Well, my mind is blown, but Fairly's still not in the greatest position.
Oh, that's a great draw.
Wow. Life Drinker and Glacial Shard can freeze the Wind Fury. ROE can still have some outs for Build-A-Beast lethal here, I do believe, though.
He can.
Just needs 5 more damage.
Looking for a charge. Alright, that's not King Crush drawn. What do we have?
Another Life Drinker means he only needs 2 damage.
So Life Drinker plus any charge, basically.
Yeah. has to be the pick. Those are rushes,
Oh.
though, but I do think you take the rush while it's available to you. Bailey has the chance to Shutter Walk it up.
So really, really cool play by Aroe there, not playing the Zombeast, just because he's worried about mind control techs.
True. And it's
And
also a bit of surprise factor as well.
Yeah, he knows Fairley has to answer this board. Now, Fairley looks like he's going to reduce the odds that Shutterwalk comes back by having those minions on the board when this starts, but it's not going to matter because Grumble comes down in the correct order, and this just gives him such a big boost because you have the Glacial Shard, which you can now play again. You've got the Life Drinker, which you can play it again to further get you out of range, and you still have enough mana for another Shutterwalk thanks to that discount on Farsight.
I am still in disbelief. It's going to get so much healing because of the double life drinkers in the pool now. And I just keep thinking back to that Volcano turn. How many times in 100 times does it actually clear 2 minions there?
Yeah, because that was the difference. Not only did it clear 2 minions, but it also missed on the 50-50. Because if King Crush had come out instead of the Witchwood Grizzly, then he still would have had lethal.
Exactly. That's kind of sad for Aroe, not gonna lie.
Very sad.
And I don't think there's any beast he can build to get him out of this one.
Oh, this is the worst feeling. You feel like you've been ahead all game, you've been playing well, and then Shutterwalk just comes down and does its thing.
I also do think that Aroe could have pulled the trigger on the playdead a bit earlier, though. He did just play it on the next turn after the Rexar and missed a Rexar hero power consequently.
Yes, I guess if you were to look at one thing that Aroe probably should have done differently, that's exactly what I believe should have changed, and that is he had the chance to use the playdead on Katrina and decided not to do it.
Yeah. And who knows if it would have cost him the game, but we do know that Fairley is going to go up 2-0 in what we thought is, well, not necessarily an unfavored lineup once you ban the mage, because it is only like one truly aggressive deck left for Aroe in that odd rogue.
So it did cost Aroe the game, definitely, right? Yeah. Because it was that Volcano by Fairley that kept him in there.
Yes.
The reason why we wanted the playdead to come out was because it does create a more resilient board to Volcano in future turns. So the fact that he didn't play it when he had the opportunity, we can point to that and say, you know what? Sometimes playing perfect removes all chance of your opponent winning. And sometimes if you don't, you give them 5-10% chance and they can take that chance to win. And that's exactly what Fairley did for a second game in a row. And that is, by the way, how pros continue to stay consistent, is they don't give that 5-10% to their opponents, and they take it every time they see it themselves.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't even realize how big those percentages can be. I'd say 5-10% is maybe the difference that it would make between a top-level player and somebody who's at rank 5. But assuming that all these players who can consistently hit Legend, I think the differences are closer to like 1-3%.
I think, like, rank 5 to Legend, I don't know. I think the top Legend players probably sit at 65% on ladder. Your Legend ladder players probably sit at 55% to 52%. So it's 10% or more, I think.
It's all off the top of our heads, so we don't really have the stats to back this up. But
well, when you have pros going 70% in tournaments, they can definitely hit that on ladder. But we will be taking a short break now that we've hit the second game to let the players recoup before we bring you the conclusion between Faeli and newcomer Aroe. So please don't go anywhere.
I live to build things. And bombs mostly. So come work with me and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. And bombs mostly.
Science!
You can go into success with no regrets when you work with Dr.
Technology!
Work with the best and the brightest. When you work with Dr.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
And welcome back to HCT Singapore Day 2. We're bringing you the top 16 and Game 1 is well and truly underway. Fairley has taken a 2-0 lead over Arawi, one of the only two people that went undefeated in yesterday's Swiss. It has been a very impressive performance by Fairley so far.
Yeah, that's true. And because the way that the top 16 is seeded is that first seed goes against 16th seed, Fairley actually did just barely scrape by on the tiebreakers yesterday and now must be feeling pretty good to have such a good performance so far against Arawi, but Arawi is not quite out of it yet, and each of those last two games which Fairley took were extremely close.
They were, and I think the thing is Arawi did have plays that potentially gave him greater chance of winning or even 100% chance of winning those games, and it's just those small little tweaks is that what can make all the difference. A lot of games it doesn't, but sometimes it does, and that's exactly how we've seen it play out. So Fairley just one deck left to win with, and that is the Death Stalker, or Death Hunter, the Death Rattle Hunter. There's so many variations I've heard of this name. And it should be able to find a win against the 3 decks left. I would say that it's generally pretty favored against Shadowwalk Shaman.
Yeah.
The Rogue is a really poor matchup for it, but it also has the Mirror. So you would have Fairley very heavily favored from this position.
Yeah, he has 3 chances and one of them being favored. I do think Fairley should end up taking this, which is quite sad for Arawi, especially since he had that perfect Swiss record and we are now just going into single elimination, I believe. But it's the Swiss curse coming out again, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And Casey, our other 6-0 person after Swiss, is of course familiar with that curse himself. He'll be looking to break that today. But we will jump into Game 3 now, where Fairley has queued up the Hunter, and Arawi has taken the most favoured matchup in the Odd Rogue to hope to at least get one win on the board as he looks to reverse sweep Fairley.
Yeah. And Arawi actually did full keep his hand, which had 3 1-drops. I do love the keep of the Vilespine Slayer, but I wonder about this deck hand as well. I feel like it would be good for Arawi to try and look for that Hench Clan Thug, Vicious, Fledgling type turn 3 play, or at least a Cold Blood to go with these 1-drops.
Yeah, I really do agree with Hunter these days running Mind Control techs and Ziliax as well. They have much better answers to deal with wider boards than what they previously did. Oh, this is a tough choice for Fairley.
I think we take the Kalaseth. I don't think there's much time to actually develop Rexar minions.
And that's exactly what happens. It feels so bad to let Rexar go when it's that 2 AoE, 5 health. But Fairley's valuing tempo very heavily in those stats. And Kalaseth will come down here to at least contest the board.
Quite unfortunate for Fairley that he drew the Chain Gang in the deck before the Kalaseth had its activation. That's one of the ways you can completely lock out the Odd Rogue, and I think that's the reasoning of Fairley taking the Kalaseth there, is to just have these buff taunt minions. Like, the Ziliax with a buff is so hard for Quest Rogue to deal with, or even if it doesn't, even if they do deal with it at that point, it might have healed 8 life for Fairley at that point.
So Fairley here, considering whether to play the Spider Bomb or the Terrascale Stalker, and plays out the Stalker confidently, both would likely result in that weapon being soaked up as well as the minion. So why do you think the Stalker was played here over the Spider Bomb?
I do think that at least with the Spider Bomb, you have a chance of using its Death Rattle activation later on. Something like a play dead off the top might be an emergency response to some big minion. Of course, Fairley still expects Vicious Fledgling to maybe coming out this turn, or Hench Clan Thug.
I think the other thing as well, if you're in Fairley's shoes, is you play the Spider Bomb. Arawi can actually ignore it. He doesn't have to kill it, and Arawi has the chance to just develop a bunch of low-cost minions that don't really matter either. So maybe the Spider Bomb does allow for a little bit more counterplay by Arawi, where if something like Play Dead does come off the top, he can really force answers.
So Arawi is kind of lacking for a very enticing play for this turn. It is just going to be him going wide onto the board here and ignoring this Terrascale Stalker. This is not a board that particularly wants, that Fairley would want to Mind Control tech particularly, so I think Arawi's fine just going wide like this.
I mean, I think if you're in Fairley shoes, if you had the Mind Control tech, you'd still consider playing it here, but with that Stalker on the board and the Saronite Chain Gang in hand, this looks like a really good turn. He contests the board well, he gets rid of one of those minions, and this is the downside of what Arawi's keep was. Yes, he's got a lot of early game pressure on the board, but it's not really the minions that Odd Rogue needs to close out a game.
Yeah, he definitely needs those scaling threats, or if not, to try and look for something like Fungal Mancer, which he still has the chance of getting off the top, and it would be very strong against what is likely going to be a chain gang this turn. But Feily's kind of hesitating because I do think he is scared of particularly Coin Fungal Mancer.
Yeah, he's looking at the way that Are We Full kept and what's been played so far, and he must be thinking there's a decent chance that Fungal Mancer is in that hand. There isn't, but this is a great pickup for Arawi here.
Yeah, he can clear most of these minions. Unfortunately, 1 damage short of clearing that Terror Scale Stalker.
And this is going to set up some really nice counterplay for Bailey here. The Spider Bomb with that Playdead can be used to guarantee the kill on Hench Clan Thug after the Stalker hits into the Firefly.
And he will have complete control of the board and still a living Spider Bomb that is going to demand a dagger, but he's actually just going to go for a cube onto this and played at it afterward. And I actually really like this as well at such a healthy life total. Of course, there's no saps in Odd Rogue. The biggest punish would be a Vile Spine, in which case you still get those Death Rattle minions.
Yeah, that's really, really neat. Because the Fungal Mancer wasn't played in the turn before, Fairley could probably get a read that Vilespine Slayer was the keep of the big cost card given he was on coin. So playing the cube onto board doesn't get punished by Slayer given the death rattles exactly as you talked about. It's a really neat play. The problem with this line, of course, is it has been slightly punished by the Fungal Mancer because it buffs that Hench Clan Thug out of range for Carnivorous Cube to trade into.
Yeah, it did come off the top though. And Faeli, if he really feels threatened, has the opportunity to Hunter's Mark down that Hench Clan Thug. And that's the only guaranteed way to clear it because trading off the 3-4 and Spider Bomb play dead is only a 50-50 in this case. If you take even one more hit from the Hench Clan Thug, suddenly all this burst in the Odd Rogue deck is super scary. Leroy, Cold Bloods, you haven't seen them yet. You've only seen one deckhand. You haven't seen any deadly poisons. Wonder how much Bailey has to respect this, and he is going to go for the Hunter's Mark onto the Hench Clan Thug, and I really like this from him.
Yeah, I think this is a great line. You get to that point where you have a bigger board than Odd Rogue, and the only way they can then win is by getting that burst to face, which is Leroy, a Cold Blood here or there. And at 21 life, if Faeli can preserve that while making his board go wider, he doesn't matter, or doesn't care to him that he is being inefficient with the way he's using some of those resources and the way he's getting those trades. So was that ideal? Absolutely not. But you look at the board, he's really far ahead. He's going to continue to be ahead with that cube. And Arawi now only has 5 damage on the board, which can put Fairley to 16, but 16 is still a difficult enough number for Odd Rogue to get to, that Fairley must be feeling pretty confident about his odds to win from here.
Yeah, Arawi, I don't think he has much choice of trading the board here. I do think he has to try and race somehow if he can pick up consecutive Cold Bloods that might be able to get him the win here. But if he's trading this off, I don't think that he can ever... I just think it's delaying the win for the Hunter and not really setting up his own win condition.
I think you're absolutely spot on there, JR. It has to be something like double Cold Blood on the next 2 turns, or something even like a Myra's Unstable Element pickup the following turn and then draw through the deck to get to those Cold Bloods. Without 2 of those, it's going to be really difficult for him to get there, especially considering he's using the dagger to trade into the board rather than to chip away at Valley's life total even more.
Yeah, it does make the trades look kind of awkward for Faeli, but keep in mind there are still 2 Stalkers in this cube, so the board refill is going to come very easily for Faeli, and he picks up Katrina for next turn with this tracking.
And that will be the play, given that he can trade down on the board and then already fill out the rest of his curve with Mind Control Tech and Spider Bomb. He'll have 4 minions on the board, and it comes back to what we're talking about. Once you have board control over the rogue, and if you're on high enough life total, you feel really good about the game. Sitting on 19 at the moment because Arawi didn't push everything face and traded into the board.
The worst thing for Odd Rogue is trying to come back against a wide board. Against a tall board, they have Vile Spines, but against wide boards, they just don't have any game. You don't run Fan of Knives. You don't run Mind Control Tech, although maybe that's the next level tech for Odd Rogue in the next meta, but I doubt it. And Arawi, with a very miserable Tempo Vile Spine here, has picked up Leroy Cold Blood though, and it's gonna be shut down by what's likely to be... No, even if it's not a taunt, it's a Swamp King Dread, which eats Leroy.
Faeli doesn't run Swamp King
Oh
Dread,
right,
so
that's my bad. Oh right.
Yeah.
My bad.
The Witchwood Grizzly should just be enough to close this one out for Faeli here. with that Vilespine coming down in a very sad way onto the empty board. That is just not what Arrowy is going to be looking for, and that's going to be a 3-0 failure to open up day 2 of HCT Singapore, taking the win over Arrowy. It's a tough day if you're Arrowy.
Yeah, it is the Swiss curse, but I guess in that vein, he can take some consolation in the fact that even the best players in DreamHacks and all these other tournaments that have Swiss have fallen to this curse before. So maybe it's actually just the signal of Arrowy's foray into competitive Hearthstone. It is his first top 16, so I do think he'll come back with a bit more inspiration in the next tour stops. But congratulations to Faili. We have our first top 8 competitor.
Yes, and he must be thrilled. I mean, he went really well in Taichung City, which we saw, got to the top 16. I believe made it to top 8 there, but couldn't progress any further. He'll be looking to build on that. But Faili is one of those players that has really come on in 2018, had a lot of success. We also saw him win on stream yesterday, and now he's really getting into that groove, getting those consistent tournament finishes, which must be very pleasing for him.
Yeah, congratulations to Faili again. I do think that he showed some really, really solid play throughout not just this set, but yesterday as well, and well-deserved getting to the next stage of Singapore, where he will be facing, no doubt, very tough competitors, no matter who wins in the next few matches throughout the day. We have 7 more sets throughout the day, I do think, and we kept mentioning it at the start. Stacked, stacked, stacked. Big names no matter where you look. So no matter what time you tune into the stream, there will be some amazing games of Hearthstone going on.
Yes, and I believe he'll be playing the winner of Tyler and Just Sayin, which should be the next match on stream, I believe, if we're just going down the bracket. So that's an amazing matchup. Both guys, of course, playing in playoffs next weekend. 2 of the highest point earners across the year. Just Sayin already a 1-star, almost 2-star master. That'll happen this month, I believe. So that's going to be a big match, and then whoever wins that has to then face off against Faili.
I mean, no matter where you look in the bracket, it's always something that's worth hyping up. And I'm super excited to see how the rest of the day plays out and who actually takes the title and the 15 points tomorrow. Will it be Lambie Series, as they kept saying in that promotional video, that we want to keep the title in Singapore because at the last Singapore major it wasn't yet in the time of tour stops, but it was a local player who took that one, and I'm sure Lambie Series is hoping to keep that throne here.
Yeah, and Lambie Series is one of those players that very well known within Southeast Asia, especially been following the tour stops, have been attending them. He's someone that's always around, performs very well on ladder as well, but maybe not as well known across the globe. And so this is one of those events where if he gets a win here, he starts building that name, that brand for himself. You know, there are some other players within Singapore that have started to do that, such as Equinor, such as Katsukari, and he can be right up there with them as well with a strong showing today.
That's right. I am just so hyped, Jackson. I can't think of anything else to say because, I mean, we've said it enough. 3 top point earners, the world champion, and a good mix of people that have already had tons of experience at tour stops, at playoffs, and a good amount of people that are even going to play at the fall championships just next weekend. Sayan, Blood Trail, I think Tyler also was
Tyler's playing, yeah.
And I'm sure there must be someone else that I'm forgetting. Sorry about that, but it's just, I'm blinded by all the stars that are showing up in terms of just like fame and Hearthstone stars in the Masters incentive system for this year in this whole lineup.
Yeah, it really is a great event to be at here in Singapore. There's other, of course, tournaments being played out next door to us as well at the PvP Esports event, and it's just a fantastic event to be at. The pros that we've got here are outstanding. You look at the list of the top 16, we say it's the most stacked top 16 this year for HCT Tour Stops. You look at those that didn't make it and it's just as stacked. There's former world champions in there, there's people who've won DreamHacks, majors, whatever you look at, they're all here as well. It is one of those events that you really have to experience and be at, and if you can't do that, well then tuning in to play Hearthstone to watch it is a great alternative.
Yeah, and another player that I really want to highlight in the top 16 is Naviut. I'm sure you do too as well, your fellow Aussie who has been focusing on streaming for quite a bit but has never really lost that competitive drive, always trying for ladder finishes and going to whatever tour stops he can, and finally has made a top 16, which hasn't happened for quite a while, but now he has a really good shot.
I mean, it is hard for Na'Vi in the sense that when you are building that stream, when you are building that brand, it is hard to get to as many tour stops, so his opportunities maybe aren't as much as others. But let's quickly hear from one of the players themselves who are about to go to an interview right now.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got here our winner, Fei Li. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, how do you feel about the tournament so far?
So I got to the top 16 in the 16th place, so I'm super lucky to be here and super happy as well. I made it with 4-2 score. I lost to some big names who are also in top 16, so I'm hoping to meet them again.
So how do you think about your lineup?
About my lineup?
Yes.
So my lineup is pretty greedy. I'm aiming to beat decks like Druids, Warriors. I also have some techs against aggro, but like my opponent had Tempo Mage and Odrogue, which are problematic for me. But unfortunately, I managed to win some bad matchups, so it worked out fine.
All right. Moving away from the game, is this your first time in Singapore?
In Singapore, yes.
How do you feel about Singapore?
Singapore is beautiful. I went exploring like 2 days ago, and I saw some amazing things. I went to the gardens by the bay, and it's an amazing place.
Okay, so back to the gaming side, how far you think you will go?
Sorry, once again?
Back to the gaming, the Hearthstone Championship, how far you think you will go? Do you think you're going to make it all the way to finals?
Oh, since I'm seeing the next match, Justin versus Tyler, these are some super tough opponents, so I'm not really sure, but I will do my best.
Okay, so which player do you think do you want to play with, and which player do you think you don't want to play with?
Well, from these two opponents, I would definitely like to play against Justin. I'm not sure if I ever played against him, so against that one. I also want to get my revenge against Mazi because he beat me in the Swiss.
Revenge. Revenge is always sweet. So how are you going to prepare for your next match?
I don't think there's much preparation to do. Like my lineup is set. I'm just gonna think about the ban. I'm just gonna watch the guys play now and then probably enjoy some more Singapore.
Okay, that's all we have for now. So ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Fei Li, and now we're going to go for a short break before the next match. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Boom. I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So come work with me, and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science!
You can go into success with no regrets when you work with Dr. Boom.
Technology!
Work with the best and the brightest when you work with Dr. Boom.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said. Work with Dr. Boom.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now!
Welcome back once again to HCT Singapore, and we just saw Faley stomp his way through to yet another top 8. And talking of players who have had fairly good seasons, this match should be an absolutely amazing one. It's going to be Just Saying taking on Tyler. With me, as quite often has been the case this year, once again is Mr. Derek Brown.
Yeah, we were kind of starting to wonder after Just Saying lost a series of Hearthstone. God forbid he should do something as awful as that. Had lost his power, as it's called. But now he just decides, you know what, next tour stop he attends, I'll just get top 16 again. There is truly no stopping this man.
And talking of top 16s, and I'm going to drop Derek in it here, so it's my fault, not his. How many top 16s do you think Tyler's made this season?
5?
None.
None?
Not a single tour stop top 16. That's why I decided to go with it and not prep you for it, yeah. Because 5 is the answer. When I was looking, I was thinking it was 3 or 4 myself.
Yeah.
He was 17th at tour.
5.
Yeah.
Wow.
Obviously, he has made it through to championship, though. But at the start of the season, I think Tyler took a little while to convert from ladder grinder is the meme, and it's sort of kind of true, into being comfortable. He kept going like 4-0 in Swiss and then just not quite getting there. Suddenly, a couple of months ago, something clicked. He got very close a couple of times. Then he got through to champs, and now he's just breezing into another top 16. So I don't think that's a statistic. Sometimes they just lie, stats. Even I have to admit that.
Yeah.
This should be really close. So how does it look to you on paper? Like forgetting that, how does the lineups match up?
Well, we've got 2 very similar lineups here, both I would say fairly anti-control overall, with the Quest Rogue on either side, as we predicted, being banned away on both sides here. Makes a lot of sense. Neither player has a single aggro deck to their name, unless you count Even Warlock as an aggro deck, because the players sometimes joke about it being. The big difference, though, is the Death Rattle Hunter for Tyler up against that Shudderwock Shaman for Just Saying. And I have to feel like, while I hear differing opinions on these matchups, Death Rattle Hunter feels like it's just got 3 pretty decent matchups against the Malagos Druid, Shudderwock Shaman, and the Even Warlock from Just Saying.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, the Shudderwock is just going to struggle across the board the way the matchups line up, which is interesting because quite often when you build a lineup, you try and work out what beats myself, like what beats me, and you try to avoid that from happening because other people might bring similar lineups. And certainly Complexity seem to have nailed this one. I know that both teams use statistics heavily in their prep. Complexity, I think Casey's a bit of a monster, I think is the word, when going through that stuff. And at one point, I don't know if they still have it, but Tempo Storm actually employed like some
I remember that
mathematician, genius, professor guy to do all the lineup math for them. But the numbers are only as good as the numbers you put in, so these people sort of having to look at stats and then put their own take on it. And I think Complexity, because Casey's doing fantastically as well, have nailed this event. Into game number 1. Derek, what do you reckon?
We've got the Even Warlock mirror here. Let's take a quick look at the deck list, the tech cards that have been thrown in there, because that can make a big old difference in this matchup. And already, I'm seeing a couple of things that look like they might be helping Just Saying in this matchup. The old Sacrificial Pact tech thrown in there can be very, very juicy in this matchup to be eating up the Hooked Reavers or a Dread Infernal as well.
On the other side, Tyler does have the Black Knight.
That's true. That swings things back the other way.
And they both have 1 Spellbreaker, so I still think it's slight advantage to Sack Pact, oddly, although Black Knight makes that massive swing. If you play around it, the Sack Pact's much harder to actually do anything about because it has multiple uses, whereas the Black Knight is kind of just saved for those Hooked Reavers, which you speak.
But we see what I believe there was a full mulligan for Just Saying and a full mulligan for Tyre, because none of these cards are, as I believe it's referred to as El Gigante.
Indeed.
We have turned and
that makes things really interesting because sometimes, not very often, surprisingly unoften, one player just goes giant, win the game.
Pretty much.
But a lot of the time this ends up as to who can make their 2 and 4 drops on turn 26 be slightly more impactful. And Tyler actually lost a game like this in the Swiss because his Mountain Giant was the bottom card. And just to stay alive,
I remember.
He had to use up all of his cards. That may have even been in Oslo now. It's been a lot of tournaments recently. But he had, it was against Sir Salty in Oslo. He had to use all of his cards to stay alive and couldn't actually play his second Mountain Giant at all.
Well, it says a lot, doesn't it? Because I remember when the deck was first floating about, it was kind of seen more as a meme because people were posting on Twitter, oh, turn 3 giant, lol.
Yeah, I think the show started doing that. I'm like, this is just not going to last.
And then it turned out it was actually a real deck. But still, the idea of it, the best thing you can do is to get that giant down as quick as possible, which is why Tyler has got off to a pretty nice lead here. The Giant and the Twilight Drake although he is not on the coin, so he won't be able to get it down on turn 3. Just saying, without a giant at all, still most assuredly a disadvantage.
Yeah, he's going to have it to do to actually survive this as well. His removal's not particularly good. His minion base isn't very good. If he does get through all that, he does have Blood Reaver Gul'dan in hand, but not a single demon yet to go with it. And although you don't need a huge number of minions to come back with Gul'dan, but nothing is not the greatest.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more now in Hearthstone. At least in tournament play, I think Gul'dan being saved back a little bit more, because against obviously the aggressive decks, you just throw it down as quick as you can in the old days to get a couple of Void Lords out of it as well in the Q blocks. But now the extra wave of minion that's generated through Hooked Reavers and Dread Infernals is thought of as being pretty important in quite a lot of the matchups.
Yeah, and Saiyan might not even get there. Not only has Tyler, I'm just looking, one of the ways you can defend is to get that Hooked Reaver down because you're taking a beating, but he does have the Black Knight in hand, which after this next couple of turns is going to be a big, big deal.
And Tyler here clearly taking a while because he's going to be mapping out the next few turns. How much is he going to tap? And therefore, does he need to just throw away one of these Defiles before he found the Sunfury Protector? Just to make room in his hand, because turn 4 is obviously spoken for with Mountain Giant, but maybe he wants to go tap Giant and then tap Twilight Drake. His hand could get pretty full. So I love the consideration from him there to maybe just throw away one of these cards to no effect.
Yeah, we do see Defile often played. Another option he had there was to play Sunfury and then play Twilight Drake and then play Giant, because he wouldn't have the mana to play on turn 4. So he felt like he was just going to open with Twilight Drake, which I don't see why you would in this matchup, really.
Well, no, he would have had the mana to go Mountain Giant next turn, still.
Oh, he would, yeah.
Yeah, because it goes up 5 down to 4 again. I think I would have preferred, if he was going to play any 2-drop there, Defile over Sunfury, because I feel like Sunfury can be pretty good in a matchup where you want to be going base a lot more and forcing your opponent to trade. That does just mean you can protect your own health total with a Sunfury on a Giant or a Twilight Drake and push everything else through to face.
Another option he now has for next turn is to Mounted Giant and do exactly that, protect that Twilight Drake. He can do exactly that, and would have been on his mind, because obviously throwing away Defile would have cost him the card, so this play wouldn't be possible on turn 5 coming up. Because he doesn't know Saiyan's hand is like a bag of spanners right now. He's obviously planning for the worst, not the best.
Well, he can guess it's not great.
Yeah, he's going to know in a moment, right?
Well, he knows there's no Giant in hand, because there's no world in which Saiyan goes tap tap and then doesn't play Giant on 3 with the coin. And I'm just trying to think how much that influenced Tyler's choice to go Mountain Giant second. After the Twilight Drake. We're seeing that more and more in Hearthstone. The Twilight Drake first. The fact that it has enough health to survive a hit from Giant is one of the main reasons why we see it a little bit earlier. But man, oh man, is this a very nice looking hand for Tyler.
Because one of the ways you have to kill the Giant most of the time, outside of weird combinations, is to hit him with some smaller minions first.
Yeah.
And if Tyler can just protect this Giant and Saiyan can't touch it with the minions, and no Spellbreaker to get through the Twilight Drake, this is going to be really difficult for Saiyan to deal with. And the fact there's a second one is just going to be insane. There's no real good AoE for the Mirror, at least.
I mean, there are just no good cards for Saiyan to play here. He has just got none of the cards you want in this matchup. Absolutely none of them.
If this was anybody else, I'd be saying this is kind of over. We've done that with Saiyan way too many times. Even when he actually finally lost in Oslo, he still had this final sting in the tail where he got like double naturalized and lobbed out a Lich King and looked like he might stabilize as he was going down the last game. So
this is a weird matchup, I find, though, where it feels like it's all very discrete numbers. Like the fact that it's always 4 4s and 8 8s, you can usually figure out pretty early on, just through simple trades, who's going to be by miles in the lead. And I think we can all see here, Tyler looks like he's pretty far in the lead. Maybe Hooked Reaver in the next couple turns could start to pull Saiyan back now that he's below the 15 health threshold.
Just want to highlight what Saiyan did last turn. He played the Hellfire.
Yeah.
Not just to do the 3 damage, because he didn't do a whole lot, but it did boost his Spellstone to 5, which means he could kill the Giant over 2 turns.
Okay.
And then if your opponent's got a second Giant, you raise your eyebrows and shrug, which is exactly what happened. Did find a way to kill it over the 2 turns, but obviously the second Giant has just made this ridiculous. And Tyler's hand means that Saiyan has just no answer. Even if Saiyan had an answer, the Spellbreaker, the Black Knight are just going to sort it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's either Spellstone Defile or Spellstone Ooze, depending on how much damage Saiyan thinks he can take. Obviously, if they have Hellfire, it's pretty much just over anyway. This does protect you against the 1 copy of Hellfire for a turn. But his response next turn is going to have to be so devastatingly powerful.
And Tyler has got the Shroom Brewer now, so he can put the Giant back up to 8 if he so desires. If he thinks there's no way Saiyan can do 8 in 1 turn, and we've just seen Saiyan kill the first one over 2 turns, it doesn't seem like there's much response to this. That's easy for us to say. Tyler's sitting there currently thinking about every single card in the deck.
And you were saying about those games where one player draws 2 Mountain Giants and kind of just wins?
Yeah.
Yeah, this has, quite sadly for Just Saying, simply been one of those games. This is kind of, in my opinion, what Even Warlock is trying to avoid. Is the idea is you never get these inconsistent hands because you draw so many cards at the start of the game that you always get the cards you want. It's an absurd chance to find at least 1 Mountain Giant in your starting hand. But for Saiyan, this sadly just was not his game.
Like that last turn from Tyler, just shows he's on point this morning and sharp, just playing the Defile before the healing. All the obvious little mechanics that it's not a great play or anything, just shows that he's wide awake and thinking clearly. I like to see that.
As well, I mean, yeah, before the tap came in, Just Saying could have survived with just Spellstone on the 4/4, but we can clearly see he realizes there is just no way back in for that game, and Saiyan is definitely one of the players as soon as he realizes there's no way back in, he won't fight it out to the end. He's smart enough to know when it's over.
Yeah, you may have forgotten that, because he hasn't conceded many games of Hearthstone in the last month or 2. But yeah, he is a player that won't continue to waste people's time.
A pretty nice victory for Tyler there as well. Again, in Conquest format, not all victories are created equal. Getting a win with your weakest deck is very, very important. I'm not certain if I would call Even Lock the weakest deck for Tyler.
It's tied between the Lock and the Druid for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think it probably is actually the hardest deck for him to take a win with, because Malagos Druid, modern version of Malagos Druid with Dream Petal, Twig, and Floop, I actually quite like against Shudderwock Shaman. I don't mind it against Even Warlock. And the Even Warlock against Shudderwock, I guess that also would have been a pretty good matchup for Tyler.
Yeah,
it's just that Shudderwock, it's just not going to do well in this series.
He's taking away the extra lives. Saiyan is going to have 3 chances to get the Shudderwock through. Yeah. Now he's only going to have 2. And we saw yesterday when he had to win with Quest Rogue, actually if you get 3 lives with any deck, you probably get it through somehow. But now he's going to have it to do when he does get to that Shudderwock, which was already a problem, and now it's looking like an even bigger one.
Yeah, so I suppose for Just Saying, while we've been calling the matchups against Death Rattle Hunter, like the Shudderwock, getting a win against that, at least locking it out for a game or 2, is going to be pretty important, because if he loses his first game against Death Rattle Hunter, I think it's so unlikely that you can 3-0 sweep a deck like Malagos Druid, which even in the worst matchups can still just get off to that Druid start that every kind of Druid deck can do with Wild Growths and Nourishes. I think if Saiyan's going to have any chance here, he needs to take at least 1 victory against the Death Rattle Hunter, which is not impossible. Malagos Druid can get off to a big burst start. Even Warlock can just have a Giant that goes unanswered. It's not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, the whole chart, when you feel it out, is basically 50-50s across the board, apart from that Shudderwock. 50-50s, right, but close enough that it's going to come down to player skill and obviously a little bit of draw help that Tyler had in that first game. And just see what they queue up second. Top 16 is a bit of a different animal to Swiss. They have all night to prepare. And
that's true.
Actually, if they're not careful, out mind games themselves.
I think the interesting thing about this top 16 match in particular, though, is that both of these players are obviously flying straight from here in Singapore to the full championships. And I think they've both been practicing, to be honest, for their full championships lineups. Just Saying was in the break room practicing against different lineups, different decks from the opponents in the full championships, because that's such a big deal for him.
World Championship qualifier, basically, on top of the huge amounts of money that go with the tournament in itself.
Absolutely.
And yeah, so they've got it all to do, and obviously both have just come from Oslo as well. It's like touring the world playing Hearthstone. Sounds like a dream job.
Yeah, we're putting the tour back into the Hearthstone Championship tour.
But not the stop, because it just keeps on going. There's several more to go.
Nice. We're also not putting the ship back in the Championship tour because we flew here.
Ah. Okay.
Or the champion, because we're not very good at Hearthstone.
Because we cast. Saying, obviously, I wonder if it wears you out winning so much. Like the amount of adrenaline that you must just have to sort of get rid of over the last month.
What, when he's just like, oh, another trophy, put it in the pile.
Yeah, and how am I going to get all this like home? He hasn't gone home for ages, and suddenly he's got to start going through customs with, well, this is the one I won in Oslo. When did you last go home, sir? Oh, I've only been to 3 different countries.
As we are going to see from Tyler, saving the best till last, it seems, in the Death Rattle Hunter. He's going to be going with the Malagos Druid instead, up against the Shudderwock Shaman. And this is, for me, a very, very interesting matchup, because before the Boomsday project, I felt it was pretty close to 50-50, actually. There was a lot of counterplay on both sides. With the Druid, you could obviously go off to your own combo a little bit quicker. You could try and burn combo pieces with Naturalize. But then for the Shudderwock Shaman, you had Healing Rain to fight back against the burst damage. You had Weapon Removal to destroy the Twig. I felt like there was a lot of play on both sides.
Yeah, it used to just be, I Alex you, I heal, now you play Hearthstone.
Yes. But now I feel like it's probably a little bit more swing towards the Druid side, because Weapon Removal doesn't deal with their burst combo, because they still have Dream Petal, Florist, and Forbiddeness Flute. And when they get a hand like this as well...
Yeah, I saw the smile creep across your face while you were talking about all that, because this hand... I mean, the second Nourish is just going to be used as... Even if he doesn't draw UI, he's just going to be able to card draw with the second Nourish.
I mean, if he does get UI, this is the absolute dream hand. Even this here, like... Wild Growth, Coin Nourish leads you up to 7, so it's not perfect.
Oh no, you have to wait till turn 4 for your Lich King or something.
God forbid.
But yeah, obviously it's not perfect, and laughing a bit. There's no real answers for saying, but he does have combo pieces and a lot of them, which at least gives him a game plan of some sort.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's far from the premier option of the Mana Tide Totem, which he'd really love to develop on this turn. Potentially you could get it off of the Farsight here. But it's a good way to get the draw going. The Chain Gang and the Life Drinker means potentially all he needs is a Grumble, and we could just see the combo coming down on turn 9, which is one of the key ways that you can start to pull this back. And there I was saying that Tyler might not have a strong turn 7 play. His face says it all. He knows he has the absolute stone cold nuts.
I like the keep of the Tar Creeper from Saiyan, by the way, even though it's a 0 cost, for 2 reasons. First of all, it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like you're not winning the game by hitting your opponent for 1 a couple of times.
I agree.
And secondly, it gives Tyler a lot more to play around. He knows it. Well, there's a reduced cost card in hand, so that could be a Healing Rain, that could be anything. And just might make Tyler, in circumstances where he doesn't have this exact hand, have to do a double take as to all the options Saiyan has available.
Good point. Good point.
But now, of course, Saiyan is able to mount some sort of actual offensive. And he didn't see anything weird happen on turn 6, like a Spreading Plague or anything. Now he's a little bit more likely to do this.
Yeah, and if he was to see Spreading Plague here, I think he'd say, yeah, it's not that bad. I've got Lightning Storm, I can still fight back against it. Tyler here making the brave play of Spiders. I'm starting to see the thinking of players as I play more Malagos Druid, and you should just go for it more often than you think.
Yeah.
Because even if they do have the quote-unquote answer, like Lightning Storm, as Just Saiyan had here, they still have to spend the mana on it, which they probably just don't want to do.
Yeah, I think Muzzy's original meaning was, even when it's wrong, you should do it anyway, just to prove a point.
Exactly. It's about sending a message.
Something that Tyler pointed out to me last night, which I hadn't actually spotted, but all 3 regional leaders, the last 4 leaders, are in this top 16. Because he's leading APAC, Saiyan's leading Americas, and Hunter Ace is leading Europe.
Is Tyler #1 now? Is he
he's #1. He says he's #1. I thought he was second, but he says he's #1. And the players tend to know better what's going on than we do. I know Hunter Ace is out the back there, just making sure he knows exactly how far ahead of Psycho he is, because it's alright for us to say Hunter Ace has got it locked up, but if you're Hunter Ace, you see all the possibilities that could lead you to not winning it, so he's just locking that up in his mind as well. And of course the world champion's here too, so the 3 champions elect plus the current world champion all battling it out here.
You make it sound like Lord of the Rings or something.
It's Lord of the Hearthstone. I don't know, I can't make that good. Masters
Lord of the Arena?
Okay, sure.
We'll go with that.
That's kind of bad, though.
It's not perfect. It was off the cuff. As Saiyan now is getting more and more of those combo pieces rolling with the very nice play we see in a lot of the control matchups, actually, of Electra into the far side. I like this a lot because there is some consideration, I think, to save Electra to go with Healing Rain, but I just find so often in this matchup, when you actually have the time to go for Healing Rain, it's when you're about this health total, between the 10 and 15 range, at which point double Healing Rain isn't even that much better than single Healing Rain. So the extra card draw here is pretty nice for Just Saying.
Saying's eyebrow raises. Because he's such a calm character, like 99% of the time.
Yeah.
And so he just says it all with his eyebrows at times. Like, okay, you've got quite a good hand, Tyler. Well done, sir. Yeah, I'll agree with that one. This is, apart from a UI, just perfect for Tyler.
Sayan must be quite excited about the hand he had himself until this druid thing happened to him.
Because, I mean, if Tyler draws Malagos next turn, he might be a little bit afraid to throw it out. Even then, like, even if there's Hex, he's still got Fluke. If Malagos comes in the next few cards for Tyler, this game is just over and he's won, I think.
So Sayan's got to play as if he can beat some of these hands.
Yeah.
And with that in mind, he is just getting ready for the very early Shuttle Walk, I feel. One thing that's led to him, one of the many things that led to him being such a great player is his identification of when bad things are happening. I mean, this one's quite easy, because bad things have happened since turn 2 onwards every turn. But he won't hesitate to go for an alternate win condition if he feels that the primary win condition is just not going to happen for him.
And Tyler's going very aggressive here. I was trying to count up lethal at the same time. And I think with the Naturalize as well, that is actually just going to be just enough damage to get a turn 10 victory here for Tyler. We said that this was pretty much just the nuts, and to be honest, it turns out we did not lie. Perfect damage here for Tyler to take things up 2-0 up. And Just Saying, the man of the hour for Hearthstone at the moment, is 0-2 down and potentially about to be eliminated in the top 16.
Yeah, you're saying it's important for that Shaman to not have to run into, well, for the Hunter to get through, but now the Druid's through anyway.
Yeah.
Not only is Saiyan got to 3-0, but he's got to find a win with his Shuttle Walk as well. This Hunter is lining up pretty well for Tyler. It's not over by any means. I mean, it's not going to slaughter Saiyan's lineup unless he draws like that, but you're in such a strong position.
And I want to point out now that it may seem obvious in hindsight that Just Saying did have a play to stop that lead. We could have seen Healing Rain on that turn to stop the damage. I do, however, agree with his play to go for board development more aggressively, because if he does have that exact hand, you kind of just have to say, okay, brilliant, well done, you had the Moonfire and the Death Coil of the Lich King.
That's mental
so
strength
unlikely.
in its own right, because when things are going that badly against you, the brain starts going, of course he's going to have Death Coil or Healing Rain, but actually he managed to keep on making the right plays and just, okay, you got it, well done.
Yeah, you've got to play to what happens most of the time in Hearthstone. Increase your odds overall over the sample size of many games. Didn't work out in that instance for Just Saying. But like you said, bravery in the face of insurmountable odds is the mark of a good Hearthstone player.
It's where a lot of players struggle on ladder, no matter what rank they are, whether it's top 100 legend, whether it's someone trying to get to rank 10 for the first time, is they have 2 or 3 games where Hearthstone happens to you, and they change. Tilt is the word it's used, but it doesn't necessarily have to be because you're angry. Your brain just starts sort of functioning slightly differently. Oh yeah, I'll play around this RNG. Right, we're going to let Saiyan catch his breath from that really must feel like a terrible start for him. Let's see if he can get it done, but first of all, just give him a couple of minutes.
I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So, come work with me, and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science!
You can go into success with no regrets when you work with Dr.
Technology!
You can work with the best and the brightest when you work with Dr.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
Welcome back, and I'm sure none of you went anywhere to find out how Saiyan's going to do this one. And of course, this is just the preview for next week, where these two could meet again in the championships, maybe in the finals, maybe in a match that decides who goes to Worlds, which would be exciting too. And I think they're probably going to both play the same lineups. I know Saiyan definitely is. I haven't checked Tyler's champs lineup.
I'll have to look that up. Yeah, I was waiting for the deck list to be released before I choose my champion. But even then, I have to be honest, it's always going to be Tyler for me. I love this guy so much. Such a strong player.
I'm a massive fan of Tyler's. I'm a sub to Tyler, but I can't go against Saiyan's recent run. So yeah, I'll be against you on this one. Tyler probably won't ever talk to me again. He gets a lot of grief from me at tour stops. But I feel that Saiyan, he's just set everything up so well. He must have just no nerves anymore at all.
Yeah.
So again, I spoke to him in Oslo about, hey, how do you keep winning? How do you keep the motivation? He just looked at me and said, I'm not world champion.
Yeah.
That was just this first answer that came into his head. It's like, okay, yeah, he's just going to keep winning things until he's world champion. Sure, do that.
Another interesting point about Just Saiyan's lineup is it is very similar to his teammate Muzzy's lineup, unsurprisingly. They obviously would have been practicing together and coming up with their lineups. But Just Saiyan has the Quest Rogue instead of Death Rattle Hunter, which is not to say he thinks it is the best lineup as compared to Muzzy, his teammate's lineup. It's because he feels he needs the practice. Yep. Bringing it to full championships, he admits he is not the best Quest Rogue player. He's been playing Odd Rogue in most of his tournaments for a while now, and he needs that practice. So Tyler banning that away from him here, for Just Saiyan, I imagine he'd like to have the practice of playing Quest Rogue against someone that he could be playing against in the full championships.
Yeah, it would be amazing if we get a rematch there, and obviously whoever wins this one will go into that with a bit of swag. So we see swag and YOLO all over the buildings here, so I've gone back in time to 2014 somehow.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, Saiyan has been boosting himself to probably one of the best Odd Rogue players in the world, with his own unique way of playing it. You wouldn't think you could play Odd Rogue in a unique style, but he seems to have one.
He does indeed, a little bit slower than I think a lot of players would go for it, which, I mean, it's working out for him. It's definitely different than I would be playing it, which probably means he's doing something right.
With the match in hand, though, the Hunter looking for those fast starts. Very difficult if they start making big minions for Volcano to do its thing. So we'll be looking at the number 15 a lot. If you've got one egg and a couple of 5/5s to back it up, and then the Volcano can't really clear the board, you can just keep hitting them, is what you're looking for in the perfect world.
Yeah, I think this playdead for Tyler is a somewhat sad but somewhat necessary pick off the tracking, because I totally agree with you. If you can get something like pretty much exactly Witchwood Grizzly onto the board, start cubing that and playdeading it, that's when none of the Shaman's removal pretty much does anything. Volcano, Lightning Storm, even a Hex on the cube, it's not enough to remove all the damage. So I think he would have loved to have gone for that there, but when you have two Devil Saw eggs in hand, no playdeads or any Death Rattle activators of any kind, I think you have to get the ball rolling a little bit quicker than Witchwood Grizzly would allow you to do.
Another reason that Hunter can do well here is that, excuse me, is that the Healing Rain just buys you a turn when they get rolling.
Yeah.
If they're mashing you with these massive minions, then suddenly your Healing Rain is a lot less effective than against most decks.
A somewhat interesting build of the deck here for Tyler. He, I think, is omitting the high main in this list to go for a 3-beast version of the deck rather than the more traditional 4-beast version of the deck, if I'm reading that correctly. Which is not the most common version. I'm used to seeing Savannah high mains, obviously. I'm seeing more and more charged Devil Saws popping back up again.
Yeah, that's really strange how that just vanished and then came back. And I still feel that this deck is not optimized, even though we see the same builds over and over again. It never feels perfectly smooth to me. it's sort of got two different themes that are trying to gel together and don't quite manage it.
But for Tyler, his Beast Light version of the deck will, now we will be seeing a direct effect of that if he is unable to, if he finds Katharina, because that will only summon King Crush, I believe, off the battle cry and get nothing off the death rattle. Still, I think having said that, he really won't be too sad about having the Witchwood Grizzly here, because being able to go, even if it's not necessarily on this turn, but at some point, Witchwood Grizzly into next turn Cube Play Dead is just one of the most devastating combos he can pull off and will put him miles into the lead.
Tyler's got to look at a wealth of options here. He would love to cube this egg now and just go in on this Tar Creeper, but then he's scared of Hex, doesn't want to mess that up, so just making sure he knows all the options in his head, and Flanking Strike is the natural play. Yeah,
I think I like being a little bit more optimistic with Cube. If this Houndmaster Shore survives, you don't even have to go for the Witchwood Grizzly. You can just cube and play dead that Houndmaster Shore, give Rush to your Cube, and the Shores will give Rush to each other. It gets a little bit disgusting pretty quickly.
And pretty quickly has arrived right now. And Tyler just has to make those decisions.
The world's worst version of the future is now.
Yeah, pretty quickly is now. You have to say it fast, otherwise you miss it. So he's just going to not hurry here.
So counting up the amount of health on board, this does leave Tyler a little bit vulnerable to, or actually quite vulnerable to a Volcano on this turn. The fact that he didn't go for Cube.
But his backup plan then... Actually, yeah, his backup plan
is decent, but it's not insane. Whereas if we'd seen Cube and Play Dead on that turn, he would have left himself more vulnerable to Mind Control tech, obviously, of which Just Saying is running 2. So that's probably a fairly big reason why he held back here on the Cube and Play Dead. Also because the potential upside, if there isn't a Volcano in hand, is huge, because he goes Cube Play Dead on the Grizzly, and then even if there is a Mind Control tech, he'll probably be so far ahead on board that it won't make any difference.
Yeah, the Cube play does look like it was much more resilient there.
Yeah. And that 0-2 egg is just proving very annoying for Tyler because of exactly Mind Control tech, which he will be expecting to come down at any point. There's Just Saying is letting rip with the Volcano. This is definitely the punish for Tyler's play, in that he has no fodder left to stick the Cube on.
Yeah, and now he's just sitting here with this not fantastic looking turn, but not disastrous. But he's not even going to mess around with the Cube here on the eggs. He's just going to go full in on the 5/5s next turn. So this was obviously his plan. Well, to draw Flanking Strike. Yeah, obviously he had a better plan with the Cube anyway, but he's got away with that, I think.
Like, I imagine if he hadn't drawn the Flanking Strike, we could have seen Play Dead on the egg and then Cube on the egg as well. That would have left him with 3 minions, so he's not so vulnerable to the Mind Control tech, and gives him a little bit of resilience on board. But now, with Deathstalker Rexar able to come down in the next turn or two, he has a lot of ways here to keep that pressure going. He will be under absolutely no fear at all of running out of stuff to do.
Yeah, Rexar, exactly the right time for it. He's been in no hurry with his hand to get Rexar going. These 5/5s are going to get the work done anyway, but if you've got a Rexar at hand, one of the reasons that Hunter is struggling, he's not struggling, it's pretty set, but did struggle to find the best build, because you go, okay, Rexar, what's my other 29?
And Tyler here is showing just how afraid he is of Mind Control tech, and I think demonstrating why a lot of players are calling for it to be rotated to the Hall of Fame due to how powerful it is, by just sacrificing a 3/3 on that previous turn to make sure there were only 3 minions on the board, rather than 4, missing 3 damage through to face, but feeling, you know what, it's worth it, because if he does steal the Cube here, he is miles behind on board.
Yeah, Zalay tweeted out something like 5 MC techs or something in one turn earlier. He's like, maybe it's time.
Yeah. Finally saying,
don't mind this.
Enough is enough, because he has so much damage on board. I think this is the point where Tyler is starting to realize, even if he does have it, I just have lethal on board available next turn. He needs something in addition to it.
Well, we're going to find out, because he does have a whole bunch of stuff here. If he can get the Cube here, things might change in a hurry. Yeah, that cube goes over the other side, then he's just got ways of clearing the board. Things would have got pretty terrifying for Tyler really quickly. And we should keep an eye on Saiyans hand. I mean, because Tyler has had another fantastic start, we've been talking about that a lot, but Saiyan has played his life drink, he's played the chain gangs. He has got Grumble, he has got Shudderwock. We need to just pay attention to that just in case.
That's a good point. He just needs to stem the tide of, stem the bleeding for a couple of turns now, and he will be able to pull this one back. Ooh, Hunting Mastiff if... no, it was Arthas that was taken on the first pick, so no ability to chew through those chain gangs with the rush attack and then push all the other damage to face, because Tyler wants to be playing aggressive now. I think he's realizing that while Just Saiyan's hand could be pretty miserable, the way he's playing it definitely indicates that he's moving towards a combo.
I mean, he beats a miserable hand anyway, so from where Tyler's sat, he's like, okay, how do I beat this if Saiyan has the good hand? Saiyan certainly does have that.
For Tyler here ending up with the absolute maximum amount of stats on board as possible, even going so far as to break his cube.
That was really crucial because Saiyan has double Lightning Storm in hand.
Yeah.
That would have been a guaranteed board clear. But now, even though it's quite likely to do a lot of damage, it's just nowhere near as appealing as it was.
And it's a big turn here for Saiyan. If he goes for Shard, Grumble Shard on this turn, that would be 14 damage left on board. He basically never dies from that.
Yeah, or he could go Storm, Storm, Shard, and then next turn just Grumble if anything's around, and then Shudderwock. That's a turn slower, but maybe a turn slower where he's alive for a considerably longer time.
I think that's probably the way he goes, because he can even fit in a hero power first and see if he gets the spell damage token as well. But in the end, he's just going
his MC
with
tech.
The Shudderwock. This is not even a player I was considering.
Yeah, he's not sure himself. He's actually changed his mind here. But Mind Control Tech was a thing in the Shudderwock, so that was why it was so tempting to him.
Yeah, even had a Glacial Shard in there, would have got the Chain Gangs to pull it back. But I think he's probably afraid of Poisonous Bloatbat, which would pretty much lock him out of the game. Or Spider Bomb stuff, which could have killed off all his Shudderwocks.
He's frozen the 5-3, not the 5-5, because this gives him a chance next turn to use those Lightning Storms more effectively. This is a massive turn for Tyler, but next turn could well be a massive, massive turn for Saiyan. There's a lot in that Shudderwock. Life Drink is in there. I think both Chain Gangs are in there. There's 2 Shards, there's a Mind Control Tech.
Yeah, there's some real good stuff there. And Tyler has to be suspecting that. Will he be bringing his board down to less than 3 minions? Does he ever win there? Like, if Shudderwock is in hand, he needs to just accept he's probably not winning this game anyway, so let's kill off the Grumble and push as much damage face as possible. Or maybe even just ignore the Grumble and say, if you have Shudderwock, I'm losing anyway. It's a real tough turn.
Okay, we're both just sitting here waiting to see what happens next turn, really. This turn's not straightforward as such, but nothing terrible or good is going to happen particularly to Tyler here.
Yeah, I like sending this last hit face, because if they play Shudderwock and it fails and they bounce back a Shard to the hand, I think that's a pretty unlikely scenario to happen, because you don't even know if the Shudderwock is there.
So there is the second Chain Gang.
But the first one was Zolid, so he has 2 Chain Gangs in
he did have 2 in there, okay.
Yeah.
My notes are actually right for once.
And here it is. Pretty nice, easy play here for Saiyan. Yeah. I was going to say that we could have seen a trade-in with the Glacial Shard first into the Spider Bomb to get a more reliable steal with the Mind Control Tech, but I guess this is a play around just in case the Shudderwock fails. We can clearly see though, Shudderwock went in the right order, which is exactly what Saiyan needed to happen, and this now pretty much guarantees, I think, that he should be able to close out this game.
Yeah, the play around being that the Glacial Shard's going back to hand. Tyler gives it up, and Saiyan was on the verge again, and the guys, even the people who beat him, have been so hard to put away, and he's going to have to do it the hard way, Tyler.
And I think what this comes down to here for Tyler, the real key decision for me in this game was whether or not you go for the cube and the play dead on turn 6 on Houndmaster Short to play it a little bit quicker, thus leaving yourself open to Mind Control Tech and take a bit of a risk, Or do you take it slower like Tyler did and leave yourself more vulnerable to Volcano, because you then are developing all your minions on the board at like 13, 14 health, which is perfect for Volcano to clear them all up.
With no egg. No egg on the board, so normally the Volcano would be defended by the second egg, and you get a 5/5 anyway. And that did seem a little bit slow at that point.
Yeah, and it did not work out for him. The punish was there in the Volcano, and it wasn't there, at least at the start of the game, in the mind control tech. It's very difficult to know which your opponent will have. Are there any cues in their play that might give it away? I don't think there really was. The choice was made by Tyler, and it didn't work out for him in that game because it just wasn't quick enough to close things out.
Saying getting that Shadow Walk out of the way that we said would be his biggest sticking point, but the big sticking point is, of course, he's still 2-1 down. And these other matchups aren't exactly exceptional for him either. So this is the point where we normally say you need two really favoured matchups. He's got two roughly 50-50s.
Yeah, they're kind of close. The Malagos Druid, I quite like that as Malagos Druid. I find it's definitely a lot better in my experience than Togwaggle Druid, say.
You're like me though with when I'm playing Tempo Mage. You like everything with Malagos Druid. You just beat everything with it.
Fair enough. Oh well, I definitely don't beat everything, but I like it at least. I feel like it's good against everything, even if I don't win with it personally. Because you can just get off to those big swing turns, especially when you have Dream Petal Florist in there. That's such a key card in the matchup against Death Rattle Hunter, because you can just throw down an early Malagos with a swipe, swing backboard, and try and move towards lethal very quickly indeed.
How do you feel this helps these two guys going to championships next week, having this big result under their belt? Obviously, they've got a lot of flying to do, but is this a good warm-up?
It very possibly could be, because I mean, it's not only these two players, we also have Blood Trail in the top 16 as well, don't we? So that's another full championships player who they will be potentially getting a little bit of experience against, finding out how their lineups, their style of play matches up against each other. And I think more than the prestige and respect that comes with top 16ing or even further a tour stop, it's more just making sure that there's no rustiness in their play. They are well up to date with their deck strategy, their lineup, pick and ban, just making sure that they're comfortable as well under the limelight of the camera in these tournaments.
And under a situation where it matters, like you say, under the limelight, because it's all. I mean, Sane can play with Muzzy all day, every day if he wants to, and Muzzy will play well, but you will always play that little bit more carefully when you're in this big event playing for a lot of points, a lot of money. And these points are massively important. I mean, we talk about how they're the leaders, but I don't think either of them have got it anywhere near locked up yet. So 15 points for first prize here, plus their champs points, will help them put out a big lead on the field.
As Saiyan now has... he's... I'm going to stop saying that. I was going to say he's been eating a certain brand of breakfast cereal, but I think I got told off for that once. Basically, he's found his mountain giant here.
I told you off, but I don't think you needed to.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, but he has, and it's charged him up.
It has charged him up very good and proper, as Tyler now is presented with a pretty tough choice here. Keleseth against, I was going to say against any controllish deck. Against any deck is obviously the primo way to make sure your trades work out favorably, your minions aren't removed by any of their removal cards. We are going to see the non-Deathstalker Rexar pick here for Tyler. Do you agree with this play? Do you think that you have time to go for Rexar often?
I mean, my instinct is you do, especially with Spider Bomb and Ziliax in your hand. My feeling is you do get there, but...
It's Keleseth
is still good. I mean, Keleseth I don't think is the #1 card in this deck. There's a few decks now where it's not actually the #1 mulligan card, and I think this is one of those decks. But it's still good, especially your eggs attacking into giants and stuff is a thing you can do.
Would you put egg higher then?
I think egg is higher. I can't remember exactly, but I seem to remember Keleseth wasn't top. Same with Shadow Walk. Keleseth's like the 5th best card, but it's still the 5th best card.
Well, it makes sense when you're comparing it to a deck like Zoo, which runs, what, 4 spells in the whole deck, and this deck runs quite a few spells in there. It makes a good amount of sense that Keleseth, its overall incredible dominance will be going down a little bit.
It's very interesting to see how it works out. I'm sure that Tyler will know the numbers better than I do.
Just saying, going with that Mountain Giant on turn 4, though. This is working out pretty respectably for him so far, even with the Hunter's Mark being picked up here for Tyler. Doesn't have the perfect way to be dealing with it right now. So just going to be setting up the Spider Bomb to try and fight back against this force. So what can Saiyan do about this?
What he can do about it is
accept
it or
This is the problem with even Warlock. Any deck that relies on single big minions will always be weak to Spider-Bomb, because are you going to silence it? Even if he could, he might choose to pass up on that option.
And Saiyan is just going to try and give himself a chance to make it difficult for Tyler, but basically this is just get the damage in. He's tapping away trying to get down to those hooked Reavers, and hope your opponent hasn't got the hand that Tyler has.
Well played.
He said well played, trades in, tries to get the 2 in 3, and
Saiyan smelled that coming from a mile away.
I think that's the most emotion I've ever seen Saiyan show whilst at the table. Like, realised it was a huge moment for this pair.
I mean, what are you going to do? It happens sometimes. We can see as well for Tyler, even if it had gone on to the 66% chance to hit one of the other minions, Hunter's Mark into Flanking Strike or Ziliax for a little bit of extra damage with the Ooze would have been able to clear it up. So it was potentially seems more impactful than it could for Just Saiyan, but you have to imagine that's going to be stinging.
It is, and it was nice play because he took the matters into his own hands. He knows that the other way around, anything else he does, Tyler can make sure that the Giant is hit. So Saiyan realised the 8 immediate damage just wasn't going to be enough, even in the long run, to get it done. So took it into his own hands, gave himself that chance. And when he checks afterwards, when he talks to Tyler after the game, he will realise that there was nothing that was going to work for him anyway.
But while it may seem at the moment like this game is looking very even, I get the suspicion that Just Saiyan is going to have to start pulling ahead on the board pretty quickly, lest the power cards from Tyler come into play, which I'm pretty much talking about Katharina mostly. If that comes down on turn 7, you just get an actual good idea of how absurdly powerful Katharina is, how far they push the stats and the ability on that minion. When you include only these big beasts in your deck, it's just absolutely disgusting.
Yep. And Tyler's managed to not draw any of those beasts because he is playing that light version.
Yeah.
So the King Crusher is going to need to get it done though, because with double hooked Reaver, Sunfury Protector to make things safe as well, he's going to have time to get to his Gul'dan.
Yeah.
And saying he's going to be able to have a chance of taking over the game with Gul'dan. It's okay saying Katharina has first go at that. She's going to do a lot of damage and quite probably win the game. But if Saiyan can limp away and get to Blood Reaver Gul'dan, maybe picking up a couple of taunts along the way, maybe he can still get into this.
He very possibly could, because Tyler, I imagine, is going to have to start moving towards lowering the health total. We can clearly see, however, he's choosing not to do that for the moment, trading into the Beetle to get the armor in play, going with Ziliax here instead of Devil's Egg and Play Dead and pushing face.
And there's the homunculus I was talking about a moment ago. If you get these down, it's not so much the short term, but it's the fact he gets to protect a fairly big board when he plays Gul'dan. He'll get back an Infernal, he'll get back 2 Reavers most likely, and he may be able to stop himself from dying on that turn, assuming he's not already dead by then, because Tyler's hand is insane.
Tyler's hand is insane, but Just Saying, I said he had to start pulling ahead, stabilizing the board as quick as possible. He's doing that pretty well here. He's got a big old play onto the board, as Tyler looked like he was about to go Mossy Horror.
Yeah, this pick of the Grizzly has not panicked him, but it's just forced his hand into playing Katharina a little bit early. Again, he's not playing many beasts. If he picked up King Crush next turn, things could start to go wrong.
I really like going for Katharina here. I think even though he can stop the 9 damage with the Vulgar Homunculus, Mossy Horror was just so much less powerful than what Katharina pushes on this board. What does Just Saying do about this now?
Well,
double hooked Reaver?
Yeah, I mean, double hooked Reaver looks alright, but especially with Lich King in the bank for next turn.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I think you work backwards from turn 10. Turn 10, in the perfect world, you want to play Gul'dan, get that 5 armor and start gaining your health back. And working backwards from there, you really need to get these Reavers played before that. They also stop you from dying.
Double Defile on this turn, even with the Sun Fury, just doesn't do anything.
And Tyler does still have... the thing we often overlook, because it's not often there, is the Hunter hero power. He's chipping away for 2 a turn on top of everything else.
Yeah. Double Defile with a Hook Reaver, or Double Defile at all actually, it doesn't do nothing because you can then trade your Drake into the King Crush, I suppose, which is worth thinking about.
And he's going to go that line.
Wow, that's what he's going for, it looks like.
Feels that he can then double Viva or Viva the turn after. This looks nice when you see it in action.
Okay. So it was either this or you play double Hooked Reaver and then your Twilight Drake survives, but another one of your Hooked Reavers die. I guess this makes sense because your follow-up on the next turn is more powerful, and Saiyan doesn't want to be using these Hooked Reavers just as roadblocks, just to stall damage away from the face. He wants to be using them to actually win the game. He needs to mount some kind of an aggression here in the next few turns.
And with Katharina and Crush dealt with, that is the crux of the deck dealt with. Now he's got to still deal with the obligatory 5/5s and absolute nightmares that come with that. But that's one major problem eliminated. That's what Saiyan does, or what the top players all do. They eliminate the major problems when they're behind and just try and find a way to deal with the next one or hope it isn't there. But unfortunately for Saiyan, this next problem is also there.
And so Hooked Reaver into the Shroomberry here does keep just Saiyan alive for the moment, as there's only 7 damage I think that can go face here. Not many draws that will be giving Tyler lethal quite yet.
That will get him probably to the Gul'dan. There is a Homunculus in there, there's an Infernal in there. And Tyler might have to demonstrate a Mossy Horror here to make this massive board.
I mean, I don't think you hate that as Tyler. You have a position where you've locked them out from Gul'dan, which is really the main thing. Because if they do go for that, I think you just have way too much damage on board for them to ever be surviving.
Yeah, there's just the one. Oh,
no, I think there's 2 Homunculuses.
2 Homunculuses plus this Sack Pact will put Saiyan up to effectively 20.
I mean, just the 2 Homunculuses would keep him alive on board at 1 HP, I think.
Well, that's nice. What could go wrong?
Well, not much. There's very little burst in this deck from Tyler. But in the end, he's thinking, I just got to set up a Taunt Wall. And Tyler's plan has worked. Blood Reaver Gul'dan doesn't come down because Saiyan just doesn't feel comfortable going for it. He needs to preserve this fight back against the board. And Doom Pact could be the way that he does it. But the cube from Tyler, if he was to cube one of these minions, is the play around Doom Pact. And he'll definitely be considering it.
Yeah, this is where we find out how Tyler's coping under pressure. Going through all those cards, because sometimes you just like hope the Lich King card isn't, you know, if you're on ladder and you're playing a lot of games in a day, you just play and sort of don't play around the Lich King cards. But in these high pressure situations with a lot on the line, you've got to go through all the Lich King cards in your head and see which ones mess you up and which ones don't.
Oh, he's just 1 damage off lethal anyway, though. I wasn't even counting it up because I just assumed Saiyan's play with all this taunt would be leaving him nice and healthy.
No, no, it's not nice and healthy.
Close to just dying already.
This also gives him a very good cooldown, the way Saiyan played this, because he should have possibly something on board or less to worry about. Oh my.
Yeah,
lovely
play from Tyler. 1 damage off dying. Doom Pact here does not save him. Even Doom Pact Spellstone does not quite get the job done.
Gul'dan does if there's double Homunculus, especially with Sack Pact in hand.
Okay.
So he can gain up to 11.
Yeah.
And Tyler is out of cards, and Saiyan does have quite a lot of minions in there.
Oh,
I'm doing that thing that I do, but...
If he hadn't upgraded Spellstone, he could go trade Spellstone the cube and then go for the Doom Pact. But here, Saiyan is just realizing I have to go for it. He's so close to dying, has so little protecting him here.
But he's also so close to stabilizing.
Yeah.
Tyler is out of stuff. And Saiyan will gain 3 per turn, controlling the board as he goes.
Tyler's face doesn't look all too happy here. He knows how close he was to taking it, how close he is to lethal still on this board. It's not over either way.
Wow.
Just one last final giant offensive here for Tyler. An army of beasts and Noyatrons and cubes and oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, indeed, but Saiyan still has those options he picked up over the last few turns. This cube is pretty naughty right now.
Yeah.
Without the cube, I think Tyler would just be done.
Well, even if Saiyan wanted to go for Doom Pact, he only has 10 cards left in the deck. He can't just play it like crazy and hope that it clears everything up because he'll just start fatiguing.
He'd be all right.
Nah,
Maybe he wouldn't, actually. So Mossy Horror here does allow him to get into a position where he can do some good trading.
Yeah, that's true. It's not bad.
And again, commence the process, even though he loses most of his board, of gaining health, controlling the board. He is ahead on board. It's still a bit precarious, but it's just starting to look like he might escape yet again.
This has been so devastatingly close for Tyler. I believe that's 5-5s inside there.
Yeah, I think so.
Cube, which is yet more minions that he can start pushing for a very large amount of damage with. But it has to go face. He has to close out this game right now.
This is definitely his last chance. Can Saiyan get rid of enough of this to make the Doom Pact functional? There's no cube anymore, so Doom Pact's a lot more tempting.
Double Hellfire brings him down to 4, back up to 7, back up to 10. He gets to the same health total he was at the start with the all of the minion attacks that he has.
And he's got the board. I never thought I'd be saying that in this game of Hearthstone.
It's so close to just having a game 1 as well for Saiyan, because Tyler has to make some kind of a board to just stop these hero powers coming from face.
Yeah, he's just going to die soon.
Yeah.
His hero power cannot win this race. His minions are still sort of haymakers, but...
The Spellstone here as well, just...
Yeah.
Saiyan doesn't even think about it. This is all going towards the face.
This is starting to remind me of that Montreal final against Fino, where Fino just kept thinking he was going to win, and Saiyan kept finding ways to get it done.
One final chance here for Tyler. I don't think any of those cards are going to do it. And while we were saying that the Death Rattle Hunter would be Tyler's most likely deck to take a victory, it's now 0-2 after both of his other decks took a very swift victory. And it comes down now to just Malagos Druid up against that Death Rattle Hunter. It could be 0-3'd here.
Could, and that would be insane. I mean, we've seen Saiyan do this time and time again over the last 2 months. I know we keep on about it, but it has been a run unparalleled in all of Hearthstone's history.
Undeniably.
So we're going to keep on about it. Sorry.
And even though he lost one series in the final, like in the whole of Oslo, he only lost against Hoy and Zuhex, I think, in the last round of Swiss.
Yeah,
and the
that
finals.
was like a catastrophe.
Yeah, exactly. We could be seeing him here after a potential insane reverse sweep against Tyler, taking another tour stop. I'm not saying it now.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, but
yeah.
I mean, if he does this, it's just going to further build on this legacy of the guy who just can't lose pretty much right now.
This is, however, probably the hardest top 16 we've ever had at Tour Stop.
It really is.
We have, like you said, the #1 points earner from all 3 regions outside of China, which is obviously a little bit more of a set.
There's Casey, who's got the most top 16s of anybody.
Yeah.
There's PNC, who claims, I'm going to check it, it's very close to have the most top 32s out of anybody. Okay. Because I know for a fact he's lost a lot of winning ins into the top 16 this year, so he's definitely up there. He's definitely in the top 2 or 3 in that situation for sure, and he might be top 1. And there's several regional favourites who don't get to play much, like Naviute.
Yep.
He doesn't get to play many tournaments. So yeah, exactly.
The one remaining local Singapore player, I believe, here at HCT Singapore. So I hope some good stuff from him later on as well.
Tyler's face looks exactly how Fino looked at Montreal. I keep going back to that one because I think that was the match of the year so far. But it's like, how do you beat this guy right now? What do you do? Is it going to happen to me as well? Do I join the meme club of people who've just been beaten by Saiyan?
It could. If there's any justice in the world as well, after Tyler got, what was it, a Wild Growth, 2 Nourishes, the Alex Straza, the Death Coil, all that ridiculous stuff, the perfect Malagos Druid game. Just Saiyan, I think, is owed a little bit of luck here with his own Druid.
And there's a Wild Growth, so that's a decent looking start. Reminder, these guys might play it again for a chance at the World Championships next week. That'll be on Play Hearthstone, the champs. And they'll be going straight there from here, a couple of days rest, and then on with the show. And Hunter Ace is waiting backstage for his match.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're hyping up this, but Hunter Ace is still back there.
Interesting keep of the Malfurion there for Saiyan. when you have a wild growth like Malfurion is good in any of the matchups, well, pretty much all of the matchups. There's some where you have to be doing a little bit more specific stuff, like looking for, I don't know, Swipe or Plague against Token Druid or Odd Paladin. But in this matchup, he feels like there shouldn't be too much pressure. The spiders that come off of Malfurion can be very important as well.
Must remember that last game, Tyler kept Keleseth off the tracking on turn 1 instead of Rexar.
That's true.
We don't know how much extra damage he got through because that Keleseth, but he did run out of stuff because he hadn't got a Rexar, so
that's true.
A decision point that he can reflect upon.
Yeah, maybe.
Probably after the match.
He got so much nice buff out of it.
He
though,
got
like
a lot of
egg,
extra damage out of it. He got a lot of
yeah.
extra damage out of it.
And I think he realized that's how he won the game, and he was very close to for that plan of working, of getting the damage through to face.
Yeah, I think it looked like it was the correct decision. It was just definitely a point to look back on as they go through the opening stages of this, and now the game kicks into gear. And Saiyan lost that giant roll against the Spider Bomb in that game as well.
He did. He did. That's
didn't
true.
help. We know it was going to be dealt with, but it certainly didn't help matters.
Yeah, Saiyan is really close to having the hand you want here. If he could find a Nourish, or a Twig, or a Dream Petal Flourish, this hand would be looking gorgeous.
But a miss is as good as a mile, as they say.
Yeah. And this does make the Malfurion keep a little bit more interesting, because I do just find in this matchup that the key cards you're looking for are some way to get an abuse the Malagos effect, be it through Twig or Dream Petal early on. I suppose you wouldn't keep Dream Petal off the mulligan, so I don't know. You just want Nourish. Like I'm pretty traditionalist with my Malagos Druid keeps. I just like finding
Oddly
the
enough,
good cards.
You like to have the good cards and have a lot more mana than your opponent.
Yeah, that does tend to help. Because now the damage from Tyler is starting to mount up surprisingly quickly here.
Yeah, and electing not to worry about Plague to some extent there. There was definitely ways he could have kept narrow, but just, nah. I'm the under, I'm going to keep the pressure on. Plenty of things in hand to deal with it.
Saiyan again presented with the question of which option do I choose? They are both weak to Mossy Horror, which he's not too sad about because he has the Spreading Plague. But because of the fact that spiders are so weak to Deathstalker Rexar, I think that's actually a double reason to go for it here, because if you go for the Scarabs and he had Mossy and Rexar, he'd pretty much have to go for Mossy there. Maybe not actually, he might still go for Rexar. Either way, you want to leave yourself resilient
your
to
minions
Rexar.
just blow up is not a good thing, so
yeah.
just saved himself 6 damage there. Now Plague is looking like tempting, but you've got to deal with this annoying Houndmaster.
And you've got to be afraid of mind control tech. This is always a problem of going for Plague with the Arcane Tyrant as well, because he could just leave himself open to having one of these Scarabs stolen away. He's choosing here not to play around it because he's realizing he's not in the best spot here. He doesn't have a UI to draw back up. He hasn't gained that much mana over the course of this game. But we are going to see Tyler, with the punish available in the mind control tech, going to be completely dominating this board again.
Yeah, now there's so many things he can do. The removal in this deck is sneaky good because of Spider Bomb. The way it interacts with it. I think the deck wasn't that great until Spider Bomb was added, which took surprisingly long, like 2 weeks or something. And then suddenly it became top tier because of the Spider Bombs, which is obvious now we look at it. And Saiyan has got his own ways to fight back here with Swipe and Mind Control tech, but hanging on a little bit. Oh, UI tends to change games.
There's the UI that he was hoping to get, but he doesn't hit the Houndmaster Shore. Would have changed this game so drastically for him. Now he's looking at having to go Swipe and Moonfire on the Houndmaster Shore. Feels so awful.
It looks that way, but you give yourself so little to do later on.
Yeah.
He's trying to work out if there's anything else he can do.
Because he wants to save this Moonfire for lethal capabilities. Yeah. Next turn, he can go, if he's not under too much pressure, Alexstrasza to the face, and then Malagos Moonfire, UI to face. He has some very strong offensive capabilities.
But this is where he is so good. I think he has a very good feel in all matchups for how he gets it done should he have to use his important cards.
Yeah.
And he feels that that was so important, he's just got to find yet another way to get this done. It does empty his hands out for UI a little bit. I know that's not why he's doing it, but it's a side effect that isn't a negative, at least.
Okay options available there for Tyler. Yeah, we could have seen a Valbrute Skitterer as an option to, like, I don't know, deal with Alexstrasza or Malagos, but when he's got the Hunter's Mark in hand, I like making the biggest thing he can because, again, Tyler realizes if he's winning this game, he needs to be playing aggressive and shutting out some of Just Saiyin's options. If he gives him the liberty to make the most powerful Druid play possible every turn, he will realize why Druid is pretty much the #1 class in Hearthstone.
Yeah, and he is not giving those opportunities so far. That's a timely candle shot here for Tyler. He wants to Hunter's Mark and continue that pressure. Can avoid the Alex.
Plated Beetle is very nice as well for Tyler. Just that little bit of extra armor to keep pushing him up out of range of damage with the Malagos.
And the damage is adding up here. He's seen an MC Tech, he's seen a Plague, so he's comfortable doing this way.
Always threatening the potential of King Crush or Katharina at any point here for Tyler, because either one is guaranteed to get him a King Crush. Obviously, King Crush is guaranteed to get you a King Crush.
King Crush is guaranteed to get, but I know what you mean.
Thankfully for Just Saying, though, he has just enough health to be making these plays without dying just straight away to a King Crush.
There's
with
Katharina
off the top, that's now 7, 8, 9. Is that 1 damage off lethal?
Yeah, I believe it is. I heard it a minute ago. Yeah, I believe it is.
18 health.
Yeah, it's 9. It's 18.
Off. Oh my god.
So 1 off. And there's a lot going on here for Saiyan to have to do. He can gain armor, but he's got to deal with the board at the same time.
Even now, though, I don't want to call Just Saiyan out of this game.
Yeah, he's got Naturalize in hand. He's got Branching Path, so he can gain armor. He can kill things. He's not...
It's looking bad.
I mean, it's looking really bad. But he has the fluke. Like his recovery won't take long at all. Should he survive? Malagos fluke and kill you happens pretty fast.
Plague as well is a lovely draw. Just praying that the Mossy Horror isn't there, because now I'm looking at something like Plague and Naturalize. It brings your opponent closer to that Mossy Horror if they were to be able to have it. So maybe you save it for Plague into Branching Paths for plus attack on the next turn, but what does that leave you able to do?
A tangled web. He just needs to clear this up. If he can somehow remove Katharina and King Crush over the next 2 or 3 turns, he just wins with the stuff he's got left over, but he wants to do it without using Swipe.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of chances. And again, it's just that case of working out what Tyler might and might not have, playing the numbers.
Web. Death is eternal.
He's just going with the tank up above all else strategy here.
Yeah.
And I think he realizes if he goes for Spreading Plague, it's just so likely to give his opponent the Mossy Horror because of all the cards he's drawing in.
Yeah, Tyler's just been gathering cards for some time. He only has 10 cards left, so he's 2 in 3 to have it if it's completely random.
I just don't know if Saiyan's going to have the time. He can't afford to play Malagos anytime soon because Tyler is just piling on so much relentless pressure, and he's healing up all the while, taking all the cards that gain him life and armor with the Beetle as well. It's just such an onslaught.
Protecting his life drinker there by killing off the 5-2 keep slightly more damage on board.
Doesn't even have the option for Plague into Branching Paths now because of Just Saiyan's last turn.
Saiyan. He's hunting for cards. That's usually a bad sign.
Hoping for anything here. A Naturalize to be able to deal with this Katharina.
Gets a Lich King, which might start things up next turn, but even if you get in a position where you can Malagos and maybe Moonfire a minion on a slightly smaller board than this, he might get into an okay spot to set up Floop Swipe, but he just can't get there.
Looks like it was some slight mispositioning as well from Tyler with the The Zombies in the Direwolf Alpha, I don't think it will matter because he's got the magnetized effect here, which helps out a little bit as well.
If 4 attack minions have been next to each other, that would have made things nice and trivial for him here.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Still pushing quite a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose the poisonous kills it off anyway, right? So.
Yeah, fair. Lose track of the zombies sometimes. But Tyler, surely now with both plagues gone, has found a way to set up everything.
Even with the Naturalize, Just Saiyan throws it down, and he is going to be eliminated from another top 16 at his tour stop. Tyler advancing through to the round of 8.
Fantastic matchup there, and Saiyan yet again just proving very difficult to put him away, but Tyler has done it. And that is twofold. Not only does that give him, obviously, top 8 here tomorrow, it's all the top 16s today, but coming into next week, if they play against each other, maybe next time it's for the World Championship, Tyler has that slight mental edge as well.
Lovely to see on stage there as well, the respect that these players have for each other. This is what happens when you have such a stacked top 16, when all of these players are going to be in practice groups together, running into each other on ladder all the time. They realize that, you know, it's a friendly competition here because they're all working together to just bring Hearthstone into the best state possible.
Yeah, as much as we'd like to tell you that Hunter Ace and Saiyan hate each other and avoid each other backstage, I mean, earlier they're just gathering around lineups talking about, oh, what did you do here, what do you do here? They get on really well.
They weren't even discussing strategies. They were playing Dr. Boom lethal puzzles in the break room together. Number 1, like number 2 points in the world, and they're just playing Dr. Boom lethal puzzles.
It's just insane. So yeah, we can't even pretend to set up that rivalry, except they're both intensely competitive.
Yeah.
So as soon as they sit down on that stage, everything goes out the window. They do try and destroy each other temporarily. And then they do what Tyler just did there, just have a big hug and move on to round of 8.
Yeah, liked what I saw a lot from both of those players there as well. I think, you know, I was like questioning at the start, Saiyan's mulligan choice, keeping back the Malfurion in his starting hand, but I think it's so optimistic because there's such few cards you're actually looking for which are better than the Malfurion. Like, it's pretty much exactly Twig and Nourish are the only cards you're looking for that are better than it. So I can understand his play to make a decent play rather than potentially ending up with something like a Moonfire in hand, which is just miserable to have at the start of the game.
And didn't pick up the Nourish he needed in time to really make that all work. If he had, that could have been very different, but Tyler forced that pressure through. At the 3rd time of asking, that Hunter kept looking like he was going to get it done, and Saiyan was wriggling out of it each time. But 3rd time, Tyler did get it done, and he is through to the top 8 alongside Faeli. So that's another match to look forward to. That'll be tomorrow, of course.
Yes, Faeli has the somewhat greedier lineup, hasn't he? Got the Taunt Druid thrown in there as well, Shudderwock Shaman.
Which Tyler didn't seem to mind that Shudderwock there.
Yeah, I think that could be an interesting one. Tyler with his very strong anti-control lineup, Quest Rogue, Death Rattle Hunter, even the Malagos Druid to an extent, as long as he doesn't run into an Odd Warrior, should be in a pretty good spot, I imagine, with all of those decks.
Hunter Ace has brought that Odd Warrior,
He does
and in the same half of the draw, I believe. So that would be for later, that would be for the semi-finals.
Yeah. And for Just Saiyan, I think the fact that he had the Quest Rogue instead of the Death Rattle Hunter in that matchup, as contrary to his teammate Muzzy, probably didn't hurt him too much in this series because we probably would have seen a Death Rattle Hunter ban if the Quest Rogue had been left up. But I think he really just wanted to get a little bit of practice in with that deck. He's been grinding it the whole time. In between rounds, he's been getting the premier Quest Rogue players here in the venue just to get their advice. What do I do here? What's my mulligan against this matchup? Clearly, as I indicated at the start, while his brain was here in HCT Singapore, his heart is definitely set on full championships later this week.
Yeah, and that's no sort of surprise there, really. Championships is the 2nd biggest tournament of the entire year, and saying, yeah, you don't get there very often. Not many players get there more than twice, so you don't want to waste that chance when you get there. And a trip to the World Championships with so much money on the line obviously is going to be, at the forefront of his mind no matter what he tries to do otherwise. And I think it's a good idea to bring the lineup you're playing there here and just stay focused in that mode for a whole week, especially when you've just won so much. Give somebody else a chance.
Yeah, and speaking of giving someone else a chance, I think this opens up quite an interesting story now in the here at HCT Singapore in terms of Tempo Storm. Pretty much exactly, in that Muzzy has been saying when talking to a lot of people, you know, it's difficult for him to not be the #1 player.
Yeah.
Not just on Tempo Storm at the moment, but like in the world, just in terms of how well he's been doing, in terms of NA points, like going for the 3 years in a row. Now that his teammate has been eliminated, I'm sure he's not happy about that
Yeah,
fact.
he's not going to be dancing around backstage in front of saying, but
yeah.
inside he'd be like, yeah.
Yeah, this does give him the opportunity to potentially pull out another tour stop victory, because he would be one of the very, very few players to get the double tour stop victory so far. We looked like Just Saying might have the even more impressive title of not only 2 tour stop victories, but 2 consecutive tour stop victories. If Muzzy could add to his repertoire of Copa America Season 2, I believe it was, that was his victory in terms of tour stops, maybe then he can just solidify his reputation of being back on top #1 NA player.
Yeah, you know that a top 16 is stacked, but how long did we go there without mentioning Muzzy?
It was quite a while.
That's the longest I think I've ever gone in a cast where Muzzy is present in the top 16 without actually just throwing his name out there to say how good it all is.
That's the longest I've gone in my life.
Yeah, I mean, you
without
talk about him
talking
anyway.
about Muzzy. My girlfriend is sick of hearing about him.
Yeah, well,
all the time.
Yeah. and Muzzy's probably sick of you talking to him as well.
That's probably true as well.
So that one's pretty much in the books. Do you think that Tyler can now take the power? We keep talking about this and go all the way. Is Hunter Age just going to snatch the power back?
I think Tyler could be in a bit of a rough spot if he runs into the more aggressive lineups. As long as he starts seeing the control matchups, like Faeli in particular, he should be in a pretty good spot. But I believe we can hear it from his mouth himself as we have Tyler waiting by for an interview.
Joining me here is Tyler, who has successfully gone through to top 8 after a very grueling 5-game series against Just Saying to kick off today. How are you feeling, Tyler?
I'm honestly really ashamed. I played the games with Hunter so bad, and I'm sure there were lots of misplays. I hope to pick it up tomorrow and do better.
Yeah, there was definitely a couple of shaky games in the middle there as Just Saying clawed himself back and almost gave himself a chance at winning. When that does happen and you start off 2-0, then Saying gets 2 wins on the board, how do you kind of ready yourself to get the win on the 5th game, even if there has been misplays to that point?
I mean, I just knew that the last game, Hunter versus Druid, is super favored for me. So I was still confident going into that, and you just can't let the misplays get you, you know?
Now, the lineup you brought is the one that you'll be using at playoffs next weekend, and Saying was in the same boat, so that must give you a lot of confidence going into Champs?
Yeah, especially because round 1 here, I faced the aggro lineup that I'm going to face in Champs first round, and I lost miserably. So after round 1, I was like, oh my god, no. And then I won 5-1 in Swiss, I won all my rounds next, and now I got to top 8, so yeah, that's a huge confidence boost. Especially because my teammate Casey is also in top 16 with the exact same lineup. I think 1 card difference. So yeah.
So with that lineup being the one you take to playoffs, do you see a tour stop like this one weekend before more of a practice run for playoffs, or was your goal always to kind of get to top 8 and do even better?
Yeah, it's a bit of both. I just want to get all the points I can. I want to get 1-star master, 2-star master, possibly 3. So I always want to do as well as I can, and it was just, we managed to get two birds in 1 hit, basically, by having a good lineup for both tournaments.
Now, you mentioned your teammate Casey here, who went undefeated during Swiss, yourself 5-1, so very great showing for Complexity. Crane, your other teammate, also here as well. Is having your full team here really beneficial for a Swiss tournament, just in the terms of practice and support?
Yeah, it's a lot of support, just being able to talk to each other, and even when you're losing and them just like giving you encouragement, that helps a lot. And honestly, I have the best teammates ever. Yeah.
That's awesome. So with your top 16 game 1, that's you done for today. You've now got a break until top 8 tomorrow. What do you do in the downtime between now and then?
I'm gonna go get some food now. I haven't eaten anything. And then after that, I'm just gonna support my teammate Casey. Hope to see him in the finals.
Yeah, that must be a little bit tricky, wanting to go and eat, but then having a teammate, then you need to be here and support. You have been exploring a lot in Singapore so far and been eating a lot of food. Is there any favorites you've kind of hit upon?
Honestly, we've been eating steak and fries.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, it's pretty embarrassing.
And the other thing I guess has garnered a lot of attention this year is your move from EU to Asia Pacific. Have you talked about that much so far? And I guess if so, what kind of weighed into the move? Because I guess a lot of people think that it might have been to have a better region in their eyes, but I'm sure there was a lot more at play than that.
Yeah, so I have lots of family in Vietnam. I grew up in the Netherlands, and I never really had like close relatives. I just had my direct relatives like my parents, and I didn't have nieces or cousins. And now that I'm in Vietnam, I get to be the cool uncle that spoils the nephews and nieces. So that's pretty cool.
That is really cool. Have your parents come back with you? Because I would hate to tune into a Tyler stream and not see your mum cleaning up your room.
My parents are actually right now building a house in Vietnam for their retirement. And it's going to be really nice. And once that's done in like half a year, so I'm going to move in with my parents again. So basically the meme is moved out of parents' house to move back into parents' house.
Well, that's awesome. I think that's all we have time for now. So once again, congratulations on your win over Just Saying. A fantastic game, and we wish you the best of luck for Top 8 tomorrow. We can't wait to see you on stream again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Bull. I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So, come work with me, and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science! You can grow into success with no regrets when you work with Dr. Bull.
Technology!
You can work with the best and the brightest when you work with Dr. Bull.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
Whoa, legendary!
Oh, it's good to see you again. Pull up a chair by the hearth.
HCT Singapore, Day 2. We're in the middle of the top 16. I'm JD, and joining me is Gia. Gia, it's been a great couple of matches so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, that was a real nail-biter a while ago between Just Sayin and Tyler managed to narrowly take the victory, while Just Sayin wasn't quite as good as his previous performances, but of course, it's yet another top 16 which will go down in the books. But now the story is on the other person who's been really killing it this year, and that is Hunter Ace.
Yes, that's right. If we look at the 3 people that are leading points for last call, it's Just Sayin, Tyler, and Hunter Ace for their respective regions. We've got 2 out of the way. Now Hunter Ace is coming up, and he's going to be playing against one of the locals, a fan favorite in Lambie Series.
Fan favorite and caster favorite as well,
yeah,
we gotta say.
We're a big fan.
Yeah, Lambie Series, one of the Singaporean players who has been quite active on ladder a lot, but maybe not so much tournament results. From Singapore, you guys might better recognize maybe Sequinox and Katsu Curry, but Lambie Series has been on their HGG team previously and is, you know, definitely one of the players around here that is very well respected.
And if you're in Lambie Series shoes, you look at who you've got the draw against in the round of 16, you pull Hunter Ace. That's gotta feel bad. And Hunter Ace did it tough to make it to the top 16. The start of yesterday, he had food poisoning. He couldn't even hold down water. The guy looked like he was going to be down and out, then went 0-1 down. But in true Hunter Ace form, he then won the next 5, qualified for top 16, and here he is feeling a lot better and probably ready to go and really get on with another win.
Nothing can stop this kid. Like, he couldn't hold down the water, but he held down 5 opponents after that and just managed to make it to the top 16 with a very interesting lineup, I might add.
Yes, I must say this is one of the more unique lineups that has made it to the top 16. The Odd Warrior is in there, which is one that hasn't actually made it through to top 16, maybe as much as some people would have thought. The Quest Rogue is there as well, which is once again a deck that has fallen out of favor just because of the ability to have it targeted. And then the Togwaggle Druid, which is definitely not something we see anymore. So Lambie Series Aggro Mage has been banned away, and this was to be anticipated. It is brought to target that Quest Rogue. And then on Hunter Ace's side, the Druid has been taken away. Which I think feels about right. The only thing I would have considered is maybe not that Odd Warrior was a better ban. Lambie Series lineup is quite aggressive, so things like Odd Rogue are in there. And against Odd Warrior, that can feel a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it's a bit of a half-and-half lineup we see from Lambie Series with this Malagos Druid and Evenlock as the quote-unquote slower decks, although they can very capably go face in many games. And then you have the traditional, more aggressive decks in Odd Rogue and Tempo Mage. And as for Hunter Ace, his signature Togwaggle Druid has been banned out, as you mentioned. And I guess since maybe Lambie Series was expecting that he wouldn't have to play his Tempo Mage anyway, maybe it's fine to leave up that Odd Warrior, although it's still quite a difficult matchup for this Malagos Druid, and I guess he's just hoping to try and, you know, save that for last and try to avoid falling to it too soon. And I did mention, or I did get to talk to Hunter Ace a while ago this morning, and he just said, you know, I brought the sweet decks. Sweet decks apparently mean Odd Warrior and Togwaggle Druid.
So it looks like the bans have been updated, and it's the Odd Warrior that did get banned, not the Togwaggle Druid, and that definitely lines up with a bit more with what we thought. Lambie Series, from what I heard, piloted that Aggro Mage fantastically yesterday. I got to watch his last series. He was at 4-1, needed the win to secure that he was in. Would have probably gotten through on tiebreakers anyway. And when he finally got the last turn done, which is Arcane Missiles, they went to the face. There was a group of maybe 20-30 people behind him that all went up. All the locals, all the Resurgence guys, Sequinox, you know, all of them, they were there just cheering him on. They couldn't be more happy for Lambie Series, and I would expect that to continue today. A lot of fanfare for him.
Yeah, the local scene is very well supportive of each other and close-knit, and a lot of them are showing up to support Lambie Series today. I wouldn't expect anything less, but Hunter Ace is one of those titans, one of those Goliath opponents that can be a little nerve-wracking to face off against, but I don't expect anything less than full confidence from Wesley. He is a guy that has that kind of swagger as he walks into a room.
Definitely, he's a lot of fun to be around. Now, looking at the classes that are left, they are mirrored, but the decks are actually quite different. The Evenlock's the same, and that is what we'll see come out for Lambie Series, but the Druids and the Rogues are different types of decks. Lambie Series Druid is that, the Malagos, while Hunter Ace has the Togwaggle, and then Lambie Series has Odd Rogue against Quest Rogue for Hunter Ace. But let's jump into game one.
And that is quite a hand for this Druid. And
yes.
Yeah, it is going to be the even lock first up for Lambie series, but Hunter Ace with the Wild Growth and Nourish, I feel like, of course, every Druid loves the ramp, but I don't think it's any more crucial than it is in this particular Togwaggle Druid, because as Malygos, sometimes you can go for maybe stalling out with some minions for a while, Lich King and things like that, but in the Togwaggle Druid, if you don't get that, or if your UI comes way too late, it's just so hard to put everything together to actually get to that fatigue win condition.
And on Lambie series side, he's looking for that early aggression and then dodging naturalizers. Effectively, if you can land a Mountain Giant or two and just get them going to the face without a response from the Druid, it doesn't really matter how much ramp they get. You're just putting so much pressure on. So as these opening hands have played out, it does seem like Lambie series is a little bit behind just on draw so far, while Hunter Ace is hitting all of that ramp, but he does need to find something to ramp into.
And he has that one of Curse of Weakness in the list, and that's not a card that most people are familiar with in the meta because it's only ever played in niche cases and in conjunction with Mossy Horror. That's a very powerful combination, but I do think a lot of the time when I tried this in the list, it sat kind of dead in my hand, but I guess Lambie is planning to target something in particular.
Yeah, it's one of the things about tournament lineups, right? You can tech in these cards like Curse of Weakness. They just aren't that powerful on ladder.
Yeah. So Lambie fails to pick up either Mountain Giant or Twilight Drake, which feels quite bad. He might just be dropping this Vulgar Homunculus to make room in the hand for future taps. Not quite enough to stave off what... Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah,
no.
Hunter Ace is the nuts.
That is just about as good as Tyler's hand in that first or second game a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is not looking good for Lambie series to start this one off. Hunter Ace has effectively pulled all the cards that he's needed. If you were designing your opening hand, this is pretty much what it would look like.
Yeah, so Hunter Ace can just hero power this turn and next turn go triple ramp rather with the Nourish into the Wild Growth. And in that case, he won't necessarily even need to coin the UI, but coining the Nourish right now doesn't really lead into anything. If he combines it with the Wild Growth, or even doesn't, it just allows you to get the Arcane Tyrant on board, which is why I think Hunter Ace is going for this. It challenges the Homunculus quite nicely.
Yeah, it gets that Tyrant on board, which is a great challenge to the Homunculus there, but it also does free up the mana to play other things or other draws next turn. So for example, if Malfurion was to be picked up, you can play that because you don't have to ramp anymore. So it does give him options in terms of freeing up mana on the following turn.
So the draw for Lambie series is still quite lackluster. You might just drop a Shroom Brewer here, and I think we saw from Orange quite recently just healing a minion instead of the face here, really valuing getting the activation on Hooked Reaver more than anything. And Hunter Ace, wow, that is even more ramp for him.
That is. So, and you're right, the healing onto the minion. Actually, between Tyler and Saiyan in game one, we saw Saiyan heal the opponent's even lock face. So the even lock that he was against was further away from his Hooked Reaver, which is kind of one step above that minion. Hunter Ace here might be considering whether or not he should just be drawing off the Nourish.
It is a consideration, but if you get to UI immediately, a lot of the time you get other card draw, but then it is the second Nourish, so I wouldn't hate it that much.
I still think the Nourish makes a lot of sense here just for the mana. Getting that UI down as early as possible. It does allow the Arcane Tyrant and Swipe. And we talked about how can Lambie series win this matchup. It's getting that minion presence early and just going to the face a lot. What we've seen from Hunter Ace is plays, yes, he's had great ramp, but he's also seeing plays that prevent that early damage as much as possible. And now going into, I think, turn 6 with 10 mana and UI in hand, that's great if you're a Druid.
That's pretty insane, the best you could possibly ask for. And Lambie series, still no Giants or Twilight Drake, so he's going to tap to try and find one of those.
Oh, there we go.
It's great, and with the way Hunter Ace has been ramping so aggressively, I think Lambie can definitely put him on having UI, which means if you're playing UI this turn, you're not playing Naturalize at the very least, or vice versa.
Oh wow, the other Arcane Tyrant too. This is all just coming together for Hunter Ace. Now the good thing for Lambie series is that he has that Skulking Geist in hand, which means he can follow up this Giant with the Skulking Geist and protect it from any Naturalizers. The downside is, now with 2 Arcane Tyrants and the UI 5/5 minion on the board, there's more than enough ways to deal with that Giant.
He looks close enough to dying on board that the Giant has to actually just trade.
Oh my, you're right.
Which never feels good. He can, however, play the activated Hooked Reaver here. It's just that the rest of the turn looks bad. Defile doesn't do anything here. Curse of Weakness can allow you to take a trade and save 2 health on the Giant. It feels awful.
That's not what you're looking for. And it's interesting from Lambie Series' perspective. You could play the Hooked Reaver, for example, and trade in. And that means you won't take any more damage to the face, but you aren't really threatening any way of winning. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him take a more aggressive line where something like Hooked Reaver does come down, but the Mountain Giant even just goes up top.
I do think he still has to take the trade here, just to respect things like the Naturalizes, which are still in the deck.
I think the problem with that is you lose regardless.
He actually is just going to save the health on the Giant, and this feels really terrible, but Hunter Ace's perfect opening hand has put Lambie Series under so much pressure, and also the fact that Lambie didn't draw into the Giants earlier on. Still not over yet, though. The Azalina and the Togwaggle are not in the hand yet, although it seems like that might not be the necessary win condition for Hunter Ace in this game.
Yes, the way that he's been able to put damage on Lambie Series, it does seem like just going to the face is a potential game plan here for him. Now, while you mentioned that he has missed on the key cards so far, he's continued to find more cycle in this lineup, so continuing to build that defense, has more cycle to go, bought himself a lot of time.
Shroom is a pretty good draw here, just so after this Hooked Reaver or Mountain Giant takes the trades onto the Ironwood Golems, they can heal up. I assume he'd rather heal the Taunt minion, which has staved off Hunter Ace's pressure for now. But it is another turn of not playing Geist.
I think with the way last turn played out, Lambie Series will have a good read that there's no Naturalize in hand for Hunter Ace.
It's just that Shroom Brewer is also really awkward with the mana because he doesn't have a cheap 2-drop minion to pair with it. And in that case, he might just drop the Geist here. There's also, I guess, a little consideration for going for the Dreadlord just to have your buffed Spellstone going onto a turn which could maybe be a 4+4.
Oh, that's really interesting. So while the Geist does remove those Naturalizers, those is a removal threat, the downside is that both those minions can be very easily traded off with the Arcane Tyrants on board. So you're losing 15 attack now, where if you play the Shroom Brewer, then you preserve, hopefully, 8. And I think this game's starting to get to the point where Lambie Series needs to take more aggressive, maybe riskier lines to give himself better odds of winning, because these more defensive plays just give Hunter Ace far too much time to assemble his own game plan.
Yeah, I think Lambie from this point, after these Tyrants trade into... Ooh, with the swipe, he can actually even just clear off the Giant and the Hooked Reaver with swipe and hero power. Push 8 to face with these Arcane Tyrants, and Hunter Ace has everything he needs. He has the board, he has Azalina in the hand, he has more armor to stall. This is looking really bad for a Singaporean player. But I do think that the line of play that Lambie was trying to go for is maybe clear off the board to land a safe Lich King, in which case Naturalize is already out of play because of the Skulking Geist. Unfortunately for him, that's not quite working out.
So the draw here is the other Spellstone. None of them are buffed.
Yeah.
So Lich King can come down here and Skulking Geist can get a nice little trade on the Tyrant.
Yeah, I do think that's what he is going to go for. Everything else is too awkward. By using things like Defile and Spellstone simply to clear off one Tyrant, you have to kill off your Geist as well, and he knows the Naturalizers are gone now, so...
And he wants that Death Grip. Oh, not there. Yeah, Death Grip and being able to steal your opponent's Togwaggle is a great win con.
Yeah, there's 3 relevant minions he could steal, aside from the Togwaggle. From Wesley's perspective, it's Azalina and Dream Petal Florist, because the Dream Petal not being able to land on either Azalina or the Tog means that they have to be played separately, outside of the Twig, of course, but there is Ooze in the list, I assume. Yes, for the even lock. But he knows that this Dream Petal coming down means that at least one minion will be cheapened, but the Lich King will still have another chance of pulling Death Grip and maybe messing with Hunter Ace's plans, but there's only 6 cards left.
Hunter is thinking here about whether or not he trades in. So the advantage of trading in is that the Lich King then can't take a value trade with the Skulking Geist next turn. The downside is you're making the trades for your opponent.
Close call. I think that you just hold because the guys can kill the other 4/4 anyway. Lambi here, no nice way of buffing his spell zones, because if the Dread Infernal comes down, he doesn't even have the mana to play one of them this turn. But at 6 health, it's a little bit scary. At least it's not Malagos Druid, but...
The interesting thing is, he knows that there's no way for Huntress to kill him.
Yeah, especially having seen a swipe already.
Yeah, so double swipe would be one way, or UI if he was on 5. But being on 6, he's actually at this perfect life total where he is safe from everything at the moment. So the need to heal isn't really there.
Yeah.
But you can't drop any lower than the 6 you're on.
With trading off 1 minion, he does eliminate the possibility of Starfall for lethal, because that is still in the deck for Hunter Ace, I think. Along with Togwaggle and the second ultimate Infestation. I think that's all the minions drawn in the deck though, so if Death Grip does come from this Lich King, it will guaranteed pull out the Togwaggle unless it's the next draw for Hunter Ace.
I think Hunter Ace can get 3 draws next turn, so he actually plus natural, so he has only a 20% chance. Less than 20% chance.
Yeah, that's true. He's definitely going to just go for getting everything else from the deck, remove the Lich King cards as an out, or just do that. But he could just keep drawing this turn and then give Lambi Series just an empty deck to begin with.
Now, the one thing that can get Lambi Series over the line if it does go to fatigue is if he's already got Blood Reaver Gul'dan in hand and can put it down before it gets copied by Azalina. As we can see, though, it's in that bottom half of the deck. And he hasn't been able to tap as aggressively as he would have liked these last few turns.
And that's Hunter Ace's reasoning for going for the Togwaggle as early as now. Yeah, these draw cards don't actually matter that much if the junkies if what he gives Lambi Series is junk anyway. He hasn't seen Gul'dan yet, and because obviously it's turn 9, so if it's ever still in the deck, it's most likely to be, you know, it's more likely that you take the Gul'dan the earlier you play the Togwaggle. And he knows that's the only way he loses, right? If the Gul'dan comes down on curve. So he's just hoping to not see it from Lambi this turn. And I think Hunter knows he's in the clear.
Yes, and it looks like Hunter Ace's hand does have enough to stabilize on the board. The only other way that Lambi Series can win from here is effectively if he has boards so large already that Hunter Ace can't actually stabilize. But with Hunter Ace's life total, the cards that he's got in his hand, and a relatively even board, it should be enough for Hunter Ace to get the W.
I'm trying to look for some kind of out here. It would definitely involve the Lich King staying alive. Now, Death Grip isn't nearly as good, but it can still produce some other valuable cards. Maybe Frostmourne, just for additional damage. An anti-magic shell board could be one way that he could maybe pull this back. I think the turn begins with removing these minions from Hunter Ace, though.
That's right, and the thing that looks natural is something like the Infernal with the Spellstone. While it does clear both minions off the board and leaves your Lich King alive, it puts it to 6, which means Hunter Ace's own Dreadfernal and Spellstone can just kill it straight back.
That's very true. And Lambi Series has perfect information on those cards, except for what will be drawn off the top here. And that is a Death Grip that is way too late.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Lambi Series. Especially with it not being able to steal back the card that he covets in that Blood Reaver Gul'dan.
Hunter is going for the Doom Pact here over the Infernal plus Spellstone to make sure he takes 0 damage from the minions of Lambi Series. Even if he burns the Gul'dan that's still in the deck, pretty sure he's still in a strong position, so he's just gonna go for that. Ooh, no Gul'dans for anyone.
Now, while the Gul'dan has been mulled, I don't think it actually makes a difference.
I think there's still a Malfurion left in Hunter Ace's old deck,
that's true.
so Lambi can actually take the... Yeah, what the heck?
There you go. I mean, there's just a 9-card difference in fatigue, so...
Yes, it is. So just the hero power probably won't get there, but I don't know. It helps him protect the minions that are remaining. But yeah, Hunter Ace has Hellfire and Defile, and Lambi Series knows this, so he has to create a board that's resilient to Hellfire and Defile, and that's not possible when like all the minions... Oh, I guess you can if all the minions are 5 health and above, so you just can't play the Shroom Brewer, right?
Yes.
But how's he clearing this Shroom Brewer from Hunter Ace?
I think you can wait until the next turn to follow it up. Even use something like the Hellfire, you just... Oh, this is aggressive. So this is saying he can't go to fatigue. Yeah, he has to keep pushing on board.
Yeah. Oh. Wait,
wow.
Whose deck is whose? Who's the druid? who's the even lock? Okay, well, I guess that seems like a pretty clean play for Hunter Ace here. Lambi can put Hunter Ace one further into fatigue with that Death Grip, but just doesn't look like it's going to be enough here.
So Hunter Ace just thinking through the turn, but it does look like a very clean turn to get that Mossy Horror down. There aren't too many cards left on Lambi Series' side that have that 2 or less health. The one that he would be aware of having perfect information is, of course, the Spreading Plague.
Yeah.
But it's unlikely to be a card that actually gets enough done in this game. If Hunter Ace has a board that wide that a Spreading Plague actually becomes useful, it probably means that Lambi Series has lost.
Yeah, the remaining cards in the deck for Lambi Series are that UI, I think the second UI, and the Starfall, if I'm not mistaken. So no second branching paths left to possibly buff a Spreading Plague board. The more I look at it, the more it looks like Hunter Ace is taking the W for the first game.
These are some of the most frustrating games to play on ladder when you're the even lock, because you know that you probably can't win, but you should just play it out anyway just to see, just to be sure.
What kind of masochists queue Togwaggle Druid on ladder? Oh my gosh, there was a time when it was really popular.
Yeah.
But not these days, thankfully.
Now, one thing that Lambi Series can consider is when he does swap decks, he can then use the Death Pact, do a Sacrificial Pact? Yes, I think it's called that, to effectively mill Hunter Ace's deck that he has closer to 0 as well. So if he can wait for a big board...
Oh, the Death Grip?
No. The one that clears the board and then
mills
your
Pact.
deck. Doom Pact.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Death Pact, Sack Pact, Doom Pact. I got there in the end. All right. So if you King's Ransom, then Doom Pact with a much wider board than this, you can effectively mull Hunter Ace close to 0. So I would have actually liked to have seen that maybe be held on for longer. Try and find a Spreading Plague turn where it gets rid of more, and then you do this combo, and it removes many more cards from Hunter Ace and actually does let the Fatigue plan be a thing.
Of course, Lambi wouldn't have known that UI was the last card, but it also coincidentally forces Hunter Ace to draw that UI. And he will, of course, use the Ransom on his turn, and Lambi can still maybe pull a minion left with Death Grip. I'm pretty sure there's still one left, but yeah, the difference in health and deck size is just insurmountable from here, and Hunter Ace has answers to whatever remaining minions there are.
He can Death Grip a Black Knight, I believe. That's kind of cool.
Sure.
And then pair it with the Hero Power, you build a board that way.
Yeah. Get Spellstone down.
Yeah, so just thinking, like, playing this back, I believe that the swap and then getting a really large Doom Pact would have been Lambi Series' best way of getting a win, and then trying to take it to fatigue.
Yeah.
Could also Death Grip, of course, to thin the deck further, but just not going to be the case.
There's no way of telling if Hunter Ace would have played more minions anyway into that board, and Lambi Series really, I can't tell if he's trying to imagine the most creative lethal or win condition I've ever seen in Hearthstone, or just thinking about what to queue up next, and I would bet it is the second, because this game is pretty much over.
And the other thing is, when you do get to these complex endgames that players aren't familiar with solving, Hunter Ace is probably still actually actively thinking about the game, thinking about what Lambi Series can beat him with. Lambi Series, knowing that there really isn't a way for him to win here, can kind of just let Hunter Ace expend his mental energy by roping for 3, 4, 5 turns.
Sure.
Like, he knows he's lost, but Hunter Ace doesn't know that.
I hate the idea of trying to fatigue a sick guy, though. I mean, Hunter Ace is feeling better now. Yesterday was a bit more rough for him, but I think he's back in full force now, thanks to Medicine from Marianne, shout out. And
I think you're far too kind, Jay. I think if you can get that psychological edge in tournaments by playing a certain way, making certain facial expressions, you should absolutely do it.
All right.
Like, why would you stop trying to get extra percentage just by the cards in hand?
Looking at the remaining decks for Lambi series as his mage was banned away, he still has to get a win with this even lock. It's very difficult for me to call it that looking at the board right now, as well as his own Malagos Druid and Odd Warrior. Of course, the Odd Rogue. Odd Warrior was banned for Hunter Ace, so that's not going to be in contention. And it might be that this Quest Rogue is still a struggle for Lambi series to deal with, so overall it's not looking too good. Quest Rogue generally, if you have your tempo mage up, then you kind of feel like you're going to win at least something, but against Odd Rogue it's not that good for the Odd Rogue, even though on paper it looks like it should be.
I think most Quest Rogue players these days now think that it wins against everything with the exception of Aggro Mage, and some of them are still so staunch in their belief in Quest Rogue that they would say it wins that matchup too.
Man, who's fatiguing who, Jackson, in terms of mental energy?
I think Lambi series has got me covered.
Yeah. He's the one fatiguing from the deck size, but he's got everybody else trying to figure out something that he's thinking about.
My turn is not. You win.
So there you go. Hunter Ace goes up 1-0 with this Togwaggle Druid, which is one of his favorite decks, I'm quite sure.
It is. I believe he's one of the people actually piloted it originally, and when Malagos Druid list was still getting formed, he was the one that was throwing in things like Togwaggle saying, yeah, it even works in this list. Like, why wouldn't you have it in there too?
He does look quite tired, though, I gotta say, now that you mentioned all that fatiguing mind games a while ago. He looks to be like he's trying to take the shortest nap I've ever seen. And even before the game started, while we were waiting for the admin to give the go signal, he had his head down on his arms as well. Hope the kid got enough sleep, because it is a big day for everyone in the top 16 remaining.
It is one of those things where if you're sick, you recover, you can still feel very tired the next day, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's happened to Hunter Ace, especially given the travel to get here. And the other thing is he's playing quite mentally taxing decks.
Yes.
So Quest Rogue is not an easy deck to pilot. Togwaggle Druid's not an easy deck to pilot. Odd Warrior isn't always an easy deck to pilot either, especially when you are going into those fatigue mirror matches, for example, or playing against Benedictus Priest, which was apparently something that someone brought yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that kind of held up the Swiss for quite a bit, but that is in the past now. But you're right about the Togwaggle Druid. It's a deck that really relies on you having perfect memory, because you can just have complete information if you remember exactly what's left in your deck by the time you switch it with your opponent. And then when you have your opponent's hand, your opponent has perfect information on what you have, and you have to just be at the top of your game at all times to be able to pilot it optimally.
I think on the upside for Hunter Ace, with the top 16 being played today, there's just one game per person. So if he gets through today, he'll then get another full day to rest and recover and play out the top 8. So, I mean, if I'm in Lambi series shoes, I'd be trying to do things that make the game go slower or longer, or make him think about really tricky turns, and hope that that does force Hunter Ace to slip up somewhere along the line. And that sounds really silly to say, Hunter Ace slipping up. I'm not sure if that's ever happened. But, you know, this could be the first time.
Yeah, none that I recall, but first time for everything, right? Not to jinx it or anything, knock on wood. Hunter Ace did just come from a week of tournament at the U versus CN event, so maybe his flight wasn't as long as some of the people that came straight from Europe. But it is still a lot of travel and a long time to be away from home. I'm sure the kid's used to it by now, because he's just had so many results throughout tour stops all over the face of the planet today and throughout the rest of the year.
That's effectively been Hunter Ace's 2018, just traveling around winning events. So it looks like they're getting ready to go into Game 2, and I believe they've both got the sign to get it started with them clicking away. And we'll see Lambi Series Odd Rogue coming out against the Even Lock.
Yeah, that is, I'd say, a pretty good cue. more favored against Evenlock, in my opinion, than it is against Quest Rogue. And he has the 1-drop and Cold Blood start, so if he can pick up another one, that would be really great. As for Hunter Ace, though, he has a Twilight Drake, and he is on coin. Being able to coin out Twilight Drake as Evenlock is just one of the best ways you beat Odd Rogue. It's so difficult for them to deal with before they're able to play Vilespine, and then by then it could have gotten 2 or 3 value trades in already.
And looking at Hunter Ace's opening hand, this is a little bit of a reversal of fortunes from that Druid opener, because the Blood Reaver Gul'dan is not something that generally gets played in this matchup. It's usually decided before then. It's going to close that out, so you don't want to start with that in your opening hand. The Dread Infernal, more often than not, doesn't get much done. And Lambi Series has an opening that was so close to being what you're looking for.
Should have been more specific about the 1-drop, I said. So any 1-drop but deckhand, because that opens up the board to a Defile, and you don't want to be wasting your cold-blooded minion just on that. So Lambi is instead just going to set up his dagger. It looks more enticing because of Hench Clan Thug, but Hunter Ace has this really perfect early curve. Homunculus into Twilight Drake, into second Twilight Drake, and the Homunculus even buffs up a Spellstone. I don't think you can ask for a much better hand as Evenlock against Odd Rogue.
No, it really has worked out well. I mean, one thing you might ask for is some Defiles.
Okay.
But, you know, this is well above average for Hunter Ace in terms of opening hands here.
Good thing for Lambi Series is that he can finally develop this Cold Blood. It's going to delay the Hench Clan for a bit, but you take this 5 damage on a protected minion when it's available to you. It is safe to Defile and Hellfire, and Hunter Ace, I think, is still going to be forced to coin out a Twilight Drake here, but there's a lot of damage being piled onto the board by our Singaporean player.
Bone Mare's not a great draw there, and you can see it on Hunter Ace's face. He knows that the Twilight Drake is the right move for this turn, but it doesn't feel good having to make it.
Yeah. Speaking about not feeling good, Lambi Series would love to be able to develop his dagger here, but it makes the rest of the turn really, really awkward. If he plays down just one of the 3 drops, it immediately gets eaten up by the Twilight Drake, but I think he might have to, just because if the Twilight Drake's trading into that, at least it's not removing the Divine Shield from Argent Squire and opening up something like Defile. But it is weak to Hellfire. He doesn't have a way of playing around Hellfire that I can see, though.
No, Hellfire will clear the board though, so Lambi Series in that world has to think about on turn 5, what are the 3 drops would he rather play from hand and have stick after a full clear. So Firefly comes out first, and it does open up the SI7 agent as an option, and that's what Lambi Series is pulling for, sending it all to the face, holding on to those higher value minions just in case that Hellfire comes down.
Yeah, I like this a lot actually, because if Hellfire does come out, the Twilight Drake has to kill itself by killing off the Argent Squire as well, and that deals another 3 damage to Hunter Ace's own face, and he has no choice. Just the Spellstone is not good enough here, because it'll leave up 3 minions, assuming that the Twilight Drake and the Spellstone clear off the Argent Squire. He could go on 2 separate minions, but that's still leaving 2 up for Fungalmancer, so he's forced to do this.
So the full trade goes in. Lambi Series has 2 of those scalable 3 drops, as you said. And Hero Power plus 1 of those is going to be the play. He's going to be worried about the Spellstone, which is fully buffed in Hunter Ace's hands.
Yeah, he can't play around it though, just has to hope it isn't there, but Hunter Ace will be able to stabilize from here, but it does give Hunter Ace another, I mean, it is his entire turn, so it gives Lambi Series a window to develop something alongside this Vicious Fledgling.
The other thing that comes to mind is Leroy off the top would be lethal still.
Yes. Yeah, because the Cold Blood's 10 and the dagger is for 2, and that's, I think, what Lambi is hoping to get if he sees the Spellstone comes down. As for Hunter Ace, he doesn't really have anything else to do.
Every other play he just loses. I mean, you could tap for Hooked Reaver, which then trades evenly with board, and you're on 3.
I don't know if he's in a safe enough position to tap. I think the curve looks okay from here. You go Spellstone into Twilight Drake plus Sun Fury on the next turn, and then at the very least you can play a 6-drop and then taunt up with Bone Mare.
What does he pull? Oh, it's not the Leroy.
But it is 2 minions.
Yeah, it's not a bad turn at all.
Yeah.
Especially with already 1 Hellfire coming out, this does create a pretty nice board for Lambi. Puts Hunter Ace down to 8. And
second Spellstone. Put him back up to 11 alongside developing a Twilight Drake. At 11 though, it'll be 2 off for Lambie series. This is really tense. I can hear the crowd chanting Leroy behind us.
So I think the turnstile Twilight Drake, it comes out with 7 health. So
you can go Twilight and Sun Fury and save the Spellstone.
yes, that's right. Well, you can never play the Spellstone in Twilight 1 turn anyway.
Yes.
So
Yes,
so
right.
Twilight Sun Fury Protector, it's on 7 life, taunted up, and then Lambie series is looking for a bunch of things that would actually get him to lane. The Fungal Man's is good from there. Leroy's still good. The other Cold Blood's still good. Oh, the other Cold Blood's one off.
Vile Spine.
That's
just
it.
lethal.
Oh, no, it's not. He doesn't have...
Wait,
oh,
he
it is.
activated. Yeah.
It is. Sorry, I thought he needed the dagger hit for some reason, and he does not.
And there you go. Lambie series is going to tie it up 1-1. And that is quite a favorable for the odd rogue, gotta say. And he still has to get through on this quest rogue though, which would be kind of difficult with even lock on and Malagos Druid. But it has to be good to get a win in there against Hunter Ace.
Yes, in a top 16, and you can see the smile coming across Wesley's face. He's pretty stoked.
I'm pretty stoked.
I'm very stoked. We want to see this go to 5 games.
All right, I can definitely get behind that. And I'm pretty stoked that we don't have to cast Togwaggle Druid anymore. I gotta say, I'm not a fan of that deck. Sorry, Hunter Ace. We could be getting an even lock mirror in the works, or if not, some type of rogue coming out at the very least. And I gotta say, there's so much on the line for Wesley in particular here. He hasn't had a big win in a tournament setting, and to be able to do it in your hometown, defend the title, and not only do that, but beat Hunter Ace in the process would be such an amazing story. And however, if anybody wants to get to the championship, they have to go through really tough opponents no matter where in the bracket they end up.
Yeah, this top 16 really is stacked top to bottom. And I think pulling out Hunter Ace first feels the worst of all those matchups, but if you're Lambie series, you get the win here. It's one of those things that starts to build your name and build your confidence that maybe you can take out this whole thing.
Yes, so with that, we will just be going to a short break. After this, don't miss the conclusion of Lambie series versus Hunter Ace.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Bull. I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So come work with me, and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science! You can go into success with no regrets when you work with Dr. Bull.
Technology!
You can work with the best and the brightest when you work with Dr. Bull.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
to see you again. Pull up a chair by the hearth.
And welcome back to HCT Singapore Day 2. We're in the middle of what looks to be a cracking series between Hunter Ace and Lambie's series. Hunter Ace taking that 1-0 lead to start, but Lambie's series quickly clawed it back and we're tied at 1-1. Good series so far. Do you expect it to continue, Jaya?
Absolutely. Although I think Lambie series might be struggling a little bit with this quest rogue that remains for Hunter Ace. It has a favorable against the remaining decks for our Singaporean player, which is Even Lock and Malagos Druid. I do think that Lambie series will have to win a favorable against the Even Lock from Hunter Ace and then try to win the mirror.
Yes. So it comes down to Lambie series decks kind of both being weaker against that quest rogue, so should be an easier win for Hunter Ace to pick up. And then the Druid and the Even Lock is going to have to overcome the Even Lock from Hunter Ace if Lambie stands a chance of winning this.
Yeah, I do think that the loss of the Even Lock from Lambie series versus that Togwaggle Druid really hurt him a lot overall in the series, as I think he needed to try and sneak that in versus the Druid as opposed to the quest rogue. But that is just all a matter of 60s and 40s, and things can go even in the way of unfavorables, and both these players have been at the top of their game throughout the day, although we do think that Hunter Ace might be a little bit tired, either from lack of sleep or his sickness yesterday or both, or travel. There's a lot of factors coming into play.
Yeah, and it's not to make excuses for Hunter Ace whatsoever. We saw yesterday starting the day almost throwing up, food poisoning pretty badly, still managed to get through the Swiss 5-1. So he is that type of player where it doesn't really affect him that much. As long as he can still sit at the desk and play cards, he'll be as good as ever.
Only thing he was throwing up was W's, and look at this hand from Lambie series with Wild Growth and Nourish. That's the kind of thing you need if you're hoping to beat Quest Rogue as Malagos Druid. Of course, the list these days for the Malagos Druid is packing things like Dream Petal Florist to make the matchup a lot better, and sometimes you can just get some crazy starts and then have your Floop Malagos or Twig activation to get the job done.
Now, we saw Hunter Ace's opening hand in the first series looking crazy, and Lambie series has definitely drawn inspiration from that.
How are they all doing this?
Also hit the double
Even Tyler.
Yeah. It's just one of those days where everything's coming up Druid.
Yeah. Yes, it is indeed. And as for the Quest Rogue, though, it's not too much of a slouch itself. Hunter Ace did draw 2 copies of Southsea Deckhand and Zola, so he would technically only need 2 more bouncers or copy effects to actually get the quest done. But he's whiffed on card draw, things like Mimic Pod, which you really want to see in the early game, Elven Minstrel, so it might be a little bit dicey if he doesn't get bounce effects soon.
Lambie series just pulling out the second Wild Growth and using the hero power to hit into Hunter Ace. We'll be playing that Nourish with Tyrant on the next turn.
Whoa.
And Hunter
Oh
Ace,
my gosh, that's 4 ticks on Deckhand if he wants it.
So this is interesting with effectively not much else in hand. Do you want to kind of risk it on this deckhand? Do you think that'll be enough to get there, or do you need to wait a couple more turns to see your cards play out? And with Lambie series very far start, Hunter Ace maybe thinking to himself, I actually can't wait that long. I need to start getting something going now.
I don't think this is a risk at all from Hunter Ace. It's just safest to go with the minion that you have most copies of. And I think the riskier thing would have been for him to wait and get greedy and try to finish the quest with a different minion. That would have given Lambie series more time. And because Lambie series drew into Starfall and the rest of his hand's pretty light, he's kind of forced to draw with the Nourished here. And Alex Straza is very useful in the matchup, but might not be enough to get the job done if Hunter Ace gets those vicious scale hides.
Spellstone coming down here to get rid of the Zola. Will we see the Tyrant come out as well? Lambi Series is probably worried about the Sonya Shadow Dancer, which is why he's decided to hold on to the Tyrant.
Yeah, you don't want to use Moonfire on this because it's such a crucial amount of burst later on in the game. There is this thing you can do against Quest Rogue with Floop Malagos. It's just, with Dream Petal Florist discount on Malagos, you can just do 30 damage straight up from hand without ever interacting with the board with the 2-mana Malagos Swipe Swipe Moonfire Moonfire, and Quest Rogue can just straight up die to that if they haven't gotten armor from Valera or are stealthed by Valera.
How often do you think that happens?
I feel like more often than you'd think, because you need to do that sometimes just to get a win in this particular matchup, which relies a lot on Sonya to get the quest done, on things like Vicious Scale Hide to heal you up, and if there's no minions to rush into, then not necessarily is there a chance for the Quest Rogue to heal. That's quite far in the future though, and we can see for Lambi Series, he has the option to go for, I guess, a Starfall to clear this off, and you can play the Tyrant, but yeah, if he's worried about Sonya and he knows there's still a copy from Zola of the deckhand, it's not looking too great, but yeah, Hunter Ace is going to have his quest done real soon.
If you're worried about Sonya, then Spreading Plague isn't a better turn than the Starfall, but I do feel like it's almost starting to get to the point for Lambi Series where he can't play around too much because his hand's going to get very full. He does need to start playing things out to make room for the combo pieces that he needs to assemble to win this game.
I think that Spreading Plague is a very key card to save for later on in the game in the stall. I learned a lot about this particular matchup by watching EU versus CN, where both RDU and Tice were piloting this deck many times against Quest Rogue, and they say it's not too bad at all if you just know how to stall it out. You use Plague when the Quest Rogue finally has their quest done, and you can stall out the board for quite a while, especially if they're not running Phantom Knives, which means each Scarab has to take 2 minion attacks to kill.
One thing to note is that Hunter Ace is running those Phantom Knives that you're talking about.
Yeah.
So double Phantom Knives, double Vanish, all great tools at getting rid of Spreading Plague once the quest is done. But of course, the downside of Vanish being that it slows you up a lot in the process, and that's exactly why you hold onto it, even if there is Phantom Knives around.
Yeah. You can see Lambi Series still has a bit of time because Hunter Ace hasn't picked up that last bounce or copy effect. He has stalled for himself, but Lambi, I think, is looking to focus more on card draw there, especially from what we saw of his use of branching paths. Picking up the burst this early is not too great, but he will have the option to maybe coin out Alexstrasza this turn to just get it out of hand.
Yeah, I think with hand size issues coming into play, I wouldn't mind seeing that, but it looks like we might see Spreading Plague. Is he going to commit the Tyrants to the board? Looks like he won't. Nope, he's reaching for them good. I can't see any reason why he wouldn't. I mean, if Vanish comes out, you lose one.
But I think that being that they are protected by taunts from potentially, or at least the fact that the taunts exist already, and if you think that Hunter Ace will complete the quest on South Sea Deckhand, they'll die anyway if there's a Sonya. I do like just going in with these now.
So at this point, Lambi Series is going to get the great news that Sonya has not hit the hand, and Hunter Ace is shaking his head because he knows there's lots of cards that would really help him in this situation. The Vanishes would finish it, Elven Minstrel, Mimic Pod, and Fan of Knives would all get him deeper into the deck. Shadow Steps, got 2 of those being run. All these things that would help finish the quest are just not being hit at the moment. And so as you can see, 2 out of 5, 2 in hand on the South Sea Deckhands, just 1 bounce effect is all that's required here, and it's just missing over and over again.
I was going to say, if Hunter Ace doesn't go for this Giggling Inventor, just the Alex coming onto the board was extremely threatening for him there already, as after the Wax Elementals killed by the Scarabs, the Tyrants could actually just push face for 8 and possibly put Hunter Ace down to 7 health.
This is still a really dangerous position. That Starfall is going to get a lot of work done.
It is extremely powerful here. It can even be coupled with Swipe, although I think you want to be saving that. I think just the Hero Power and Hero Power trade in the Scarab and Starfall, the rest of the minions push face for 8 is quite decent.
It is. The only thing that does feel a little bit awkward about this if you're sitting in Lambi Series shoes is you're not actually developing much more on the board yourself, you're just answering the Quest Rogues board. But anytime you can get rid of a Giggling Inventor before it hits that 4-4 crazy state is fantastic.
Yes. Hunter Ace, quite frankly, needs to draw the Vanish. If he gets Sonya this turn, there's no way to answer all of the board. He can survive for a while, though.
I think Sonya this turn's still enough, because even if Alexstrasza comes down and 8's pushed, then he's left on 7. He then has Vicious Scale Hides to follow up with the quest.
Sure. Mimic Pod.
So
Yes,
this is
go for
finally
it.
the draw's coming out, but it might be too little too late. Let's see what Mimic Pod hits here.
Oh
the Elven
no, how
Minstrels.
that's so unfortunate.
That's a really poor draw.
He's forced to freeze one of these 4/4s, I think. You might even develop a skill hide behind it just to put fodder in the way for Lambie to deal with.
I think holding on to the Vicious Scale Hide is right, because he knows he's going to need to get all that health back at some point. And this is what differentiates really good Quest Rogue players in my mind. They know when to actually put those minions on the board and not maximize value versus when do they need to hold on to them and use them post-quest completion.
Alexstrasza looking real strong here. It's just a matter of whether Lambie Series wants to coin out, I guess, a hero power also to deal with these 2 minions. I don't imagine he wants to be using Moonfire. Either of them, just because with Malygos they represent so much more damage. Coining out hero power also creates more hand space for UI later on, which gets him closer to that Malygos.
I really like the coin hero power, and I think getting rid of that Glacial Shard is spot on, because the last thing you want to do is see that get bounced a bunch of times and freeze up your board as well.
It's gonna clear absolutely everything.
And
that's completion, but too late.
Yeah, that's just going to be it. So it takes 4 mana to complete the quest, then you can play the quest, but no heal off the back of that.
Yeah, all you can do is get rid of the 1/3.
So the Elven Minstrels can't do anything interesting, because you need to be able to find prep, basically. Prep and Vanish still.
Which are
and
not,
just can't be done by Elven Minstrels. So
not
you could
minions, unfortunately.
You can hit the Novice Engineer, but the Novice Engineers won't actually cycle enough to get you there.
He is 1 mana short of going 1-drop Elven and Giggling, unfortunately. Giggling, from his perspective, might have been able to give him more time there, but that's just not going to get the job done. I have to say that's one of the worst Quest Rogue draws I've seen in quite a while.
And it is unfortunately one of those things that can just happen. And it was the downside, I believe, of committing to the South Sea deckhand so early, that you can get to these game states where it just looks awful.
So there you go, Lambie Series up 2-1, and he took an unfavorable matchup on top of that, so now he just has to get the win with his even lock, either against Hunter Ace's own even lock in the mirror, which I think he has a much better chance of doing than against this Quest Rogue, which still remains.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Coming back from the break there, we talked about how that Quest Rogue should find a pretty easy win, and then Wesley's going to need to solve the 2-on-1 puzzle and effectively get some unfavorables done. But the way it's turned out, of course, is that Lambie Series has snuck in that win against the Quest Rogue, and now with just 1 deck left to get a win with, he must be feeling really good about himself.
Yes, I mean, you gotta be proud not only to represent your own country and your hometown as the only one left in the top 16, but to do it against Hunter Ace, no matter the state of his health, is a big achievement in and of itself.
And we can definitely hear the crowd behind us getting into it for Lambie Series, someone they want to see get the win and get on to the top 8. And I'm a big fan of his myself. I couldn't be happier for him if he was to get the 3rd win against Hunter Ace and proceed. And even if he doesn't, top 16s are great. That is the thing that is starting to be used as the standard measurement for consistency and performance. So getting those top 16s is still valuable regardless of whether or not you're able to push it further.
Yeah, it's really the whole tour stop system that allows players to show actual consistency in Hearthstone on top of the meta, which a lot of people say is more skill-based than previous metas. And the fact that we're doing it all over the world allows people who might not necessarily have the means to travel far from their homes to show up in some place that's convenient to them and show that, you know, if I just had the ability to go where you were, I could beat you too.
So Hunter Ace now leaning back in the chair. It's the first time we haven't seen him slumped over, basically falling asleep on the keyboard. I don't know if that means he's switched on and ready to roll, or if it means that he's rattled, taking that new stance, laying back in the chair like that.
I think it just means that his arms hurt. I don't know. He just wants to lean back instead of leaning on them. who knows, but it is going to be quite tough from him from here on out. Yes, he has one favorable remaining, but he did lose a favorable a while ago, and even if he wins that, he needs to win a mirror on top of it. And I kind of want to look at the differences in the even lock lists to see what kind of techs could make those few percentage points difference, which are often so crucial. And as we saw a while ago, that Lambi series has this curse of weakness, which I don't feel is particularly effective in the matchup. Then again, it allows you to take value trades with your giant onto their giant.
I think the difference in the list is the Black Knight as well. So Lambi City is running Black Knight, where Huntrace is running the newer version, which has a Bone Mare. But we won't see that matchup to begin with. We are going to see the Even Lock against the Quest Rogue. And it is a matchup that is quite favored for the Quest Rogue.
Yeah, I would agree. Even Lock takes a while to get going. On coin, though, they can put down Giants and Twilight Drakes really early. But as you mentioned a while ago, it's a deck that likes to put down singular big threats. And those are very easily dealt with by freeze effects from the Quest Rogue, or putting down those annoying Taunt with Divine Shield minions they have. And the card Vanish is especially difficult for Even Lock to deal with.
That's right, and with that lack of burst, it just struggles to find ways to get the finish on Rogue. And as a direct opposite of last game, Hunter Ace has been able to find a lot of that draw, finding some of those bounce effects now as well. Let's see if he decides to pull the Novice Engineer back here, or if he's going to try and complete the quest on a better minion, such as, for example, the Glacial Shard if it doesn't show up.
Yeah. I think it's a decent minion to just go for a Shadow Step on. He has this nice coin Elven Minstrel for the next turn to keep the card draw going. Fortunately for Lambi series, though, he did pick up two cost minions, so he can sort of hit a curve to be more aggressive with. With the pickup of Mountain Giant, maybe he holds back, but I kind of like just going for this now. The Giant might not even necessarily have the time to come onto the board.
It's exactly what you're talking about, Gia, with the single big threats being the thing that Quest Rogue can deal with to some extent with that stall. Being able to build that wider board and then put down the Twilight Drake, spreading your attack, does give you more ability to combat and push that pressure earlier than you would otherwise have. And the Glacial Shard comes into hand with a Zola that can bounce it back on the following turn as well. That is looking pretty good if you're in Hunter Ace's shoes.
Yeah. Lambi series does have this Twilight Drake on curve, though. Not a turn 5 play yet, but he still has a chance to draw it. And I'd like to see all of this pushed face. Most of the time, Elven Minstrel is not a minion that you're scared of returning to the hand.
Not really, and he also knows that Novice Engineer's already been bounced, so there's likely to be a fair bit of card draw in hand. I don't think that you can trade into this. You just let Hunter Ace make that trade and push everything to the face.
He is hesitating, though, this Beetle.
He is thinking about it.
The other thing about trading in the Beetle is that should the time come when your Hooked Reaver comes into the hand, getting that extra armor this early is a little bit of a detriment, so not a big fan of that play, but he definitely has his reasons. Hunter Ace has Novice and Zola for this turn to keep the quest going. He can also expend, I guess, maybe a Wax Elemental to... Alright, rather go for some type of board clear.
So the deckhand will come out there and take down the Ooze, and he'll put behind it the Wax Elemental, which will, of course, handle that Twilight Drake very efficiently. Lambi series hand now looking a little bit awkward as he hasn't got any four cost minions to follow this up.
That's just a straight up pass, because the next turn, like, you don't want to Spellstone this. The next turn, you could easily play Black Knight to clear it off. If you don't want to play Black Knight next turn, that's the argument for using Defile or Spellstone to clear this off.
I think Defile is interesting, but it can be very useful, especially clearing post-quest. It is one of the things that you can use with Hellfire to then actually re-clear the board. But from Lambi series' perspective, he has to consider, if the game goes that state, will I actually get the win anyway, or do I need to push more pressure now? And he may be considering the fact that he wants Mountain Giant down next turn. If he wants Mountain Giant down next turn, then should the Defile be played rather than the Black Knight?
Feels really bad to straight up pass the turn. There are no Shroom Brewers, no Hooked Reavers even, which you would play there in that instance. But Hunter Ace now is looking in a really strong position. Picks up even a Mimic Pod, but I assume he'll want to be Zola-ing this Novice Engineer, just figuring out what to do with the rest of his turn. If he freezes the Twilight Drake, though, it's a board that's very weak to Defile, even without the freeze, actually.
That's the thing with Quest Rogue. Almost every board pre-quest completion is weak to Defile. Yes. There is no strong boards.
The other thing it's weak to is Dread Inferno as well.
Very much so, yes, yes. I mean, the Wax Elemental still gets to clean up the 4 attack again, which is probably not a bad outcome if you're in Hunter Ace's shoes. but none of these turns are looking too great, and his hand is a little bit clunky. But with all this cycle, he should be able to get through it. Looks like a strong enough hand to get the win from here, especially with Lambie Series missing 4-drop last turn.
So it looks like Hunter Ace is just going to re-dagger this turn, and this gives Lambie Series the opportunity to push some damage to the face. However, if he uses either the Defile or Hellfire to deal with this, it's not dealing with the rest of the... It's not allowing you to develop a minion alongside it. And
Well,
you can do Giant...
Giant,
yeah, sure.
Giant Defile is what I really like here, because you need to have that point in the game where you just start turning aggressive and pushing damage to face. And missing out on another turn here, just there's no way that's going to be the case. I think you have to start going for it.
Yeah, you can even fit in the tap in that case, and it will put 3 damage on your Giant and Drake, but it's definitely worth it to get that 4 damage and the extra minion onto the board.
So not going for the tap there and just hitting Mountain Giant Defile instead. Interesting not to go for the tap.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a reason as well.
Maybe a slight oversight on Lambie Series' behalf. Hunter Ace, we can see, has pulled the Vanish, and that is one of those cards that is just so useful to Rogue in this matchup.
Having just seen the Defile, I feel like Hunter Ace would be inclined to try and stall with Giggling Inventor this turn. He really wants a bounce as soon as possible for this Novice Engineer, so I can also see something like drawing with Mimic Pod and maybe freezing off the Giant for a turn. Oh, freeze and Giggling. So, sure, this is really all in against him not having the second Defile.
Or really any other way to deal with the Giggling and the Glacial Shard. And there are lots of ways for Lambie Series to get that damage through. I mean, sure, things like Hellfire aren't as attractive, but like you can't really leave Giggling Inventor up, and leaving Glacial Shard up when it's such a huge card is also probably not a great idea.
Hunter Ace has been making a lot of stressed expressions, just shaking his head, kind of squinting a lot, and I feel like he's... I don't know if he's that happy with his play or just really stressed, but he really needs to keep his focus if he wants to take this one.
So the Dread Infernal is great here. I don't think Hellfire is ever the play you want to make, so Dread Infernal I would expect it coming down, building that bigger board, clearing off all but one of the Annoyatrons. Lambie Series is looking pretty good.
Yeah, he's looking in a very strong position here in another matchup, which is supposed to be favorable for the Quest Rogue. Of course, all that can change in the blink of an eye. Everything can vanish. All the hard work you put in. With the draw of preparation, things could change everything for Hunter Ace.
Yeah, this does make it a little bit tricky for him now, because traditionally, when you vanish, you do want to be comboing it with the minions that you're trying to bounce back to your hand over and over again.
Yes.
And with no prep, as you alluded to, we can't really do that. You can play the Stone Tar Spore and vanish with that, but it looks like he's found an alternate line here. Yeah. The Fan of Knives coming out instead.
Double Fan and the Boar, and the Annoyatron can at least clear 2 minions. The Giant and the Twilight Drake, it leaves up still 1 threatening minion, but it does allow him to stall the board and, more importantly, get card draw to actually finish this quest. He didn't want to commit the Novice Engineer because that's the minion that needs to be bounced back to the hand if the quest is completed.
So Lambie Series ideally would have the Lich King to play on this turn and doesn't hit it, but will be able to put down a Mountain Giant, that's nice.
Yeah. It's always nice. Can still tap.
Yep. Yeah. Hopefully hits a 2-drop here as well to pair with it. And
wow.
He does.
Perfect for him there. Even the added bonus of fully upgrading the Spellstone. Not that it usually matters too much in this matchup. Like, no. 5 equals 7 when you're dealing with 4 minions.
Exactly.
4 health minions. Oh! Okay, so the Novice...
The Novice can get played twice here.
Yes.
What's the quest on? Let's find out. It's on 3.
But he just drew the Brewmaster as well. So he has quest completion technically. It's just a matter of ordering it in the most ideal way.
You have to vanish on this board.
Yes.
So you can't vanish and complete the quest this turn?
Yeah, so maybe you just vanish this turn, save the prep for the quest itself.
That seems like the right play. That's exactly what Hunter Ace does. The minion's getting bounced back to Lambie's hand, and that puts him at 10, so he's going to get something milled off the top. Hooked Fever.
It's kind of a painful one, but Lambie It's a little bit far from 15. He still has enough stuff to develop onto the board. 3 minions played in one turn as even lock is a blessing. That hardly ever happens outside of, you know, summoning them with Gul'dan. But Hunter Ace will have his quest completion. Except the minions won't have charge. Because he goes Novice, Youthful Novice, and then he can prep quest. But he has this other prep, so it's going to start with Mimic Pod.
He might actually have to hit the other prep here. Oh no, that's enough. Wax Elemental's now enough to keep him in this. Because even if he completed the quest, being on 14 life just meant that he died on board. And even if he didn't die on board, you're worried about other damage from hand.
Yeah.
So the Wax Elementals are exactly the tool he needs to be able to prevent that damage.
And we see Black Knight is in the hand for Lambi series to deal with the Wax Elemental. So, yeah, Hunter is...
So the interesting thing, though, I think, is even if quest is completed and both Wax Elementals are down, Lambi series can just trade in with the 2 minions into the Divine Shields, double Hellfire, and get the lethal with Mountain Giant. So this is looking really good for Lambi series.
And I think he only has the mana to play 1 Wax Elemental after the quest is completed. So I do think we have our winner for this event. And Hunter is visibly really stressed here. I don't know if he had any other outs, maybe trying to look for Giggling, but he didn't really have the mana. So...
Oh. And that's just going to be it. Lambi series, the smile is on his face. We're going to hear the crowd go up here in a second. As that...
Is it?
Yeah, you just double Hellfire with the Mountain Giant to face. There's not much thinking.
Yes, right, because even if it kills your 2-4 and 4-4, that deals 6 with the Hellfires, but... okay.
This works as well. You just trade the Vulgar Homunculus in, Hellfire,
yes,
and then
this
push
is more optimal even if you want extra damage, but there you go.
The crowd is loving it. That's the locals here cheering for the Singaporean Lambi series, who upsets Hunter Ace 3-1, and he'll be progressing to our top 8 tomorrow. And look at him, he's absolutely thrilled with that victory.
I gotta say congratulations to Lambi series for advancing to the top 8 against one of the players that's considered the best at Hearthstone throughout this meta and this year. Very well played to both players, and I do hope Hunter Ace gets the time to rest up. I don't think he looked very healthy in that series.
And while Hunter Ace is the first 3-star master, Lambi series will have the title of being one of the guys to take down a 3-star master. And there's not too many that can say that, so he must be wrapped with his efforts.
Yes, and I'm sure he'll be happy to join the crowd very soon and get all that congratulations. And that, I think, will be our 3rd series for the day. So we still have a lot more coming up. We are going to be streaming all of the top 16 matches. There's a lot more Hearthstone to come and stars all over the bracket, guys. So get hyped for that.
Yeah, couldn't be more right, Jaya. This is one of the best top 16s. In fact, the best top 16, in my opinion, that we've had this year at Tour Stops based on names alone. And it hasn't failed to deliver some great series so far, including an upset over Hunter Ace there. So well done to Lambi series once more.
And I'm just really happy that there is some representation from Singapore itself, because this is a very small island, but it's got such strong Hearthstone representation, and the teams here, well, the team of Resurgence in particular, I think have had a lot of good content that they've been putting out and investing a lot into their Hearthstone players. They have a lot of support, and I'm glad to see that there are more esports organizations in Southeast Asia that are investing into Hearthstone in particular and esports in general, because I'd say compared to East Asia, maybe Southeast Asia is a little bit behind in terms of like esports support.
Yeah, and it is a little bit tricky for that to come to the front. I mean, it's probably one of the regions that's maybe had less events at it just more broadly. But in the last year or so, and even over the last 2 years, that's really picked up. And you have seen the APAC scene develop a lot as a result. It is one of those regions where people said it was maybe the weakest of the 3 when compared to NA and EU. And I think most would say it's definitely closed the gap. I mean, we did have the world champion from the region, the reigning world champion.
And in this top 16, might I add.
Yes, you may add. And it's just gone from strength to strength. I think one of the best parts of being someone that gets the privilege of going to these events is that you do see the APAC scene taking up more and more of the top 16, the top 8 spots. They are continually performing well at our own region's events, and it just makes me very proud.
I mean, it's come to the point where the points cutoff in APAC is just straight up higher than it is for North America and the Americas region in general. And, well, I guess it's really a story of APAC. It does comprise more than 50% of this top 16 because, of course, they are the highest represented in this tour stop. But I do think that it's not just the sheer numbers in their favor, but also at the very highest level, a lot of skill that is enough to go head-to-head with these titans like Just Saiyan and Huntress.
You couldn't be more true, Gia. But let's hear a little bit more from the hometown local Lambie series as we take you to the victory interview.
Lambie series, absolutely amazing that you won that. You seem so stoked about it. Talk us through the end of that game.
Yeah, well, I went into the match knowing it's a little bit unfavored for me, but I was hoping I would get the even lock into Male Druid for the first game, and I did, but I lost that. So I was quite skeptical after that, but I was like, let's just see how it plays out.
Amazing. And is it even extra special doing it here in Singapore? Singapore having a great year in Hearthstone, and now you've added to that?
Yeah, I mean, we cannot forget my teammates, Katsukari and Sequinox, as well as Crumpled. Yeah, they're going to BlizzCon now. Yeah, so it's great for Resurgence, great for Singapore Hearthstone. And yeah, I guess what I did today contributed to everything as well. So yeah, great year for us in general.
And obviously, these wonderful people cheering you on all the way. Is that helping a lot?
Yeah, most of them are my personal friends.
Yeah, I think there's a few others in there as well, actually. Facing Huntress, how hard is that? Is it difficult to just treat him like a normal player?
Yeah, I mean, we all know that he's got like maybe 10,000 more points than me. But at the end of the day, we're all human and everybody's winnable, so yeah.
And looking forward to tomorrow, you're in the top 8. You'll be getting Blood Trail or Kribo, I believe. You beat Blood Trail already in this tournament.
Yeah, it was quite a close set. It was 3-2 in the 6th round of Swiss.
So yeah, that would be a good one for you to get. Was it a good lineup or just a close match? Or
it was just a close match. I think his lineup is still favored against mine.
So obviously going to ask you the question now, and be careful how you answer this because they're all listening. Are you going to win it all?
What do you guys think? There's your answer.
So you're going to win it all, yeah. Okay. And Singapore, what should we be seeing while we're here? Obviously, get a chance to spam your country.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure most of you have tried the food. Lots of spicy food, lots of great food. You guys would like to check out some of our attractions, like the Sentosa. Yeah, it's an island with lots of attractions, nice things to look at. Yeah, so there's way more, but I can tell you guys like later.
Yeah, we'll grab you backstage. Thank you so much, Lambie Series, and good luck tomorrow. Man. And we'll probably see you at some point.
Cheers.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Bull. I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So come work with me, and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science! You can go into success with no regrets when you work with Dr. Bull.
Technology!
Work with the best and the brightest when you work with Dr. Bull.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
And welcome back to day 2 of HCT Singapore. My name's JD and joining me is Lorinda. We've just concluded the 3rd series where Singaporean local Lambie series upset the 3-star master Hunter Ace. But we're going to move very quickly into our 4th series, which is going to be between Blood Trail and Kribo, 2 other Asia-Pacific players that have had varying levels of success throughout the year already.
Yeah, I mean, Blood Trail is on his way to his 2nd championship event already. To be fair, the first one, I think he may have struggled under the pressure. He's clearly good. You don't get to championships once unless you're good. Getting there twice, he knows what he's doing. Don't let that championship performance fool you into thinking that he's not that good. He is very good. Kribo, we haven't seen much of him about, but he has made 2 top 16s already in tour stops, so quietly under the radar, just racking up good finishes. And be interested to see how he gets on here. But he seems to have a bit of a tough job to do. He has got a very aggressive lineup, and your opponent doesn't have the rogue. That's what you're trying to happen if you could bring in this lineup.
Blood Trail's lineup? Oh, sorry, Kribo's lineup.
Kribo's lineup.
Yeah,
He's
you're right.
got Odd Paladin, which is a deck that I thought we weren't allowed to play anymore.
I thought that was done and dusted too. But you're right, he's running a lot of odd decks, I believe.
Yeah, he's got the Rogue as well, which is banned out. He's got the Subject 9 Hunter.
That's right, which isn't truly odd, but it feels like it could have been. Apart from obviously the secrets, which need to be even. It's unfair how they do that.
Yeah, it's a bit naughty there.
Yeah, and then on the Blood Trail side, he is running, I guess, what would be the closest thing to the standard lineup at the moment if you were to bring a list that looks like the field on average, and in fact what a lot of those that made it to top 16 brought, it would be this list. It seems to be quite well rounded against most things. It doesn't bring the Quest Rogue to avoid being targeted by certain decks as well. Just seems to be a very well rounded deck, and it's had a lot of success. Sorry, a well-rounded lineup. It's had a lot of success so far. So jumping into game 1, Kribo here has in fact queued up that Odd Paladin, and I'm happy to not see it banned because I'm interested to see how it plays out against some of these decks.
Yeah, we haven't seen an Odd Paladin, as I remember, in the whole tournament on stream. You guys may have had one at some point.
No, did not see one.
Not a class, not a deck we are seeing much of at all. And with good cause, really, because it has so many unfavourable matchups right now. Very difficult to actually get it through, especially even Lock in particular.
Oh, yes.
It can win, but it has to play a very strange game to do so. It has to choose between just going for it and hope they don't have their AoE, or actually, rather than using your hero power, you can choose to use your cards in hand, which is really weird, and just ignore the hero power completely. That tends to lead to a rapid loss, but it is a way of doing it. But with Corridor Creeper, your hero power basically pays for itself and more in no time.
Very true. It's kind of an unfair combo if you think about how those things interact. Now, this matchup, if you're looking at Q Order Blood Trail, be very happy with this. Cards like Defile and Hellfire just get so much work done against it. And from Kribo's perspective, it comes back to the age-old thing that we talk about when it comes to some of these more aggressive and even venturing into the mid-range decks, which is how do you pace your threats at a level to play around AoE while putting enough pressure on punishing AoE misses. It's a very tricky skill to have, and it's what often differentiates the best aggressive players from those that are closer to the middle of the pack.
Yeah, we watch Green Sheep play some games with this sort of deck, and he really understands the pacing of it. So what else is good, though, is Purifier's Maul. If your opponent gets too greedy, they tend to want to clear your board going into turn 5 to play around level up, to play around buffs, and so Fungomancers. So if you're going to give all your things Divine Shield going into turn 4, this is a calculated gamble you can take. And we may see Blood Trail here. Yeah, this is a standard play where you don't wipe this out, save your AoE for turn 5. And Kribo realised this was the play that was coming. We may see this get pretty fruity for him now.
Yes, the Purifier's Maul does feel a little bit all in the sense that if there's a Defile, it can clear up the board, but if it sticks, you're in a very strong position, putting a lot of damage to face.
Yeah, and you don't get many good positions here, so for me, I would go for it. I mean, it's easy for me to say because I can see the hands.
I mean, even from Kribo's perspective, you can get a pretty good idea that this is the right play to make. You've got Leroy in hand, which is telling you should be playing a faster game rather than a slower game. It's not like you've hit, you know, higher value cards like Level Up or Fungomancer early on, nor do you have the card reload that Divine Favor would offer you. So I think playing aggressive, playing the hand that he's been dealt, to use a cliche that has been said more than once, is probably the best approach for Kribo in this situation.
Yeah, and it's just a thing that makes these players get over the line more often than their counterparts, players like Kribo, who we do see around. just making that judgment, making that I can't win
so
very easily anyway judgment.
It looks like he is considering the Blood Knight here as an option instead, but I just think it's worse than every other way to the Purifiers more. I really like this more aggressive stance. Kribo knows that he's trying to dodge to file, and off the top, Blood Trail picks it up, and that is just bonkers.
I thought maybe he could have kept this back. He still had lethal without it. He had 5 from the minions, plus the 2 for the weapon, for the damage from Leroy as well. So, was an option there to keep this back for the Blood Knight for some sort of corridor creeper Blood Knight reload. I mean, he's unfortunate that Blood Trail's picked this up, obviously.
So, if you don't Divine Shield up, then you lose to Hellfire as well.
No, you Divine Shield, but playing the Protector, I don't think was necessarily needed. You had lethal without the Protector.
That once again comes back to what's the best way to space your threats, right? And it is one of those options where you could have held on to it and still threatened lethal.
Maybe he felt that he was facing something, I don't know.
Like if Hooked Reaver comes down instead.
Yeah, maybe he wanted the extra point of damage for something that I'm overlooking. Definitely an option.
Okay, so Creeper here is reaching for that corridor creep. It's been discounted to 2. And would then have 3 mana to fill out the rest of the turn. The Hero Power is looking pretty good and would be paired with the Firefly, continuing to go wide, forcing Blood Trail to have those answers. And it now is getting to the point where, yes, Blood Trail can clear with the Hellfire, but when you've got damage going face and you're getting down into single digits, that's not looking so good.
Dread Infernal's looking a bit better, though. It's a bit more of a tidy way of doing things.
And with the way the Blood Trail is trading into these minions, it looks like that is indeed what's on his mind.
He's actually just going to set up minions. And one thing you do have to do in this matchup as the Warlock, I mean, it all looks fairly straightforward, but if you don't set up a counter-attack, they do keep coming at you, hence the Giants very early. It wasn't there for the immediate attacks, but after you've cleared up, you need to kill the Paladin quickly, or they do it all again. And this has just done exactly that.
So Creeper has found some reload, but even with the reload and the value that Divine Favor can offer, the board is now starting to get away from him. Leroy can't ever be the right play. Blood Knight just doesn't get enough value. It has to be Flame.
Yeah, he's just wondering whether to play the Flame Elemental or not bother. Whether what he can pick up, he wants to know how to assign that 3 mana. And so, before he plays the Divine Favor, he has to have a feel of what he wants to pick up. Right. Does he actually need 3 mana, or is 2 going to be enough after this? The extra card's worth a lot, but also, if you required 3, you'd look a bit silly, wouldn't you?
Right. I think from Creeper's perspective, the 3 mana minions left in the deck aren't that great though. Right. So Void Ripper, both Mauls have already been used. A Raid Lead isn't that great here. And then the other Blood Knight. So I really like putting the Flame Elemental down and being able to pull out that extra card. And that's exactly how he plays the turn. But with this reload, the double Vine Cleaver Leroy hand is very clunky. And Blood Trail has a lot of damage on board. He's going to continue to respect it and trade it down because it is just one of the safest ways to play out this matchup.
Yeah, and this is now going to be the fruits of the Giant he played earlier on rather than coin Hellfire, which a lot of people would have done. He kept those Hellfires back, and now he's set up lethal with the same Giant many turns later, just because he did have all that damage on board, and that's going to get him over the line.
This matchup more or less played out how he expected it to, which is Paladin tries to go wide and sneak away in, and if Evenlock can find things like Defile early on to answer that board, it can usually overcome it from that point, and that is how it's played out. Prebo has been able to reduce Blood Trail's potential damage to just 8, but with double Hellfire it would be lethal, but he's actually 1 mana short, so we'll just have to continue trading down that board, re-establishing himself, and setting up for the following turn.
Yeah, he's got no concerns at all though here. Just cleaning everything up and going to tidy up nicely to win this next turn. In fact, Quibo gives it up and it goes 1-0 to Blood Trail. Important series for Blood Trail this for me. Going to Championships next week. Coming off a performance where frankly he made quite a few savage mistakes. Again, that would just be nerves. That's nothing to do with his skill as a player. Having this just a few days before Champs was like a trial run. Must be so nice for him to have that. And again, if you can go deeper and deeper into this tournament, not only is that more money and more HCT points, it's more experience in front of a decent-sized crowd out here.
Yeah, it's definitely more practice on the big stage, which if you believe that he had some anxiety or potential problems dealing with the camera.
explanation.
then this is a great way to kind of get that out of your system before you roll into the real deal. And what we have seen from a lot of the pros that are playing in the playoffs next weekend is that they've brought their card-for-card lineups and they're practicing them in the tournament. And I don't know what's more surprising is the fact that that's their best way to get practice, or the fact that they've done so well with those lineups and they're just crushing the field regardless of the fact that it's specifically designed to win playoffs.
Yeah, and obviously the championships being very different, you've got a group of 4 players, you know your group. Getting through that group is crucial. That gets you one shot at the World Championship match. It's a very different thing to going to a Swiss where there are local players and you need to be able to beat all forms of things, not just the top players in the room. And so, yeah, like you say, for them to bring their lineups here and do so well, so many of them are just like flying out next week. Tyler, Say, and Blood Trail, to name 3. Insane to see. And again, this experience, it's weird for the two sides. So Blood Trail needs the experience on the stage, as far as I'm concerned. Saiyan and Hunter-Ace, almost at the point where they need the HCT points. Don't let them fool you. A Hunter-Ace is backstage early going, you all say I'm safe, but I'm not. I can still lose last call.
Seiko's
creeping up on me. I've got to keep my allies out. You know, from where we're sat, it's easy. From where he's sat, he's still thinking, well, I haven't done this yet.
And for Muzzy and Just Saying, that race is very much alive. They're both hoping that one of them makes it in through the normal way, so the other can take the last call points. But in a world where that doesn't happen, they're still going, you know, neck for neck, trying to get the lead there. So
Muzzy's going to be Saiyin's big. I mean, he's always Saiyin's biggest fan anyway. Sorry, Fino, but it is Muzzy. But next week, he's going to be definitely the biggest fan because he stands to profit if Saiyin qualifies for Worlds, as last call will go to the 2nd place. If
forward, and the egg is just a little bit too slow for that to happen.
Yeah, it's amazing that egg is a, let's say it's a 3-mana 5/5 for sake of making the discussion last all day. It's a 3-mana 5/5 sometimes, and it's just too slow. The paladin can go so wide so quickly, defend its board, level up, boss, you're dead. You've got to look for those cheaper cards, and this double spider bomb is much more like the stuff he was looking for. Flanking strike to back it up. Blood Trail could well take this one against the odds.
Yeah, I must say, if you're in Blood Trail shoes, the only other things you were hoping for was finding that candle shot, which is highly valuable in this matchup.
Yes.
And the Calicer, so something to play on too instead of the hero power. But the double spider bomb, the Terrasail Stalker, with the Houndmaster Shore, the flanking strike, these are all great cards, and Play Dead is actually once again another thing that can be used to help get tempo. Now, hitting 1/1s with your Spider Bomb, is that how it was intended to be played? No, but
probably not, but
you have to adjust.
2/2s are bigger than 1/1s.
You have to adjust. So Creeper O's position here is a little bit awkward.
So he needs to factor in when he wants to aim to get his Corridor Creeper down and what he wants to do with his Fungal Mancer and level up.
Because I believe in his position, you're still looking to hit that Fungal Mancer most likely on the following turn. You know that Blood Trail is going to be putting down more 3/3 threats, whether it's through Flanking Strike or the Terrascale Stalker itself. So the Fungal Mancer to challenge that board is a very effective way to doing it, and you probably believe that you can hold on to that level up to get more value out of it in future turns. So I'm looking at ways where you can continue to get probably 2 or 3 minions left over at the end of this turn, and I wonder from Creeper's perspective if you ever proactively trade into the Spider.
I think what he wanted to do there, yeah, he's not going to, I don't think. It looks like, no, now he's definitely not. He would have done it first.
No, he has.
He's going to do it.
Okay.
So the reason he went for the Blessing of Might there is not just to force the extra damage quickly, but when's he going to be able to play it? This is why it's such a long time to make the thought process there. When's he going to play it in his next 4 or 5 turns? And the answer is probably not for some time. So he could have saved it for a different occasion, knowing that his 4/1 was under threat from all of the things that Blood Trail has available. But he's not going to have a spare mana forever.
So that Maul opens up new options here for Kribo, because it could be used to effectively get control back of the board and then play the Corridor Creeper behind it.
Seems nice.
And that, you once again are wide, you're creating this nice resilient board, and you've got then a lot of targets to follow up with both Fungal Mancer and level up on future turns. So while it's a little bit slower playing for the board rather than just sending everything to face, it does set up for some nice options in the future. And this is interesting. He's actually rejecting the Corridor Creeper in favor of coining out the hero power. What does this say to you, Lorinda?
It says to me that his hand is full of really expensive cards. He doesn't mind going wide because 5/5s aren't very good against a whole host of 1/1s and level ups. It looks like he's going to level up next turn.
This is a level up turn for sure. Although, I wonder if that changes his mind at all. No, he is cashing it in, because this will be 15 damage to face.
I think he'll probably put 12 to face, take down the Keleseth, and then drop his Corridor Creeper.
You could still put all 15 to face and then use the Maul instead to go in.
Okay, yeah. Depends what he wants to do about this Spider Bomb, how he wants to deal with it. We've seen a minute ago, he clearly wanted it off the board so that Blood Trail had no control over it. But this is so much damage, I think this time we might see it go face. You have a moment, and there it goes. Yeah, he's...
So I guess he's going to trade into it. He's just weighing up whether or not he uses the Maul or the other minion to do it.
So this does take away damage from the board that he could be using if there is a tricky minion in the way. He now has less attack on board, but it's still setting up lethal for next turn.
And there's just nothing Blood Trail can do. Kribo picks up the win, and that'll take the series to 1-1. And when you see that matchup play out, you kind of understand why this Paladin deck has done so well. That Death Rattle Hunter is prevalent throughout the tournament lineups. It's almost in every one that we've seen so far, and it's a deck that just gets work done against it. There's lots of other matchups that it is favored against, and you can kind of ban to get favorables. It's interesting that we haven't seen more of this deck.
It feels like an extremely polarized deck in this meta now I think about it. That Death Rattle Hunter match goes like that quite often, and the first game we saw as well, the Warlock match goes like that. If you think about, it's interesting, the Quest Rogue matchup.
It is, and
not so obvious as you think, is it?
It's not, and it also completely depends on whether or not Fan of Knives is being run, and if there's one or two copies, and yeah, that can be a dicey one.
Fino ran a show match because people were telling him that Paladin was favoured against Quest Rogue. He played the Quest Rogue side. Quest Rogue won 6-2 in that matchup. Sure, tiny sample size, but it didn't look like Quest Rogue would ever lose.
Was he running double Fan of Knives in that?
He was running at least one, I think it was double. Yeah. But with the Gigglings inventors, the Paladin just sort of flails about and then get vanished.
Yeah, they kind of get that level up turn, but Vanish does all the work. So that will be a 1-1 matchup between Blood Trail and Kribo so far. We'll of course go to a quick few-minute break, and on the other side of that we'll conclude the series between Blood Trail and Kribo, so please don't go anywhere.
I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So, come work with me, and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science! You can grow into success with no regrets when you work with Dr.
Technology!
Work with the best and thrive when you work with Dr.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
Welcome back. Thank you for not going anywhere. We're about to commence Game 3 between Kribo and Blood Trail. I'm JD, and joining me is Lorinda.
Yep, and having good fun in the middle of this match. And today, with all the massive names around, this almost feels like they're not being names, but obviously Blood Trail 2 Championships, it's going to be a big name sooner or later, one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, we're a little bit spoiled for choice here in terms of great matchups to pick from. Sometimes when you're casting, you look at the top 16, you're like, oh, I really want to cast that game because it's got one of my favorite guys in it.
And nobody cares today, we're just casting away quite
all
happily.
The games have my favorite guys in it.
We've still got Casey and Muzzy and Navi, just to name 3 off the top of my head still to come, PNC.
Exactly. Someone was tweeted at me after I tweeted out the top 16 for Singapore that last week the top 10 best player lists were going around, and you could basically just pick 10 players from the top 16 here and your list would be just as good as anyone else's.
Yeah, I think Mateus released one for Invent today, and that had the top 10 list. That was as part of the poll, but there's a lot of people contributed, and the top 4 all made this. This was all submitted quite a while ago, and the top 4 all made the top 16 here.
What can you say?
Two of them have lost.
Yeah, but this is what happens when you get down to a top 16 that's so good. Loss is going to have to happen. People that are some of the best in the world will cop losses because you're playing against the other best people in the world. It's where the cream rises to the top. It's where stories unfold. And speaking of stories, we're about to get into Game 3 between Blood Trail and Kribo. Kribo picking up a win already with that Odd Paladin, a deck that we don't see much of, but seemed to get a very easy W over that Hunter. And on Blood Trail's side, he's already picked up a win with the Even Lock that did bully the Odd Paladin in that first game. Few decks left to pick from. Is there a player that you feel should be favoured from here?
I mean, have you heard me cast Subject 9 Hunter before?
Do you like it or do you hate it? You hate it? Oh, good, me too! This is
something
great!
in common finally after only 3 days together.
Well, we can just
Aussies and Brits can get on after all.
We can just spend the rest of the cast talking about how much we dislike that deck and what a bad bring it is, and hopefully it proves us right and just loses out.
Wow! Yeah, we should hope we proved wrong that the players actually are doing the right thing, I think. But
I mean...
So...
No, I would rather be right.
What is it you don't like about the deck as it is being played?
We saw this yesterday. I can't believe it must have been Durok or maybe G I was casting with. We saw Subject 9 Hunter on stream, and it just has games where it does nothing. Yeah. It just sits there and flails about and then loses. You play a bunch of low-value secrets. You don't hit your Spellstone, and then the game's just over. Now, on the other hand, it can do crazy stuff, which is absolutely infuriating to face, and I think we're about to see one of those games.
Yeah, and this is one of those games, and this is why it's such a polarizing deck in terms of what people think, which is why I wanted to bring it up. Boar Control plays this deck pretty much religiously now to top 25 legend. He was one of the very first people to popularize it, and obviously understands a lot of the intricacies more than we do when we're sitting there going, look at this rubbish deck. And the reason it's difficult to decide on just even 100 games is everyone's experience is so different with the deck. I have the experience that I draw a bunch of secrets and a couple of minions, and what do I do? Some people have the experience where they either draw the Spellstone half of the deck or the minion half of the deck, and when you do that, you destroy people. And it's really difficult to get a feel on even 100 games, especially as a human being who has biases and not very good at spotting
basically
randomness.
in cognitive decision making.
Yeah, exactly. Very difficult. This is where things like Hearthstone Replay are coming in, and other stat sites, people are starting to use those to go, okay, as humans we cannot actually work out whether this deck draws well more often than it draws badly. Let's use stats, and we're seeing it played more and more as those stats unfold. So you and I, despite our own personal bias, are probably in the wrong on this one.
I think you're probably wrong. I think what is happening is that this deck has a lot of success on ladder because there is a new wave of players hitting legend, competing at those top ranks that maybe don't have the same experience playing against secret decks, especially the Hunter secrets, because it's been out of the meta for a little while, as some of the other pros. And once you get familiar with playing the secrets, understanding what deck your opponent has, which in a revealed tournament list is known all the time, the deck loses a lot of percentage that it has on ladder, and I think this is part of the reason why pros don't like it at tournaments, but it can still be piloted to the top ranks of ladder, and I just don't think it's a good bring. But let's focus on the game here. The opening turns have played out pretty well for Kribo, and Blood Trail is forced to put down the Houndmaster Shore there, which is a great challenge to the board. Kribo, though, has some fire in his hand.
He has even more fire in his hand now.
Whoa.
Yeah, he is going to be able to drop 4 wolves. I believe it's 4. It's must be 3 because the Secret Keeper's not buffed twice.
Yes, it was just the Venom trap that was played.
So now he has to decide, do I want to be super greedy with Subject 9? Do I want to play how... There's a lot to decide here on what he wants to do, but 3/3s are good. It does run straight into mind control tech, though.
Unless you trade the Secret Keeper in, which may be a consideration. So he is going to coin out the Spellstone, put on that pressure. Thinking.
I mean, you could play any one of the 3/5 drops here with different degrees of discussion. Excuse me just a moment, Jade. I'll be back in a moment.
Lost your screen there?
Yeah, nothing important. I just can't see the game
Just
anymore.
The visuals.
It doesn't usually stop me.
No, to be fair, you don't often need the visuals to keep talking all day. But it is nice, it does help. And so I'll take this one. So Kribo does just push face with the Secret Keeper, and that of course opens up the mind control tech. A big swing turn here for Blood Trail. And with that Houndmaster Shore on board, he gets to clear down the rest of the Wolves, and just like that, Blood Trail's taken a very commanding board position, despite Kribo having effectively a dream opening hand.
And obviously Rexar combined with Candleshot will help get rid of one of the next two Wolves should they be played. And Kribo's going to have to slow down and play Subject 9, I feel, here. He could go for sure, but it doesn't really achieve
that
much.
is
But
such a good draw.
now the game might take a while.
Yeah, this game is probably going to go very long because once those Rexars come down, it's pretty rare to actually see any of the other cards in the decks get played. It's pretty much just Build-A-Beast minions for the rest of game. Kribo has effectively hit all of his big threats, I think in about the top 6 or 7 cards. He had both Spellstones, the Subject 9 Hunter, the Deathstalker Rexar, and this is when the deck's kind of on. But even though it is on, it doesn't feel like it's ahead. In fact, with this cube coming out in the play dead, it's still really far behind.
Yeah, double Shore is everybody's nightmare, I think, in Hearthstone.
If you've ever seen the Forest of Witchwood Grizzlies staring you down,
Sounds like a movie.
a board full of them, that's scary.
That sounds pretty terrifying as well.
That would be R-rated, that movie, the Witchwood Grizzly Forest. Scary, spooky, Halloween special.
Yeah, Blair Witch Project, like 3. Sounds like a home movie as well. The Witchwood Grizzlies. Coming near you soon.
Oh my. So Kribo thinking through this turn here. Playing the Shore itself does not feel great. You could play out 3 secrets. And they're varying combinations here that may give you better odds than others. I mean, the Freezing Trap is good to hit on any of them. And then maybe you look at something like Wandering Monster with the Snakes just to kind of build your own board. The other option is to just put out the Rexar now and hope that you can somehow get into the game through that. It's just such a slow play, though.
Yeah, it's very complex what he wants to do here. But he is going to go with the secrets by the look of it. I saw a clip from Board Control. I don't know if he's changed his deck or if he's experimenting or what, where he was against an even lock and he had 1 secret in play and the opponent had a giant in play and was on 8. And the secret was misdirection.
Nice.
And it was the only minion in play, so the lock just killed himself. And again, that's just thinking you know what's going on.
But that exactly comes down to why this is a better ladder deck than a tournament deck, because there's the information advantage that you lose in a tournament setting. People know that misdirection is in your deck, and that is a nice 3-drop to pull out. 3/4 is above average stats that comes out, and comboed with the Snake Trap. That is a lot of stats, but Kribo's about to get the unfortunate news that not only does Blood Trail have board control, he has Rexar too.
Yeah, I think Kribo wasn't expecting that. The Rexar could have been played previously. Obviously, the cube play made a lot more sense. But he did sequence those secrets to get a really good board out of that. It should be sort of shown how well he did to set that up. It just didn't work out for him because Rexar was always going to be a punish. But in this position, Rexar against him was always going to be tough anyway.
So Kribo can play a maxed out Spellstone, and it just feels weird to say that 12 worth of stats for 5 may not be sufficient in this situation.
It does feel weird to say that.
It's also accurate.
Yeah, he may want to try and stick a Shore before he does it, but I can't see how he would ever manage that unless he waits till turn 9. And so turn 9 looks a long way off for him right now. Doesn't seem to make much sense doing it that way. So it looks like he's just going to go for it.
The worst part about this play is you know that there's the other Houndmaster Shore in hand as well, so he can be guaranteed that some of these are going to be removed, and what a pickup.
That'll be quite a good card, I reckon.
Oh my.
Oh wow.
That is a board.
Yeah, that is indeed a board.
Oh, so flanking strike here rather than the hero power? I wouldn't mind just seeing the trade-ins and then going for the hero power. I don't think there's
Gets another rush minion though.
I mean, there's no downside to leaving your minions at 3 health just because the Secret Hunter can't deal with it nicely.
I guess it plays around Rexar explosive trap. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, they're there in hand. He knows the secret's there, so...
They are, but you build a beast that is much bigger than anything else that either deck has, and you play that in the next turn. And so, yes, they did Rexar explosive trap, but you still have double Houndmaster Shore in a cube. You're likely to still have 1 alive, and then you have the build a beast minion, and you can build another beast. I mean, I don't think there's really any plays that lose from here for Blood Trail. But there is the chance that the Rexar misses many times on important minions.
Yeah, you say many times. I mean, Reba has got a much more versatile hand, even though he's miles behind. So maybe if it misses twice, it might be enough.
Let's see what happens, though. Oh, another play dead.
Stop! He's already dead.
The Bitter Tide there, and that was the pick, just picking the most damage he can. So the explosive trap's going to come out, and that'll clear 2 of the shores, but the play dead could bring a couple more, but I think we'll see the zombies get played out instead.
Yeah, because next turn he can go Shore and play dead and have this and generate this just surprise, but can't criticise just making 100 Shores, to be honest. I think either of those 2 plays were just fine.
So many Houndmaster Shores. Those poor hounds.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to ask, are you sure, in their company when you ask a question, because they're all going to go, yeah, me, and my friend. I'm a brother over here.
Just
sorry, mate.
Please stop. And even the cube's like, g'day.
Yeah.
All right.
Still speaking that good Aussie, I hear.
Yeah, trying. All right, so Krebo is looking to build a beast for answers to this board of thick minions, and the Vicious Scalehide is a rush. Can it be paired with anything that will get work done? Would need to be 5 mana or less. So I don't believe so. Oh, we must have missed the first one. He must have gone through that very quickly. So it looks like he's got his own Bitter Tide Zombeast for 7, and I'm guessing it has been paired with the Lifesteal Rush.
Yeah.
So that heals for 9, but will deal 3. That puts him back down to 18.
But he heals back up. I love it. Twitch chat always messes interaction up as well. It's my favourite interaction
because
to
it
annoy chat with.
Damages itself, and it's got lifesteal, so it heals itself back up.
And they're arguing about it right now in chat, I guarantee. There'll be somebody going, how does that work? Every time.
Well, I don't think that's an argument. I just think that's someone trying to learn the game, Neil. You don't need to be mean about it.
The people saying it are usually people who know. They're trying to bait other people who don't know into getting it wrong.
Is this how you spend all your time on Twitch?
I do go on Twitch a little bit. It's been known. I'm usually the guy trying to bait them. Don't worry about that.
A moderate amount of time spent. So Krebo's answer did keep him alive for another turn. Can he back that up with something else that keeps him in this game? Build a Beast is going to be the thing that has to get the work done.
I mean, other games like this today, I've been saying if only he deals with somehow deals with this wave, he's okay, blah, blah, blah. I don't see how he ever deals with these just infinite shores right now.
No. I mean, he's low on life, lost the board.
I mean, if he somehow does, then he will get into a situation. The Owl's a good start on that if he wants to get rid of the cube.
That's true.
Some of the trouble. Then he does have a bigger hand. He is going to be able to spam minions at some point.
The Owl with the Hunting Mastiff can kill 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, this is nice because it trades in well.
I was hoping to take the Panther so I can make Owl and the Pussycat jokes, but it's just not going to work.
I think that worked out for everyone else. Alright, so just taking the health, their health and attack.
Yeah, and he's making inroads into all of Shores. But
I mean, now
still
Houndmaster
tempo behind on beasts, right?
Exactly, and the other thing is now Houndmaster Shore can shine. What's it do best? Get minions to rush into the board and attack. Grippo hasn't had any of those for them to really get work done, and now it can. So while it looks like, yes, he's starting to fight back on board, he's starting to get through those shores. The shores are going to level this back on Blood Trail's favour very quickly.
Yeah, it's allowing Blood Trail to not have to keep picking Rush, which Kubo is having to do. So it's narrowing the options for Kubo compared to Blood Trail of what he can take from the Builder Beasts.
So that is a lot of damage to face. The Candle Shot is enough on its own just to clear off the Lifesteal Zombies without giving Kubo any more heal. But he's going to trade in the egg.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I think this makes sense. I mean,
outside of Bloat Back, there's very little way of having the AoE in this match.
Yeah, you don't need to smoke down your opponent in a couple of turns. You're just happy having this big, wide board. So giving him a little bit of heal to develop more minions yourself, fair trade.
And again, Kubo just playing catch-up here.
There's a Bloat Bat.
Oh, and the crowd oohs behind us as well.
All right, Bloat Bat is paired with a Boar. Or it could be put with a Stegodon.
Unless you can find a way to blow it up with a Poisonous. 'Cause that's the dream. It costs too much to play with the Shore, right? So that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But he could do it next. If he thinks he can survive one turn, he could do all that next turn. But this board is pretty terrifying right now.
It costs too much mana, right? The Cobra plus
Okay, yes.
Bloat Bat is 7.
He doesn't have 200 mana this turn.
So it looks like he has taken the Boar with it, which means he can force it to explode this turn and then follow it up with either the Animal Companion or the Bow. The 2 damage will kill off the Houndmaster Shore on the right, but will only allow him to trade off effectively one other minion, whether that be the Direwolf Alpha or the Raptor. Chooses to go for that Alpha just because of the attack buff it offers. It's effectively wiping off 5 damage as well. And the Misha comes out. That will soak up another 5.
Hunter's Mark will set that back somewhat,
yes.
though. There's quite a lot of beast options here that just win the game. Razormaw can get to you +3 attack, or Wind Fury.
Yep.
He's got a beast in play, or are they all short? No,
No, he's got the 5/5. Yes. Yep. Okay, so the Zombies does come out.
This is lethal a lot of the time now. He just needs +3 or Wind Fury. Doesn't find it.
That's not enough. He'll leave Kubo on 2, I believe. The Hunter's Mark combined with the Candle Shot will be able to take care of the Taunt. So instead of taking the... Oh, that had Rush. Of course it did. This Houndmaster Shore was on board.
Extra damage would go face, yeah.
Yeah. So he could have put him to 1 instead. I wonder if you're ever meant to play tracking there to look for the other Candle Shot Bow and then hit the Candle Shot Bow and put him to 1.
I think...
It's more likely it goes to
such a great position here. There's just no point. If you miss, then you just don't bother. Just make sure you win next turn or the turn after.
Alright, so the Bloodworm has the lifesteal that you're so often looking for, but it will depend on what cost mana minion he took on the first, as to whether or not it can actually be paired with it effectively. Might just be forced to take the Gastropod here to have a board presence. But I have a feeling, given his life total and what he's staring down, there is no winning line. And we see the concede coming out from Kubo there. What a long, grueling game. One that we did not expect, given the decks that were brought.
Yeah, and given the start that Blood Trail had as well, just never really looked like it turned in the corner. Just for a moment, just after the Rexars were both played, it looked like maybe Kubo would have something. But those Shores, Blood Trail just kept managing to use that cube to make more and more. And you just got such a better Rexar, plus the tempo of attacker's advantage.
Yeah, it's possible that if Blood Trail didn't hit all those Death Rattle activators that kind of fit in really nicely with Rexar, then that game might have turned out differently. But I think once both of them came down so far ahead in terms of board and Houndmaster Shores and life total, that he was favoured to win that more often than not. And we do see him take out the win, and Subject 9 Hunter cops a fat loss.
We're right for once. Obviously a sample size of 1 is definitely absolute proof that Subject 9 Hunter is rubbish.
100% infallible. That is evidence that you could publish tomorrow and be proud of it.
Sort of thing I'd do. Check my Twitter account for details.
Alright, so that will leave Blood Trail with just 1 more deck to win with.
And it is the Shudderwock, I believe. I didn't actually check which one it is yet. It's just standard Shudderwock. No Ziliax, which is obviously pretty standard. Nothing of note, in fact, in this deck.
Nothing of note.
Yeah, 1 Acolyte of Pain, which is basically normal now. So it is just standard Shudderwock, as you would expect. And he's got to get through the Malygos Druid and the Subject 9.
And it does feel like there are definitely ways for Kubo to get back, given that those are the decks that are left.
Yeah.
I would say that the Shadowwalk Shaman probably feels pretty unfavored going into that Subject 9 Hunter matchup. The one thing that it can do, though, is avoid triggering a lot of those secrets. It can effectively just not play minions that need to attack.
Yeah.
And then if it finds ways to deal with those spell stones, whether it be 1 or 2, then it can sometimes stabilize and get through to the late game. Rexar's often not fast enough to overcome the combo that Shadowwalk brings.
And if Subject 9 isn't drawn, you just draw a load of rubbish secrets.
Yeah.
If Subject 9 is drawn, suddenly it goes the other way. You thin your deck out, and your deck is very powerful. So
it's fantastic for deck thinning, but it's a matchup that I would give the nod to Hunter regardless.
But then he comes up against the Malygos Druid as well after that, and that could get really shaky. So he needs this 2-1 lead to be in an okay spot.
Needs it? Yeah.
I mean, because he's now sort of... This happens a lot in Conquest, though, where the player who's 2-1 up is kind of 1.5 1 up.
Yeah, when you look at the percentage odds that's on that last deck, then your opponent has 2 favorites, but the fact that you're 2-1 up still means you have the overall edge.
Whereas in
on
Last
actually
Hero,
getting through.
you've usually got something lined up at 2-1, it goes to 2-1, then you just counter that and you're still favoured. In Conquest, it does tend to be that your worst matchups end up at the end.
Okay, so both players getting ready for Game 4. And is there anything that you'd prefer to queue? We talked about yesterday that actually queuing your most favourite matchup is advantageous because it helps with tiebreakers. That isn't the case anymore when we hit single elimination in the top 16.
If this is tomorrow and it's top 8, I want to get it over with. So I want to find out if I'm going to lose with my unfavoured because... No, sorry, it doesn't matter that much, but I'd rather put my opponent under some pressure, so I'll go for the favoured. In Swiss, it's the opposite. Even if it wasn't tiebreakers, I want to get it over with so I get on to the next round of Swiss and not be tired. But yeah, in these things, you want to put the pressure on, try and win the games. But some people like to do it the other way. They think, okay, well, if I win my unfavoured, my opponent just isn't going to be able to think clearly enough to win the favoured. It's all mind games and none of it. It's one of the things that I think we talk about that doesn't matter much. Things like players being nervous at the start of the game does. When it comes down to putting pressure on, I don't think they really feel it. I don't think Tyler was playing any differently at 2-all earlier against Saiyan when he was 2-0.
I think that the Game 5, his play picked up a lot. There was a lot of sketchy stuff that happened through 3 and 4.
Sure,
so I would agree to
Game 3
disagree
was
there.
definitely a bit weird.
And it looks like we've got a little bit of a spectator issue there. But as we get that fixed up, we should probably talk a little bit about how those opening hand looks. So Blood Trail hit the Calisith, had that on 2, which is exactly the type of card he's looking for to help with the matchup. And on the top side, we could see that the Spellstone was in hand, which is exactly the card that Kribo needs to actually be able to put that pressure on 5, to be able to push the tempo, push the pressure with that game. Had just 1 secret to pair with it so far, which was the Snipe, and then double Eagle Horn Bow, which is once again great cards to push that damage, push that pressure, but often you don't want both of those early on.
Yeah, having them both is definitely a nuisance, but having one is pretty good. It can't be hexed. Not yet, at least.
So, not sure what's happening with the cameras there. They've got some interesting angles for us. But
Pretty sure that barrel can see the player's hands.
Possibly.
So there was the hand. There was a Shore in there as well, where we call that Glimpse, which is obviously another handy minion that helps you get through Savanites and such like. So, from the little we've seen, it looks like the Kubo's deck has got an okay chance, but we're working on limited information at this point.
It did. He did hit the Huffer as well, which is a big leg up because it's just one way that you can push more damage to face. We'd seen from Blood Trail side as well, the Acolyte of Pain had come out to get a little bit more cycle, a little bit more draw going through. And it looks like they are trying to fix the problem at the moment, but...
Yeah, they are playing, so I feel that... How would you feel if your Lambie series right now? You've beaten Blood Trail already in the Swiss.
I mean, I spoke to him afterwards. I went up and gave him a big hug, and Lambie Series was thrilled, man. I said, top 8, work's not done, work's not done. He's like, yeah, man, work's not done. Got to get those wins. So he would be feeling very good. Blood Trail with the cough there.
And we are going back in game. Sorry for the small amount of talking going on there, but hey.
It's just what we've been doing all day, and we'll continue to do tomorrow. If you didn't want talking, then you're probably at the wrong place. So as we get the decks and hands back up on screen, we can see that we're now into turn 5, and Blood Trail has done a pretty good job of keeping the board clear and preserving health total. But Kribo's now got that turn where the Emerald Spellstone can come down. He would have been able to play it last turn, but wasn't able to. And he actually has another option this turn if he wants to buff out the Emerald Spellstone, because the Secret Keeper Venom Strike Eaglehorn Bow is a very strong turn, and then you can follow it up with the buff Spell Toad on the following.
Yeah, so we will find out now how many secrets actually got played. We believe it's probably one.
I think it's just one because the Spellstone's not fully upgraded.
Yeah.
And it was in his opening hand as well.
So it has to be one.
Unless there was a second one that was picked up.
I didn't even realise that trick as a caster until recently, that you could just read the card name to see if it's upgraded or not. Somebody pointed it out like a week ago. I've been trying to like write it down and memorise it all that time.
What do you do when you're playing? Because it's the same thing. You look at your hand and you go, "Oh, it's upgraded or not."
I've said this before. Like I only look at the tops of my cards when I'm playing. I don't cover them up or anything. I just don't. I spend so much time looking at the board.
So you don't really look at the text.
So I don't notice like the yellow glow around the edge and stuff. I now pause and look. But for years I didn't do that.
I think it's players like you, which is why we can't have nice things.
It probably is. I still can't score down to those 10 to 18 deck slots.
Oh my god, that meme has been done to death. You need to move on, Lorinda.
I'm never going to move on. I'm set in my ways. You can't teach an old cast a new trick.
Alright, so Kribo there looked like he was about to swing with the bow, and unfortunately we've had the spectator bug strike again. It's just the way it is. It seems when it hits once, it hits a couple of times.
That's right, yeah. It doesn't seem to be easy to clear up until you actually log out and do everything.
Yeah. It's unfortunately just one of those things where the bug gets in and doesn't want to leave. You know, bad things happen in threes, bugs happen in threes, maybe. Hopefully, then we're 2/3 of the way through.
We don't have the circle around the druid anymore, though. The big green circle of life or whatever it was.
What was that? Was that the border where you used to cast a Tree of Life?
Literally around Malfurion, the whole thing would just glow green. Yeah, on one of the cards, it wasn't Tree of Life, it was a more common card than that.
Oh, like Nourish, I think it might have been.
I think it might well have been Nourish, and you just have this big green circle for the entire game.
Oh, and it makes that really, like, warping noise, and it's just in your ear.
Yeah,
forever.
that's it, sort of like sitting next to me all day.
Can you do that again? Someone's going to take that sample, it's going to turn into a #1 hit.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Lovely on the ears. So the players are continuing, and it's getting to the point where if we can't resolve this soon, I'm just going to ask Lorinda to run over there and tell us what's happening.
I'll just stand on the stage with a mic and just, scream it all out. I think the players might actually hear if I did that.
Yes, probably. So we can see from over here with the number of minions on board that Kribo's Spellstone has come out, and Blood Trail, we're screen sniping him now.
Looks like I've got my glasses on the wrong day.
Definitely.
Players
so
like 50 feet away.
Oh, it's not a close distance. I mean, you can see when it cuts back to us how far they are behind us. So trying our best here. But he is mousing through ways to every minion he now plays is pulling in Hagatha spells, which can be junk, but I find more often than not you do find uses for them throughout the game.
Unless you get ice fishing, but yeah. Which always turns up. It seems to be one of the...
Oh, yeah. I don't know why, but it always seems to be in the first few spells that you get. It's like disproportionately high number of ice fishing.
But your point is extremely valid. Shaman spells. Like I say, they're sort of support cards. They usually find a use as long as you think about it.
Yeah, they're often situational.
Yeah.
And sometimes they can run on like combinations to work effectively, but things like Zap, you inevitably, across a course of 3, 4, 5 turns, will find a good use for it. It just happens.
And if you're good, you can even set it up to be useful. Yeah. Just the things that just happen. Like my career.
You said it, not me.
I thought I'd beat you to it. So Healing Rain's pretty tasty here. Obviously healing the Life Drinker out of range and still basically maximising his health total.
So Creeper hoping for a 4-attack minion or poison to come out. Ooh, Acolyte of Pain is not the one you want. He's already got the Deathstalker Rexar. He doesn't need more draw, and getting close to fatigue is not ideal. The Spirit Echo comes down as well. That can be quite nice. Just with 3 minions on the board, you probably don't want 2 of them.
Playing Shudderwock and you play 2 more Life Drinkers, you'll end in a hurry if you draw the Shudderwock.
Yeah, you just need the 1 Shudderwock if you get enough Life Drinkers in there, right? You don't need to worry about a bouncing
6
back.
Life Drinkers with 2 Spirit Echoes.
So Creebo now is well and truly off the try and smork Blood Trail game plan. With Blood Trail back at 33 and those Life Drinkers on the board, those kill commands are going to be used potentially to clear minions off, but he really is all in on this Build-A-Beast plan, trying to find stuff that can get him in the game.
So take Nightmare Amalgam, then take Raptor Hatchling next turn, shuffle your deck back in, get yourself loads more Rexar turns. I love how you can never tell if I'm joking or not, because I say so much stupid stuff.
I wouldn't say it's trying to distinguish whether or not you're joking or not. I would say just flat out ignoring whatever you're saying.
Okay, that's probably what most people go with in the end after a couple of casts. You're learning fast.
That's not a good call. Creeper knows it, a laugh on his face. But the Crackling Raise Morph can come down. Something like Divine Shield's useful here. The extra health would be useful here. And he's found...
Actually, Windfury's probably okay here. Yeah, he gets to kill 2 things.
Yeah. Yep, that's really good. Yep.
And with the Spirit Echo coming down, that's actually going to help a lot as well.
Massively.
Oh.
Ooh. So the one thing that we haven't been able to keep track of is what other combo pieces are in the pool.
Right.
We know that Grumble's been played. We saw that when we resumed. We've seen a couple of Life Drinkers come down, so we know they're around.
Tech, we caught a glimpse of a board where things had been stolen.
Kelliseth has obviously come down as well. All the minions are buffed, but we don't know about one of the most important cards, which is Saronite Chain Gang.
And
how many of those have we
one,
seen?
Glacial Shard.
Yes, yeah, that could be huge in this matchup too. And of course, Zola is the other piece that we haven't got information on.
And there is a good chance that, I mean, it's exactly halfway through the deck, and we just named a lot of battle cries, so the chances are quite high that there hasn't been a chain gang yet. Plus, the game didn't seem to look to an advanced state where the chain gangs would have been removed.
And with the way that this is played out, it's safe to probably presume that there's not enough in the pool, or at least he's waiting for more.
Yeah.
Now,
he's just setting up multiple Life Drinkers.
Why not? They're a bit of fun. It may hold on to Spirit Echo in the case where Shudderwock whiffs. And then the following turn you can Spirit Echo to get them back anyway, because it's unlikely that Hunter will be able to clear the whole board, so I don't mind him holding on to one here. The other thing is, it's semi-likely that the Hunter finds a way to get Silence off the Build-A-Beast and silences your Spirit Echo, so you kind of want to be able to cash that in on the turn you play it, not on a fresh minion. So, big old Tundra Rhino.
Yeah, this seems handy. Obviously, you'd rather get the stealth. I don't think he got the stealth, but I might be wrong.
I think it might have had stealth and poisonous.
Just plonk that down and just leave it there. Obviously, the Volcano will take care of it, so you've got to do something else first. Then your other beasts just get ridiculous.
That Prowler has such cool card art.
It is nice.
It's a shame that it doesn't get played more.
There's a reason that card reviews end up saying good art about some of the cards. That's all card games ever. the best art is usually on the worst cards. I don't know if it's deliberate, it just might be human bias, but it does seem to be like.
I think it's like reactionary, right? Where you initially love the card art, but once the card beats you down enough, you're like, I hate this card.
That's
I hate
true.
the card art.
Yeah, and you get used to it because you see it all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, who's ever going to love Shadowwalk's art? You know, it's pretty well drawn, but unfortunately, nobody wants to see that card.
No, they do not want to see the
claws and the jaws.
No. Scratching and biting.
Yeah, and catching. So Kuibo is trying to set up sort of 2 or 3 turn lethal here. Obviously, it's going to be difficult, but his plan is to do a lot of charge damage in one go. He's saved back these kill commands. He is going to be able to do chunky damage, and Blood Trail, we have been talking a little bit as if he can't lose this game for some time, but he definitely can if the pool is as
If there's no Saronite Changangs in the pool, then the Shadowwalk really can't be played.
He can heal for 9 with it if it comes to that, and if Kuibo starts running out of stuff, that might be an option.
Sure, there are just 2 cards left in the deck, so Kuibo will be getting to that point where Fatigue does play in a little bit. And I'm guessing the other thing that Blood Trail's waiting for is enough minions, so if it does come down, things like MC Tech will actually get some value. So holding on to that for now, and it also must make him anxious about playing things like Volcano, Zap, and Volcanic Burst, because as soon as you start overloading yourself, the Shadowwalk turns become either impossible or awkward.
Yeah, you want to say that Volcano for that, the catastrophe where your opponent just plays a terrifying stealth minion.
And so that's a 14 health board. The Volcano can actually clear this one up, and I think that is what we'll see from Blood Trail unless something better comes off the top.
So perhaps the Rhino has got the stealth, and this is like the ultimate bait. First of all, if you don't kill it, I win. If you do kill it, I get to stick my Rhino finally.
Death Rattle popping out those 1/1s, those little cuties. The Burst can actually kill it off here, but once again,
I'm almost out of cards.
Interesting. Wants to hold it for something like basically a bigger minion, which makes sense given that you have the Lightning Storm in hand. Your health isn't too bad. Just need to space out your defensive tools until you can find the rest of the deck that you're looking for. So Stranglethorn Tiger, another stealth minion there that may be appealing depending on what was taken initially. It was the Amalgam, and now they could be paired together for an 8/9 stealth, and as 4/7 stealth zombie charger that gives everything else charge.
And
is
Kuibo's
really
held
powerful.
on to this until after the Volcano by design.
Ooh, so the Storm Surge coming down now.
Do you want to Spirit Echo it?
Look to see what Hagatha delivers. Lava Burst is not great. The Lightning Storm doubled up cannot actually deal with the Tundra Rhino. Oh, this is unique.
Here we go.
So the Burst comes out twice. He's going to choose to Spirit Echo all of this, so we'll get that Storm Surge back, which is quite valuable when you're generating all these spells for yourself.
Yep.
And you do get some resemblance of a board now, with the Sparks being able to play it out again on the Spirit Echoes. And
there it is.
Ice Fishing, that's what we wanted to see. It's not what Blood Trail wanted to see though, and with this Stealth minion giving all the other beasts of Kuibo charge, he must be a little worried about what happens. So I think we're still a little bit of a ways off that, because
6 mana is 14.
With the minion on the board. If only Rusty was here to help us out.
Yeah, right. He could teach his way to turn 3 numbers into 7.
So the other thing for Kuibo that you have to consider is that the Tundra Rhino doesn't need to attack anything for this turn. He's at an okay
never
life
going to
total.
attack unless it's lethal, I don't think.
Right, so you can just consider playing some of your other beasts out, continuing to look through with the Zombeast and then setting it up over a couple of turns. So Bittertide Hydra is an interesting card here, but something that you were so afraid of playing against a Shaman with Volcano and those Sparks on the board. Jungle Panther, there's another stealth option, so you could just keep putting stealth minions on the board, and it's reasonable that he gets to a point where there's so much stealth health on the board that a Volcano won't clear it off, and that's exactly what would have happened if he decided not to attack there. But he just needs to start putting that pressure on.
So many lethals next turn with his double kill command.
Oh, this is great for Blood Trail. So the Saronite Chain Gang came at an opportune time. It can be followed up with the Hex to clear off that big Builder Beast. And that will mean that he's not overloaded for the Shadowwalk on the follow-up. The only issue is he's got a lot of junk on the board that you traditionally don't want to have when you're about to play your Shadowwalk.
Yeah, I think this Feral Spirit sort of made him think very carefully here, just to have the opportunity to have 4 taunts in the way.
think you're comfortable with just the two for
Don't
now.
think you're comfortable at all here. I think you're in quite a bit of trouble.
Wait, is there...
Maybe you don't get through.
It's not that far off now. It really isn't. Wow, you're right. With the double kill command...
Just the double kill command eats up so much mana that you can't really do anything game-winning.
Yeah.
So, looks like Blood Trail is going to be able to heal out of range next turn.
And Kribo does have to start worrying about what Blood Trail has available at his disposal in terms of damage. So thinking through it here, looks like he's picked one, and none of these options are really that inspiring. The Stegodon does allow you to, I guess, be a little bit more face-focused, because you've got that defense if Blood Trail is looking to kind of counter-lethal yourself.
Just going for another big one.
I believe that'll be the Stegodon. Oh, it's not. Oh, that's cool. Of course, because it's got charge. You don't need to really worry about the 20. You've got the life still on the Bloodworm.
That's why there's so many lethal opportunities all the time. And
it's really nice.
Blood Trail's pick up of the Chain Gang there was so useful for him. Otherwise, he just probably dies too.
And now the pressure's back on Blood Trail here. He can clear it up.
I think he's just going to clear up the board and drop a Shudderwock here. He's making sure he wants to do that.
So if you are going to do that, you want to make sure that you're probably milling the sparks that you have and not adding them to your hand. So you see him trading in the Storm Surge. Oh, no, okay, he's chosen something different again.
Oh, is he going to Feral Spirit for 3 taunts?
Might double Feral Spirit. No. No?
I think Feral Spirits might have been okay there.
I'm really confused.
I've
by
lost
what's
the thread of
happening
this turn. This turn makes no sense to me.
And that's just going to set up lethal for Kribo.
Yeah, unless we miss something.
Unless Feral Spirits comes down. Feral Spirits has to come down now. Because he should know double kill commands available in Kribo.
I don't know what's happening. He's emptying his hand for Shudderwock, but he's going to die.
Yes.
I think.
No, he will. He will. Double kill command to face is 12. And the Bear Shark can charge into the minion on board, which means that the Tundra Runner can clear up face. Sorry, kill command's 10 damage.
Yeah.
But he has enough of the zombies to charge.
Survive, yeah. I knew it was there somewhere, but I just had to stare you down
definitely
there.
It was definitely there.
And Blood Trail's last turn there seemed to have... Like, he knows the double kill command's there, and he knows the charge minion's there. There's not a lot there that should surprise him. He just needed to...
No, he would have perfect information that both kill commands were there, and that you know that there are builder beasts that do 5 damage for 4 mana or less.
Yeah. So that's taking it to 2-2, and Kribo, the key to that game for him was the turn where he set up 14 health and minions with a lot of attack. He'd kept back that Rhino for maybe 4 turns, and he knew that his only way to win was to get the double kill command and some charging beast plus the Rhino. I don't think he expected it was going to work, but he did plan that this is my win condition. Get cheap, efficient, high-powered beasts, kill command twice, and see what happens, so that I can get through any healing. But I think at the end there, if Feral Spirits played or Shudderwock, I don't think he ever gets through.
Yeah, I'm really confused as to why the Feral Spirits didn't get played. I'm also equally confused why Shudderwock didn't come down on some of those earlier turns. Yes, it may not get the full combo guaranteed time, but you get enough life steal and you're making a couple of... Yeah. I think that seems like an opportunity that got away from Blood Trail, and it's difficult to say given that we missed part of the game through that middle stages, so it's hard to understand exactly what's in the pool. Yeah, maybe the Glacial Shards were missed.
But it's going to put him now, he's in a position where I think he has to beat Malygos Druid, and that makes things very tough for him.
Yes, it's just one of those matchups where they're both playing combo decks, but the Malygos Druid is just more often than not so much faster than the Shudderwock Shaman that it gets the edge.
And its alternative win conditions just that little bit better. Shudderwock's condition of sort of Keller sets and stuff is a little bit...
Yeah, or Hagatha is...
buffing up your spreading plagues and stuff is a lot less vague. So I give the edge here big time to Kribo in this 4th top 16 match today. Still 4 more matches to come today after this. And then all day tomorrow we'll be going straight through that top 8. Right the way to find out who wins here in Singapore.
Yeah, it's really hard to believe that it's only been 4 matches so far. I mean, I know I've been up here for a lot of them, which is why it feels like more. But it's just that we've had so much great talent come through in these first 4 games already. You kind of expect that across a whole day, not just to start with.
Yeah, we've got a great top 8 on this side of the draw, and then another great top 8 on the other side of the draw. And the matches have been a lot slower today, which is unusual. It's usually the Swiss rounds that are slow, but people are like rattling through those. But as the matchups have panned out in this top 8, sorry, this top 16, you know, a lot of the stuff's run into each other that slows each other down. So, and it's good to see. We get to see these guys go back and forth.
Yeah, and if you are just tuning in now and have missed some of those first 4 matches, well, one, you should be going back and watching them. They were great matches. But we will be seeing Faeli against Tyler. Those were the winners in the first 2. They'll be playing off against each other. And Lambie Series, the local here, upset Hunter Race and will be progressing to face the winner of this series, which will shortly conclude once we get into Game 5.
And that's a big deal. Hunter Race, again, he's almost safe for last call. Not quite, as he'll be the first to tell you he's not safe for last call.
And
but Saiyan losing
by
in
the way,
particular with Muzzy still in.
Yeah, I love that Hunter Race doesn't feel comfortable because it's very easy to get to that point and go, I've got enough points, I don't need to work harder for this. But the fact that he's like, no, it could happen means that he has to close it out. And it's actually something we see pros fall into when it comes to qualifying for playoffs. They think they've got enough points. I don't need this ladder finish. I'm not going to spend the couple of days grinding. It's not worth the effort. For
the next tweet says, "Oops, missed by 1 point."
It happens like all the time. It seems
I had
every
a great party.
Yeah, exactly. Needed that rest. Wanted to do that stream.
Yeah, that's more like
and didn't push those points. And I think Hunter Race is a great example of what the top pros look like, which is they don't feel comfortable even if they do have the most points and by a significant margin. First 3-star master, and he's still the one that wants the points to make sure he's secure. He's not leaving it up to chance or hoping that this will be enough.
Yeah, I mean, Saiyan took an hour to get over his loss. He's backstage already practicing his championship lineups again and talking about Hearthstone with top players again. They don't take breaks at all, it seems. They probably actually like flying or something just for the rest.
Possibly. I reckon it probably put some of them on edge as well, which is like, I haven't practiced in like,
8,
12 hours.
For 12 hours, I'm going to be rubbish at Hearthstone. My problem.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I'll be fine after my little practice backstage later.
Well, yeah, I mean, you keep talking a big game. I feel like we're going to have some type of caster tournament and get the pros to commentate.
Everyone always says that. Whenever I actually try and set it up, they all go missing.
They're scared of you, is that what you're saying?
They just don't want to listen to me all day.
Yeah.
The downside of having me in a tournament, I'm afraid.
That's right, so we are just waiting to get into Game 5 here. As you would have seen through the last game, a couple of technical problems with the observers, the spectator bug, and sometimes that just needs a hard reset, which is why there's been a little bit of time between games, but we'll be shortly commencing. And as you can see, Blood Trail has that Shuttlewalk Shaman, needs to run that back and find that win to close out the series, while Kribo has now put himself in a chance to steal this one and has the Malagos Druid, which will be favoured in this matchup, so very likely to actually proceed with the 3-2 victory here.
Yeah, and especially if Blood Trail does what he did on that last turn, which didn't seem to be going anywhere in the Shuttlewalk. Maybe we missed something, but it just felt like he didn't have a plan for that game. When it hit, he didn't seem to sense the danger. It's like, oh, I've just won, I'll just do some stuff. And Kribo had quite obviously been studiously thinking through several turns there. You've got to sense he's got a plan. Even if you think the plan doesn't kill you, you've got to try and evaluate what it is. Perhaps he just couldn't work it out. Keleseth, though.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see another game similar to pretty much all of the Shaman and Druid games we've seen so far, which is the Shamans have been disproportionately getting Keleseth on 2, and almost every Druid game we've seen so far has had crazy amounts of ramps. Even just the Nourish can sometimes be enough, but we've seen games with double Wild Growth as well. So Keleseth on 2 here, pretty good opener for Blood Trail.
Yeah, with Mana Tide on 3, gotta like that.
And Kribo, can he find the Wild Growth there? Does not. Not too much of a concern in the sense that this is a slower matchup and the Druid has more time than it does in some of its other ones, but if you're looking for the ideal opening, then you still want the Wild Growth.
I wasn't enjoying Blood Trail holding that Mana Tide like before the turn even started there for a second either. He's obviously in a hurry to get on with it after that last game.
This is one of my worst habits on ladder as well, which is I've queued up my turn before the other person's finished. You just play out whatever it is.
Are you one of those?
Well, like, you just want to play games and get on with it. I really hate slow ladder players. It's just ladder.
And they start emoting you, so you slow down even more.
If you want to practice and practice with your friends, don't use it for ladder. I'm just playing out cards. It's not good practice for you anyway.
I'm trying to beat people. I have to think.
Tweet at me when you hit number 1, Lorinda.
What,
all
rank 1 or legend?
Legend 1.
Okay, might be a while.
I'm worried that you thought rank 1 was an achievement. So Blood Trail hitting the very fortunate drop straight after the Keleseth was played, which is the Saronite Chain Gang. Nothing feels better than playing 6-8 worth of stats for 4 mana on turn 4.
Yeah, and especially when you're trying to race the Druid to... I was talking about alternate win conditions. Well, this pressure can get it done. It's unlikely because Druid's used to coping with this sort of mess, but definitely something to deal with. And of course, you are working towards your combo anyway, so it's not like it's a wasted opportunity or futile. And Druids also can find it hard to remove minions that are hidden behind taunts. They rely on their little bits and pieces to help them out sometimes.
Well, it can be especially difficult if you tempoed the mind control tech, which is more often than not the correct play there, especially into the Manatide Totem, only to then see 4 minions come out. So Kribo there hitting the Nourish finally, and being able to pair it with the Tyrant makes for a pretty powerful turn, but with Blood Trail so far ahead, it does still feel like Kribo's on the back foot. A lot of damage going face here, and interestingly enough, the Earth Shock coming out, which will allow for, I guess, a favorable trade with Blood Trail, and it's mana efficient, does free you up for the Grumble the next turn. And Kribo now has a couple of nice options here with the Malfurion and the Spreading Plague. The downside of the Spreading Plague is it's really not that high value or tempo based, so I would love to see the Malfurion come out now, just because it does give you a wave finally clearing off that Manatide Totem, which has got an exorbitant amount of value.
Yeah, I think Kribo is just making sure nothing bad can happen, because it does involve going down to 11, which should be completely safe, but sometimes you just start second guessing yourself. Just need to take a few seconds to make sure you can't just die from this health total. And of course he can't.
And he cannot. So Malfurion does look like the play, and Kribo agrees. Now the choice will come down to whether it's those 1/5s or the Poison Spiders, and the Poison Spiders look nice, and that's exactly what Blood Trail has followed up with. The cool thing about those little poison critters is that it prevents Grumble from coming down really nicely, which is often what Shaman wants to do on 6. And if they do play the Lightning Storm to clear it and protect their board a little bit better, it overloads them and ends up being quite a clunky turn. Blood Trail, though, has a pretty good answer in just playing more Saronite Chain Gangs, because why not?
Yeah, he's in a great spot if he can pick up the Shudderwock, but he's got to find it.
Now, from Kribo's perspective, that Wild Growth will enable UI on the following turn, and it looks like he's going to pair that with the Spreading Plague now, just making room in the hand for that UI to come down. Hopefully find the tools shortly after that will get him back in this game, because with Blood Trail already having played double Saronite, and the Grumble coming down on this turn, Kribo knows he's not far off being able to complete the combo himself.
Yeah, this is the part of the game where the Druid just starts getting back into it. The part of the game being the 10 mana turn, obviously. For that card we all know and love, Ultimate Infestation.
Just talking with some of the players before this about how Ancient of Law got the nerf down, and then UI is printed.
It's just a better Ancient of Law.
In every single way.
Imagine we had both, though.
Yeah.
You definitely want one of them nerfed, so it's not necessarily that bad.
It's actually interesting to think about, because I have a feeling old Ancient of Law wouldn't even get played in current decks.
I can see how that could happen, for sure.
Druid's just at the stage where every card is so good that you end up having to make cuts on some of the best cards. Like, it's crazy that some decks decide not to play things like UI.
Yeah.
Right, they just don't need it. That's how good the deck is.
Yeah, you quite often hear people going down to, like, I don't know, one UI as well. And we don't play Wrath anymore.
Yeah, Wrath.
I mean, what world are we living in? Wrath is like the best card in the game for the longest time. Not quite, but you know what I mean.
I wonder if it's one of the cards that was worse affected by the Innovate nerf, just in the sense that it paired very well with it, and now that that's gone, it doesn't really get as much use anymore. But the UI has found the other Arcane Tyrant, and that allows Kribo to have a very powerful swing turn. Yes, there's an 8/8 Grumble staring him in the face.
I think the other thing with Wrath is we now have a Spreading Plague. So you don't need to keep control of the early board quite so much as you used to. Well, everything but Shudderwock's been played here.
And he does have cards that can help him look for it, and he can continue to put that pressure right onto Kribo. And this is 16 damage he has on board. Now, we know Shaman doesn't really have much in terms of burst from hand. And so Karibo can kind of play around, you know, a one-turn lethal very effectively, or even a two-turn lethal quite effectively. But doing that too much prevents him from setting up his own combo. And he does need to find a way to burst this Shaman from 30.
My thoughts are
So he's going to play the Florist, which will...
I'm not sure about, because if it hits the Alexstrasza, is that enough? I think you have to play out the Alexstrasza because you need the Florist to actually hit the Malygos. So I think playing the Florist there is a little bit of a trap, just in the sense that I'm pretty sure you still lose even if it lands on Alexstrasza. And we can see Karibo playing that out there now. The Naturalize is going to come down on the Grumble, and it will mean there is a chance that Shudderwock gets milled.
Baby.
Classic. Zola. Healing Rain.
Crowd are enjoying this. There's oohs and ahs coming over there.
I know it's about to be followed up, and Karibo has very quickly... Oh!
Karibo is just hyperventilating in his seat there as well. And somewhere in Germany, Sintalol has just turned off the screen.
No, Sintalol is smiling, going, the torch has been handed on, young friend.
No more will they talk about me, they'll be talking about Blood Trail from now on.
Blood Trail, you'll go down in history. And I think that's just game. I mean, looking at Blood Trail's hand, he can survive turns here with the Healing Rain. There's both of them in hand. The Electric can also combo them up to get that extra healing on line. The Hagatha can be played and find some type of value-generating line. But with Karibo having so much pressure on board, Blood Trail being on 6 health, and we can see with our caster vision that Malygos is already there and available, this just looks like an awful position for Blood Trail now.
And look at Karibo. He thought he was out of it in game 4, right at the end there, when he won that one. Now he thought he might be out of it in this. Now he knows he's probably going through, and he is struggling to sort of keep himself together, because he is realising that unless he blows this, there's every chance he just gets this. He's trying to reevaluate everything. What's the safest way to get this done?
So as long as the minion isn't picked up for Karibo here, the Florist can just come down, and this is looking very strong.
And yeah, how on earth does Blood Trail do much now?
So it is not a minion, it's the Nourish, so the Florist comes down, more damage put to face, and this sets up the Malygos with double Swipe and Moonfire in hand.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh, it's so much damage. 24?
Yeah, 24.
Great. Yes, because with the second Moonfire, you get the full 30. So Blood Trail playing this line is the exact thing that plays around that. So he will be able to survive another turn if the second Moonfire is not picked up.
What is his plan? He's used a lot of his key cards in that early attack. The Shudderwock is gone. Get Hagatha down and find a way to get your get another Shudderwock from one of the spells there. Never remember the name of it, where you discover the Battlecry minion.
Yeah, so I think
another Shudderwock that way.
Yeah. I mean, you almost have to rely on Karibo making a mistake in the sense that he just plays out Malygos now and lets it get hexed, and then Blood Trail finds some way to stabilize behind a taunt, and then Hagatha, and then heals. Which, I mean, is possible. It is possible, and Karibo's not under the same pressure he was anymore. So I think it's completely reasonable for him to consider just cycling further here rather than playing the Malygos out, because you can completely guarantee that 30 damage combo, but he disagrees. The double swipe is going to be paired up with that Moonfire, putting Blood Trail down to a very precarious 3 life that is just 1 hero power away from defeat.
Yeah, and Karibo, look at him. He's ready to explode over there.
There is the Hex. So the Hex combined with a Taunt will keep Blood Trail, which means he has to hit the 1 in 4 off the totem.
Yeah, I think pretty sure we've seen both chain gangs.
Both chain gangs have been played, so the Farsight into 1 is not an out. The Glacial Shards can be used for face. We haven't seen those yet. That's the other thing that could prevent the damage. So there's the taunt. Okay. And we could actually even see the Zola be played on the taunt.
Naturalize still in hand. There's still Naturalize in hand.
Oh, of course, of course.
So Karibo...
so Zola taunt and then play the other taunt.
Karibo's got it.
The branching paths with those minions is going to be enough, and Karibo has pulled himself out of nowhere to take this series 3-2. Hats off to Karibo, really had no business winning it, but has found a way to get there.
absolutely insane. And even though Game 5 will be the poster game because of the Scintillol effect, I think that Game 4 is the one where Blood Trail will have to go back and have a good look at what happened there.
Yeah, it seems, just across both of those Shutterwalk games towards the end, that there was some play that just wasn't optimal. It just seemed like there were better lines, there were things that he could have been thinking through, maybe doing a little bit differently to give himself an edge. And the good part about that playing out at a top 16 on stage here means that he has a full week to iron that out before he proceeds to playoffs.
And of course we are assuming that nothing crazy happened in those first 6 or 7 turns, but we can't think of a reason why that would have influenced it. But
no,
just to be absolutely clear, we're not 100%, but I can't see what would have happened for that to be the case.
I'm pretty close. I mean, losing...
Yeah, I'm pretty close too. I'm not trying to defend it. Just to put the disclaimer in the bottom that nobody reads.
There is no excuse to lose to Subject 9 Hunter from that position with Shutterwalk. It just doesn't matter what's been played. I'm fairly sure tempoing Shutterwalks at multiple turns there would have led to wins.
Die, and 3 life drinkers at least were in that Shutterwalk. So.
And there were even turns towards the end with the Hagathron line where the Wolves could have been played to create those extra taunts, and you could have actually done interesting things like milling those volcanic burst guys. What are they called? The
Sparks.
Oh yeah, Sparks. Yeah. You can mill the Sparks, then play the Wolves. You get 3 taunts. You free up hand space. There was tons of interesting stuff there, but just wasn't to be for Blood Trail. And top 16, nothing to sneeze at. But Kribo will be very pleased to be progressing to the top 8, where he will take on Lambie Series.
Yeah, and Lambie Series has already been in Blood Trail, so now he's going to have to beat somebody else in the tournament. But Singapore in that top 8 with Lambie Series, and Korea with Kribo, there's going to be a lot of representation from all around the world in this particular tournament, I think. More than nearly anywhere I've been.
It's one of the things that I'm really pleasantly surprised by, which is we talk about what a stacked top 16 this is, one of the best well-known top 16s. In fact, in my opinion, the best for 2018.
I think it is. There have been a couple of good dream hacks, but I think this one might beat all of them.
And you look at the top 16, half or over half, I think slightly over half, are all actually from the APAC region. And it really does tell that story of what's happening within APAC, almost like this Hearthstone revolution, where a couple of years ago, maybe one of the regions that was looked down upon more in terms of the standings across each.
Yeah, I mean, that's the time when I was sort of the only caster outside of APAC who knew who any of the players were. And now every caster, even the ones outside the region, know who all the top players in APAC are, except for the bit where there's more coming along all the time.
Yeah, that's right. But let's hear a little bit more from Kribo, our winner, as we take you to the player interview.
All right, first up, well, I would like to congratulate you, Kribo, on your second top 8. I believe we saw you at HCT Taichung before, also at top 8. For the players who might not be so familiar with you outside of the Korean scene, I'd like to ask about your background. Do you play Hearthstone full-time?
제가 원래 중학교 때부터 카드 게임을 즐겨 했는데 군대 전역한 이후로 이런 재밌는 게임 있다 그래서 시작하게 됐습니다.
He started to play this game since middle school. Then after he finished his army, he started back again.
All right, great to hear that you are putting in some really good results. I also wanted to ask if you're happy with your play today, and also in the Swiss yesterday, do you think you made any big misplays, or do you think you played solid?
There are certain parts that he thought he was not very well, but generally he enjoyed the game.
All right, and in Swiss, I heard that your only loss, because you went 5-1, was against Muzzy, and there's a chance that you face him again later in the top 16, or top 8 rather. Do you feel more confident if you have to go up against him again?
I am confident to win Muzzy next time.
Well, you heard it from him himself. Muzzy better watch out. Okay, finally, I just wanted to ask if you have a message for the Korean viewers, and I'm sure you have a lot of friends also in the audience, so shout out to anyone.
지금 여기 싱가포르에 한국인 선수들도 많이 응원해주고 있고 그 한국에서 이제 방송으로 응원해주시는 분도 많은데 응원 감사하고 응원에 힘입어서 더 열심히 하겠습니다.
There are a lot of Koreans watching this game and supporting me, so I will play more well.
All right, thank you so much, Kribo. And that means we have concluded yet another qualifying match in our top 16. Kribo will be joining Fayley, Tyler, and Lambie series, joining our top 8. So thank you guys. We're just going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Bull. I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So come work with me and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science! You can go into success with no regrets when you work with Dr. Bull.
Technology!
Work with the best and the brightest when you work with Dr. Bull.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
to see you again. Pull up a chair by the hearth.
Welcome back, everybody, to HCT Singapore Day 2, where we have just concluded the first half of our top 16 matches. My name is Gia, and joining me on the casting desk for this next one is Derek Brown. I don't have a cool pun like Jackson does, sorry.
Well, you don't have a pun. It was not a cool pun. None of them are. They are hurtful and spiteful. So.
All right, I don't have any sort of pun, so I'll just remain neutral on that, Derek. But we do have quite a banger for this next one. It will be Casey versus Tom60229.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a while since we've seen Tom60229 in solo competitive Hearthstone, I feel. Obviously, he had a good run through the Hearthstone Global Games. Outside of that, it's been a little bit of a dry season, I think, for him. Some of the other APAC players, like Shaxi, his teammate on the Global Games team, as well as Dak Rivius and Tyler, have kind of been pulling ahead a little bit, I think. So this could be his chance to, reaffirm himself as being the true god of that region.
Yeah, it's not for lack of trying. Tom has been to almost all of the tour stops, I think, in Asia Pacific, and might have gone even outside of the region. I'm not quite aware of the full history of that, but hasn't put in the top finish that he did, of course, at Worlds. So I'm sure he'll be looking to prove that he still got it. But up against him is somebody who is definitely not going to be easy to beat in Casey.
Yeah, he's had a pretty dominant year in terms of tour stops. Well, if you take a look below the absolute, the victories, the finals, because he's, I believe, the most top 16-iest player that we have in tour stops this year, which is no small feat at all. We know that if you are following Hearthstone at a very competitive level, you've got to pay a lot of attention to the top 8s, the top 16s, rather than who's just winning. And Casey has been doing that so consistently this year.
Yes, consistency is the name of the game for most of the players in this top 16 who have just been to a million different events and placed high between all of them. And now we have the bans in for this match, and we see that Casey's Questrogue has been banned away. I'm pretty sure with the way Tom's lineup is designed, he's banning Questrogue every time he sees it.
Yeah, pretty easy ban for him. The only actual difference in their lineup is that Questrogue for Casey up against the Odd Warrior for Tom60229, which I have to imagine is going to be working in Casey's favor. Given his very unaggressive lineup, I feel like the Odd Warrior could be struggling to take a game here.
Yeah, definitely. We did say that if it was to take a win, it would have to sneak in the Q versus Malagos Druid.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it looks like it's not very favored against things like Death Rattle Hunter, and against Even Lock, there is that strategy you can go for of just not tapping, and then if you get your Geist early enough, if you get the Gul'dan early enough, then the Even Lock can definitely take the Warrior to fatigue.
Yeah, I think what I'm realizing though is that from talking to a lot of players, even if you don't go for that strategy and just go for the standard Even Warlock game plan, you're just in a pretty good spot against Odd Warrior. Their removal just isn't really good enough. If you're astute enough of a player to be playing around the the Super Colliders, you should be in a pretty decent shot to be taking that matchup.
That is very true, but the first game of the series will be the Death Rattle Hunter for Casey up against Even Lock from Tom60229. And in last series, we did see a very epic game of Death Rattle Hunter played by Kribo. It was really great to kind of pick his brain onto the match because I think that looked so over at the beginning, but managed to win it. It was actually Secret Hunter, that's my bad, but it felt like Death Rattle Hunter because of that Rexstar pulling all its weight.
I believe the last time we saw this matchup today was Saiyan up against Tyler, where I think the Even Warlock actually ended up taking the game in a very surprise fashion right towards the end when we thought that Tyler's Death Rattle Hunter would be in a very nice spot to be taking it. But Casey had some choice words about Tyler's play in that series, so I imagine he will be probably, from where he's sat at least, in a better spot to be taking this.
Casey's definitely a guy that you'd like to be your friend if you're somebody who can take criticism and learn from it.
He's also someone that you definitely don't want to be your friend if you can't take criticism.
Of course, it goes both ways, but I'm sure that Tyler will be cleaning it up for his next plays throughout the day. As for Tom, he hasn't hit things like Mountain Giant, but even if he did, Casey has that time-old answer of Hunter's Mark and Candle Shot's deal with the big minions from Even Lock. And really, that's the first checkpoint for the Hunter. If they can't be the aggressor in the matchup with eggs and a lot of Death Rattle procs, they need to make sure that they can deal with the first onslaught of these tall minions from the Even Lock before they can kind of get to their power turns of Cubes and Katrina.
I mean, that's in my opinion, the mark of any tournament Hearthstone deck at the moment is you either have to be an aggro deck, which doesn't mind if they play an 8/8 Giant, or you have to have an answer to it. That's why we're seeing so much Naturalize being teched into Druids nowadays, when for the longest time it wasn't being run at all, because there are just so many big minions coming down on early turns.
Vulgar Homunculus is actually putting in quite some work, such that it will kind of delay Casey from being able to deal with the Twilight Drake, which is no doubt coming down this turn. If, however, Tom takes, because of the buff on the Keleseth for the egg, though, it does make things a little bit easier for Casey.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more players going for the route of Twilight Drake first, then you follow up with the Mountain Giant, even more so when you have the Skulking Geist in hand, because that can take care of Hunter's Marks against Hunter, Naturalizes against Druid. A lot of the removal spells are at the 1 cost at the moment, so you do want to be throwing out your less valuable minions first to soak up that hit.
Yeah, it's true. And against Hunter, it's doubly scary, I would say, because they not only have the 1 cost answer, which is Hunter's Mark, which is, I guess, equivalent to Naturalize, they also have that Spider Bomb.
Yeah, the Spider Bomb would be wreaking some pretty big havoc here for Tom60229, no matter which minion he decides to go for. I think what he really needs to be worried about is the ability for 5/5s to be generated by Casey, be it through Play Dead, maybe with a Houndmaster short as well. At which point I suppose the Giant lines up better, but not by much. The fact that you have Hellfire to even the playing field a little bit, I think it's very, very close as to whether you go Drake or Giant.
It's a really sick turn from Casey. He has the option to actually pop the egg right now if he wants to use that to clean up the Giant instead of the Candle Shot, but he, I think, very wisely preserves the Death Rattle minion on board because he may have procs in the future, or it's just more insurance against AoE.
Yeah, I like this a lot from Casey, just giving you, like you said, more resilience from AoE. The fact that he has Houndmaster Shore available to come down next turn, it could just be 1 extra damage he's getting by leaving the egg intact, because then he can rush the Devil Saw right into whatever whatever minion is created.
And that's kind of the reason why I think this matchup, not heavily, but slightly favors the Death Rattle Hunter. If they can just get through those first few big minions, they just pack more stuff and more efficient plays onto the board than the Even Lock, which after turn 3-4, where they get their power spikes, 5-6 is just often things like Shroom Brewers.
Now for Tom, something like a Shroom Brewer is looking like it wouldn't actually be that bad, because whatever he's going to do in the next few turns, it has to be relatively defensive, because there is the potential for an awful lot of damage to come through now for Casey.
Casey there had the option to go for a Shaw, but it didn't really feel good to be trading into this Twilight Drake. It damages his minions way too much. I much prefer going for just this coin Savannah high main, going fully on the offensive, knowing that even if a Hooked Reaver were to come down, he has so much power on board, and the Houndmaster Shaw waiting in the wings to actually immediately get the Death Rattles on 2 minions to deal damage as well.
It's just so weird at the moment to see someone deliberately making a board with more than 3 minions in play. I'm just so conditioned to never play into mind control tech anymore that when you're against even lock, you have to reshift how your brain works.
Might have to nerf mind control tech to 4 mana and call it a buff.
Honestly, I would not be surprised.
So Shaw looks like it is coming down, and Casey, it's always mentioned, but he is one of just the fastest players in Hearthstone, and he's had almost no hesitation, at least for his first plays in a turn throughout this whole game so far.
And while I believe it's not quite lethal available on this turn, it is getting remarkably close, and given that Tom is well under the 15 health threshold, Casey will not hold back one bit, trying to close out the game on the very next turn, unless an incredibly defensive line can be made by Tom here. And I have to be honest, I just do not think it's there.
Nope, even if he puts up 2 minions and taunts them up, there's just more minions on board for Casey. He's got the hero power, not enough mana to go for Spellstone first and then Hellfire. Nothing that can be done for our current world champion, and I think Casey is going to take a quick 1-0 lead in a very favorable, not just match, but overall series, I think.
Kind of, to me, showing a less demonstrated way that Houndmaster Shaw is very good, where usually it's just thrown down on turn 4, and if they can't deal with it, then it's very powerful. But here it was used when there's a bunch of Death Rattles already in play, just to make those trades so much more favorable for Casey. Really just indicating how unbelievably versatile of a card it is.
Look at the sick VM, Dara.
That's a pretty nice...
Is it necessary? I don't think so.
It's Casey. He's got to show a little bit of VM.
Okay.
And this is the real benefit that we're starting to see now from Casey's lineup versus Tom's lineup, is it's not only the fact that Odd Warrior might be struggling to take a victory, it's the fact that Casey doesn't have to ban Quest Rogue. He has the liberty to ban the Death Rattle Hunter in Tom's lineup because there just is no Quest Rogue. The Odd Warrior is replacing it. Again, just showing how good of a position Casey appears to be in.
Yeah, actually, the lineup from Tom is deeply interesting to me. I kind of wonder about what he was thinking about by including the Odd Warrior in a lineup where Quest Rogue itself is so prevalent.
Yeah. I think it was... I don't want to call it a bit of a misread, because I am with most of the majority of the thinking of the players, where Odd Warrior is just more of a last hero standing lineup, because you don't have to get a win with it if you're against full anti-control, and it's just a really nice counter queue against some of the aggro decks. Maybe he just believes in the raw power level of it. We are seeing that from a lot of players. I was talking to Zorkthar a lot during the Hearthstone Global Games, where he was saying, Odd Warrior up against Death Rattle Hunter, it's just a fine matchup. It's really not that bad because you have so much removal. That's the response I gave as well. He showed me his stats, which swayed me a little bit, but yeah. Playing on ladder versus playing against Casey are two very different things.
Very true enough. And I also think that if you're trying to bring Warrior, maybe you're thinking about targeting people who are targeting Quest Rogue, but then the rest of the lineup from Tom doesn't seem to completely support that, because things like Death Rattle Hunter are a bit vulnerable to aggro itself.
We do see people bringing the hybrid style of lineup, though. I believe there are players like Hunterace has a relatively hybrid style of decks, with Odd Warrior thrown in there as well, in addition to the Torquaggle Druid.
That's true, and we also saw Lambie Series taking a win and into the top 8 with also half and half lineup. So maybe the next level for Conquest, as we saw, I guess the last big Conquest event was EU versus CN, and we saw people either just bringing Quest Rogue and its friends, that's what I call that lineup, or things to target Quest Rogue. And there was nothing really halfway down the middle. But now, we see in this tournament, the kind of hybrid lineups are performing pretty well.
However, from Casey, it's a lot more standard. This is, I think, what has been dubbed the HS replay lineup, where he just takes what were the 4 best decks that have a relative amount of synergy together, but he knows he can play them well. He knows they are just very, very powerful decks. And it's been working out very well for him so far, and I think it will continue to serve him in this matchup.
Yeah, we live in a world where the 4 best decks do not include Zoo. for once, and that just goes to show you why Odd Warrior is perhaps kind of struggling in Conquest. But of course, Tom did make it through the Swiss with a pretty clean score, so he did manage to pilot this deck optimally, even if it didn't hit its best matchups necessarily every time.
To Tom's credit, though, I think that he predicted one thing very well, which is the shift from Token Druid back to Malagos Druid, because in tournaments for the longest time, or at least for a month or so it feels, it's been a big hype for Token Druid, the new Strong Shell Scavenger with Saronite Chain Gang build as opposed to the Violet Teacher version. But now in this tournament, we're seeing a lot of the players in top 16 with Malagos Druid, which is a pretty miserable matchup up against the Odd Warrior, which I imagine will have been featuring into Tom's thinking when building this lineup.
Yes, and it is going to be that matchup that we were talking about a while ago, Evenlock versus Odd Warrior, where the Evenlock, as you prefer to play it, can just smork them down with individual tall minions, or if you play more than one, just make sure that they're not too weak to Super Collider. And then there's this alternative style of play to just tap minimally if you get your Geist and Gul'dan early. And it's not uncommon to see people just switch between game plans. More often than not, I think you start with the trying to put out consistent threats, and if that doesn't work, then you can maybe hold back on the taps and try to win through fatigue.
I totally agree. The fact that you have that 1-mana hero power means that you can do the kind of classically very powerful play in Hearthstone where you make a big board or one big minion. If they have the answer, the game continues, you have refill, and if they don't have the answer, you probably just win. And when you do that every turn of the game for like 10 turns in a row as Casey with Mountain Giant, Twilight Drake, Lich King, Bone Mare, Dread Infernal, all these threats, it just means eventually Tom 60229, I imagine, just won't have the answer.
Yeah, and we saw Tom go for the immediate Omega Assembly there because of that threat of Skulking Geist. In this matchup, you don't necessarily have the time to get greedy and play it until later. Although I have seen some people not play the anti-greedy play of just like going for it immediately. There's sometimes a risk you can take of like trying to wait for if the Geist doesn't come down on 6, depending on how many cards you saw your opponent keep. But Casey did keep quite a few, I think, so I definitely get why Tom just wanted to get that out of the way.
One thing I was surprised about with Omega Assembly is how bored Twitch chat got, how quickly Twitch chat got bored of calling it Omega LOL Assembly. I was anticipating that one would last for a while.
I thought it would just be the new name, just like 4-mana 7/7 for that card in Shaman that I don't even know the name of anymore.
I'm sure I've
initiated
a renaissance of Omega LOL.
Alright, as for Casey, so that first game plan we were talking about of just playing down Giant after Giant, it's not really coming together because he doesn't have the Giant, but he can coin Twilight Drake. It just seems like the strongest play onto the board. It's just unfortunate that Tom has this Shield Slam to deal with it very simply. It's just crazy that only after 3 armor ups you're able to do that. Wow, that's even better.
I think Tom is very happy with that because while Warrior struggles to do that one extra little bit of damage to close out these minions with the silence, so does Warlock, really. Unless you want to go for a Defile, which clears off your Drake anyway, the ability to deal with this Owl is actually not really there for Casey, unless he wants to just keep developing his minions.
And that's what he's going to do, just try to max out the damage he can get to face with this Twilight Drake. And I say that the Drake is better answered by the Owl because you'd rather be saving at least one Shield Slam for a Mountain Giant should it come down, whereas silencing a Mountain Giant doesn't really work.
I'll agree with you there.
So I think he's going to go for Dino-Matic, and most of the time it should clear the Twilight Drake, but we've seen some crazy odds happen today, and yeah, that's about the average result, I would say.
Yeah, definitely the expected outcome. One of the reasons why I like Dino-Matic, you're usually going to get the expected outcome when this card is played.
How is that different from Volcano?
I also like Volcano.
Oh, okay.
It's just different to like Knife Juggler or something, where it's just...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You have less procs.
Exactly.
And so the variance could be greater, I suppose.
Yeah. I should say I wouldn't like it more if it procced 100 times. It's not directly proportional.
That is fair. So the second Stonehill going to be coming out for Tom here. Oh, sorry, the first Stonehill coming out for Tom here, and he can get the Tar Creeper just as something to play onto this turn. But the Snail Pick I can definitely understand because you are so starved for ways of dealing with Mountain Giants if you use the first Shield Slam and don't draw the second.
Yeah, I really like this. I think this shows a good understanding from Tom, which is that in the next few turns, he wants Casey to be developing minions. He doesn't want to put things like Tar Creeper in the way. He just wants Casey to develop a little bit too much if he can bait him into it. Then he'll go with Brawl or Super Collider or even a Reckless Flurry, as was kept on the mulligan, to deal with those minions. Then, when it's Lich King time, he can play Stubborn Gastropod into the turn 8, the real power turn for Casey, and it will really mess up his play.
Game plan has been coming together quite nicely for Casey, getting the Geist on curve, and only having seen one Omega assembly feels pretty good. Tom with not the cleanest Super Collider, but you take this. I mean, ideally, you just like the minions to kill each other and still preserve your minion. I feel like that's what happens to me most of the time, but I guess I'm just not too good at playing around that card.
It's very, very difficult to do.
Casey can just curve out single big threat after single big threat. I thought this turn looked like Dread Infernal, but he picked up the Twilight Jade off the top to go along with this Ooze, which is really powerful.
Yeah, I think he just wants the biggest health minion possible to curve into Bone Mare right now. As he rightly should. The ability for Odd Warrior to deal with that minion is kind of limited, actually.
I do feel like, though, if Bone Mare were to come out and buff a minion on this board, it might be the Ooze, just because it's better against Brawl.
Good point.
But I don't know the numbers for Reckless Flurry as well, because Reckless Flurry is also punished if you buff the Ooze, because then Tom can maybe armor up out of range. I don't know if you can have 10 armor, but it seems like this Odd Warrior can just tank up to unimaginable levels every time.
It tends to feel that way.
So are you liking starting off with Stonehill for this turn? Can even Zola it to get even more value?
Yeah, nothing feels like quite amazing here for Tom. Like, Hero Power Reckless Flurry is definitely a consideration, I think, on this turn, as he's going for here. Arguably a little bit aggressive, but what this does allow him to do is the play I was talking of Stubborn Gastropod into turn 8. And if you were ever going to play this little snail, now is the time to do so.
Quite strong indeed. It's kind of like the old Twisting Nether into Doomsayer, but in a smaller fashion, and Casey picks up a usage for his Mossy Horror, and straight away with the Azalina.
Just realizing his hand didn't do enough there, trying to steal the Blood Reaver Gul'dan primarily, which I think is why he's going for it before turn 10. Does not get it, but this is still a pretty good hand for Tom to get.
Yeah, super high value. He's got 2 removal spells and Defile as an AoE, and a lot of them synergize well with this Dread Infernal. This is actually a really great way for Tom to stall until he can get his own Dr. Boom. Casey, of course, knows what Tom has in hand, so he'll be very careful to not play in, I guess, a Lich King which can die immediately. He knows that Tom has access to an immediately buffed Spellstone because of this Dread Inferno.
Good point. And making a very nice play around Defile as well, just not giving really any ability to clear off more than 1 minion on this turn. Because again, perfect information should lead to perfect play.
Yeah. I'm sure that Casey will really want to preserve the Lich King for at least more than 1 turn. You don't want to play it onto a board or a hand that you know Tom can immediately clear it, because this is 1 minion that generates so much value in itself. And in a game which can often go to fatigue, like this matchup, every single bit of value you can squeeze out helps a lot. Just 1 proc of the end of turn effect to get you Frostmourne can be such a huge deal.
And Tom going with the Lich King, which always feels kind of sad when you're playing it into a wide board from your opponent, because they will generally have, at the very least, the ability to just punch through with their minions, but often they can tap through to Black Knight, Silence, all kinds of powerful ways to push this damage through to face.
Another Giant onto the board. Yeah, Casey knows that the hand has been replaced, so if there was a Brawl, it's gone, and it's unlikely to be top-decked.
Whoa, and it does now mean for Casey, because of Tom's decision to, like you said, remove his hand of any kind of good removal, the best he has available to him is Death and Decay.
It does activate Defile, though, and I think between that, those 2 cards, and Spellstone should get a job done on the Mountain Giant.
Which I guess is the big one.
Oh, yes, with the Dino-Nomadic, it's even cleaner.
Oh, perfect board clear.
Light the fuses!
Very well spotted from Tom there. And now Casey is on the job of refill, and little by little his resources are being depleted, and he is 5 cards deeper in fatigue.
Yeah, Casey's plan in this game was never really to get to Fatigue. To be honest, it was to have found Blood Reaver cooldown a little bit sooner than now, I would imagine. Getting the Hooked Reavers down as soon as possible is pretty important, because once you do play Blood Reaver cooldown, it is incredibly unlikely in this matchup that you will play the Hooked Reavers for their full 7/7 value. So you really want to find them before you get the Death Knight activated at all costs.
Casey there had the option to go for the Dread Infernal over the Lich King, knowing that Lich King can be cleared by some combination of Spellstones or even just its Bone Marrow, which is really strong. With a... Oh, sorry, that's not quite enough. He knows that the clear is possible, but awkward if it's double Spellstone.
I think he's happy to take this, even if it's Dread Infernal Spellstone. It's really not bad for Tom, and we can see that the second Dynamatic was picked up instead for Tom, which is a really nice way to swing board back in his way, because while I imagine Tom is not trying to win at the moment through board control in terms of delivering a lethal, he's definitely going to be trying to just run Casey out of resources. When you're behind on board against Odd Warrior, it starts to feel very unlikely that you'll ever be able to deliver control.
With the pickup of Frostmourne though, and Casey's able to take one of the best minions with it, which will put him one card forward. That's the opposite of behind in Fatigue. Less deep in Fatigue once he revives it. It's a pretty good one, and I think that there is some consideration for delaying the Gul'dan a little bit just to get even more value out of it, especially knowing that the Warrior Hand was replaced at some point. So it's very scary though. Casey should still know 4 out of the 5 cards from Tom's hand.
So the options are now available to Casey. Hooked Reaver. Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah, I think it does involve a Spellbreaker in some capacity with the Hooked Reaver.
It's a lot of damage to be taking, but I guess you, if you go Hooked Reaver Spellstone, you would still not be dying to just clearing off the board and the attack from the 3/4 Dynamatic.
It's also a beast itself onto the board, which is likely to bite the dust this turn, so it will come back immediately with Gul'dan. Tom has the same type of clear available to him though.
He is wondering, is it worth it to put my Dynamatic down to the point where it dies to the Frostmourne on this turn? I think if he can make Casey have to tank the 7 damage, he's probably pretty happy with any line he takes this turn.
Really great play from Tom there, which is really kind of backbreaking for Casey. He's running out of good ways to remove this. But with the Hellfire, I think a Defile play is open to him again.
It doesn't feel great though.
Yeah, it doesn't clear everything, and you're also damaging yourself quite a bit.
So does it just have to be Blood Reaver Gul'dan on this turn then?
So how many Homunculus have died?
And I was going to say we can see that that wouldn't work because of double Spellstone, but Casey knows that as well.
Not actually seeing a good way out of this for Casey. Is there some play with Spellbreaker, Hellfire, Defile? So you'd put... Well, when you Spellbreaker one of the Dynamatics, it's yet another 4 health minion.
Yeah, that does clear off the board. You're down to 3 health, but you have, I suppose, cleared off the board. You haven't regained board control, which is what you need to be doing.
Yeah. Man, that is super scary, and I can't think of many draws for lethal for this Odd Warrior. It's not running Gore Howl or anything of the like.
Yeah, pretty much anything here that Tom can find. Just any minion he can throw down on the board to keep demanding answers from Casey it's just perfect. He just needs to keep the pressure up before Blood Reaver Gul'dan comes down.
He will get this Darkhorn Hatchling off the final Frostmourne tick though, so that's another taunt in the way. And I think that's enough to save him from double Spellstone at 5. Or sorry, at 5 damage each, so.
Yes. Oh, we are seeing Casey breaking open the Frostmourne on this turn. Arguably an overextension, I think, into the Actually, no. When there's 6 health that kills you exactly, I think you have to kind of take the risk or you're just dead. Or actually, he would know that he's dead due to double spell stone.
Yeah. And
So
suddenly,
necessary evil.
Tom's not in the greatest spot himself. Well, he does have removal this turn using Spellstone and Hero Power Reckless Flurry if he wants to. But he's kind of running out of resources himself. And the fact that Casey has played so many demons leading up to this cooldown, it's going to be difficult for Tom to get that final damage in. And as soon as Gul'dan comes down and you haven't killed them yet, it feels like you're never going to kill them.
It's so close to lethal on this turn, though. Like, if he had, well, I guess 3 more mana with the Reckless Flurry thrown in there as well, he could close out the game. But
Or if he had found some way to damage his own face.
yeah.
Inner fire face. That's not even an odd card. Yeah, I do think he still just has to go for the board clear, though. Maybe not.
Putting up taunts of his own. I suppose by leaving up the Hooked Reaver alive for the moment, it lessens the power of Blood Reaver Gul'dan on the following turn. It's probably one of the main reasons. And you just want to be leaving your 6-3 as healthy as possible for the moment, because that is Tom's win con.
Casey is being super greedy with the Gul'dan and playing with fire regarding his health total, but he knows that against Odd Warrior, there's very little they can do to actually burst you down.
Yeah.
So he was near the brink a few turns ago, but he's really pulled it back. And yeah, Tom is not looking in the best spot right now.
It's so insane that this has been pulled back. I was going to be touting this as a reason why, or just a big upset, because I would put the even Warlock so ahead, but now I think we're going to be touting it as a reason why they're so far ahead, because even when they are brought down right to the threshold of dying, they can pull it back through not even just Blood Reaver Gul'dan, the taunts that they put in play, which are so powerful.
Absolutely agree. And Tom, they're not going to use the Spellstone inefficiently like that. Just going to get that pack into the pool. And is Tom... I mean, is Casey still going to delay the Gul'dan? I like, technically, he could have traded and played Dread Inferno, get another demon into the pool. But yeah, this is just way too good to pass up. And he is now on the offensive, although it does activate this Mind Control tech.
Mind Control tech is exactly what Tom's going to go for. Getting the very much desired result here. Yeah. This could be the swing around that Tom needed to pull this game back.
As soon as I say one player is on the offensive, the next guy just completely pulls it the other way around. But Dread Infernal can do quite a bit. It clears up Elise and...
yeah, you can clear off the Matriarch as well.
Yeah.
And then you're facing down 9 damage. You're at 11 up to 14 health, down to 13 because of the Dread Infernal.
Yeah. Maybe you don't hero power the Matriarch this turn, and instead hero power the Matriarch and not trade away your taunt.
Okay.
It's kind of delaying the Matriarch from going face, but I think it's also making the trades a bit more awkward for Tom that way. And the hand has disappeared! What's this new Azalina effect?
Yeah, we'll try and get that back as quick as possible, because this game is still looking like it's going to be edging out in Casey's way, but it could still be anyone's game. Because as Casey does start to enter fatigue, there's a very good chance that Tom could just run him out of threats. If they keep trading card for card here, Tom will be pulling out of range of Casey's hero power, so he needs to find threats right now, or Casey's just out of the game.
Yeah, and Tom still got that Dr. Boom waiting around in those bottom 10 cards. And
that's true.
Casey's threats are very few left, I have to say. Bone Mare, Lich King have been expended already. Wow, that is an amazing draw for Tom as well.
Yeah, this is just everything Tom needs. Like I was saying a few turns ago, he doesn't need defensive options. He has so much health already. He just needs the most aggressive options possible to try and close out the game as quick as he possibly can.
Okay.
As does Casey. That's
Matriarchs
also
for everyone.
Tom,
I'm trying to think of, outside of Dr. Boom, what's the best thing you can get? I suppose any taunts should kind of just wait it out for a bit or okay.
Yeah, he basically just wants any big minion. Like even Baku here, I think would be fine just to get another big minion on the board. Try to close it out.
As for minions left in Casey's deck, I don't think there's anything that the Owl particularly wants to hit anymore. But it does seem useless just to let the Ooze go face. And oh, there was still a Giant left in the deck for Casey, so that's definitely what he wanted to see there.
At the perfect mana cost as well.
Another 6-9 with the taunt. It's a close one, right? Would you prefer to have the 8-8 just to better challenge your opponent's Direhorn Matriarch? In that case, you would trade away the Ooze now, just so that it's the extra 1 damage, and it feels bad, but otherwise it's dying to the hero power.
Yeah, if you go for the 8-8, you are on the offensive here, but I think the fact that 1 damage is kind of difficult to deal at the moment, and it protects your other minions, you're kind of forced to go for this, because if he trades in a hero power into it as well, that's a hero power that isn't going on the 3-3.
That's true. It's really strong. Casey looks really on the ropes here.
His final last shot to close out this game.
Wow, I didn't know it was a Hook Reaver. This is like a pretty powerful last board if I've ever seen one. So if Tom just whiffs consecutively, no doubt Casey could win this. But that's not a whiff.
Ooh. If he can get himself a Volcano.
Oh, wow.
Direhorn.
Everything, it looks fun.
Yeah, the Ornery Direhorn looks pretty good to me, though.
It does. It just has taunt.
He'll be considering holding it back for Ornery Direhorn into Spirit Echo to get 2 of them on the same turn, I suppose.
I guess Sherzan and Umbra's not too bad. Just like mana efficiency reasons, but it's also nice to be able to fit in that hero power, right? Divine Shield is making things awkward for Casey. He'd have to spend 1 hero power onto it. I guess it's the same as 3 health.
Yeah. Well, it's, yeah, because Casey really wants to protect his Giant at all costs, doesn't he? So he's never going to be attacking him with the Giant. It would always be hero power and Hooked Reaver. Yeah.
So the fatigue counter, essentially next turn Casey is equalized hero power heal for fatigue. So he will be then taking 1 damage, 2 damage, 3 damage. Dr. Boom is the draw for Tom 60229. I don't think Casey has the time to do this.
Yeah, and even with all this damage that Casey's pushing forward, it just doesn't feel like it's going to be doing enough. These pretty pathetic minions here from Tom should be enough to close out the damage and equalize this game.
Of course, Casey himself doesn't see the Dr. Boom, so in his mind he's thinking of whether this Giant could just do it by going face 3 turns in a row, but it doesn't really protect the Hook Reaver if you leave that minion up, so he goes for this trade.
Whoa.
Yeah. This Ziliax coming down should signal GG for Casey. Even as Spirit Echo.
Yeah, lovely way for Tom to close this one out. It was looking for quite a while there like Casey was going to be pulling it back, but I think the problem for him was just the removal lined up very nicely for Tom at the start of the game, being able to get rid of all the early threats, and then right at the end, all the big bombs for Casey just came a little bit too late. The Blood Reaver cooldown meant he had to tap too much. The Hooked Reaver was just a little bit too late to deliver that consistent damage. And the fact that Tom went for such an aggressive Azalina in that matchup meant he was just winning on board. He didn't even have to play reactively. He could play proactively throughout the whole game.
I really think the Azalina was the card that did it. And Casey, he did many turns actively choose to not play the Gul'dan and instead develop board after board. So I don't think it's that the Gul'dan came too late, but because Tom had developed this own board of himself, that Casey needed to expend so many of his resources dealing with just the Gul'dan was not enough to get there in the end.
And that does mean with both the Odd Warrior and the Death Rattle Hunter taking a win on both sides, we have pretty much an even matchup now, I think, with even Warlock and Malagos Druid on both sides here. I haven't had a proper look at the techs in them yet to pull things back, but I believe Casey had the Black Knight in that matchup, which would definitely help him pull things back in his favor in terms of the mirror. And I would imagine that both of these players will be going for the Dream Petal Florist version of Malagos Druid, as definitely feels like the very standard version at the moment.
Yeah, I am looking at the differences in the Malagos Druid deck, and it looks like Tom has a Wrath in there to be a little bit better against aggro. Both of them running only 1 Howl in the deck. I'm a big fan of Ferocious Howl, but I can understand why you would cut it. Both of them also have 1 MCT. Lich King's present for both, so I think the lineups are very similar, or rather the tech choices are very similar for them.
And then in the even Warlock, a couple of things I think that might help Casey in the form of the Black Knight. But again, we'll have to wait to find out, as this is Hearthstone. It could go absolutely any way. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break to see who can win this between Casey and Tom.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Bull. I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So come work with me, and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science! You can go into success with no regrets when you work with Dr.
Technology!
You can work with the best and the brightest when you work with Dr.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
We are back to day 2 of HCT Singapore, where we are in the middle of the match between Casey and Tom 60229, our, I believe, 5th top 16 match of the day, and we will be streaming all of those. So we still got quite a bunch of action for you guys. Derek, give me a rundown of what's happened so far of this match.
Well, we've had the odd warrior for Tom 60229, I think, is the real talking point of this series, taking a win in the first time we saw it here, which is a pretty massive deal. We pegged it as a bit of an underdog against the Even Warlock, I think we can agree, and especially up against the Death Rattle Hunter that's there. It was really against the Mali Druid we were expecting it to take a win, but with that now out of the way, it's pretty much just a mirror in terms of archetypes at least. But there are a couple of tech inclusions that I think could change this off.
Yeah, in the Malagos Druids, we saw something very unique from Casey's list, which is that he's including Faceless Manipulator in it. And he also has the standard, I guess, these days, inclusion of Dream Petal Florist. And he's not even cut the Lich King with that. It's kind of a bit of a greedy list, I would say. In terms of anti-aggro techs, he's only got that one Mind Control tech, whereas Tom 60229's list has the one Wrath instead of that Faceless Manipulator. Other than that, I think they are card for card the same.
It does feel like Casey's list is going to be pretty good against Druid, where obviously now they do have some amount of anti-big minion hard removal spells in the form of Naturalize and to a lesser extent the Spellstones. But if you can throw down a Lich King and then Faceless that Lich King, or Faceless your Alexstrasza, or even in the Dream scenario your Malagos, you should be able to pretty easily I think get into a situation where they just don't have enough removal, and you don't need to worry about going for a big Malagos combo, winning in fatigue. You can just kill them.
Yeah, very much so, and we can see that in the remaining decks for the two players, they also both have Even Lock, so there's a lot of potential to have the mirror in here. And in their Even Lock lists, I think Casey has the Black Knight, whereas Tom doesn't. So that's yet another tech which is great in the mirror, but it will be the Malagos Druid mirror up first. In which case, I'm waiting to see which one of them has ramp. Hopefully it's both or neither, but we can see Nourish in the hand for Tom.
Yeah, really nice way to get this game rolling, especially with the Twig as well. Means that he should be able to just get off to a pretty rip-roaring start. You do have to be a little bit careful in this matchup with drawing cards at all. Although it usually ends up, at least in the games I'm playing on ladder, which I'm sure are far from being perfectly played, the UI will be being played after you go for the branching paths for armor.
I really feel like Thompson already so ahead as early as now, which is unfortunately the case when you can see the hand from Druid looks so much cleaner than the other Druid's hand. He has Twig and Nourish and UI, and Casey, yes, he has the UI, but if you don't have the ramp to back it up, suddenly UI is the worst card to have in your hand.
Yeah, it doesn't even really give him the liberty to draw off branching paths to find that ramp, because then his hand would be so clogged up with all the cards that means he couldn't even play the Ultimate Infestation in the first place.
Finally, Casey hits that Nourish, and I would say that is a very timely draw, although a lot of his cards other than the UI are looking pretty dead. Dream Petal Florist, you don't want to play it in a hand with no minions.
Yeah, you want to be saving that for pretty much exactly Malagos. You can go for some kind of big tempo swing, like Lich King into Faceless Manipulator on the same turn. Casey is just letting rip though, only going to be reducing the cost of Faceless, but I suppose if you do have a Malagos, reducing the cost of Faceless, because it doesn't revert back to 4 like Fluke does, that's a pretty good way to guarantee yourself 22 damage to face with Malagos copy and double Moonfire?
Yeah, it's quite good, even without those cheap mechanics of things like Twig and Floop. And I still think that Tom's in a pretty good position, though, because he has those minions to back up the ramp that he had going into the UI turn. And a lot of the time, you can go for this just as a win condition in the mirror. If you just have a Lich King that sticks, and then an Alexstrasza on the turn that follows up, it's really, really strong. But we can see Casey has some very clean answers, and the use of the Faceless there, very aggressive. Doesn't want to go for that big combo, but yeah, for the same reason I mentioned, just sticking a Lich King is really good in the mirror.
Yeah, I think you just want to be playing a little bit more for tempo here, as Casey is showing us he's doing so. Even holding back the Naturalize there, because if you are expecting a Malagos on the following turn from your opponent, which I think is not outside the realms of possibility, or even just later on in the game when they go for a big Malagos combo, Naturalize is not a card that you can just throw away willy-nilly. You need to be able to deal with their big Malagos turn and then try and fatigue them afterwards, unless you want to go for just a big tempo swing like we're seeing Casey going for here.
Yeah. And for Tom, he'd really like to get rid of this Lich King easily by just expending the Naturalize, but it does prevent him from playing Alexstrasza this turn, which is very awkward in terms of mana usage. I don't really think he wants to be using 2 damage spells to deal with the Lich King, though, nor leaving it up. But there is an argument, I suppose, for just dropping the Alex here so that your next turn is a bit more free.
It does mean that if your opponent next turn wants to play Ultimate Infestation, that they can't, they don't have an ability to kill off the Alex with spells. They'd have to trade in their Lich King, which is pretty good for you.
It's a tough one for sure.
Yeah,
and Tom is instead just going to respect the Lich King, and I respect this play for sure. Leaving that up can do the craziest things for what we can see, the spell in Tom's hand. Death and Decay is just an additional burst spell for Malagos, which can clear off a board on top of it.
Showing here, he doesn't even want to develop the Arcane Tyrant. I guess going into his opponent's turn 10 would give him a pretty good spot for Ultimate Infestation. Even then, like clearing out cards from your hand, if you want to go for an Ultimate Infestation, that feels like a pretty good way to go for it. But I wouldn't be surprised if for both players here, we just don't see that, because they actually have pretty good amount of cards, and you do, again, need to be very careful about drawing cards in this matchup.
Casey there going for the spiders and an armor up there, realizing that Tom's Twig is ready to be activated at any time now, and he needs to go on the defensive. I like it a lot. And Tom there not going to save the Twig for some big Malagos combo, because this is just pretty good in itself.
Yeah, making one hell of a powerful board on this turn is Tom. Going to be trying to just out-tempo this game, I suppose, and he's going to be doing a pretty good job of that, unless Casey can find the necessary removal to deal with all these big minions.
Yeah, Naturalize is looking pretty good here, but I think he starts with Plague, and since you have the mana for that, might as well fit in the Ferocious Howl as well.
Yep, seems pretty simple if Casey does leave him without an answer for Malagos right now.
Yeah, and strangely enough also activates Tom's Mind Control tech if it were to be there, although it's not the best MC tech in the world. Ooh, Moonfire is a burn. That's a pretty crucial one.
Pretty good.
Especially when post Alexstrasza, your opponent is still at 40 health.
Yeah, I think actually the fact that he's at 40 health maybe means that Moonfire isn't that devastating of a burn, because Tom very possibly will have to give up on the Malagos burn plan at this point. It would have to be such an exact combination of Dream Petal to reduce the Malagos while he still has Floop in hand. Then you go Malagos, Floop, Swipe, Moonfire, which even then might not be enough damage to close things out.
Yeah. Tom can go for a Spreading Plague of his own and buff it up with Branching Path, which is a very respectable board, which is not easy to clear. You can get rid of 2 Scarabs in the meantime. It's like he's just going to go for that. And because you were talking about not having that huge burst as a win condition anymore, I was thinking of whether he would even drop the Floop there as an Arcane Tyrant, but it still has some merit and value being saved with Malagos as a board clear. If you just drop Malagos and the next turn Floop Swipe is really strong.
I think Tom 60229 here is starting to show signs of not panic, but you know, realization that the game may be not going perfectly to plan here, as Casey's had the answer to every single one of his plays so far. He has the Malfurion down a little bit earlier, which should be granting him an awful lot of extra armor throughout the game. So just going for double attack there on the branching paths, trying to just close out the game as quick as he possibly can.
And awkward for Casey there that he has to throw away the Moonfire to not have the possibility of discarding Malagos. It's a bit of burst given up for himself, but he knows that Tom also burned one of his own, so I guess it's even in that way.
And while we're saying that Tom might not be able to get the necessary damage in with a big combo, especially now that the other Moonfire has been burned, it's looking like Casey may be able to, given that Tom is at a lower health total. That is, however, if he's even able to get there, because still Tom is just keeping up with this plan. developing onto the board and getting big minions in play.
I mean, once he used that twig, I think it was already the game plan to not go for the total Malagos burst. And I think he has seen 2 naturalize from, or at least 1 from
Just
Casey.
the one, I think,
and that makes it more likely that the Malagos sticks. And if it doesn't, he's never winning anyway. So he's just going for it, trying to stick now, maybe landing a floop alongside it and win through minion damage. It's just not going to work though, and I think Casey is very well positioned to take this game. He is a bit deeper into fatigue though.
Yeah, losing those cards off of the Doom Pact is pretty miserable for Casey, because outside of that, I believe they've pretty much gone card for card. They both played 1 Naturalize, drawn off of an Ultimate Infestation. They hadn't drawn off or Branching Paths or Nourishes throughout this game. So Casey could have been going for the fatigue plan. He could have even chose to not play Ultimate Infestation earlier. But I think he realized that with Tom's aggressive game plan, he needs to have the necessary removal tools, lest he just die to something like a Malagos.
Yeah, and Casey, I think, is well positioned to not have to take it to fatigue, or if it does, it's going to be him at a large health total, because he getting the twig late and having survived this deep into his deck means that he can go for Alex immediately followed by a twig turn as soon as the Malagos comes into hand, and of course the twig gets enough procs in. He's at a safe enough armor total because, as you said, the Malfurion came very early into the hand.
I love this play from Casey as well, of going for double Wild Growth without playing the excess mana, because he probably doesn't want to draw with them, but he may as well bank his mana by playing the Wild Growth a little bit earlier, and if he needs on 1 crucial turn to find Malagos, if it's like the bottom card in his deck, he can go for that a little bit sooner.
Yeah, really nice to just get that mana out of the way while he could, and Tom just does the same thing.
Yeah, I like the look of that. I'll do that as well.
I bring life.
A lot of the big cards for Casey are starting to come out to play now.
Yeah, and quite unfortunate for Tom that his own Malfurion is near the bottom of the deck. Second Naturalize coming to hand, so he actually has a chance of burning Malagos.
Yeah.
It's 1 in 4.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, gotta say, we take those, I mean.
Yeah, it's starting to look pretty bad for him.
He knows that Casey has the twig capability, and so if the Malagos is in hand, he's probably losing anyway.
Yeah, that's a fair point. The fact that he's a couple of cards ahead in fatigue anyway, though, I don't know if he's necessarily dying, as long as he can get armor very quickly.
I think it really depends on what position the Malfurion is in those last 5 cards.
Yeah,
so
you are right. You're right.
Unfortunately, that Malagos was not in the bottom.
This does make me start to wonder if Tom's plan of going full aggression was a little bit too risky in this matchup. Like on the turn where he went for Branching Paths with a decent sized board for plus attack, maybe we could have seen 1 attack, 1 armor, just to give him a bit more resilience against a Malagos combo.
Sure.
Because he has to realize Casey probably has the removal for him.
I do think it's really hard to say, but I think that that play was made in response to seeing an early Malfurion.
That's fair. And if Casey didn't have the Doom Pact, this could be a very different game. Maybe the Malagos would have just stuck around for the whole game.
Right, so I am trying to count up damage here, and it looks like Malagos Floop Swipe Moonfire can do quite a lot, but so it's 25, but Tom is at 32. However, the swipe will clear off the board.
Yeah, I think you just go for it as Casey, as long as you're not... Oh, no, sorry, you're playing into Mind Control Tech then. Okay, I was going to say, as long as you don't play into Mind Control Tech, you're fine. But that's a very, very real concern.
It's true. There's no way to suicide his minions either.
Unless he was to self-naturalize.
I don't hate that, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, what single threats are left in Tom's deck?
He's played Lich King, he's played Alexstrasza, he's played Malagos.
Not to mention, you even make Tom overdraw 1 card because he's at 8 right now.
Yeah.
So I think the play looks really clean. Casey, though, just going to hold off a little bit longer.
I guess this is accomplishing a similar task to what that would do by saying hopefully one of my minions will just die off anyway by sacrificing it in, and that I won't have to go for the self-naturalize, which is a little bit desperate, I will admit.
I wouldn't call it desperate, but not high value here.
Fair,
right? Like, you can very well naturalize one of your opponents in the future. Oh, your opponent's minions in the future if you go for this play.
But we can clearly see if Tom is to go for a line, like as we see here, Malagos into Death and Decay, or the swipe on this turn, it's going to be Casey to go for his big Malagos turn in response, clear up the entire board, and look like he's going to be in a pretty good spot.
So my question is, why didn't he swipe there instead onto the Lich King?
He would have had to... Oh yeah, he would have had to swipe the Lich King, so it does a little bit less damage to face.
Okay, I guess it doesn't matter because you can still swipe hero power in one turn anyway. So.
Yeah, I think it sends up a slight bit of damage.
Yes. So this is going to be 25 to the face for Casey, and he still has this Naturalize waiting in the wings to put Tom deeper into fatigue. Tom has already expended that big Malagos combo, and it's way far behind in health, so I think our German player is going to take this pretty cleanly.
Yeah, this is just showing why, well, two major things in this matchup. Why Naturalize is so important here, because if you can't answer the Malagos turn, you just lose. And also why usually you just stick to the agreed upon game plan of armoring up as much as possible with branching paths. Hope to find Malfurion as quick as possible definitely helps. But the fact that even though Casey was a little bit behind on fatigue here, just didn't make enough of a difference to save Tom.
Does he die if he plays UI for immediately? I mean, he never loses from here, but I don't think UI kills him. He can win immediately, right?
He has lethal, right? If he goes Naturalize and then
Frostmourne, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly lethal, I think, yeah.
I like my way better. The risky play, Derek. Live on the edge. You won't know until the 5th tick whether or not it's a draw.
Yours is definitely the cooler play that also definitely leads to a victory. But, yeah.
There you go. Casey is up 2-1, and now he only has to win with his even lock up against the mirror and again against this Malagos Druid from Tom.
Yeah, a couple of pretty good matchups, I would imagine. The Black Knight just offers such unbelievable advantages if you can line it up in the right way, because if you go on the aggressive in that matchup, very often the way that your opponent recovers and pulls back the game is double Hooked Reaver on turn 8 or Hooked Reaver on turn 6 and 7, something like that if you're playing too aggressively. But a Black Knight just shuts that down 100%. They just have losing so much tempo there. So I think Casey, with that mirror and the Mali Druid, which I really don't hate as the even Warlock, should be a pretty good spot for him.
Well, you said a couple good matchups. Do you believe the even lock has a good matchup against Malagos Druid? Because I would argue with you there. I don't think it's terrible, but I don't think it's good.
I don't think it's good. I think it's very close to a 50-50. Okay. You get games on either side, actually, where the other player just doesn't really get to play the game. If you play double Mountain Giant and they don't have Naturalizers, the game pretty much ends. But if they have Wild Growth Nourish, Naturalize into UI, your opponent pretty much doesn't get to play the game because you just kill them with Malagos combo so quickly.
Yeah, sometimes even just the Twig, if you don't have the Ooze, is enough to get there, even if you don't have all the ramp in the world, because the even lock will be actively putting their own health total down to the point where just a single Malagos with a swipe after the Twig activation can be enough.
Yeah, I think that Tom's somewhat more anti-aggro build with the Wrath in there could hurt him a little bit. But even then, it's far from a useless card. You can use it to kill off some of the minions and squeeze a little bit of extra damage through to face if you're going with an aggressive minion route through Spreading Plague and the Arcane Tyrants as well. So every card has its place, but I imagine Tom will be wishing he had a slightly greedier version of Malagos Druid, like Casey does in this matchup.
That is indeed true. Casey looks very well positioned to be the next player going into the top 8. And I gotta say, when you have the world champion and the guy who's been to the most top 16s of anyone sitting across from each other at one table, there's just so much hype going on there.
It's just been incredibly good matchups, game after game here at the top 16 of HCT Singapore, where we had Just Sayin versus Tyler, where it's 2 players going to the championships. We had Blood Trail eliminated, who's also going to be going through to the full championship. Sorry, it's been some very, very impressive games.
Yeah, even though Sayin and Blood Trail were eliminated, at least they have that consolation of like, okay, can give it another shot next week. But I do think that the both of them are bringing the lineup that they played today to the playoff, the fall championship as well. So maybe it's not the most confidence-inspiring to have this result, but it is practice nonetheless.
They still got through to top 16. That is no small feat.
Sure, yeah, we did have a lot of Swiss going on yesterday.
Yeah.
It's just that my mind has been creating this unrealistic standard for Saiyans wins.
Top 16 is no longer good enough. That's the base standard. That's like breathing for him at this point.
Not the greatest looking hand for Tom here. If he hits a Nourish, suddenly things are looking great, but without that, looks like he's just going to be an Inspired Druid for the next few turns. Oh, it's a good start.
And Inspire Druid no longer. It's been a while since I've heard that meme.
Yeah, it's an old one, oldie but a goodie.
But it is looking at the moment like it might just be one of those games I was talking about where the Druid just isn't really ever allowed in. The Giant, if it connects phase once, maybe twice here. Okay, Tom has got the perfect draw 2 turns in a row.
Do you remember World Championship? He just kept that UI, no ramp. He just knows.
You can smell what the cards are coming next in deck.
But still, it doesn't have an answer for this Giant.
Oh my god!
I can't speak. This is insane.
What? Get completely
Look at
nothing
Casey's face
rubbish
as well. And he knows it's all coming off the top.
3 perfect cards, one after the other. Casey having a laugh here. This is, I think, what he would call the orange hand.
I call it the World Champion hand.
Okay,
or draw, rather. Yeah. Okay, let's concentrate. Casey can still win.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like this is a decent hand for Tom, but if he goes Lich King next turn, there's still the Black Knight for Casey. We've been having a little bit of fun with this.
True.
As he picks up UI off the top as well for next turn.
Still has the
Even
coin.
then, even though this was 5 perfect cards, one after the other, Casey here still looking like he might be able to just aggro Tom out of this game and advance through to the top 8.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't notice Tom's already at 15 because of this Giant, and Black Knight is a huge swing, so maybe this perfect draw is a little bit wasted onto the way that the game has played out. Tom will only be down to what I assume is 13. Sorry, 3. What the heck? Why did I just... what the heck? Yeah, 3. I don't think there's any reason for trading off the 4-2 there.
And so if we do see Coin Ultimate Infestation, that will leave Tom dead on board. No matter which way he sends the different effects there.
He can technically survive by Alexing his own face and trading away the Shroom Brewer. It's dead to Hellfire, but not sure what else he can do here.
Yep, I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, from Tom's perspective, if he can just get through this next turn, then the Twig will be active. But Casey has a Hellfire, so it looks like even with this insane series of top decks from Tom, the hand for Casey just got there by turn 7.
That was a bit of a fun way to be going in this series. But like we were saying, the Giant just is too powerful when it is unanswered by a Naturalize. And that does mean that world champion Tom 60229 is out of HCT Singapore in the top 16. And Casey, with what looked like a pretty favorable matchup here going up against Tom, will be advancing through to the top 8 tomorrow.
Yes, congratulations to Casey, one of the European representatives going forward alongside Fayley and formerly Tyler, I guess you could say. Tyler now in the APAC, in the right region.
Traitor, one might say, but not me.
Fine. Well played to Tom as well. I'm quite impressed that he managed to make it this far with an Odd Warrior in the lineup, but it is such an interesting take on how to build 4 decks in Conquest that I think it's very close to striking gold there. It just fell short a little bit near the end there, but I do like the idea of like if you're thinking that a lot of people will try and beat Quest Rogue, seems like it's an okay bring, especially since the more popular Druid right now, as you mentioned, is Malygos instead of Token.
Yeah, I think it was halfway to being a really intuitive call from Tom 60229 because a lot of players have omitted Quest Rogue from their lineup for fear of it being targeted. Tom seemed to go one level further and say, okay, if people are dropping Quest Rogue, I'll take a deck that's terrible against Quest Rogue. I don't think quite enough people dropped Quest Rogue from their lineup anticipating all the aggro, but who knows, maybe the next tour stop will be an even more aggressive meta with more Quest Rogue out of the way, at which point Tom's Odd Warrior bring would have been exactly on the money.
Yeah, it's just really cool that how Hearthstone is planned out this year competitively is that there's a big tournament going on almost every weekend. Next up, we have the Fall Championships coming up, and every single time, as long as the deck lists are not submitted too early for the Fall Championships, unfortunately they were kind of early, you get to see people responding to what was the very most recent tournament that happened beforehand, and I think that it really can tell you a lot about how players are able to read the meta, and if they're going to even more tour stops, they can gather more data and use that to craft an even more effective lineup for the next week.
Yeah, I think it was kind of the other way round here, where the deck submission for this tournament was only a couple of hours before the tournament started.
That was crazy. I've never heard of anything like that.
Yeah, very little time to prepare, but the full championship lineups were already out at that point. So I think anyone who was, I don't know, hoping to be up against Tyler Blood Trail or Just Saying could say, all right, I know what you're going to be doing here because we've already seen your lineups for full championship.
That's pretty mind gamesy to think that the future tournament is influencing the past tournament for once, but that is just how it's going to work for this particular week. But we do have an interview ready for Casey, so that is coming up right now. I'm sure a lot of you want to hear from the man himself, so let's throw it over to the interviewer.
You're going to face in the finals.
Yeah.
You and Tyler.
I'm confident.
And is Tyler going to just win champs next week too?
Yeah.
So absolute confidence as always from Casey, the man who's won one Tip 16 match this year.
Yeah.
Now, the joke is that Casey has made like the highest percentage of top 16s for anyone in the world, and then finally gets streamed because you missed a few streams and brings out the best in him. So joking aside as well, how do you pick lineups?
Like how I pick lineups, like at first we were like, Tyler, what are you going to face in champs? Probably one anti-control, one aggro, and one guy we don't know anything about. So we're just gonna pick the best decks, try to take them for the mirror, try to play them as good as we can, and now we ended up with like basically the technically best decks.
And how are you practicing? Are you just practicing within your own team? Is that how complexity works? Or do you have your own groups outside, obviously you and Tyler?
Like we practice together in the team and then we just pick, or we have the best players prepare all of them to talk to each other, they prepare all together. That's why the good or best players right now do so well, because they talk to each other all the time. Yeah,
it's really clear that the top tier of players, maybe it's 20, 25 players, are just so far ahead of everybody else now.
Yeah, that's what I like. At the start of this year, Hunter Ace was like one level ahead of everyone else, and then just people started doing what he did, and then now there are like 25 people that are on his level, in my opinion. So you can't even make a top 10 or best player statement right now, because like the competition in Hearthstone right now is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that here, this top 16, with the exception maybe Psycho, who didn't get through. You could just about list it before it started.
Yeah.
It's nuts. There was a poll done just before this tournament started that was released today, and the top 4 in that poll, you're in that list, were all in this top 16.
Yeah, it's insane, and I'm super excited being in this top 16 once again, and I'm excited to play my next matches as well.
Okay, well done, Casey, and you'll be back tomorrow to face Tyler in the final?
Yeah, I wanna beat Tyler.
You're going to beat him, or you want to?
I'm gonna beat him because I'm his final boss and he can't beat his final boss.
Okay, so you heard it from Casey. He is going to win tomorrow. He's going to beat Tyler in the final, and Tyler is going to Worlds. Thank you so much, Casey. We'll see you then.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Bull. I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So come work with me, and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science! You can go into success with no regrets when you work with Dr.
Technology!
Work with the best and the brightest when you work with Dr.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
Oh. And welcome back to day 2 of HCT Singapore. 5 matches have concluded, 3 more to come. I'm JD, and joining me is Darockaby Baby Brown. How you going, Darock?
One of the better ones I've heard. Maybe it will inspire me to not even leave the cast halfway through this time in disgust.
Yes, disgust. That is one way of phrasing it. The other way would be violently ill.
Yeah, well, let's go with that one. It makes me sound less of a bad person.
It's nice to see that you are feeling better, and hopefully we can actually get through a full series today. And a great series we should have. We've got Blitzchung coming up against PNC. The stacked field knows no limits. Both of these players have had pretty good 2018s. Blitzchung is a player known very well within the Asia-Pacific region to play a lot of aggro. Recently placed top 4 in HCT Taichung, so no stranger to the stage himself. And his opponent, PNC, what can you tell us about him?
Yeah, he's had, I think, somewhat recently in the last couple of weeks, less of an impressive run through competitive Hearthstone compared to how good he is, compared to how good we know he is. I hold him to a very high standard. Like most people, I would say, got a couple of decent ladder finishes, qualified through to HCT Buenos Aires. I would say, good enough. But he himself admitted his play at HCT Buenos Aires wasn't up to his scratch. I don't believe he got a ladder finish this month, not due to lack of trying, as I'm sure anyone at Oslo would agree. But I think while he has had a good 2018 overall, a win here at HCT Singapore would definitely remind everyone he's still in a great spot to be one of the best players this year.
I think that's spot on. Players at the top level still go through slumps. You can have a form slump. You can have a meta that doesn't really suit your playstyle, or the best decks just not being the ones that you really enjoy playing, and that can affect players in different ways. More often than not, you do see people go through a period where they just aren't performing at the top level. But I would say with the top 16 already under his belt and the potential to go further, PNC might have well and truly shook that.
Yeah, he is in with a little bit of a difficult time, I believe, in this series up against Blitzchung's pretty much full aggro lineup. PNC could be in with a little bit of trouble with some of his decks, like the Death Rattle Hunter in particular, I think going to be struggling against the aggression. But I was talking to PNC while we have the bands up here a little bit earlier before the series about how he believes he pretty much outpick and banned his opponent here. He looked back to what Blitzchung was banning throughout the group phases, the Swiss phase, and he realized even Warlock was pretty much the consistent ban for Blitzchung. And therefore, PNC realized, with my even Warlock out the way, that's a pretty good matchup up against the Token Druid that's just going to be gone. So let's get rid of that. I can take my chances up against the more aggressive decks, but the Token Druid would pretty much just run riot through all the rest of his decks after the even Warlock was taken away.
And this was a decision that PNC was still weighing up, I think about 5 minutes before this series started. I could hear him backstage going about, like, do I take the riskier play? I get a much bigger edge in what should be an unfavored lineup for me if I can win this ban strategy, but if it backfires, then I'm all but going to lose, just because it does give that extra edge to Blitzchung in a matchup where he's already favored. But let's jump into game 1. PNC piloting the Hunter, and he has found Deathstalker Rexa off the tracking. Blitzchung will be on the Zoolock, a deck that we actually haven't seen much of in terms of on camera yesterday or in the top 16 in terms of lineups.
Yeah, usually when we're seeing the aggressive decks being brought, Aggro Mage gets favored a little bit more highly at the moment, Odd Rogue in particular as well, just because people don't really want to take even Warlock out of their lineup. I think it's such a deck that's difficult to target. You're only ever in the worst case scenarios with even Warlock looking at like 40% matchups, maybe 35 in the truly miserable ones.
And I believe it was Muzzy that said it yesterday after he managed to find a way to end up winning 3-2, beating down the Zoolock. He said something to the effect of, I don't know why people bring Zoo to tournaments, it just sucks.
He does not like that deck at all.
No. So it will be interesting to see how it plays out in Blitzchung's hands, and especially given that he has brought one of those aggressive lineups, which is his style. This is his MO. His bread and butter is aggro. It's what he prefers to play. It's what he sticks to, even in metas where it's not necessarily the best types of decks. And it might be able to find a win against PNC's lineup, which is definitely on the slower side.
I feel like Blitzchung has really nearly hit the nail exactly on the head. Maybe if he was to have brought this to even just a tour stop 1 week earlier at HCT Oslo, where we saw it was a little bit different due to it being last hero, but a lot of the aggressive lineups doing pretty well. Salty getting through to the top 8 with a somewhat aggressive lineup, I believe. Well, I could be wrong there. Just saying, getting right through to the finals with his very aggressive lineup as well. There's always a spot, I think, no matter what the meta, for the aggro lineups. But in this one, where Quest Rogue is a little bit less represented, even by PNC, one of the most prominent Quest Rogue players, full stop, not bringing it, you know that there's maybe a little bit of a blip in your strategy to bringing aggro.
So Blitzchung sending all minions to the face and then tapping and using that Soul Infusion to buff up the Saronite Chain Gang. A little bit interesting with the ordering of all those. I wonder if there's anything PNC can read into, just with the fact that the tap and spell happen last, with the attacks going first.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real buffs in Zoo anymore. The abusive Sergeant days are, sadly, in my opinion, well and truly over.
It's interesting, because it just looks jarring, but
It does.
the ordering is fine.
It does. Yeah.
And it's not like you're ever going to play Soulfire or anything like that. Yeah. There might have... Yeah, okay. So PNC's turn here. He's now weighing up a few options. You could develop that 5/5 alongside the 3/3 body that Stalker provides. But you also have the Houndmaster and the Flanking Strike at your disposal. Does anything stick out to you?
Well, when your opponent has just basically done nothing in terms of immediate tempo on their turn 3, that tells you they really want to play something for probably full mana on the next turn. I think PNC probably has a pretty good read that this is Chain Gang coming down on the next turn, given that that was the Soul Infusion being played there, unless Blitzchung has a pretty miserable hand. And if you are expecting the Saronite Chain Gang, Houndmaster Shore is a lovely play. Only 5 attack on the board means it cannot be dealt with. And then next turn, you can go Terrascale Stalker, or you can go Flanking Strike and get that rush rolling to really start clearing up this board.
The only downside of that being that if it was on the Doubling Imp rather than the Chain Gang, and that is found to be paired with the Soulfire, you can really get a good crackback. So I feel like that would have been a very high-risk, high-reward play for PNC, and he's probably taken a slightly safer line with the hand that he has. And I think what lets him do that is a couple of things. The Flanking Strike is still going to be useful on future turns. Those Witchwood Grizzlies are great against Zoo. They're always going to end up having 8, 9, or even more health. And then, of course, the Deathstalker Rexar to follow all that up. Armor, board clear. It's a great position for PNC, and I do believe that a slightly safer play there makes a lot of sense.
I guess it really comes down to if you believe that they could be doubling Imp, would they play just doubling Imp vanilla on turn 3 instead of going for the tap and buff to play a bigger one on turn 4? Which is a very difficult question to answer. It's not necessarily obvious at first glance. If you play doubling Imp earlier, you're more weak to the mind control tech in PNC's deck. You're more weak to it anyway here when you play it later, and you've buffed up the minions. A lot of thinking that had to be made there, and I think PNC just made the default fine play. Like you said, this play can't really go wrong. So if you're unsure, just make what you think is the safest play is usually a good bet.
So PNC, a little bit to think through here. He can, of course, get that favorable trade in on one of the Saronite Chain Gangs, and the Stalker could clean up the Void Walker, but he could also pair it with the Flanking Strike to take rid of the other Chain Gang, and of course you still have that Witchwood Grizzly that you could play as well, and I don't mind playing the Witchwood Grizzly here. I think with both in the hand, they're going to get quite cloggy. You're going to find other opportunities to play the Flanking Strike, so getting down that Grizzly and forcing Blitzchung to make trades is a great play in my opinion.
Yeah, I really love this. I think even if in the quote-unquote worst-case scenario of Fungalmancer on this turn, which allows them to take value trades with the Saronite Chain Gang, you're still in a pretty good spot with the Rexar on the following turn. You should be able to get, if not a complete board clear, a very nice couple of snipes off with Rexar, and then you follow up with Flanking Strike, Building Beasts, all that nonsense that should be putting PNC pretty far in the lead, as long as he can negate the burst damage coming through to face, which is really what he's afraid of.
And speaking of burst damage, that Doom Guard buffed by the Calisthus is a 6/8 charger for 5, and it it seems like it could be very powerful on this turn. It's just that the damage works out kind of awkwardly with that Witchwood Grizzly. But this ends up being a very nice turn. You do get favorable trades across the board. The Saronite can continue to push damage to face, and it's not obviously from Blitzchung's perspective as how PNC can get through this.
Becomes a little bit easier now with Houndmaster Shaw into play dead. But even then, the numbers just don't quite work out for PNC, unable to take out the Doomguard if he was to go for that play.
So you could just Witchwood Grizzly alongside the play dead, which builds a nicely statted board, but the minions still trade into the Grizzly pretty well. Your other option is to look at something like the Flanking Strike, and that way you can kill off the Chain Gang, but you do allow 6 damage to go face, and when you're then on 8, with no heal outside of the Deathstalker Rexar, that's a pretty scary position, so I would not be surprised at all to see that Grizzly come down.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I think the conclusion that PNC has come to at the same time as us is that if Houndmaster Shaw sticks on the board, the game is over. He's just won, because Blitzchung will never be able to stick a board, because he can build a beast, rush it in straight away every single turn.
So this allows Blitzchung to put a lot more damage to face if he chooses to on this turn, and can even play it with the just Despicable Dreadlord alongside it. It won't get any great value with the ping straight off the bat, but it is a high-statted minion. Will have the 5/6 stat line after being buffed by the Kelesith, and that presents another scary board for PNC to deal with.
Yeah, it would allow him to trade the Chain Gang into the Devil Saw, but then you need to start questioning yourself, am I just doing that because it looks quite tidy and neat, or is it still just best to push all the damage through to face? And I think Blitzchung has come into the conclusion here that he can't keep fighting away for board like this forever. He needs to be aggressively taking trades and pushing the damage to face.
Now this is an interesting line, and one that was considered but maybe not obvious. And this is just getting those trades in and healing. You build the wider board, you have the numbers effectively, but you do delay going face a little bit longer. And Blitzchung feels with the way the last couple of turns have played out that he can actually do this. He can slow down for a turn, reload a bit, and then start shipping everything to face again.
This opens up a lot of possibilities again now for PNC though, where we could see Houndmaster Shaw into Spider Bomb, you take the value trade with the Devil Saw into the Chain Gang, Spider Bomb into the Librarian, and then you get a 50-50 for a very good trade. We could just see Rexar on this turn is a perfectly fine play as well. Again, he just wants to guarantee the safety of Houndmaster Shaw wherever possible.
Oh, it's almost getting to the point, though, where if the Houndmaster Shaw is soaking up 6 damage, that might be what is needed to get him over the line anyway. So it then puts Blitzchung between a Darok and a hard place, where you either kill the Houndmaster Shaw and basically don't deal 6 damage to face, or you leave it up and then potentially PNC can just wipe your board over and over again with it.
It's not actually so bad of a place to be in as people give it a rap for. Quite nice, actually.
I'll take your word for it. So PNC does go with the Deathstalker Rexar line, and I really do like this. It does a great job of clearing down the board, and of course gets the hero power online as well as that armor, and allows for Houndmaster Shaw to generate a lot of extra value next turn.
Yeah, I think for PNC, the fact that next turn he has Shaw into Flanking Strike just completely justifies this play of Deathstalker Rexar here.
He does have a little bit of a choice now with that play. Ooh, there's a few options here now. Because if you were doing the Shaw Flanking Strike, you do have to consider whether you want to kill the Dreadlord versus smaller minions. But now he can even weigh up doing some shenanigans with the Stalker and the Egg alongside the Shaw and figuring out if there's trades that are better along that line. And I believe there are.
Yeah, Spider Bomb and Terrascale isn't great on this turn because you only have a 1 in 3 to actually get the Dreadlord, which is what you really want. You get to make a beast beforehand, so you can try by making a beast first. If you get something fantastic for 6 or less mana, that can be your priority. But I feel like Spider-Man into Terrascale just usually isn't powerful enough of a play. I think Houndmaster has to come down.
Yeah, Houndmaster's always coming down. I think it's a little bit of a debate of whether or not you use the Stalker on the Egg versus using Flanking Strike. So the Stalker coming down creates more stats than Flanking Strike does.
Yeah, even here, I wouldn't have hated to see, or I would have liked the consideration for Spider Bomb on this turn, because you could have taken a 50-50 to kill off the Despicable Dreadlord, which you really want to kill here, because it is going to do some major, major work.
I guess I think you might be right, because with the way it's looking now, the Dreadlord has a really good trade into that Shore and will ping off both it and the Stalker. But what else does Blitzchung have? And that Fungal Mancer, buffing the Dreadlord up to 7, putting that all to the face, then starts getting PNC very uncomfortable because his life total's looking dangerously low.
He even has, I think, just an out for lethal on this turn if he wants to go for it. Soulfire tap into Doomguard on this turn, which I think with the Keleseth buff would be exact lethal.
Probably a touch risky line given 14 cards are still in deck,
Fair
but
enough.
I like your optimism.
It's worth considering. Starting off with the tap, he could still just go Soulfire face if he wanted to. Give himself a chance to take the game.
Okay, so Flanking Strike now gets a really good hit in on the Dreadlord.
So in that case, do you want to use your mana before then to go for Build-A-Beast first? Because then you have 3 mana.
Tracking is useful to hit, I guess, Hunter's Mark, but also some of the other Death Rattle triggers would have been quite useful this turn, I think, as well, with the Spider Bomb. So I do like starting with the tracking there and seeing what can be found. It should be Hunter's Mark that's taken here.
I'd expect that to be the case.
Just because you can clear off an extra minion this turn, and with PNC's health being where it is, I can imagine he's interested in playing quite defensive.
I can't quite remember the number of 1 health minions on board, because if there's already one, then Hunter's Mark depreciates in value quite drastically. But yeah, the fact here that you just get such a lovely trade with the weapon seems pretty perfect to me.
So that will allow PNC to remove all but 3 damage on the board while continuing to develop himself. Can even put the Spider Bomb down here, which basically demands a trade. The only downside of this is you're not building the Beast, and building the Beast does get to the point where it's very valuable here, because if you find that lifesteal, it can just win you the game.
To be perfectly honest, I think what happened on this turn is PNC realized at the end he should have built a Beast at the start of the turn, and then thought, you know what, I don't have time now, it's too late, I don't want to admit that I made the bad play, and I'm just going to play out the Spider Bomb, even though we can clearly see it's really not that good here, and an extra Beast in hand I think would be quite significantly more valuable than a Spider Bomb in play.
You say that, but it doesn't look like Blitzchung has great plays and actually needs to find a way to deal with Spider Bomb before developing some of these bigger threats.
PNC, though, incredibly unhappy, though. You can see him visually shaking his head here, despite what we may be saying, because there are, you know, it's far from a strict misplay. There are definite benefits of having the Spider Bomb on board just to get immediate tempo and start swinging things back.
I think the thing that I would praise from PNC here is recognizing where he was at within the turn timer and then adjusting to maybe a not as good play, but still a good play.
I agree.
Based on what was left. What we commonly see with pros is they burn that rope down and then try and play everything in the last few seconds, and they might miss a card. And it continues to happen. It seems like every playoffs we see someone new doing it, and it's not necessarily people you would expect either.
And here it is going to work out very nicely for for PNC. The fact that he can clear off the entire board here and getting himself a very juicy looking Zombeast in the process as well.
That should just be enough to lock this one up.
Yeah, it's locking that way.
So the Zombeast will trade into that 3/3 Imp. The Spider Bomb will do its spidery bomb thing, clearing off the Dreadlord, and the final 3 damage will be allocated to face. And if you're in Blitzchung's shoes, facing down a 5/3 lifesteal that cannot be targeted, for an opponent that's on 20 health, you kind of realize this game is well out of hand.
Yeah, starting to slip out of his fingers, I think.
Starting to. It's gone.
Okay, it's on the floor. He's trying to pick it up.
But it's water, and it's just going straight through the fingers again. Doc, just let it go. And to rub a little bit of salt in the wound, Katrina comes to the hand.
I'm not actually sure if there are any
there
beasts
aren't.
left.
There aren't.
I think that's just an 8 mana 6/6.
Because King Crush got tracked away,
Yeah.
and then both of the the Witchwood Grizzlies have been played.
But, I mean, at this point, an A-mana 6/6 would probably get the job done anyway. PNC wondering, is there any way that I lose here by playing Zombies? Has he gone back in time and found Bouncing Blade or something like that?
From metas gone by.
Yeah, I don't know why that was the first card that popped into my head. That's a bit of an odd one.
Not even the right class.
Yeah, I agree, it was a very dumb thing to say.
So just playing out these last few turns, Blitzchung is, and not sure what he's hoping to look for, but I guess it's that never give up and never say die attitude, even when you know it's 0% chance you win from here.
Yeah, we see this, I think, more and more rarely. Players are getting better at realizing when the game is just pretty much over and they don't have a chance for pulling it back. But Blitzchung here, like you said, he gets, I think, not enough screen time for how well respected of a player he is within Hong Kong and in the Asia-Pacific community in general. Getting a good run through the Hearthstone Global Games, I believe he was the anchor for Hong Kong going into it this year, has, I would imagine, bolstered his tournament prowess, his ability to play comfortably on stage, which is always needed when you're playing in a tour stop like this.
So Blitz knows it's all but over.
Yeah.
And I think this is a really big win for PNC. In the scheme of the series, this Hunter deck does feel like it's one that would be weaker to the more aggressive lineup. There's lots of things that can actually get in and under it, and you just have those games where the egg ends up being too slow even if you develop it on turn 4. Which is crazy to say, but absolutely true. And I think it's a huge, huge leg up for him in this series, and what's turning what would have been considered unfavorable even with the good ban strategy at the start into one that, yeah, this is very doable from here.
Yeah, this is a very big win for PNC. The Malagos Druid, I suppose you could call somewhat an anti-aggro deck. It will definitely have a pretty good matchup, in my opinion, against the Odd Rogue and the Aggro Mage. The Zoo, despite what we've been hearing from a lot of the players, as you alluded to, Muzzy in particular, I think Zoo is still in a good spot in this matchup against Shadowwalk Shaman. Actually, maybe not Shadowwalk Shaman so much, that's not a great matchup. But against the Druid, that should be the aggro deck that Blitzchung actually needs to be taking down that Malagos Druid.
So Katharina pulls out nothing, and Blitzchung pulls out a very good card, but something he needed about 6 turns ago. And that will be the concede, and a 1-0 lead to PNC. Still shaking his head, obviously upset about how one of those turns played out with the Death Star Rexorca and playing Spider Bomb instead of the Builder Beast. And I hope he doesn't beat himself up too much about that, because it is the type of thing where you've potentially got 4 more games ahead of you, and if you're still worrying about a very small mistake in the first game, that's actually what can give a bigger edge than if you just cop the loss off a misplay.
I also hope he won't be beating himself up. However, I know PNC, and I think, to be honest, he will be. He is a player for whom good enough is never good enough. He demands perfection from himself because, like I was saying earlier, he knows that he's capable of great feats in Hearthstone. One of the best players that we have in the world, in my opinion. Definitely the strongest South American player that's been put forward. Such a strong point earner. So when he's making mistakes like that, where he's letting the rope get to him, potentially giving his opponent outs, I think he will be hoping that he can just play even better, his absolute maximum capability, because in a stacked field like this, he will have to be. He will have to be on his absolute top game.
It's something I actually noticed with Just Saying as well. So I guess the point I want to make is that other top-level pros have the same attitude, where it's not enough to be good, you want to be perfect all the time. Where Just Saying was unhappy with the way he qualified through Swiss yesterday because his opponent made a mistake in leaving like a giggling inventor up on the board. Yeah. And I was like, David, sometimes it just happens. Sometimes your opponent makes a mistake and you win. Like, pros do it all the time as well. Yeah. And he looked at me like I was talking a foreign language. Like, you want to win in the optimal situations all the time. You don't want to be taking these games where a small mistake was made here or there. So I do love that he's a perfectionist, but I think you do have to delineate between when you worry about it in-game versus after-game, and I think that is one of the things that we can definitely credit Just Saying with. He's very good at focusing on the game at hand and then considering all the options after, rather than considering them while you're in the middle of your second game.
Yeah. Have you seen the film Whiplash?
I have. I know the film. I haven't seen it start to finish.
There's a good line which I think the players will be taken to heart, which is just the idea that the most dangerous words in the English language are good job. which I think the players are taking to heart. You know, like I said, good enough is not good enough. They will be demanding for constantly striving for better and better, which I think is a good attitude to have if you want to be a professional Hearthstone player or gamer in general.
Yeah, and it's something you see in top sports as well, right? Being good enough is not actually enough to be that top 0.01% that removes themselves from the rest of the field, and that's what you want to be if you want to be consistent, want to be at the top, want to be playing top 16s in Singapore, which, you know, if you're a pro, this is where you want to be, up against the best. But PNC has taken that 1-0 lead with the Hunt there, and will have just 2 more decks to win with. It's the Shadowwalk Shaman, I believe, and he has the Malygos Druid. And Blitzchung still needing to find a win with 3 aggressive decks. He's going to start with the Aggro Mage, and I believe this is the first I've actually seen or been able to cast in terms of series so far. Have you got to call one of the Aggro Magic?
Yeah, not many. It was definitely, there was a lot of aggro that I was casting at HCT Oslo last week. It was a little bit different again due to being last hero standing. But I'm glad that we're getting to see this because it may seem silly to seem because it often seems like quite a linear deck. I'm finding Aggro Mage to be one of the most interesting decks at the moment in terms of meta implications, in terms of the spot that it fills, because it is something that can beat the most dominant deck in Quest Rogue to the extent where maybe in tournament play, it's starting to push some players away from bringing it at all.
Exactly, and that's what we've seen in this tournament. A lot of people saying, I'm not bringing Quest Rogue because it makes my lineup targetable. One of the decks that targets it is this Mage, and whenever I've seen it in a lineup so far, it's the deck that's been banned away.
That is one of the biggest differences between we see a lot of players doing Death Rattle Hunter versus Quest Rogue. They are both very, very strong anti-aggro decks, but a lot of people are saying Death Rattle Hunter is actually favored versus the Aggro Mage because you have Candle Shot, Flanking Strike, all these powerful anti-aggro cards at the start, which Quest Rogue just can't hold a candle shot. Off the cuff.
So Blitzchung, you can tell he's an aggro player through and through because he managed to find that turn 1 Mana Worm, and to rub salt in the wound, he's going to let the timer run out. On PNC side, the Glacial Shard is good at preventing some early damage and contesting the board here and there, but often lines up very awkwardly with the Mage minions as they're all on 3 life.
I have to be honest, I was expecting that to come down. It's not so simple against the Druids and the Rogues of this world where they have to actually attack with their face, because then I think that would be a pretty easy freeze the face so that the Mana Worm is forced to trade in. Obviously, he's anticipating the hero power to come through, but because an extra card was kept there for Blitzchung in the Kirin Mage, maybe that would lead PNC to believe it's an Arcanologist or a Sorcerer's Apprentice, which he would want to spend his mana on that turn. It definitely deserves a full turn's worth of thinking, because it was much closer than it may appear there. As we can see, it would have been pretty bad, because Ping would have just perfectly taken it out. But I love the consideration from PNC.
Yeah, and you're weighing up things like it prevents 1 damage now, but it could prevent 3 or 4 more later. But things like Explosive Trap come out, Explosive Rune, come out, and it then takes 5 to face, which isn't very good. So a lot of things to consider there. And PNC hasn't found Kelesith on 2, and has gone back to shaking his head. Status quo.
Yeah, I'm not good enough here. If I want to be a pro player, I've got to be drawing Kelesith on 2. Coin Manatide Totem also having some interesting implications on this turn. It obviously denies the ability for it to be killed off if Kirin Mage plus Explosive Runes, Kirin Mage plus any secret, or Arcane Intellect, or just a secret is wanting to be played on this turn. And I think that's what PNC is realizing.
It's a really nice read.
The mana disruption is just so strong here that it will very likely be surviving.
He says if you kept another card and it wasn't played on 2, it has to be Kirin.
Yeah.
And that means if you want to actually play the Kirin with a secret, you cannot kill my Manatide. I'm getting 2 draw. Such a nice read.
Yeah, I think you can put that card down to being either the Kirin Mage, or at this point a Luneth would probably be worth considering keeping, or maybe Stargazer Luna, because Shaman can struggle to deal with that a little bit. But even if it is Stargazer Luna, that's another way in which the Manatide can't be dealt with.
Too true. Now PNC weighing up this turn 3, and it's not looking the best for him here.
It depends what he has the read on in terms of secrets. Taking a look at the distribution, we can see it's the most standard current list, I believe, with 2 explosive runes, 1 counterspell available. So he knows that it is more likely than not that if he plays the Manatide Totem, it will be destroyed.
Yeah, so the far side is something he could be potentially looking at here, and I think even though you know it's more likely to be explosive runes, it's a play I like anyway just because it's one of those spells you don't mind if it gets caught by the counter spell, and then once you have guaranteed knowledge it's out of the way, you're free to use Volcanoes, Lightning Storms, and Healing Rains whenever you want. So if I'm in PNC's position, I'm expecting this to be explosive runes, and I'm playing Farsight. Chooses to go for the MC Tech, and I think a little bit punished for it.
Yeah, just a really tough turn there for PNC, because Lightning Storm is obviously the quote-unquote best play that you can go for, but it's so unlikely to work out, because first of all, you have to dodge the 1 in 3 counterspell, then you have to hit the 25% to actually kill them both off. So that's a little bit too risky. Manatide Totem, if you are expecting it to be explosive runes, well, so if you're expecting it to be explosive runes, like you said, you go Farsight. I think the fact that in this particular matchup, Mind Control Take is so unlikely to activate until you are a post-Aluneth board, it's perfectly fine to throw it down here in the hope that it survives for a turn.
The Manatide gets cleared off finally after Blitzchung plays the other explosive runes in hand, and the Kirin pops PNC down to 19, starting to get to that range where it's feeling very dicey.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see a major way for PNC to get back in here. I suppose the real way that he gets back is actually he clears off the board, maybe with a lucky Lightning Storm, and the draws for Blitzchung are just miserable. His hand at the moment is not that good. There's no minions, so if it is cleared off, it could get to the point where Healing Rain just seals out this game for PNC in combination with the Saronite Chain Gang.
The interesting decision choice here for PNC is he's back to the same one as the turn before. Is this explosive? Is this counterspell?
Yeah.
But now you know that it's a 50-50 rather than a 66-33 as to what the spell is that was played down. So I wonder if that actually changes how he plays out this turn, if he still pushes for the minion or if he decides that a spell is worthwhile. The minion is more consistent with how he played the last turn, and he's going to get the unfortunate news that it's explosive runes again.
I wonder if it is a 50-50 because you know that it was explosive runes that was played, so if the other one was counterspell, you are then making the judgment that they would rather play explosive runes than counterspell, and he had already played the coin. I think if the option was there, Blitzchung would probably still have played explosive runes, but it's an interesting read there from PNC, and it works out okay for him, I suppose, considering how powerful the start for Blitzchung has been, but I mean, this was just a mana worm game. Like, the damage has just been there to close things out so consistently.
You say that, but it's not completely over for PNC. The Ziliax can clear up that mana worm, put himself back up to 8, and then Fireball Ping's actually not enough to close out the game. Healing Rain backs that up, and the Glacial Shard can come down to stop the Kirin tool from putting more damage to face. So there is a way for him to stabilize here, but it's looking like a lot is going to have to go his way for him to be able to claw this one back.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing any play other than Ziliax on this turn, because even if you do high roll on the Lightning Storm and manage to kill both things off, you're still just dead to a Fireball, and you're getting very, very close to dying to a Frostbolt or anything else. You're just dying to a Cinderstorm probably at that point as well.
That's right, and these are the things that PNC is weighing up. So if you attack it down, he may not necessarily be considering just Fireball, but what are these other combinations of cards that do lots of little pingy stuff like Cinderstorms and Arcane Missiles that can still get lethal? And do I have the luxury of trying to play around that? The answer is no. So I love the Ziliax play.
Yeah, you can't really afford to play around anything at this point. Celestial Emissary off the top is just exactly what Blitzchung needed. A somewhat interesting tech card thrown in there, but that is going to be a pretty important victory here for Blitzchung, because I feel like the Aggro Mage might actually have been struggling in this matchup. I personally don't like it that much against the Malagos Druids. I feel like their armor gain and removal is a little bit too consistent. So with that out of the way, it is looking like the aggressive style from Blitzchung is going back on course here in this favourable series.
Indeed, and you call it a tech card in that Celestial Emissary, but that was pretty close to core back when this deck first became very popular.
Yeah, I feel like it's gone through a few iterations since then. There was the week where everyone was playing Mana Addict after we saw APX Void doing pretty well with that, and then we started to see there was a week in HCG where people were putting in Flame Geyser as well in there. So it's kind of like the one flex spot where it's sometimes Blood Mage Thalmos, could even be the Armani Berserker. There's a lot of different techs that have been thrown in there in that spot, and I really don't hate the Celestial Emissary coming back. It clearly has its spot in this deck.
Yeah, just that spell power bonus is so strong, and that's the whole reason why they run things like Cosmic Anomaly, right? Yeah. To get that +2 spell power, that's just the same thing but cheaper. And often it's just one turn you're looking to combo these things off. You don't necessarily need those minions to stick for multiple turns. But with that said, Blitzchung has now leveled the scores at 1-1. His aggressive lineup should be favored coming in, and now that he's leveled the series, he must be feeling pretty good. But we'll take a short break, and on the other side of that, we'll conclude the series between PNC and Blitzchung, so please don't go anywhere.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Bull. I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So come work with me, and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science! You can go into success with no regrets when you work with Dr. Bull.
Technology!
You can work with the best and the brightest when you work with Dr. Bull.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
Welcome back to HCT Singapore. Thanks for standing by as we go to that quick break between PNC and Blitzchung. We're now about to bring you Game 3 between these two up-and-coming stars. But joining me is the Rock Bottom. How you going?
I was better, I have to be honest. They're getting a little bit more insulting. I assume it's Aussie banter and not that you hate me. We'll go with that, right? Yeah.
Now, apologies to PNC. The flag did not look Argentinian to me, but that is, in fact, the country he is representing, unless he's managed to move homes between when I last checked and now.
Yeah, he is an Argentinian player. That was maybe a slight mistake on the flags. Just to make perfectly clear, Argentina is a country of some great Hearthstone players indeed.
So we're about to head into Game 3 between these two players. Blitzchung still has the Odd Rogue up as well as that Zoo. PNC has the Shadowwalk Shaman and the Malagos Druid. If you were one of these players, who would you want to be now and why?
I think I'd probably still rather be in Blitzchung's shoes here. Like, I feel like each of his decks have one pretty good and one slightly worse matchup. Like, if I was the Odd Rogue, I'd definitely much rather face the Shadowwalk Shaman. If I was the Zoo, I'd definitely much rather face the Malagos, especially if you're as good at hitting Keleseth as Blitzchung is to be. But like, for all of these decks, there is a state which it is difficult to beat, to be perfectly honest. For PNC, if he gets a Wild Growth Nourish Star into a nice big board with the Spreading Plagues, if he plays nice and defensively, he should be in a pretty good spot, and he has managed to line up the matchup that he is definitely looking to hit.
And he's managed to line up that flag as well. Go Argentina, go.
Vamos.
So Mulligan's coming out here. Blitzchung has found the Hench Clan Thug, the card you want on 3 more than anything else. If you're piloting Odd Rogue, PNC yet to mulligan his hand. He's weighing up whether or not he can consider holding Nourish here. Some people will tell you that holding Nourish in the opening hand against Odd Rogue with no Wild Growth is too slow.
Yeah, especially when you're on the play. Like, what I find is so different to Odd Rogue versus every other aggro deck is you just need to have a check for their turn 3 plays, or the game can pretty much end. The turn 3 plays that you need to worry about are 2 Hench Clan Thugs and 2 Vicious Fledglings. So keeping something like Nourish to ramp up to an Ultimate Infestation later on, I find can be a little bit too slow, to the point where if their Fledgling gets to attack phase, you're just going to be dying. And I think PNC agrees. The turn 3 is the real checkpoint that you have to pass to get into this matchup.
And if you're looking for anti-aggro tools that the Druid has, PNC's definitely found a couple of gems in Spreading Plague and Mind Control Tech in that opening hand, and he's now got double Wild Growth here as well. So ramp online, some anti-aggro tools online, he can really make a good game here.
There is the tech to deal with that, though, available to Blitzchung with the Void Ripper raring to come down to deal with a nice big board that Spreading Plague will be developing. And as I was talking about, those answers that you have to have for these turn 3 plays in the Hench Clan Thug and the Vicious Fledgling. I love the coining out of Fledgling because that is the more important minion to get online right away, I think. And PNC just does not have that answer.
So what is going through PNC's mind here? Is he ever going to consider playing the Twig and just starting to chip away at that? Or does he have to play something like the Mind Control Tech to at least contest the board?
Does he even just go Wild Growth? Like, if you go for Spreading Plague next turn, are they ever going to play more than 1 minion on the following turn? They missed their 1-drop, so they probably don't have a 1-drop in hand, which means they're unlikely to have more than 2 minions on board at the following turn, which makes Spreading Plague a little bit weaker.
The bonus with setting up for the Spreading Plague is, of course, that you can bring down your Arcane Tyrant as well.
Yeah.
So even though there may not be that many minions coming out of the Spreading Plague, you do have a chance to actually contest the board from there. So all this going through PNC's head and probably so much more. And it looks like the Wild Growth is the play of choice here. Hero Power is going to come out and going to face rather than trying to chip away at that Fledgling.
This to me just shows how much respect he has for Vicious Fledgling. It might not feel that way at first glance, but I think what he is willing to do is throw away the Spreading Plague just against 1, maybe 2 minions here, because he has to stop this from connecting phase, or he will be locked out of the game.
So Blitzchung hitting the Wind Fury, exactly what you're after. Second Wind Fury, not so good though. Living Spores and Shrouding Mist. Shrouding Mist
Yeah,
would
I like
have
that
a
a
lot
lot.
of appeal here because it prevents any type of swipe play off the top.
Yeah, it's unlikely that PNC would, or I don't think there are any more answers you could get on 5 mana that you don't have access to before. I suppose Starfall actually for just sniping away this one fledgling is a consideration that Blitzchung will definitely be accounting for.
And you can just see on PNC's face how uncomfortable he is with this position. He does not want to be playing these decks against each other at all. And despite hitting double wild growth, still obviously feels like he's at a disadvantage.
Yeah, this is just the power of fledgling. Why it is in this deck, because we know it to be pretty abysmal in the mirror, in the aggro matchups, because a 3-mana 3/3 is not good enough fighting for tempo. But against the control decks where they don't have anything on board, you demand an answer. Sometimes you just get there, as we're seeing Blitzchung do here.
So PNC visibly upset with how this has played out.
Yeah.
He may be looking at that naked Hench Clan Thug and thinking if I'd put down the mind control tech, it would stop this.
Yeah.
And as a result, Blitzchung's been able to develop it onto an empty board, and not only does PNC not have an answer for the Fledgling, he doesn't have an answer for the Thug now either. And these are two of those minions for the Odd Rogue that just scale up if you leave them untouched.
So if he had gone for Mind Control Tech last turn, he would only have 5 mana, which means just Naked Tyrant or Twig of the World Tree is available on this turn, which neither of them feel particularly good.
And you still wouldn't have found a space to put the Wild Growth down either.
Yeah.
Because you're playing a 4-mana card or 5-mana card this turn.
Yeah, I feel like PNC isn't happy about something, maybe going for the immediate beatings that you take by going for Twig on 4, and then lead up to a Spreading Plague on turn 6 naturally, instead of going for another Wild Growth was the way to go. But I think the fact that you've allowed yourself here to go for Spreading Plague and Tyrant on this turn, it's the only play now, because otherwise you just take too much damage. It's just not looking great.
Yeah, because obviously PNC can see with just the minions on the board and the hero power, those 1/5s can be cleaned up, and then Blitzchung will still have mana to develop behind that.
But it is going to do a decent job for the moment, at least, of stopping what Blitzchung is doing, which means on the following turn, PNC can go Twig and Hero Power hit into the Fledgling. Start clearing off these minions, which is pretty important.
I think we're likely to see the Tar Creeper come down from Blitzchung though, just to help protect. And that's going to stop that from being an easy trade, and it also prevents... sorry, you can't do that if you're going to use the hero power.
Yeah.
It's one or the other. This is interesting. What will Blitzchung choose to do?
Well, I mean, Tar Creeper on this turn isn't bad. If you're afraid of swipe, you don't want to bring the Fledgling down to 1 health, but if he had swipe, he would have played it by now.
Swiftly.
Possibly. I mean, like that last turn, for example, Spreading Plague Tyrant still looks better than swipe to me.
And this is going to be leaving PNC with the ability to clear up on this board pretty nicely.
Is he going to play into Mind Control Tech, or is he going to hold that Elemental? He plays into it. This is a huge potential turn for PNC here. That Mind Control Tech is going to lead out. What does it hit? Ooh, misses, but that's really not that big of a deal considering that you do get to clear off those 2 big threats. You develop the tree, and you do have the board presence. You've won the board back.
And while I was surprised to see Blitzchung go for that play, I think I might have been letting Cast Division get to me there, where I can see both players' hands. Obviously, it's very weak to Mind Control Tech, which we can see PNC did have. But Blitzchung realized there's the ability on board to kill off 2 of my minions. If I want to play Fungalmancer next turn, I need to have 2 in play. So playing out the second Firefly there, if there was no Mind Control Tech, would have worked out beautifully. But the punish for his play was there.
And not only that, but you're not even worried about the second Spreading Plague in that position because you've got that Void Ripper in hand, which would deal with the flipped 5/1s. That damn Cast Division.
Gets me every time.
So Blitzchung choosing to trade into the Elemental on board and then pushing the other one to face for 1 damage. And the Giggling Venter just finds a way to be annoying every single time it's drawn.
It's just what it does best. I have to be honest, I have mixed feelings about the new Sura Noyo that is being introduced as the Paladin skin. Have you seen that?
When did that get announced?
There's an Annoyatron skin for Paladin that's coming out, and it's literally just a giant Annoyatron.
That sounds awesome.
No, it doesn't.
Why not? It's so no one dislikes Annoyatron, right?
Yes, they do!
No. He's fun. He's like the life of the party, but they just dislike that he gets in the way of face. So if the Annoyatron is face, then it's the best of both worlds.
Fair enough. I accept that comment. If I get to smack them every turn with my Odd Rogue, that sounds like a pretty good plan.
All right, so PNC's used 1 branching paths already and went for the double draw off that. The draws aren't very strong, given that UI can't be played next turn, which would be the ideal situation for PNC. So now weighing up as to whether or not he needs to find more tools to eventually effectively try and play next turn, or if he should be going for the double armor to try and delay until the Malagos and the UI can come down.
I think because you have a decent play next turn available in the form of just Malagos, you can quite happily go for the double armor here, because the real concern is that they play Fungalmancer next turn, and the turn after you're dead because you didn't go for armor and you die to Leroy Coldblood. So I like here going for the slightly safer play and relying on Ultimate Infestation to close things out for PNC.
So if you are worried about Fungalmancer, was the Moonfire the correct play there? Because if Malagos is coming down this turn, the Moonfire could have been saved to kill off a buffed minion, and now you're in this really awkward position where PNC can't actually interact with them at all.
That's true. You're trading away for 2 damage through to face. Fungalmancer would still have 2 minions to buff there. Definitely would have been worth considering saving, but if that 2/2 attacks to face once, it can just clear off the mind control tech even, perhaps.
The light protects me.
I feel like the upside of saving it for Malagos isn't even that great here, so I really don't mind throwing it down there just to stop any damage coming through to face.
Swiftly.
Yeah, I think you end up with 2 damage less on the board going forward, but taking 2 more up front. And given that PNC isn't going to be clearing this board in the next couple of turns, I feel like it just would have been a preserve more damage in the long run, despite taking a couple more up front.
So with 6, 7, 8, 9 damage available for Blitzchung on board, Malagos on this turn does mean that PNC will be taking a bit of a beating. And it also means that Ultimate Infestation will be far from clearing off the board on the following turn, which is a very big distinction. It's not like against some of the decks that go a little bit smaller on board and then you just completely stabilize when you play the UI. For PNC here, he does need to find something a little bit extra if he's going to stem the bleeding.
Not to mention that if he wants to keep lowering the count on that twig, he will need to be hitting into minions. This turn, that's going to be an extra 3 damage that he's taking to his face. Now, the Alexstrasza does give him an alternate turn 9 play, but using it aggressively here is not very impactful when your opponent looks like they're just a couple of short turns away from killing you, and you can't heal off it as of yet. So the Malagos coming down here and holding on to the Alexstrasza for a potential heal on future turns makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay, I would have played Malagos here on this turn. I feel like you're not giving away your win condition. The Alexstrasza does open up somewhat more aggressive lines here by being able to go UI face next turn, but I don't think you actually have the liberty of going UI face next turn. I think you will be under too much pressure to the point where a 4-12 is just a little bit better than an 8-8.
Couldn't agree more. I would have liked to see the Malagos.
Because you just win by doing Druid stuff in this matchup. Malagos is not your win condition.
But I mean, Blitzchung must be starting to feel the pressure as well. Like, this game has gone on longer than it ideally would if you're the Odd Rogue.
Yeah.
His hand isn't all that impactful in and of itself. You've now got an Alexstrasza on the board. Druid's about to hit that magical turn 10 where a whole bunch of crazy things that only Druid can do happen. And it's actually not very easy to see a way that he closes this game out.
Yeah, I was talking about the ways that PNC gets punished by leaving up this board, like Fungalmancer or Leroy or Coldblood. None of those are actually there. Blitzchung's just going to have to do the best he can with what he's got. Doesn't even have the Valspine to be able to deal with this big 8-8 in play.
But he's gone wide. He says if you've got the Spreading Plague, that's going to be very good, but you've already played one, and with the way these last couple of turns have played out, I think I can make a good read that you don't actually have it there.
Yeah.
So he's going to put PNC down to 8, and that's a very precarious position if you're PNC. The Moonfire is a nice draw, but it may actually be forced to be used this turn in order to get these trades to work nicely.
I was actually looking at lethal capabilities. It's not quite there on this turn, but a Twig Break, I think, would have just been lethal on this turn available to PNC.
Twig Break is lethal.
So he just has to survive, because next turn he can definitely get the win, I think, with Malagos into breaking Twig into whatever.
Yeah, and I think you start the turn with UI, and I'm fairly sure that you will not be holding on to Moonfire. I think it needs to be used this turn to give yourself the best chance of surviving, and then whatever's left should be enough to win the game with a broken Twig.
I like the sound of that.
But PNC is going to run into turn timer trouble if he doesn't get moving soon, especially given that the UI animation on those draws can be a little bit slow. And if you're waiting for things like Arcane Tyrants to come out to help fill the board. Alright, there's a second UI. Floop comes to hand. The Spellstone is great next turn. Tyrant coming down.
We've seen PNC struggling with turn timer issues here.
Oh, did he miss the Twig attack? No, okay, got it in, but didn't get the Tyrant, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Nope, Tyrant came down too. Alright, so fit everything in. That's great.
Missed the Floopy Tyrant, but I'm not even sure if he was.
I don't think he needed it.
necessarily
Is that
wanting
lethal?
to go for
That's just lethal. Wow,
Exactly
he picks up
lethal.
the Fungal Mancer, needed 4 damage off the top, and finds it with the Fungal Mancer, and Blitzchung is just going to sneak in there. And PNC is going to be left wondering what could have been.
You've got to wonder in a game where it ends up with exact lethal, you always have to think there was something that could have been done just to gain you 1 health along the way. If we'd seen the...
Hold the Moonfire for an extra turn.
Hold the Moonfire for an extra turn, exactly. That would have been 1 damage less, very possibly saving the 1 health. Maybe a Mind Control tech just coming down on turn 3 instead of the extra Wild Growth that was thrown down in there. All these things will be running through PNC's head, I'm sure, as we've talked about how self-critical he is as a player. And with now Blitzchung 1 game away from advancing through to the top 8, PNC is going to be feeling the pressure.
It is one of those situations where you can really get into your own head. You start 1-0 up, you're on stream, but then a couple of quick losses in succession in games where you probably felt like you could have given yourself a chance to win had you played slightly differently can really get to a player. So to see PNC try and reverse his fortunes and get the win in this series is going to be pretty tough, given that the last deck that Blitzchung has is at least 1 favored matchup, and he really should be quite favored to take the overall series from here.
Yeah, I think he should be in a pretty good spot here. Only the Zoo left available for Blitzchung does mean against Shudderwock, it's not a fantastic matchup, I would say. I feel like their removal is so sweeping that your wide boards won't get there, and even if you do go tall with the likes of Despicable Dreadlord and Doomguard, they have the Hexes, even just a Volcano can take care of that. But against the Druid, the Zoo feels like it's just going to be in a really nice spot, especially if we could see an early Happy Ghoul or Keleseth start. Blitzchung should be in a pretty safe spot to advance through.
So both players looking down, contemplating what is about to be, and PNC, that's just looks like a bit of a nervous twitch, the fiddling with your hands. Something I do all the time, fiddle when I'm just nervous or anxious or bored, whatever it may be, you start fiddling. And I wonder if there's some benefit PNC could really have with some kind of coaching around some of these things and mental fortitude. And I don't want to paint him as someone that doesn't have good mental fortitude, but it's just that some of these things that we're seeing on stream, and maybe some of what we're reading into, is potentially things that could be worked out if you had someone coaching on them.
Oh, we see that. Well, I mean, we see that from some of the best plays in Hearthstone, like Purple's infamous hair fiddling, where you will never see a series where he isn't playing with his hair, but somehow he still manages to be one of the most intelligent and successful players in Hearthstone.
I think for me there's a difference between something you always do and something you only do when you're down or nervous.
Fair enough, yeah. That makes sense.
So Blitzchung is going to have to find a win with this Zoolock, and if Muzzy had his way, that is not going to be possible because, in his opinion, not the best deck, one that shouldn't be brought to tournaments, but it does have a lot of game, and it's a deck that we do see perform very well on ladder over and over again. So PNC is by no means out of this, but it is going to be tough to bring it back from here.
Blitzchung's clearly struggling with the mulligan here. I would like to see a full mulligan personally, because going first, you really want to hit that Flame Imp up against Druid to really start hitting them as hard as you possibly can. And you obviously want to find Keleseths and Happy Ghouls as well. But Blitzchung there actually went with a full keep, it would seem.
Full keep seems off to me. I do like the Kobold Librarian as a minimum keep because there is a chance on the full mulligan you miss on the Flame Imp, and in that situation be wishing that you had the 2-1 that cycles on 1.
Fair enough.
But this has worked out pretty nicely for Blitzchung now. Finds the Flame Imp on 2 and is backed up by the Void Walker. This is 6 damage on the board, turn 2, and very difficult for PNC to answer if he didn't have the wonderful Spellstone.
Even there, this is a pretty good amount of damage that Blitzchung can push forward. And while PNC has got off to a pretty nice ramp start in the form of Nourish.
The Happy Ghoul comes to hand, and Blitzchung is going to be able to put another 5 damage on the board, all while cycling through the deck even further. Very strong start from Blitzchung here.
PNC praying for mind control tech off the top here. It's done wonders for him in previous games, but the hero power pass on turn 3, arguably a punish for not putting 2 Ferocious Howls in your deck. A lot of players cutting down to just the 1 here. Blitzchung smells weakness now, and he is going for the throat, trying to close out this game before Spreading Plague is even a possibility.
So PNC is looking for Spreading Plague above all else. Coin will be coming out this turn with Nourish, I do believe. The Giant will then come down, and that's all just so you can have the chance of hitting the Plague on the following turn. Is there anything else that you see that could possibly work for PNC in this situation?
If you think Plague is your only out, you could save, you could go for Branching Paths here to try and go for Coin Plague on the following turn, because that actually draws you a card. We could see 1 draw, 1 armor. I don't think it's quite so easy as a Snap Coin Nourish, because PNC is realizing he is in a truly desperate position here already on turn 4.
So PNC weighing this up, and he's not happy. Seems like the status quo for PNC this series. So starting with the draw on the line that you've suggested, and misses it with the Naturalize, now has to consider whether or not he wants to go 1 deeper, or maybe take a little bit of a safer play in the sense that he can gain that 6 armor.
Well, once these cards are out of the way, we can count up the amount of damage on board.
I believe there's 12.
12, so if he'd gone for draw, Doomguard would have been 1 off lethal. So I don't think there would have been many outs for lethal on that turn for Blitzchung, so I wouldn't necessarily have hated going for another draw, but I guess if you go down to 1 health and then you go Plague, you're probably just dead the next turn anyway.
You would only die to Soulfire, right?
Yeah, Soulfire.
Oh, no, if you go down to 1.
Oh, sorry, if you
play,
go... Oh, okay, sorry.
Then Soulfire is the only out.
Fair enough, but I think we can see here PNC realizes it's over, removes his headset, and he is out of HCT Singapore. And with his aggressive lineup, Blitzchung is through in a very convincing fashion through to the top 8.
And in a way, not that surprising to me in the sense that a lot of the pros that have made it to the top 16 have brought things that are geared towards, say, playoffs for next week. And time again, we're hearing them say, I don't want to be playing aggressive decks. The aggro decks are what beats my lineup. And I feel like this is a common thing that happens in APAC events. You have the local scene bringing more aggressive lineups, the European and NA players bringing maybe slower control and anti-control lineups, and inevitably you do get a couple of these aggro lineups that end up making their way through to the top 8, top 4, and even winning.
This really is just the circle of life in Hearthstone, at least in tournament play, where decks get greedier and greedier and greedier because that's what beats what was popular the week before, and someone always eventually comes in, it happens every time, and says, all right, you're too greedy, I'm going to play my aggro decks and just kill you on turn 5 before you can get playing any of your Dream Petal Florists or any nonsense like that.
Yeah, and that is just one of those games that we saw there where the Druid got a slightly slower start, didn't find the few anti-aggro tools it did, and the Zoo just had pretty close to the optimal opening when it comes to that lineup. You might have wanted to ask for Flaming 1, Kelesith 2, but the way it played out, you're not unhappy if you're Blitzchung.
Even then, if the game's over on turn 5, Kelesith is not even, I'm going to put a lot of emphasis here, that good. It's still Kelesith on 2, so I would take it, but it was still a pretty optimal hand there for Blitzchung.
Yeah, given that Chain Gang was played on 4, like there's a chance that it would have got its value back, but I completely understand what you're saying. So yeah, tough series of PNC. Top 16 here, still a great result for him, but with the way that we talked about this matchup as we started the series, definitely he's going to be disappointed with how the game turned out for him. I think both in terms of the result, but then also his play. You could see him beating himself up the whole way throughout that series.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. I believe will be going up against Casey in the next series in top 8. So could be in with a somewhat better matchup there, as Casey has the Death Rattle Hunter and the Quest Rogue thrown in there as well. So some anti-control decks, again, out-greeding his opponents that could be vulnerable to the aggressive strategies. But I think Casey's beaten aggro lineups already this tournament. He is far from helpless against it.
Correct, but listening to the Complexity boys, both Tyler and Casey, almost the exact same lineup, they're both trying to dodge aggro. While their decks do have some game against aggro, I believe Tyler's only loss so far has been to an aggressive lineup. Casey not yet one to cop a loss, but that is the weak point, and so Blitzchung will be feeling pretty good about his chance of giving Casey that loss and that elimination from the tournament.
Muzzy, however, with an anti-control lineup that I like a little bit more from the looks of it, where he's still got some strong anti-control decks like Death Rattle Hunter, Shutterwock Shaman to an extent. He's teched it a little bit more for the aggro capabilities, taking out the Quest Rogue and putting things like Tar Creepers in there as well. I think he's in a good spot.
Yeah, if you guys haven't looked at his lineup yet, do recommend it, because it's a prime example of how you can tech a tournament lineup to be slightly better against things like aggro decks, but still keep its identity, keep its core. But let's cross over now, where we'll bring you an interview with Blitzchung, the winner from this series.
Blitzchung, congratulations. So great to see you get into another top 8. You've had a pretty good year all around in Hearthstone.
Yeah, I didn't did well enough in the first half of the year, but I mean, I'm doing fine in the second half of the year.
What sort of points total are you up to now in the point standings? Because obviously it's a rotating scale, so you could start on season 3 or 2 and start building up.
Yeah, I mean, I have a total of 108. It's not that much. I'm trying to go for the 1-star master, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, because season 1 will drop off and season 4 will eventually come on towards the Masters, so you could work towards that. Yeah. And of course, doing really well in HGG as well. So, talk us through that first 2 games. They seem to take a very long time, and then you just won from nowhere in games 3 and 4. So, how are you feeling at the break?
I think I misplayed quite a bit on the first game. Like, I should have just dropped a 3-cost minion on turn 3 to keep pressuring. It was maybe too slow to wait for the Gangster.
And obviously, this is only the top 16. You match up against Casey, I believe, tomorrow. How do you fancy your chances in that one?
I think I have a good chance because he's playing anti-control lineup. So yeah, I came to target those kind of lineup.
He said he's going to win the whole tournament. Do you think he's wrong?
I don't think so, because he always stopped at top 16, but now he break the curse. So I think he actually has a good chance.
Okay, I don't think you should say that. That's a very political answer, but good luck in that one. And have you got any more tournaments coming up apart from obviously the big one in America?
Yeah, I'm not going to it because I'm still a student, so I don't have that much time to fly to America.
So you only really get time to play the local or the APAC ones?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a shame, but obviously something to look forward to. How many years do we have to wait before you finish being a student?
What?
How long before you finish your studies?
2 more years.
And then we get to see you at full force, getting even better and better.
Hopefully.
Excellent. Well, hopefully we look forward to seeing you put Casey out of this tournament and winning tomorrow, and all the best with that. So good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, everybody, that was Blitzchung. So he's going to be in that top 8 tomorrow. Let's find out who's going to join him in a moment.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Bull. I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So come work with me, and and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. And bombs mostly.
Science! You can go into success with no regrets when you work with Dr. Boom. Work with the best and thrive when you work with Dr. Boom.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said. Work with Dr. Boom.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
Welcome back to HCT Singapore. We are 6 out of 8 of the games down now in the top 16. 2 more of those today to finish that off, and then tomorrow we'll go into those quarterfinals. This one is probably the one that people have been waiting for some time. I'm with Gia, and it's going to be Muzzy versus Ender.
Yeah, another big one. Not to say that if you looked anywhere in this bracket there wouldn't be a big one, but I'm particularly excited about this one because we have another representative from APAC and from the ANZ region. I think he is the first of the day. We of course have Naviud coming up later up. And Ender is somebody who's really been performing well whenever I see him play in the ANZ region. He had, I do believe, a tour stop performance previously, HCT Sydney, and it's kind of not been to other events since then, but glad to see him make it farther now. And Muzzy, does he need any introduction?
He's the Muzz. Done. Right, so yeah, Muzzy, the interesting thing with Muzzy is the first time in like 3 years he's actually been chasing people for last call points.
Yeah.
He's led sort of for the last 2 3/4 years, and then this amazing run by Just Saying in recent times has put Muzzy into 2nd place, a position he is not comfortable with and he is not used to.
Exactly what Sayan promised in the documentary episode where he said, you know, Muzzy's won last call 2 years in a row for US, or sorry, not US, the Americas in general, but it does seem like Sayan is possibly going to give him a run for his money, but not through this tournament as Sayan has already been knocked out. But there is still some hope for Tempo Storm. And based on my interview with Kribo a while ago, it seems like he wants some revenge against Muzzy. So Muzzy also might have the chance of running into him again.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see if they can get to the final. But first, he's got to go through Ender. And unlike most of the matches today, this one's a bit weird in the lineups, in that the bands could go quite a few different directions.
Yeah, according to Ender, he felt that just based on the lineup alone, he felt he was around 50-50. But the lineups are so different that I can't really put my finger on who I think is favored. Ender has the last even shaman in the tournament, I do believe. We saw quite a few people bringing it in the Swiss rounds, but it didn't quite perform so well. And it is that even shaman that is actually being banned away, and there's a bit of an issue with the icon there for Muzzy's classes. Sorry about that. He has Shaman, Warlock, Druid, and Hunter, not 2 Shamans.
Yeah, so looked like his Druid was banned though, and that's the one that was slightly easier of the 2. Muzzy's ban was very dependent on what he thought Ender was going to do. And banning that Shaman, interesting to me. I thought maybe he would actually ban something else, but that's where we're at now. And that's, looking at this in front of me, I feel that does make Ender a slight underdog, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty curious about it because I feel like even Shaman has not the best matchup against things like Q-Block, Even Lock, and I'm not sure how well it performs against Druid in particular, but it's just one of those matchups where like you stick the Corpse Taker, it's especially powerful.
Yeah.
So I can understand the even Shaman ban. Ender still has his Odd Paladin left, which is another deck which is not too much brought in the tournament, but I believe somebody else was playing it in top 16, or at least 2 other people.
Yeah, we've seen Odd Paladin sneaking about, but it was a surprise. We haven't seen much Odd Paladin in tournaments for some time now. In fact, last week we were watching Even Paladin in the top 4, which was bizarre, brought from Hypno, who is the Even Paladin man. As this plays out now, I think that Muzzy is going to have to find a way to win with his Hunter. That's going to be the big deal for him, I think.
Yeah, the Death Rattle Hunter looks like it could be picked on by the slightly aggressive lineup from Ender. His own Hunter is the Secret Hunter, which I did hear a lot of the casters hating on, and I'm going to join the hate train.
Oh no!
I'm not a big fan of this deck either.
Not only have you ruined my question, but you've also then just killed the argument stone dead. We're 4-0 here on the desk.
Sorry for cutting off the conversation, but let's not talk about the deck, which must not be named. Although I gotta say, the way Kribo piloted it made it really shine, but it was Rexar that carried that game, not the Secrets.
So game number 1 is on the way. It is going to be this Odd Rogue versus the Shudderwock Shaman. Very traditional list, except I think they're playing Ziliax in this list. Seem to remember, I may be remembering incorrectly.
One quick check says that you are correct. There is Ziliax in Shudderwock these days with absolutely no other mechs that I can see. It's just good enough as a card.
Yeah, and it's particularly good in this particular matchup, so a little bit of tech edge there for Muzzy, but should be okay if he can draw into his removal. But so far, Hex Volcano, when we saw this matchup played earlier in the week, Muzzy just kills everything on sight and hopes for the best.
Yeah, Muzzy's hand is like chock full of the good removal against Odd Rogue in particular, meaning that Volcano is very effective in the matchup. I think previously I did put it as very favored towards the Shutterwalk before this meta, but with the inclusion of Myra's Unstable Element, it does make it a little bit better for the Odd Rogue, but still, every board they develop in the early game has easy answers for the Shutterwalk in the form of Volcano.
Yeah, and I agree entirely with that assessment. The one thing that we have seen that can be a problem for the Shutterwalk, the way it can lose, is it can kill everything off, but sometimes it struggles to actually control the board after it's done so. So the Odd Rogue, like you say, gets that Myra's Unstable Element, gets one last sort of attempt to do the final damage. But Muzzy's sitting on plenty of healing, plenty of removal, and bits and pieces of combo too, although it won't come down to that. Eventually, it will just be minions on board for him.
Yeah.
Looking good at the moment.
Muzzy has the option to just sit back and prepare for a Volcano turn coming up. Since he doesn't have that many other answers for the minions, I don't think you would want to coin out the Hex for the Vicious Fledgling. By playing the MC Tech though, he could force answers onto it with the dagger and just kind of make things annoying for Ender, but he does draw that Myra's Unstable Element, so after the board gets Volcanoed, he will have some refill.
Yeah, this is nice from Muzzy because he can try and, first of all, obviously just occupy the board with MC Tech, get a value trade maybe, or just take down the Flappy Bird if he gets a chance. Has the Volcano as backup plan, and it will possibly lead Ender to go too wide in a lot of matchups, although, as it stands, Ender is struggling to have anything to put on the board at all.
Yeah, it's not the best choices of Vicious Fledgling procs. I guess you could take the attack and force them to have a way to deal with it, because in that case you would dagger down and dire maul the MC Tech.
And obviously, putting the Fledgling with the 1/1s does allow maybe some sort of MC Tech shenanigans to happen. But Muzzy may well be just more concerned with wiping this lot up, because this can get out of control very quickly, even though it doesn't look particularly menacing right now.
Just don't think this merits a Volcano quite yet.
No.
I think he can just even use the Earth Shock. I mean, you could use the Hex, but even I do think it can hit better targets.
Yeah, and this is what we saw previously from this matchup from Tempo Storm, is they just don't like you to keep anything on the board at all. Willing to take their chances as their mana gets higher. Obviously, they can start to play their minions down and maybe pick up a chain gang or something to slow down the attacks.
And they're just kind of dumping the hand to get ready for Myra's Unstable Element next turn, even already equipping the Deadly Poison, which is not in much respect of something like Ooze, but yeah, I think he just wants to get ready for Myra's right next turn.
And Muzzy obviously needs to have a think about this, how much damage he can face next turn, but again, not really messing around, just removal, 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 and assuming that the Odd Rogue will run out of gas very quickly. But this Myra's Unstable Element.
Yeah, and you're probably wishing he picked up a one-drop there. Instead, gonna choose to delay the Myra's by one turn. I think taking advantage of the fact that Muzzy is overloaded this turn and thus won't have a good way of refilling the board necessarily.
So Muzzy has the choice to make here between the Healing Rain and the Life Drinker. Life Drinker puts him to 17 and occupies the board. That's a natural looking play. But Muzzy will be working out the most damage you can take next turn. This isn't the worst time to just get the Healing Rain out of the way and put yourself in a nice safe health total.
It is perfectly reasonable for him here, as the Life Drinker doesn't really challenge the Tar Creeper.
And that's given Ender a whole lot of trouble really now, having to play Leroy, which is never much fun in this situation because you know there's so much removal, but
all things considered, I think it's quite decent, especially since he has a taunt in the way. Not even gonna bother to trade one of the whelps with the Tar Creeper.
Hello Ziliax, how are you? This looks really, really good suddenly for Muzzy.
Yes. Lightning Storm in some capacity looks pretty good here. He doesn't necessarily have to coin out the Ziliax alongside it. He could just play Life Drinker because the one Tar Creeper remaining on board isn't too scary. If you low roll the Lightning Storm on the dire maul, suddenly Fungalmancer gets a bit scary. So I think he will just see what the outcome is first.
Yep, outcome not good, but
yeah,
still has
Ziliax
coin Ziliax if he wants it.
Perfectly respectable. Next turn with the Overload, he can still play Grumble. So it all works out fine for the Muzz right here. But Ender is going to, most of the time, have a full full 10 cards to draw, as long as he draws a card that costs 3 or less.
His issue here is normally the way out here for you with the Myras is like the Cold Bloods. But at the moment he has absolutely no purpose for that, apart from maybe he can get a deckhand to go with it. There's some damage.
Yeah, decent pick. Though double Cold Bloods and the South Sea deckhand. That's pretty much the best in terms of burst you could ask for, except for the second deckhand, I guess, because Leroy has been played already.
And yeah, that's pretty menacing, but obviously Ziliax has done its job, and after Life Drinker, if he wants it, Muzzy will be back up to very nearly full health.
So I'm trying to put together an idea of how much damage Ender can actually put out, and with the deckhand Cold Blood, it's not going to be enough to end things immediately, so I do think he will go for building some kind of Edwin board this turn. So you can do that with Argent Squire / Flame Elemental. Squire with the Blood Knight seems quite enticing as well.
Yeah, Muzzy doesn't have, I mean, he has an answer for the Blood Knight in the form of Earth Shock, of course, but he doesn't have much of an answer in his hand. Of course, he's got some minions on board that helps a lot. And Ender is on a very short clock now because of the fatigue. Maybe 3 turns is about his time limit here.
I think Ender goes for 3 1-cost cards, then Blood Knight, then Edwin. I do think he can drop a Cold Blood onto this Firefly and push it face. I'm just not sure if he bothers about clearing some of these smaller minions.
He's going to take the damage while it's there. And by splitting up the Cold Bloods, that just makes trading really difficult for Muzzy.
Okay, so he's not going to bother with the Blood Knight, actually, and instead just make a bigger Edwin. And already use all of the burst available to him.
This Earth Shock, though, after the Mind Control tech, if he even goes that way first. And Glacial Shard, so Earth Shock, Glacial Shard, Mind Control tech in any order he likes. And Ender is out of burst, and Muzzy knows it.
Surely there's a way to disable the entire board between all of these cards from Muzzy. I feel like he can safely just trade off the 1-2 with his Life Drinker first, and then go for MC Tech. The worst case scenario is you take the Argent Squire, I guess, in which case you can still freeze the Edwin or shock that one health.
Yeah, he
whatever.
Just takes the Edwin.
All right.
I'll have that. And now it's just a case of what you want to freeze and if you want to bother Earth Shocking. I mean, in this position, he can even just trade the Life Drinker into the 5-2 if he wants to, but he'd like to have next turn lethal, so he's not going to.
Muzzy has very little burst to worry about at this point as well. He's seen both Deadly Poison, both Cold Blood, 1 Deckhand, 1 Leroy. So all that's left is, I guess, Green Skin, if you can count it as burst, and maybe SI7 Agent.
Yeah, he's just playing ultimate safety here, just killing, freezing up everything that could do damage. And the face is actually the most damaging thing the Rogue has left to worry about. And Muzzy, he will lose the Edwin, but because of this wide board, he has plenty of ways of shutting down anything that Ender can do here.
Yeah, it does look like the Edwin speeds up the loss for Ender, but Muzzy would have taken the game no matter which minion he's stolen. There you go, Ender does go down 0-1, and Muzzy, somebody that Ender did say he was a little bit nervous to face, is proving why he is top point earner, or was. I don't know if it's saying right now, but...
Yeah, it's Saiyans a little bit ahead now after that big run.
But consistent last call qualifier.
Yeah. And every chance of being last call qualifier again this year, even if he comes second, because Saiyan is off to championships next week. If he qualifies for Worlds, second place will actually be the person who goes into last call anyway.
Yeah, they really are neck and neck, though.
He gets an extra chance. But the points will be important to Muzzy just in case Saiyan somehow doesn't qualify. There are, after all, 16 players and only 4 go through.
Wow.
And I'm surprised to hear you say that Ender was a little bit worried about playing Muzzy. He's been out the back with everybody, just talking like everybody else all day.
Yeah, I mean, I did ask him if you're feeling okay, and he said, then kind of like, I think he didn't say it with a full confidence that I'm used to hearing from Ender. Maybe I did just put 2 and 2 together and assume he's a bit nervous.
He's a little quiet, so.
Well, when I last talked to Ender at a tour stop, it was at an event in Australia. He seemed very at home. He's somebody who's very, very animated about when he's talking about the game. in that event, every time that he was between series or just coming off a game, all he was doing was talking about this play and that play, what he could have done better. And when it was somebody else playing, he was always actively discussing with somebody else in the audience about what line should they take. And he takes the game very seriously.
He is one of those players that you see in every Twitch channel all the time. I know the feeling.
He's one of you, chat.
He's one of you guys, yeah. But so is Muzzy, in fairness, so chat confused to who to cheer for
when
then.
Muzzy enters a chat and somebody asks a question and Muzzy answers, you should do this, they just automatically defer to his opinion and say, all right, that's right.
That's
no
one way
further
to
questions.
sound like you're clever, I think. So what I do on the cast desk is just agree with everyone I'm with, and I look good.
All right, so Ender still has to get 3 wins with his aggressive lineup. And I guess Muzzy banned out the least aggressive deck, I would call it, of the 3. Even Shaman does take a while to get going, and they run a bit of removal to deal with fellow aggressive decks, which maybe hurts it in certain matchups.
Yeah, it's going to hurt Ender that Shaman went through. So, because it's such a tight matchup overall, sometimes we say, oh, you know, the score isn't necessarily that much of a reflection of how the match is going, but this match is pretty close, and so going 1-0 down is a true reflection. Yeah. I think I saw a Keleseth there in Muzzy's hand.
Yes, there is, but we did see an Edwin in Ender's hand, and he's on the coin with a few 1-drops as well.
And this is the deck I think we both feel that Muzzy could get caught up with a little bit if it goes wrong. This might be the deck to let him down, this Hunter. So a Keleseth plus curve, perfect curve in fact, for what he needs to do.
I mean, it's just so strong here because not only does it buff the deck, but more importantly, it's preventing Ender from just dropping another 1-drop and going Cold Blood here. The upside for Ender is that if he takes the time to dagger down this Keleseth, he then has a more powerful Edwin turn to follow up because he can go 1-drop coin Edwin.
He does, but the Ooze kills the dagger, the flanking strike looks good, the Ziliax looks coming up, like the curve.
Yeah, it's insane for Muzzy.
Not only is it a great curve, but it's like the things he wants to do in the right order for him.
Exactly.
And presumably that's why they built their deck this way.
Thinking about the possibility of it, Ender was considering maybe, oh, okay, going for the coin Cold Blood as early as now, foregoing Edwin as a bigger minion next turn because he has the Henchland Thug
Yeah, because
anyway.
he doesn't know there's news, he's got to play as if it's not there. But we can see that this plan is going to
fizzle.
At least fizzle in the short term, yeah, this is going to go nasty.
It's quite unfortunate. Still, I think Ender is forced to just play out one of those 3-drop minions. The Ooze will of course trade into the Dire Mole, but at least something survives. That he can see, but Muzzy has Flanking Strike.
Oh, goodness. So Flanking Strike clears up here. He doesn't have to do it, that's why he's taking a moment, because Spider Bomb's actually quite good as well.
I think Flanking looks super clean because it summons a minion that doesn't die to the dagger straight up, and everything having 3 attack or 3 damage is just so punishing for Ender because these minions, the stat lines are 3-3, or well, I guess this Edwin is a little bit bigger, but still Ziliax can punch through along with the Wolf if he so chooses.
And this is why the great players, in particular the great lineups, just those 1 or 2 cards that don't really hurt your deck. I mean, Gluttonous Ooze, when did we last see that in Hunter? And it just happens to be exactly the right speed, and this you can see why it's in there for this exact situation. It slows down the Thug, it doesn't ruin your Keleseth, and the 3 attack also still helps you to trade afterwards. So it's just doing a bit of everything really well.
As here, choosing to go for Ziliax without actually clearing off the Edwin, and I like this a lot. It's forcing Ender to do what he would do anyway and make things more awkward for him on the turn before Vilespine is available to be comboed out.
Yep. And you want to give me 6 health? Thanks.
Ender deciding between Deckhand or the Henchland Thug. Deckhand does allow the Edwin to survive after a value trade with the Wolf, but it just seems less mana efficient overall.
So this is the first turn that Muzzy's had that isn't totally straightforward, I think.
Yes, indeed.
Would like an activator for the Spider Bomb in particular here. He knows he's got through a lot of Ender's chunky early game. He's got his own Katharina on turn 8, which will just swing things massively in his favour if he's got this sort of health total when he gets there.
Muzzy being so healthy could maybe probably just happily drop down both of the 3 drops.
And then next turn you can tracking for an activator, or you just play the Mossy Horror, which looks like it would be fine in a lot of situations too.
Yeah, it's just a decent curve. I could understand the tracking to look for something better.
Yeah, so you can, next turn I guess you can tracking, and then if you don't get something better, you Mossy. And this turn you drop both Death Rattle minions. That seems good to me. Seems good to the Muzz.
Keliseth putting in so much work.
Yeah.
Gotta say, Muzzy couldn't have had a better draw. Things are looking really grim for Ender. I think he might need Myra's at some point to pull him out a possible win condition again.
He hasn't even done enough damage for that to be relevant yet.
Didn't quite get there last game either.
I think it's where you start pointing a lot of stuff at face and hoping it all goes away.
For the 50-50 here, and alright, that's a start to get things done. Now this is the first board that Muzzy cannot easily answer from Ender.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Whatever Jir just said, just ignore it.
Although it still means that you've vicious
you were saying.
Yeah, never mind. Flanking straight. And why can't I get any statements through without them immediately being proven wrong?
Muzz is having a bit of a good game is the problem. Highlighting what Ender did last turn, he took away all of the Death Rattle options, activators for the Spider Bomb to make sure that it got off the board, otherwise he would just lose to cube shenanigans, for instance.
Saw a sigh from Ender there. He knows that this is a very, very rough spot. Even drawing a Vile Spine after he used all the possible activators. Not that it was wrong to play them out immediately. But he's forced to actually just trade here. Hope that Muzzy has air for a hand, but Katrina is the opposite of a whiff.
Yeah, Katrina's exactly what is needed, and Ender must wonder what he has done to deserve this. This is basically just perfect curve every turn. Yeah, and Ender doesn't want to see any more of that nonsense. He gives it up, and Muzzy takes a rapid 2-0 lead in what looked to be a pretty close matchup before we started.
I mean, the matchup does, but when you see the draw work out that well, and it's not like Ender had a terrible draw himself, it was pretty good, but the way that the Hunter removal lined up was absolutely perfect, and even hitting the Keliseth, the only 2-drop or cheaper minion, it was just coming up Muzzy, and he gave a little thumbs up at the end there.
And obviously, it was a very good draw. We should give credits in some part to the 2 tech cards though, the Ooze and the Ziliax, sure. They were nice enough to turn up on curve, but most of the decks wouldn't even have them there to do that with, so he's entitled to draw one or the other. It just so happened he drew both.
Yeah, sure. I mean, when you run 2 tech cards, I guess you can expect to at least draw one during the game, but yeah. I can't say that if Muzzy had only drawn the Ooze or the Ziliax, if the game would have gone similarly, but Muzzy looked just so far ahead that entire game, right?
Yeah, we get the Keliseth and the Katharina to fill out the bookends of it as well while you're at it. I think that one is just one that nobody is ever going to beat. Ender's going to need just a moment there to get himself together, I suspect, and refocus. So we're going to give him a moment to have a break, and we'll back in just a moment.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Bull. I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So come work with me, and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science! You can go into success with no regrets when you work with Dr. Bull.
Technology!
Work with the best and thrive when you work with Dr. Bull.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
to see you again. Pull up a chair by the hearth.
You missed it, we have actually started this match. We are going to go into game 3 shortly. Muzzy taking the first 2 down against the Odd Rogue in double quick time. Gia, is there any hope at all for Ender to come back into this?
Well, it's Hearthstone. There's always hope, but I do think it will be particularly difficult because Muzzy has already gotten the win through with his Death Rattle Hunter, which we thought Ender would have the best chance to possibly sweep with his aggressive lineup. Now he has to try to complete a reverse sweep onto this even lock from Muzzy, and he has Odd Paladin in the lineup, so it's not looking too good.
That's the
for
difficult
the
bit.
player.
I assume what most players will do, and I assume what Ender will do, is he'll try to postpone that till game 5 just to get a foot in the door, and so you actually get some wins on stream is another thing. Different people approach it different ways. And if he does want to go for the most likely win first, he does have the Odd Rogue to try and get at least 1 point on the board.
Yeah, Odd Rogue does have quite a favorable against even lock, so Ender has that going for him. And I guess the Secret Hunter isn't too bad, but this Odd Paladin really just gets demolished by Defile, even Hellfire onto a bunch of 1/1s. It's still your entire board and can't do much to come back from that. And then there's the Dread Infernal, which nowadays is only a 1-of, but it's still a way for the even lock to just completely destroy a board from Odd Paladin.
Yeah, the Paladin relies on either the even lock having just a bad hand, which happens occasionally, or maybe getting Divine Shields from one of the weapons from the Maul in the deck. And sometimes you can grind it out with a Divine Favor if he even has it in his list, which I'm just trying to check now.
Yeah, he has 1 copy of it, and that's one thing I guess that the Odd Paladin has going for it, because of course even lock does tend to hold more cards in their hand. But I expect that if Muzzy queues that matchup up right now, or rather if Ender does, because he's the one who has a choice of what to queue, Muzzy will consciously try to get more stuff out of his hand, which is not a bad game plan if you already have your AoE. Just having minions to trade off the tokens from the Paladin is just an honest way of fighting for the board as well.
And so Ender looking relaxed enough to me. Certainly, I wouldn't be relaxed after that game too. Muzzy just with the we can't say enough, the absolute perfect curve there with the Keleseth, all the tech cards, and then just finish off nicely with Katharina. Must be so nice if that happens in the top 16.
Yeah, must be nice. And I'm sure Muzzy is looking to take home the very top prize, as his teammate has already been eliminated. That is just saying. It's funny how you can be teammates but still competing for last call points.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally helping each other all the time. Everything they do, even sort of when they're just about to play the same half of a draw. Obviously, when they play each other, I think they probably have a moment to themselves, but they're so well prepped, they consider that 50-50.
So Ender is going to be on the Odd Rogue, which has a lot going for it when it is on coin in this matchup, especially because it activates Vilespine's layer earlier. It makes it so that the even lock takes a longer time to get their Twilight Drake on board.
Yeah, you're talking about the Hellfire against Paladin. Obviously, against Rogue, it's a bit of a different animal. It clears up, but it does you for 3 damage in your own face, and then the Rogue just reloads. And it can be really awkward. first decision from Muzzy here. Obviously, would love to save the Swampoos for the weapon, and will do. With that in mind, trying to work out if he can afford a tap or not with the hand he has.
Yeah, I would expect that he taps here. The only thing the Ooze is good against is blocking another 1-drop in Cold Blood. Most of the time, it would just get eaten up by the dagger anyway.
Spellstone's a big deal here because that means when he's forced to Hellfire, which he will be shortly, he will be able to buff the Spellstone. That healing is absolutely massive that you get from their Spellstones this game.
Yeah, it's going to be very relevant to have the buff on the Spellstone, although I'm not sure if the Hellfire will actually be eating up any good targets, because once Ender plays the HenchClan Thug, he will be immediately attacking to buff it. He's just deciding whether to attack the face right now with the dagger to make Ooze possibly less good. I wonder if there's even consideration for coining out the Cold Blood as early as now.
Yeah, he's got to do something. Yeah.
Wow, like it. I mean, he doesn't have a 5-drop that he wants to coin into in the form of Fungal Mancer, so he's actually just going to go for that.
So the easy part of this turn is you're playing the Swampoos.
Yes.
The hard part is can you afford a tap, and this time it looks a little bit precarious.
I like the tap because you're expecting Ender to go face with this Dire Mole next turn.
Nice.
That will put you down to 14 on your 4-mana turn for the Hooked Reaver. And if Ender doesn't attack the player on Hooked Reaver, well, you just save yourself 5 health by going for that tap.
That seems good. See if Muzzy agrees or he's found a different play he wants to make.
Well, yeah, I didn't actually go for it, so.
So he's looking in terms of what happens if this Ooze isn't killed, I guess. Then maybe he's going to Spellstone next turn and then he can Hooked Reaver anyway later.
Sure. Spellstone will delay the Hooked Reaver past 1 tap next turn if he wants to go for it, but he can Hellfire this, which not only buffs the Hooked Reaver, but also the Spellstone, so I definitely like the Hellfire there.
And presumably he had that in mind when he chose not to tap last turn.
Sure.
And now the 7/7 doesn't have to worry about any nasty 5/3s and daggers trying to finish it. He'll have other things to worry about, of course.
And you're now, having seen that Muzzy is well below the 15 health threshold, is just going to go in with this dagger now. He's really hoping to get a Vile Spine sooner rather than later. Not that it would be active this turn.
Lots for Muzzy to consider here.
Yeah, it's another question of whether or not you tap, but this Hooked Reaver is coming down. Well, okay, this Spellstone doesn't look too bad either, huh? I don't know.
Yeah, you've even got to, I mean, I don't think he can do it, it's just that little bit too close, but he has to at least do the math on the Mountain Giant as well. Because if you get that down as some sort of trading device, and then Spellstone and just get control of the board that way, it's just a little bit too terrifying.
Yes. Be at such a low health total, and he will just go for the Hooked Reaver. I like that he gets it down before Vile Spine would be comboable. With Deckhand, he's just a little bit short of being able to SI along with this, so he will still have to trade off the HenchClan Thug. Doesn't feel too good, but he has a decent amount of burst left, and if all goes wrong, Myra's can pull him out of a bad situation.
Oh, wow, Muzzy.
Wow.
Not so easy this time, though, because he will be terrified of that Vile Spine that you've been talking about, so definitely a more difficult consideration. Yeah, and he goes the other way this time.
Nice and clean from Muzzy there.
And if he gets to turn 8, things do start looking good for him.
The double 3 drops look pretty solid for Ender, especially since he's seen a Hellfire already.
Yeah, and it looks like Muzzy probably won't get the tide stemmed here.
This looks like Muzzy's first bad turn in the entire series.
It's turn 7, I always go on and on about it, people are probably sick of it. Turn 7 is almost always the Evenlock's bad turn.
Yeah.
Of course, there's so much power in those 4s.
Defiles do nothing here. The Hooked Reaver, if it comes down, is floating so much mana, and if Muzzy taps, it is very, very scary.
So go with the Reaver and hoping that Ender can't deal with it. He's adjudicated as the best play.
Still missing out on the Vile Spine. They're kind of unfortunate for Ender, but he still has an answer with Deadly Poison and Deckhand along with the SI7. Oh, sorry, you don't have to expend it. Yeah.
You get an active Flappy Bird, which is usually pretty good.
You can...
He's hit the Wind Fury because he's attacking again so quick.
And he can develop the Fireflies behind it. Stealth seems very solid. You lock out the possibility of a second Spellstone, dealing with that. And of course, you never play the deckhand, so that Defile doesn't completely wreck you. But double Defile is actually something Muzzy can do, but he's just dead to the deckhand.
Yeah, and he knows it, so he's trying to find other ways. It doesn't look. I can't see anything else that works. He thinks the Lich King's better.
Yeah, without having seen Vilespine Slayer, I do think it's better most of the time. But this is just still lethal because that Flappy Bird has hit Wind Fury. And Under's just going to take it with 2 health left to his name. But a win is a win, Lorinda. And he has finally got one on the board.
Yep, queuing up his better matchup. It's about time he's taken all 3 of Muzzy's decks with this. It would have been a rogue sweep if he had lost. And now he gets into probably his Hunter versus the Evenlock, which already starts to become slightly more treacherous.
Yeah, just the fact that it's a secret Hunter.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets Rexar early, maybe gets a bunch of beasts and holds on. That's a thing. Or maybe you hit the ideal curve. Secret Keeper can get a lot of work done because it gets active and it gets buffed way before the Warlock gets any good removal. And if you get enough of that burst early on, then you can actually prevent them from playing down their Twilight Drake or their Mountain Giant because they might just die.
Yeah, and it's the secrets are kind of the bad half of the deck, aren't they? You have just got to get the board somehow. And again, the removal of the Warlock is just so good. But I do think that the really good Secret/Subject 9 players do okay in this matchup.
Yeah, I think it is a matchup where it's maybe easier to isolate individual minions from the even lock. So in that case, your secrets like Freezing Trap are especially powerful. So I can see how the Secret Hunter takes this. But just the fact that your best play of Spellstone, which is fully upgraded, is perfectly answered by Hellfire makes me think that it's not the greatest matchup for the Subject 9 Hunter. But then again, any deck that has a lot of burst will be difficult for the even lock, which likes to play with its health a lot. And you have the double kill commands, and you have that potential for high rolling Dire Maul into Razor Maul or Secret Keeper early. So definitely a chance.
A chance. After that second game, it feels like he deserves a chance.
Yes.
Still can't get over
Oh
that.
my goodness.
Obviously, we talk about this a lot. The reason that apparently none of the casters here like this deck is the fact it's like 2 decks smashed into one and you don't get consistent draws with it.
Yeah.
But the power level when you do get half the deck of the right sort is pretty high.
It's just funny to me that what looks to be it's supposed to be an aggro deck is still including Rexar just because the deck itself realizes that you don't have enough win conditions in this. Let's just smack in a Rexar so that you can maybe pull off wins against decks you're not supposed to beat.
Yeah, and Rexar is really rather good at that, and obviously if your deck... I know, it's just such a non-themed card, Rexar. The second you play it in basically any deck, you just stop playing your deck.
Yep.
You just start playing, build your own beast, and it's like a 10th class almost.
It's completely unpredictable and it generates infinite value, so there's definitely a lot of matchups in this particular meta which a lot of people tout as being more control-oriented than Hearthstone ever was before.
Yeah, you get to see a lot of cards. A lot of the time you see all of your cards in many of the decks now. That is why I feel we are seeing the best players get to these top 8s, top 16s time and time again.
Spent all that time talking about the Hunter for Ender, but instead he's going to queue up his, I believe, worst matchup in the Odd Paladin, try to get it out of the way. And Muzzy already a decision point if it's worth keeping the Dread Infernal in this matchup just because it's another proc of AoE.
Yeah, because it's so late is why it's a decision. It comes after Level Up, it comes after Fungalmancer.
Yeah, it's probably not good enough.
And if you don't get anything else, it's a problem.
I do think the Beetle is staying for sure.
2 through 3 minions, then heal yourself up or give yourself armor.
Giant,
seems good.
probably not. But many a times I've thought that in certain aggro matchups you don't keep the Giant, but people do end up just doing that. Just because of the trades it can get in if it comes in early. But against Odd Paladin, so often you are forced to just send your Giant into a 1-attack, 1-health minion, and it feels awful.
Yeah, one thing I do like about the Giant, if it is in your hand and you have to play it, is it really puts a clock on the Paladin because of their hero power being basically so strong. Sometimes you get the game under control and then before you've beaten them, they have another go at you. So it is nice to dig those giants out at some point.
Really strong opening for Ender because he can go for what the rogue likes to do, essentially 1-drop into 1-drop plus Blessing of Might. Not Cold Blood, not quite Cold Blood, but doing the same job here and making things awkward for Muzzy as early as now already.
Yep, the Muzz going to have decisions, but Plated Beetle will help him set up either a Defile or a clean kill, depending how he wants to go about it with Spell Breakers.
Yeah, unfortunately Ender can't play around it because in this one case you'd rather that the minion doesn't have taunt here so he could protect it with the Stonehill Defender.
Yeah, it's a protector, not a righteous coward.
Yep.
So he has to have taunt, get in the way of everybody else, and like you say, would rather it didn't right now.
Rather have it be an Argent Squire, funnily enough. But it is still just going to be the Stonehill for Ender there. At least if the Plated Beetle goes into the Divine Shield, then Defile doesn't clear the Stonehill.
Right.
These are very sad choices of taunts, though. I guess you take the Dread Corsair just because you have a weapon that makes it cost 0.
You might do, but Divine Cleave and Dread Corsair would be quite a swing turn. But maybe he wants to play the Stegon on curve. No, he's going to plan all that way ahead and just do that massive turn on turn 7. Swing turns are good against Warlock if they have happened to run out of stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
But Muzzy's not running out of stuff for a long time.
So Muzzy, I do feel that he has to defile this and respect it already, just because this Righteous Protector has just been putting so much work in.
Yeah, he will want to delay this a turn, and maybe he'll Spell Break because of that, just so that
that's true.
Going into the Fungal Mancer turn, he wants a clear board. And yeah, this is what he's going to do. He's going to just wait until one more turn's gone, and that way Fungal Mancer will be useless if it's in hand, so we'll level up.
Yeah, makes sense, and it also makes such a better defile for the next turns.
A lot of face damage here if Ender wants it, but the whole Hooked Reaver thing then comes into your mind if you're only just about to lose the board.
He has no way of playing around Hellfire, but he can make Defile a bit worse for Muzzy here by going for Raid Leader and trading away the 1 health minion.
And this is basically the play around Hellfire.
Yes.
This is just not sticking too much stuff down and making them Hellfire you. It's not exactly playing around it, but it's just avoiding playing into it, I guess. It's still going to be pretty good. The trouble is here, if he's not careful, he won't put enough stuff on the board to even force the Hellfire. I guess he does. You've got to clear on turn 4.
So the way that Even Lock usually wins this matchup is just by removing everything from the Odd Paladin. Odd Paladin has a lot of refill is the thing, and the removal from the Even Lock, until you get in the realm of 6 mana, usually can't play minions alongside removing things. So in those few turns, the Odd Paladin can get repeated chip damage in, and Ender is hoping to capitalize on that, but the time is running out soon. And Muzzy just has 3 AoE here if you include the Mossy Horror. He's got Spellstone for a bit of heal, and the Hooked Reaver is already active, so it's not looking too great for Ender.
And he should be able to, Muzzy should be able to stick something in the next 2 or 3 turns, which will allow him to be able to stop this endless flow of minions. Second ooze is, the ooze is pretty handy for this Vine Cleaver turn that's coming. And now he has pretty much every answer. The main thing that can go wrong now would be a Divine Favor, or Muzzy just getting a little bit too confident, because you can just lose in a hurry if you're not confident and walk into a level up.
So it doesn't look like the best Defile in the world, but Muzzy can play it out without being greedy just because he has a lot of other stuff in hand that clears the board. Hooked Reaver, though, I feel like is really strong into the board here because even with a level up or Fungal Mancer, your opponent would still have to make 3 trades into it.
Yeah, this is the clock that I keep talking about. Now, if there was no way for Ender to buff, this would be just hit him in the face. As there is, I don't think Muzzy's too bothered. Mossy Horror looks alright here if he wants to.
Does look just fine. You isolate that Argent Squire. Your opponent's best play is then Vine Cleaver, and you immediately answer it with Ooze.
Yeah, and the Mossy's not exactly easy to get rid of either. Obviously with Vine Cleaver it is, so that may deter him. But yeah, this looks okay. And all the time now he's getting more and more mana, which is giving him bigger and bigger minions. And Ender has got some hope here. He hasn't picked up either of the level ups yet.
Dread Corsair does make the turn a lot more enticing here, but Hellfire and Ooze together, oof.
Yeah, and
it does put Muzzy down to 7, which is a little scary, but it's not dead to just Leroy. It would have to be Leroy's second Blessing of Might, which is a lot to ask for in a 2-card hand. Oh, it will be 3 cards next turn, but as long as Muzzy survives that turn, he can very well just taunt up with Lich King and sail straight onto Gul'dan.
Really nice though for how Ender has played this. He did plan this turn a long time ago. As we can see, Muzzy has just the perfect combination to answer it with. But you can definitely see how this in a different world would have turned out to be a fantastic turn. It protects your 1/1s, gives you a chance of leveling up.
Yeah, the fact that the Corsair has taunt also makes Defile a bit more awkward in certain ways.
Yeah, yeah. It hasn't given it's definitely given Ender a better chance to win than he hasn't really missed anything else over the last few turns. It's like he's missed a play because of it.
It's like Muzzy's just going for Ooze Defile, doesn't want to take the extra 3, and he's even putting down the Plate Beetle to
As you
heal
just
him
said,
up for 3 instead. Sure.
He's just trying to get to that cooldown.
So I think Ender's on a Divine Favor to survive draw.
Which is pretty terrifying.
Second Vine Cleaver is not bad either. Purifiers actually makes this board really resilient to Hellfire, so having used Mossy Horror.
Yeah, and the Defile, which is usually a way around this.
This makes things a bit awkward for Muzzy. Of course, we see that Ender doesn't have those powerful... that's not enough.
But yeah, so you stick the Lich King in the way now, and then you hope they haven't got level up, because he doesn't know what that raid leader is.
Yes.
He probably thinks it is level up, there's a very strong chance.
Ender needs that kind of draw right now, or Divine Favor into it. Oh man, that's a whiff, and I do think from here on Muzzy is in the clear. Lich King is not dying this turn. Dread Infernal is gonna, well, sure, it is gonna die, but it's gonna get rid of a lot of the board with it.
Yeah, taking out all these Divine Shields is a massive deal with a Dread Infernal in hand. Still not quite over here, but it's starting to look that way. Well, it has been for a couple of turns, actually.
There's still a Divine Favor out for sure, because I assume Ender doesn't want to take the 8 here, but just preserving the Divine Shield, I suppose. It doesn't even preserve it, because either way, 1 minion would live to proc it off anyway.
So Dread Infernal put Muzzy down to 10. He'd be facing really unlikely beatings, as you say, from the Divine Favor.
So Leroy would be at 7 attack, actually.
Yep.
With the raid leader, it's 9 though, and after the Dread leader, Dread Infernal, it's still at 10. So Muzzy doesn't have to be scared of just Leroy. It's again that combination of Leroy and second Blessing of Might. Big ask.
They're in there though. That's not it.
Oh, so late.
Reporting for duty.
And now again, obviously sticking a 6/6 on the board gives Muzzy as many trades as he would like.
See Ender there sighing. I think he knows that this is over. Surely after the Gul'dan comes down. It's actually not that good here.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the issue when you don't get a minion to stick on your side before your AoE, so it does just keep coming at you. But now he's in that exact position. He's got to use the AoE, he's cleared the board, and now he can just commence the 2-turn beatdown, basically.
Is there even still a Divine Favor out here? I can't think of a combination of cards that beats the Gul'dan. Ender, I guess he's happy to see Vine Cleaver if he thinks there's no Gul'dan, but...
He's going to be very unhappy to see Frostmourne, though, because that will be lethal on the next turn.
So is Bone Mare.
Wow. So Gul'dan's like the 3rd best card for this turn. That's ridiculous.
Yes. How often does that happen?
Never, basically. Only to the Muzz.
So there you go. Muzzy is our next player into the top 8. The 7th that we've determined today. Too bad for Ender that he couldn't really do much in some of those games, especially against that Hunter drop.
Yeah, I don't think he'll forget that in a hurry. That'll be a story he tells people for a long time, I think.
Yes. But I'm sure we'll be seeing Ender at other events in the future. I'm glad that he's made the trip outside of the ANZ region and showed what he has to offer. Nothing to be sad about when you have a good score in Swiss. Was he one of the ones that went undefeated? Oh no, 5-1, right?
Yeah, 5-1 in the Swiss, and obviously we didn't see much of him yesterday because it's such a stacked field and he didn't bump into one of the massive names. And it's always a bit of a shame when you play in the top 16 and lose having not been on stream, because it's our job then. People will forget they've gone 5-1 in a completely stacked field yesterday. I think, oh, that guy lost one game. Well, yeah, he did, but he did a lot to get into this position, which if you didn't see him yesterday, yeah, you don't always notice.
Yeah, maybe in a future tour stop we could see him on stream some more, but right now it's all about Muzzy, who has made it to yet another top 8, earning even more points. I feel like if the points were just stacked up as a house of cards here, they're going to be falling apart really soon. But it doesn't work that way. The more you get, the better it is.
He gets off the sofa, looks down, there's like 3 points just falling out of his pockets and under the sofa, and just leaves them there because he doesn't need them anymore. But he needs them hard this season because of Just Saying, of course. And he'll be watching the next match with great interest, because Cornet and Navi are both opponents that he won't really want to face either of.
Yeah, Kuwait and Navi is a very interesting one, and they have been waiting throughout the entire day to get this, and it has been quite a long day because we are streaming every match of the top 16. I don't think that's happened too often in tour stops.
No, you tend not to have this this format. The only time we get it is when the offline qualifies for most of them, and obviously you only have 16 people at the event, so then it becomes a lot easier. And even then you don't always, because it might be groups or something, so really good to see the top 16, I feel, today. Get a feel for what you're going to see tomorrow, and obviously you'll see a lot of our eventual champion, whoever it is.
Yep, and even though we are sad to see Ender go, Naviud is still another representative from ANZ who could still have a chance of taking the tourney.
Never heard of him. Who's that guy?
He's kawaii. I've heard.
Okay, so we have got the interview ready with the Muzz. So without further ado, let's go over and see what he's got to say.
Thank you, Lorinda and Gia. Joining me, of course, is Muzzy, the man that needs no introduction but will be introduced anyway. Making it through to the top 8 with a 3-1 victory over Ender. That looked pretty flawless and a relatively easy win. Do you want to talk us through how that series played out?
So that series, the whole time I needed to get a win with my Hunter, I felt pretty favored with how my other decks were going. I knew he was going to ban my Druid, and my Warlock lines up well, my Shaman lines up well. Those were easy to get out of the way. The only one I was afraid with was Hunter, but in my lineup building, like I mentioned before, it isn't Quest Rogue, so I feel a bit more comfortable playing Hunter. I think it's a lot better against aggro. I think it's fine versus Odd Rogue, and I drew the nuts, and he couldn't really do much.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it, especially when you look at that last game, double Defile, double Hellfire, Mossy Horror, Dread Infernal, all in the top 15. When that kind of happens and you're playing against Odd Paladin, you just must feel like everything's going your way.
Yeah, that series, Ender really didn't have much to do. I had almost every clear, so I just played my clears. All I had to make sure was I didn't die to some random Leroy Blessing of Might shenanigans. I think on that final turn, I was dead to the Leroy and the Atris Veteran or Leroy Blessing of Might, but I couldn't really play around it, so I had to take my play. The play around was Spellstone Hellfire, and then I don't really develop anything, and you can get other draws, so I went with a little bit of risk there at the end, and it was pretty unlikely for him to get it, and it ended up paying off.
Now, a consensus top 10 player list has been put out recently based on efforts this year. It's no surprise to see your name, but it might be a surprise to some people that it's not number 1. The 2 people that are ahead of you, Just Saying and Hunter Ace, made top 16 at this event and have been knocked out. Do things like that play into your mind at all? Do you think about these things? And if so, does it feel good to kind of get a leg up given today's results?
Not really. The rankings don't matter to me much at all. Nothing. I don't really think about anything. Like when I'm not playing Hearthstone, obviously when I'm playing Hearthstone, I'm thinking. But all the other things, it doesn't really have an effect on me. I guess I'm 3rd on the list, but after today, maybe I can fight back towards number 1 if I win out tomorrow.
And is that your goal, to be number 1? And you say you don't think about these things, but surely you must be striving, you must have your goals when you play Hearthstone, when you sit down and compete in these tournaments. So if it's not being consensus number 1, then what is it for you? What is it that you're trying to achieve?
I guess that sort of is my underlying goal. I want to win Worlds. That's sort of the final accomplishment I want to have with Hearthstone. I've sort of done a lot of other things. I've been pretty good on ladder. I've had other tournaments here and there, but at the end of the day, I want to win Worlds. And even if winning Worlds doesn't put me on that #1 power rankings list, I'll have a sense of accomplishment myself.
Now, in the following series, we've got Navi Oot coming out. He did get a win over you in the Swiss series. Are you hoping to possibly get revenge on him if he gets through?
Well, the only people I've lost to in the tournament are Kuonet and Navi, and Navi's lineup is really favored against mine, so hopefully he takes the L there, and I can get my revenge on Kuonet.
Now, with such a stacked top 16, were there any players you were actually hoping to play up against? Maybe ones that you haven't faced before?
Actually, I don't think I've played against Hunter Ace in a tournament or at any point this year. We might have, but I think I would have remembered. So I was maybe looking forward to playing against him, but there's a bunch more tournaments left this year.
Yeah, it's the Great White Whale, I guess, and one that fans everywhere would love to watch. But once again, congratulations on your win. We will see you on the final day in the top 8. And I will now take us to a quick break before we conclude today's events by bringing you Navi Oot and Kuonet, so please don't go anywhere.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Bull. I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So, come work with me, and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science! You can grow into success with no regrets when you work with Dr. Bull.
Technology!
You can work with the best and the brightest when you work with Dr. Bull.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
It's the last match of the day here at HCT Singapore. And I know for a fact that it's the one that quite a few people have been waiting for. Even though a lot of people wanted to see Muzzy play, this man has a lot of subscribers. I'm sure they're ready to have a bit of fun in the chat. It's Navi taking on Kuanet.
Yeah, I am myself a Navi subscriber, a very popular streamer, for a good reason, despite the fact that he is uncorrigible weeb. I still very much enjoy his antics and his decks on stream. But up against Kuanet, he's a player that you and I actually have had the honor of casting quite a few times so far this year. He's had a good run in a couple of the Copa Americas, if you count HCT Buenos Aires as a Copa America event. And he's had some pretty good results in those tournaments.
Yeah, played well in Oakland, I think it was, as well.
Yeah.
And won't go over it much, but he did make some mistakes early in the year. He learned from them massively, and now he is absolutely a force to be reckoned with. And we're no surprise to either of us that he's here in this stacked top 16. Must not be taken lightly. And he's played all over the world as well, because he does go backwards and forwards from the Americas into APAC. So the travel and all that stuff that usually bothers people shouldn't be an issue either.
Yeah, I believe he is Taiwanese and studying in America.
Yes, he plays both tournaments, both sets of tour stops in both areas.
Usually repping the United States as his country that he is playing under the flag of. But going into this series, it feels to me like despite Kuanet being a very strong control player, very well suited to this meta, he has got himself into a little bit of a pickle up against Navi Oots, who has a really strong anti-control lineup. One of the most anti-control, anti-druid lineups I think that we've seen here at HCT Singapore.
Yeah, and it's a lineup like something we haven't seen much like this. There's a Q block, a Taunt Druid, a Death Rattle Hunter, and there was a Quest Rogue, but it's probably been banned out. I'd be absolutely amazed if it hasn't been. It's gone. I didn't even bother writing, I just put a line through it before we started. And he has banned out the Druid. And that's amusing to me, because you're saying sort of how good his lineup is against Druid. Well, it's that good against everything else as well, that he feels he can actually get rid of the Druid.
Yeah, I do actually find that a little bit surprising, because Navi is going into his ban with basically more information than his opponent, because his Quest Rogue gets banned every single day of the week. Kuanet doesn't really have a choice here. When Navi, I imagine he will definitely have been considering banning away the Death Rattle Hunter, because he's got, what, Taunt Druid, which is pretty nice, I find, up against the Malagos Druid. He's got Death Rattle Hunter, which is pretty good. And Q-Block, not a deck that I have played much against at the moment, given how widely, how much more popular even Warlock is. But I would have to imagine it's in a similar spot to that deck, where you're just trying to get down Mountain Giants early on, and you have even more heal to fight back against the damage combos from Malagos.
Yeah, I mean, you and I made our notes separately. We both said probably banning the Hunter.
Yeah.
Glad we both said probably at this point, because the Druid was the deck I considered least likely to be banned, but Navi, maybe just making sure there were no swerves thrown. Maybe he saw something in a potential weird ban that Kuanet could lump into. Because otherwise, I agree with you. I think the ban from Kuanet was like a free ban. He knew it was going to be the rogue. I think Navi did have that information. What a great picture of Navi.
Yeah, I know. It can't really do it justice, though. No matter how handsome you think he is on the internet, he's just, gosh damn it, he's a good-looking man in real life.
Yeah, I actually said to him, he's like, of all the streamers I've met, he's the most like you imagine from the stream. When you meet him, you're like, yeah, thanks. Everyone tells me the same thing. I've probably said on that. He is exactly as you see him.
Was that meant as a compliment or an insult?
A compliment in this case. Yeah.
Right.
He's actually very entertaining, very funny, and rather good at Hearthstone for the second time. I think earlier in the year, maybe he sort of freewheeled a little bit.
Yeah, trying to focus on building up his stream, I think.
After he built up the stream, now he's focusing on getting good again. And getting good he has, and he's finding himself here in this top 16.
Yeah, clearly, very good finding the Keleseth to come down on turn 2. Passing up the cube is far from ideal, because you can get some pretty disgusting stuff rolling in this matchup, because you're generally given a fair bit of time to get rolling with the cubes and play deads. But I do agree, Keleseth here pretty much just makes every one of his draws so much more resilient against the Hellfires and Defiles that Kuanet is going to be throwing down.
Didn't find the Death Knight, which seems like a pretty important card in this matchup, as it will go on for quite a while, one way or the other. Spider-Bomb will do the job fine, though. Now he's found even more stuff to do. He'll be alright.
Spider-Bomb is so good in this matchup that you have to be very, very certain before you throw it down. Obviously, if you are expecting Mountain Giant to come down on turn 3, it's absolutely gorgeous, because they play the Mountain Giant, I suppose. If they do play decide not to play around it, you can then just go Terrascale Stalker, and then you quite happily push everything else to face. But if they have to do anything else, that's still a victory. They've still not played a Mountain Giant on turn 3.
And you can isolate the big minions very easily in this Warlock deck. They often only have 1 minion at a turn, sometimes they have 2. So all you need to do is have even a mini board or a flanking strike, take out the little minion, and then you can just spider bomb the big one.
Na'Vi seeming to have gone, I would imagine, a level further with the thinking to say, okay, if they don't go Giant, what do they do? To which the answer is double 2-drop with a coin Hellfire, and then they play Mountain Giant the next turn, at which point Na'Vi doesn't even have an answer at all. So I think he's saying here, this Spider Bomb, while it would be pretty good on this turn, if it stops my opponent from going from a Mountain Giant, it will be so good if next turn I can go Spider Bomb Play Dead to kill off a Giant, that it's worth holding it back here.
Yeah,
it's
Heads
close.
Up play. It's again, it's Na'Vi showing that he is thinking hard about the game again.
I think he is come to the conclusion here that I agree with, that it is so important to get the Spider Bomb to activate
You've got
correctly to stay ahead.
Yeah, definitely want to do it. It's just so easy to isolate the opposing minions and just take them out one at a time. And you don't need that massive board. The one thing you can lose is just losing to a massive board if they get Defiles going on you. But Kuanet, as it happens, you know, it all looks a bit silly because we're watching Kuanet's hand and there's absolutely nothing doing in this.
This is just a miserable hand at the moment for Kuanet. The, double Volga Homunculus. This is an anti-aggro hand. This is a premier anti-aggro hand. But against the Death Rattle Hunter, you need to get moving an awful lot quicker, because I find that generally time is very much in the advantage of the Death Rattle Hunter. If you just play out, medium-sized threats turn after turn, eventually they will go Cube Play Dead, or they will go Katharina or King Crush, or whatever
Even
else.
Rexar, anything. There's so much late game.
Exactly.
They will get some of it for sure. And he's not messing around. He's going to play dead this, which is good sensing from him. I mean, obviously, very likely a Giant would have been played if Kuanet had one. He's just going, you know what? I don't think you've got anything. I'm just going to blow that up and force you to show me your way to get rid of this.
Somewhat interesting point that Kuanet decided to point both copies of the Shroombra towards his own face. It seems like a stupid point to make, and maybe it is, but with the effect of hooked Reavers, you definitely want to get yourself into a position where, you are still able to play them down if the taps go your way, but not at such a low health total that your opponent can burst you down with King Crush and Charge Devil Saw.
So Na'Vi just playing these as 4/4s, which is a little bit sad, but
yeah, it's a 3-mana 4/4.
Yeah, he's got no removal for this Giant that's coming.
Yeah. It says a lot about this deck when you play a 3-mana 4/4, a card that will probably be never printed as vanilla stats, and you say, well, that's kind of sad.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I have lost access to any deck lists or anything, so I'll ask you some questions in a moment. Oh, we'll be good. We got that.
So the Mountain Giant finally coming down for Kuanet here, trying to push some kind of a bit of aggression onto Na'Vi, who has found something to play on this turn. But it's far from the best turn he was looking for. This hand has just proved to be that little bit too expensive, I think, to really push his advantage to the absolute maximum.
Yeah, it didn't curve out how he quite would have liked to, so he got the good start, but like you say, pushing the advantage is going to be almost impossible. And Katharina's in danger of becoming a little bit iffy at this point, at this rate.
Yeah, 2 Grizzlies left, I think, as the 2 beasts. I mean, this is the downside of taking out the Savannah Highmane in favor of Charged Devil Saw. I think there's a reason why it has been the go-to list for a long while, where you have 1 King Crush, obviously, 1 Savannah Highmane, and 2 Witchwood Grizzlies for a good amount of anti-aggro capability, whilst also giving you a strong curve play as well.
Yeah, it's weird how this Devil Saw just won't go away. People still not really sure what to do with it. But as you're saying, the reason for the Highmane is you can actually just play it on curve and it's good enough. This is a little bit greedier. It's almost the level where it's what you're comfortable with. It is that close. But this is kind of the worst Katharina hand you can get. Not that many Katharina hands are bad. Let's not mess around.
It's still going to be pretty good. Like Katharina on 8 for a 3-13.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, a 4-13 Grizzly, then following up with King Crush as well. It's going to be a tremendously aggressive couple of turns, against which Kuanet needs to find those defensive options, which currently aren't really there. Vulgar Homunculus is fine, but it will get chewed up by the Witchwood Grizzlies and Katharina itself. Hux Reavers, as I pointed out, the fact that Kuanet decided to target his own face with both Shroom Brewers is definitely now coming back to bite him. I might have even liked one of the Shroom Brewers just to be thrown away on one of the minions in terms of the heal effect, just to be played as a 4/4 to develop something on board.
And even Charged Devil saw the way this is going now, they get to the high amount of turns. It's a terrible value card, but it might just do the job in the situation he's actually in. So, doing the obvious things. Notice having a bit of a chat to himself there as well. I think it's a common trait of streamers, I think you've mentioned this before, that many of them do sort of talk to themselves during the game because they're so used to talking while they play.
Yeah.
That when they're sitting there in the quiet, playing on their own, they just used to carrying on talking.
He's just mouthing there like, thanks for the subscription, welcome to my club, I hope you enjoy your stay.
Wow. Kuanet's focus is going to be needed here. He's a strongly focused player, but what do you do about this 4-13? He just shuts down the entire board. He's trying to find a decent bone mare, maybe.
Yeah, bone mare can... Like, it has to be a defensive bone mare, right? It's not even an aggressive bone mare, unless you want to go silence. You can't even go tap Hooked Reaver on this turn because of lack of mana. The perfect health total Navi setting Kuanet to here. It's worked out really beautifully.
And one thing that is interesting is I think Navi doesn't like slow players. Yeah, I know that's from the stream. He doesn't like sitting around waiting for a minute for his opponent to play. He likes to be the person whose turn it is.
Okay, fair enough.
And he does seem to get a little bit fidgety out there.
He doesn't like playing against people who take a while. He literally has an emote in his chat of tank up.
I know.
So,
but he does it quickly.
Okay, he does press that tank up button real quick.
He might take an hour to win the game, but he does it at 20 seconds a turn.
So now there is not quite lethal available for Naviute, but getting remarkably close here if you would like to go for it.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Like, he hasn't done anything this game, other than just stay alive, and we're talking about lethals already.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what Katharina does. I can't help but bring it up every time I see it, of just how good this card is.
It's
insane.
Weird, it took so long to be played.
Yeah.
I know it needs tools to go with it. It's not like King Crush was just suddenly appeared in the meta. It's like in the card list. It's been there for a long time.
Yeah. It's just needed to find its spot. It's, you know, in terms of what it does, to be honest, of how powerful it is comparable to Dr. Boom, but it doesn't fit into those aggressive decks like Dr. Boom obviously did, because you need to modify how your deck works so heavily.
Yeah, the early game just hasn't been there until recently for the Hunter, of course. But it is weird how the card is so busted, yes. Without the supporting cards, it's not that great.
But it is going to be getting the job done right now, unless Kuanet can find the answer he needs to kill off this board. I don't think it's really there, so the only option is to make a big old taunt wall to try and fight back against this from Naviute.
Yeah, and although that sounds great and all,
it's
so
probably
many things
not
wrong with that statement at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, so we could see Defile trade into the Devil Saw Lich King on this turn. Keeps him alive.
If your opponent doesn't have Hunter's Mark, King Crush,
obviously he would be dead. But it's really the best he's got, I think, unless he can see something better. Tap for a Spell Stone doesn't really do it.
Yeah, none of this works well for him at all.
He could go Silence.
Yep.
Sun Fury. I think if you're ever going to win this game, you have to assume that both beasts are in hand for Naviute, so it can't be pulled out by the Katharina. But then again, if they're in hand, then he can play King Crush, so you're just dead anyway.
So he's come to this conclusion. I'm pretty sure he hates it. That is just going to be that, just in case you hadn't noticed by now.
That is going to be it.
I mentioned it a few times, but yeah.
Closing out this game nice and easily there, bringing him up 1 game to 0. The Death Rattle Hunter taking a really nice quick victory I wonder if that will be making Na'Vi, I don't know, question his own ban strategy of getting rid of the Druid instead of the Hunter, because I imagine Kuanet will also be able to get off to a relatively quick victory with his Death Rattle Hunter himself.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what Na'Vi says afterwards if he is the winner, but it's looking like he's in a strong position about that ban, because again, we were both surprised, and even if you told me they weren't banning the Hunter, I still don't think Druid would have been my next pick either, so I want to see what he had in mind there. Maybe he did just smell something about, he thought Kuanet was going to do something unusual in the bans or something.
Yeah, the Malagos Druid from Kuanet, it's just a relatively standard version. It's not running the Faceless Manipulator like we saw Casey going for. It doesn't even have Lich King in there, so against some of the more controlling decks, it feels like it's not a very good anti-control build. However, I trust in Na'Vi's strategy.
Yeah,
he built this lineup.
Yeah.
I assume he will have thought this through.
Yeah, no one else has got a lineup like this in this tournament that I know of. I mean, I haven't checked every single list, but we've cast a lot of games. We've seen nothing like it.
However, a lot of the players are saying, well, some players are saying they want to avoid aggro, they want to avoid Blitzchung at all costs. But the other players are saying, I want to avoid Na'Vi at all costs. Like we saw Muzzy saying, some of the other control or anti-control style players realize that the likes of Taunt Druid in combination with Quest Rogue, in combination with Death Rattle Hunter, is such a strong target on any control styles of play that you're just not really going to be consistently ever taking a victory.
Yeah, and Q-Block is a deck that Na'Vi hasn't really put away at any point, so he will still be playing it really well in the current meta, and okay, these guys will have a night to practice against it, but I don't think people play against Q-Block often enough to really have the fresh sort of information on the nuances of the current meta in their minds.
Yeah, I feel like in some matchups, playing against Even Warlock gives you a decent idea, at least in the early game, of how to play against it, because you're really afraid of Giant, you want to have an answer for that. You do need to be adding in the fact that you're playing around Doomsayer a lot of the time. It's really when the game gets going into the later stages of the game that it gets a little bit crazier. Once they get the Skull down, Gul'dan down, with the the Doom Guards and Void Lords thrown in there as well, it's an entirely different beast.
Yeah, and it is that late game. You look at sort of win percentages and stats, and it looks similar in some matchups, and others it's just completely different deck.
Against a lot of the aggressive decks, I feel like it's going to be similar to even better. It's really just the fact that your main win condition against a lot of control decks now is just trying to cheese out a victory with Mountain Giants. And when you have a 1-mana life tap, you're obviously getting that so much more consistently, as we may now be seeing here for Kuanet on, I believe, his Even Warlock up against the Taunt Druid for Na'Vi.
Yeah, another one where I think Na'Vi has a slight edge, and I don't think we need to say much. He's got a slight edge in a large percentage of the available matchups.
This one's kind of close, I think, because Skulking Geist is, I think, more important in this matchup than against other Druids, because primarily you're protecting your own Mountain Giants, Hooked Reavers from the Naturalizers. But what I find it also means is that Na'Vi has to create so much breathing room in order to be able to play Hadronox at all, because he can then no longer go Hadronox into Naturalize on the same turn to make one giant board. He will instead be relying on making a big board of taunts, playing the Hadronox behind it, and then hoping that he will be able to clear off the rest of his taunts and then kill off Hadronox. It's quite a tall order.
It is, but sometimes you just win. After all that, I mean, you are still a druid, right? So
you know what? I cannot argue with that analysis.
Sometimes you do just druid people, no matter what the difficulties they need to surmount, and that is the problem. And the reason I mention that is because Na'Vi is on the edge of just druiding this game.
I know that you were looking at deck lists, so that was some kind of an offhand remark, but that was probably the most insightful analysis you've given in a while. Sometimes you do just win. It's
and
true.
You could too.
It's been heard. I've heard tell of winning.
But yeah, I was actually looking at the screen in part at the same time. The reason I went with that amazing analysis is because this is one of those games where you might just straight up not have to do anything.
Yeah, this is the benefit of playing Druid at the moment, or it's the mark of any really good deck I find in Hearthstone, where the backup plan is fine. It's still a decent deck if you don't draw Mana Worm in Aggro Mage, or if you don't draw Wild Growth in Druid. It's still a decent deck, but when you do get that perfect start, it just feels unbeatable, to be perfectly honest.
No Hadronox, no Oakheart, doesn't matter at the moment. I mean, it's not over, but Lich King into any dragon you like, with a bit of removal backup, and all that good stuff you were talking about still to come. And so, yeah, to elaborate on my analysis somewhat, sometimes you just win. it's going to be able to make it difficult to Kuanet to get into position where he can give Na'Vi the problems you were talking about.
Na'Vi does only have one copy of Sleepy Dragon in the deck. He's running 2 Dragon Hatchers, so Master Oak card is still a live draw on the following turn.
1 UI?
1 UI as well, yeah. That's the big switch, isn't it? It's 1 Sleepy Dragon for 1 Ultimate Infestation. And also 1 Witching Hour for a little bit more anti-aggro capability. It's an interesting modern version of the deck. 1 Carnivorous Cube as well. This is a very ungreedy version of the deck, and I wonder if because of that, if we see Kuanet surviving this early wave of ramped up minions that we're seeing here, he could very well pull this back, I think.
Or just get rid of everything, basically. Just hang on in there.
There's not that much stuff at the moment.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot. But if Kuanet can start developing onto the board, he could very possibly start trading minion for minion. Although I agree, it will be difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but the reason it's going to be tough is the mana. So the way he will fight back is to just not get too far behind into the 3 or 4 turns from now until that equilibrium is leveled up. I had an oof.
Yeah, that's... yeah, like, Cube, you want to go for it on the Lich King, but, I mean, what, Spellbreaker would just completely lock you out. Wouldn't lock you out of the game, but it would be so miserable here. Cubing the Lich King is always something you're looking to do, because you can just get yourself so many naughty combos with all the Lich King cards thrown in together. But I would have to imagine it's going to be Dragon Hatcher or Sleepy Dragon.
Yeah, it's interesting because he only has 1 Primordial Drake left for it to fetch.
The only dragon.
It's not that exciting, but then also you don't really want to draw that card either, so maybe you just do it anyway to get rid of it.
But then you're thinning your deck to get you closer towards the other Dragon Hatcher and the Master Oak card, both of which do pretty much nothing. But the benefits of this play are, number one, you are thinning your deck, which is on average good. I was perhaps exaggerating that it draws you towards your bad cards. And also, Kuanet has no idea that this is the only dragon left in deck. Yeah. He will very likely be making some weird plays here that involve going well out of his way, not developing minions, just to kill off that Dragon Hatcher.
Yeah, every chance he just Spellbreakers it, which would be a massive win for Na'Vi. Yeah.
Or just Mossy Horror on this turn. It's very possible.
Yeah. Which again, 7 mana to play a 2/7.
You're
and
happy
kill
with
a
that.
2/4. Yeah, you'll take that if you're Na'Vi.
Kuanet is, as I mentioned though, still going relatively even in terms of minion for minion. If he was to go Mossy Horror or even Spellbreaker, that would be a decent development onto the board, while far from exceptional, which would mean he can keep even from Na'Vi. He's not just being run over in the early stages of the game.
Your magic
So yeah, talking of strange plays, we can see why this is happening. He's going to get the value trade into the Dragon Hatcher, but it's because of what Na'Vi's done that made this play. Yeah, you can see both hands. This play is awful, which means it's a win for Na'Vi. Obviously, it's fine, but it's definitely a win for him there. Purse lips as the Oak Heart turns up late.
Just that tiny bit too late. It will still summon a 2/4 Dragon Hatcher, which is not nothing, but something. It's a card thin from your deck. And 1 in 3 Hadronox, 2 in 3 Ironwood Golem, I think, is the 3 cost that's summoned. Yeah. Not playing the Trog Gloom Eater either, so nothing on the 1 mana, the 1 attack slot either.
How do you feel about the Gloom Eater?
I honestly don't know. I feel like it's just so even either way. Whenever I see it played against me on ladder, I'm thoroughly underwhelmed, to be honest.
Yeah, that's how I
rarely
always
feels
feel.
like it gets there.
Even if it does something, I don't feel like it really did any more than another good minion would have, or another good card would have. I don't feel menaced by it at all.
Yeah, I feel like Trog Gloom Eater maybe got an unnecessary amount of fame because it was at DreamHack Summer,
It was definitely one of the early ones of the year.
It was either DreamHack Summer or DreamHack Tour, and I think it was at DreamHack Summer, where a load of players started bringing it, and we were asking them, why have you got it? Is this some crazy new tech?
Didn't
and they were like,
misclick or something?
Yeah, it was just, I just net decked Seiko.
Yeah.
Like, Seiko just put it in, I just copied him.
He'd put it in there for a laugh, just
yeah,
because it was
he
any
just like
good. He was
woken up
testing it
half
in
an
the
hour
morning.
earlier or something.
And then everybody just copied it because he's good, and suddenly it's got like a quarter of the decks are playing it. It's like, what's going on? Oh, Psycho was asleep and everyone copied his deck.
I'm sure Seiko will put us straight on that story, and it was
Yeah,
actually
I'm sure
a
it's actually an amazing
hard
piece of
researched,
technology.
amazing tech card. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing to do with something he thought of over breakfast. Kunet struggling to have a coherent game plan here. Obviously going 1-for-1, like you've been discussing, is the idea. But that helps. How to put it into action is a lot different. This anti-magic shell might actually get some value pretty soon.
And that was the fastest turn I think we've seen here at HCT
See how
Singapore.
bored he pretends to be. I'm sure he's not actually bored, but...
Kunet now having perfect information that the Sleepy Dragon is already in hand. But even then, this board, as I said, the Dragon Hatcher being summoned from the deck is primarily just a card thinned, which means he can't draw it. But with an anti-magic shell, that is a very non-zero amount of damage. Lethal being threatened on the next turn for Naviu, unless, as always, a strong defensive play can be made for Kunet. He's just been on the back foot very thoroughly both games so far this tournament. This series.
Navi is thoroughly entertaining, and you're right, this is going roughly how we expected it to, probably even more extreme than we expected. And I sometimes feel like the only thing that beats Navi is himself. Like, he's just sitting there, I can almost hear him screaming against slow play in the back of my head here. It's like, come on, hurry up.
Kunet almost giving me a small heart attack there as he didn't attack in with the Ooze first before going for Hellfire. But double Hellfire to completely clear up the board. Seemed like maybe he wasn't giving it enough thought before he went for it, because it's... I mean, if he thinks it's the best play, then go for it, but it's not a good play. It's not a particularly powerful play. You really want to stay on the offensive here, because as soon as you give a clear board, you know it's very, very likely that the Taunt Druid will be able to develop onto that empty space.
Yeah, as it happens, I mean, at 4-12 is a development, it's not a bad one, but Navi, it is kind of out of things to do right now. It can change very quickly because he has this cube, he has the Witching Hour, so obviously a lot of top decks that help him out immensely. But just for the time being, his hand is a little light on stuff. Maybe trying to make a giant with a death grip.
So Kunet getting, what is it, 3 demons? Oh, only 2 here.
Yeah.
Off of the Blood Reaver Gul'dan. This is a pretty miserable Gul'dan, and not something that we actually often see nowadays. I generally find that we're seeing more demon development before going for the Blood Reaver Gul'dan, because players are valuing that last extra push that the demons afford you.
I think it's because we're seeing a lot of mirrors.
That's
so
fair.
people are being greedier and greedier with the demons, because in the mirror it is so tight based on value.
Yeah.
And we certainly do in those mirrors. Again, we didn't used to see it, now people used to race the Gul'dan, now they are trying to set them up. And he does rip the giant, thought he might.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think you're fairly happy to see that as Navi. You could see it come down on this turn.
I mean, he has got quite a light hand, especially as Taunt Druid hands go, so this giant will probably go up in cost over the next few turns.
Yeah, that's true.
Seems like a good board to plonk it onto.
I kind of want to get down the anti-magic shell on this turn, just because then it protects you from any Gul'dan hero powers closing things out. So like Oaken Summons anti-magic shell I really don't hate on this turn. I guess you want to save it for going for lethal, but he has double branching paths to go for that as well.
I like the fact that decision made him rogue. After he just spent the last 3 turns rolling his eyes, he's wondering why his opponent's playing slowly. Turns out he does too.
Yeah, a decision to be made here for Navi. It's all been a little bit beneath him so far, I'm sure he'd have you believe.
Yeah. Well, he is technically threatening lethal, although obviously in the real world that's not happening.
Yeah.
And so Kunet does have to take evasive action. He doesn't have a whole heap of choices.
He really doesn't, and that's the benefit of Naviu's play, is he's kind of just cut Kunet's options in half, because he's just under threat of dying at all points. Kunet going with the first play that leapt out to me as well, of just make a defensive board, it trades against the giant if necessary.
Super close to lethal with the swipe.
He is surprisingly close. Swipe, anti-magic shell, Wrath is...
What, swipe face?
Yeah, swipe face, anti-magic shell, 2 off.
Yeah, 2 off.
It's
a little bit convoluted, so he probably won't even go that route.
Yes, yeah.
He ends up losing too much stuff.
If it was lethal, I think you'd go for it, I agree.
He probably would at that point. I tend to go for lethals too.
Okay, but given what I meant to say...
I owed you that one from earlier when I mentioned that he was going to try and win.
Nothing's ever easy, is it, Lorinda?
No, it really isn't.
But we do see Navi going with a very nice middle-of-the-road play, where he gets a bit of development and a lot of damage through to face in the meanwhile with that giant. We know that they're good in the mirror. I just perhaps wasn't expecting it to see up against the Taunt Druid.
Yeah, and I don't think Kunet was either for the longest time. This anti-magic shell does feel like it belongs in play. Has done for a while.
He's very possibly saving it for a big board of taunts afterwards with the Witching Hour and Cube. Obviously, he needs to find Hadronox beforehand for that to work. But I think his plan here is working out still pretty well. He's playing very aggressive. His Giant isn't really in much fear of dying, because if there was a full 7-power Spellstone, or even a 5-power Spellstone, I think that Kuanet would have thrown it down by now.
Yeah, Kuanet's, I mean, picking up the Sunfury at least has given him some plays, but he's struggling mightily. Of course, struggling mightily when you have gaining 3 health per turn is slightly less bad than usual, but still just can't find great plays. And he's super close to the rope this time around.
Oh wow, this is an interesting play.
Okay.
Yeah, I was no, I was going to say I was looking at Dread Infernal trade, but that leaves a Giant on board, which is far from perfect, as we see Na'Vi throwing down like lightning that Nourish to start drawing through his deck and trying to get that lethal as quick as he possibly can.
But you are right, that Kuanet played lose a lot of resources up for what it achieved. It's worked okay, but now he's still damned to only 1 or 2 minions per turn, particularly as he still needs to really be healing.
Yeah, I mean, he was considering going draw and then Spellstone just to go up to the 10 cards and throw one away. This does give him a lot more survivability, which I think in the long run will act as a pseudo card draw, because he buys himself an extra turn, which should get him there.
So the tides have turned a little as Na'Vi's been whiffing for 3 or 4 turns now. But that's
no longer.
Good.
Yeah, this is exactly what Na'Vi needed right now, because I was just going to bring up the fact that I was talking about right at the start, where Kuanet, after he's played the Geist in this matchup, Na'Vi needs to create some breathing room. If he is under too much pressure, he can't play Hadronox on an empty board, or he'll just die. So getting it here just in time is so crucial, even if though it was right towards the bottom of his deck, because any later, and I think he might have just been smoked down by the Lich King.
And he did branching pass for armor not too long ago, which bought him a little bit of this time that he's got here when he drew the Hadronox. He could have gone for cards or tried to hurry it up, but he just took his time. The Hadronox came, and now he has got that. Even though he hasn't got the board you were talking about, because he's got that armor, it works the same way.
Pretty miserable choice for Kuanet, where, I mean, he can't kill it off, because if he kills it off on his turn, it gives all the enemy taunts the ability to attack on that turn. So he has to just let his opponent leave this Hadronox up, which probably ends up with cubing it or just attacking in and then killing off the Lich King as well. There is just so much ability here for Na'Vi to get a nice big board, probably buffed up with the anti-magic shell as well.
Yeah, anti-magic shell of his own though for Kuanet, and only 1 card left in Na'Vi's deck, so this needs to get there very quickly, and this Defile is going to be interesting because it shouldn't get it done. It won't now.
Yeah, this is very, very clearly as well what Na'Vi has been setting up for quite a long time. I was a little bit skeptical of his unwillingness to throw down the anti-magic shell earlier, but you can just see from the fact that it was an instant concede from Kuanet just how powerful the combo he was saving it up for, which I think is actually just some pretty good game recognition from Na'Vi.
Yes.
Where he knows that's his win condition, I'm just going to draw, hopefully I survive, he usually will, he did, so he won.
Yeah, I certainly also had the feeling that it belonged on the board, not in his hand, but he had seen that this is undealable with, if that's even a word.
Undeal-withable, I believe, is the phrase.
Undeal-withable. I can't say either of them anyway.
That sounds
very difficult to do anything about.
That sounds like a really rubbish BBC 3 like detective show.
Undeal-withable.
Yeah, there's only one man who can solve this crime. Undeal-withable.
Yeah, he's a man who can solve crimes, but nobody wants to employ him because he's a bit of a pain.
Yeah, classic undeal-withable. As Na'Vi is now just 1 game away from advancing through to the top 8 in a manner that I think we're both anticipating going that way. His very strong anti-control lineup looks like it's in a pretty good spot against everything that Kuanet is trying to throw down. But I believe now with just his Q block left, now that he's taken a win with his Hunter and his Druid, it could maybe be turning around. This could be a deck that Kuanet could target, but I still like Navi's spot. And we will be finding out just how good of a spot he is in when we finish off this series after this short break.
I live to build things. Bombs mostly. So, come work with me, and we'll create all kinds of new inventions. Bombs mostly.
Science! You can go into success with no regrets when you work with Dr.
Technology!
Work with the best and the brightest when you work with Dr.
Ginormous mechanical pneumatic gorilla robot arms for smashing everything.
What he said.
Come add your skills to my team at Boom Laboratories. We're exploding with opportunity.
Dr. Boom is not responsible for severed, exploded, or lost body parts. Revealing location of semi-secret lab is punishable by death.
Apply now.
Naviut and Kuanet looking for the right to play the Muzz in the top 8. And Naviute with a good-looking lineup off to a 2-0 start. This is a little bit similar to the last match. It's not over yet, Darek, is it? There's still a good chance for Kunet to get back into this.
Yeah, we've seen some surprise turnarounds in terms of reverse sweeps. Not so much here. At HCT Singapore, I find that the Conquest style lends itself to that a little bit less. But it could still happen here. The Q block, I guess if he was saving his his worst till last. But I'm not even sure that that's the case, to be honest. Q block is at the moment, I think, just a pretty good anti-control deck, because against some of the aggro strategies like Odd Rogue and Aggro Mage, you don't get off to the same start that you used to with a turn 5 Cabal Lackey. Yeah, sorry. Possessed Lackey, sorry, I'm mixing up the name of my cards here. And the fact that Dark Pact doesn't heal as much, whereas against the more control-ish decks, you still have Gul'dan, you still have the Doom Guards in combination with Spirit Singer, Umbra, and the Cubes. It's a pretty greedy list here from Na'Vi, as it just seems, to be honest, quite standard actually now with Q-Block.
Yeah, although, I mean, you say it's quite standard with Q-Block. I would imagine that Kunet played this a lot last night, because nobody really plays much against Q-Block. Everyone sort of just makes it up as they go and hopes they do okay, but he'll have had a whole pretty much 24 hours to practice this, so he should be fine with the nuances. Like you say, this greedy looking list. And I imagine Kunet will queue up his own Warlock first to have a go.
Yeah, one of the better matchups he has left available to him. While we are talking about the difficulty of playing against Q-Block, I feel like that comes from a ladder player point of view, whereas if you are a tournament player, Q-Block is not a completely absent deck. There are it fits into a few lineups. We've seen quite a few players bring here at HCT Singapore, and while it is rare, you need to have the tools to deal with it, or you will be left unaware, caught unaware.
So yep, he is going to go for the easier matchup first, and it's the easier matchup because of that little card there at the bottom left corner, the Mountain Giant.
Yeah, El Gigante will be coming down first here for Kunet, because this is not like the mirror where being on the coin gives you a little bit of a immediate advantage, at least, in the fact that you can go for a turn 3 giant. Na'Vi will be forced to go for a pathetic 4-mana 8/8.
Yeah, that's just awful, and why would you ever play such a card? Obviously, there are things that can go his way, but doesn't look like enough of those things are gathering at the moment, and Kunet's hand is looking pretty tasty, so there is a chance this goes really quickly, although every time you think that with Warlock, they find so many cards, they can usually nullify things for some time.
And a lot of good threats being found here for Kunet. If he can get himself down to that 15 health checkpoint, potentially with a little bit of help from Na'Vi, if he does go for the Doom Guards through to face at a later point, those Hooked Reavers will be very, very threatening indeed. But for the moment, the double Twilight Drake and the Mountain Giant is definitely the way that Kunet is looking to get this train rolling.
Yep, 3 mana 8/8, followed by 4 mana 4 lots, probably 10.
Lots and lots.
Yeah, 10 is lots.
Ooh, that definitely helps pull things back in Na'Vi's favour, both from his perspective and in reality, with no ooze available for Kunet quite yet. That Skull of the Minari could be doing a pretty scary amount of work.
Yeah, and Kunet might be tempted to go face here, but that might not end well with the Faceless in the hand for Naviute. He's got a lot of things that can suddenly turn this around if things don't go right for Kunet.
Yeah, this is the benefit of Q-Block over even Warlock, is maybe if it's not there in terms of power level, in terms of the tricks that it can pull off, I feel like it's just so much less of a linear deck than even Warlock is, because you can go for stuff like Faceless, you have Umbra, you have Cube as well. It means that everything is not necessarily what it seems at face value, because you can go for these very clever plays that pull things back quite drastically in your favour.
And he does Faceless it, but he's going to go extremely low on health, and of course there is no Hooked Reavers messing around in this one. They just keep taking that health total off until they die from it.
And there is the Acidic Swamp Ooze for Kunet. He's going to be... Wow, he's mousing over it there. I suppose there is a potential that he throws it down on this turn, because if he can put forward enough pressure here, then he doesn't need to worry about Skull of the Minari. But he needs to be very certain that he has enough pressure to kill off his opponent, because I think you could consider the fact that your opponent would have played Skull there if they had been able to. I don't think that's necessarily correct, though, because copying a Giant is so much more of an immediate, fast play.
Yeah, that is a mistake you see very good players make sometimes. They don't understood. They don't realise that sometimes their lines are wrong or different, or what the other player is going to do, and you just assume that nothing can happen.
But through going with the Spellstone for Kuanet, he has got himself into a position where it's very, very difficult for Na'Vi to pull back here if he plays the Skull. Nigh on impossible, actually, the Skull to come down on this turn and for Na'Vi to survive. However, with the line that Na'Vi has gone for, it means that Kuanet is left oozeless up against a potential Skull. Even if it just pulls out one Void Lord, that is fine.
And yeah, he just keeps doing work later on. Another 4-mana spell. And my favourite meme of turn 7 being bad is accentuated to the maximum on this particular turn.
So many possible.
Yeah,
so many 4-drops.
It really kind of is. We're at 9 cards, so tap and hope to hit a 6 or a 2-drop.
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't tap here, to be honest, but he's obviously trying to plan what on earth he wants to do next turn. Because you want to play the Lich King, but you really should be playing 2 4-drops.
Which is a reason to not tap on this turn. If you are expecting to play Lich King on this turn, you want to remove cards from your hand rather than draw through to more, which is why we see a non-tap on this turn. I think it's respect for the Lich King, which is almost certainly coming down next turn for Kuanet.
Yeah.
The end is coming!
Might not come down now, but it's still...
I want to point out as well, this is a mistake that I have learned the hard way, probably a couple too many times.
Okay.
Lovely ordering there from Na'Vi of going Doomsayer first, then the Skull, because in that way, the Doomsayer will proc, then the Void Lord will be summoned. Too many times have I pulled a Doomguard from my hand and then have it instantly destroyed by the Doomsayer.
Do your opponents use the emote when you do that as well?
Oh, they have a field day.
I would definitely emote you if you did that.
Yeah, that usually tips them off that I'm Derek Brown the caster. Not the fact that my name is Derek, but the fact that I just...
good player that's called
Derek
Brown.
Exactly. Just the fact that I destroyed my own Void Lord on that turn.
So next time you see that kid, just emote Derek, add him, ask, Derek Brown the caster, you taught me not to do this.
Please don't do that.
No, we'll do that to you, Derek. Obviously the chance here to Spellbreaker this and lob out a minion. So it's not that good a Doomsayer, but...
Oh man, this is not an ideal play for Kuanet, and I feel like he knows that, and therefore he's going to be playing this very aggressively. But throwing out a Spellbreaker against Q-Block just means that they will go nuts. This is all the signal they need to start making the most disgusting plays imaginable, where they just leave cubes intact. They don't have to go Cube Dark Pact, because there's no punish. The silence is just gone.
Na'Vi amuses me so intensely. Like, he pulls the Umbra, which is a decent draw to give some options. And the reaction of someone like, oh, don't make me make decisions. I just want to play my cards. It's like, don't give me things to think about.
This is not the deck for you. If you don't like thinking, Q-Block is probably not the right deck.
He has played this for a long time.
I wonder.
And, you know, you said Umbra was good. The only real death rattles that he's activating at the moment are summoning Void Walkers off the Void Lord, which isn't great. You don't want to fill up the space so your Void Lord can't summon the Void Walkers. You don't want to dilute your Gul'dan pool to the point where it's summoning a whole bunch of Void Walkers instead of Void Lords as well.
Talking of which, Gul'dan showed up. Very nice of him to do so.
And the Spellbreaker, which is now not in Kuanet's hand, is feeling a little bit sad here because, you know, he did choose to go for Spellbreaker instead of Spellstone in combination with the Twilight Drake on the last turn to kill off the Doomsayer, which, you know, his opponent just played Skull. There's a very, very good chance that he ends up seeing a Void Lord on the following turn.
Yeah, it doesn't face off too well at all with this Void Lord. Barely going to make a dent.
Yeah, I don't know if I can respect this Spellbreaker coming down from Kuanet, because I agree he needs to be optimistic at this point because things are starting to slip away from him. But there's so much stuff that goes wrong for you if you play Spellbreaker. He can then go for Cube stuff, he can go Void Lord stuff, Umbra, Prince Tal'Daram. There's so much stuff that starts to go wrong for you.
But if you lose the board, which you try to keep by doing it, maybe it just goes wrong anyway.
Very, very difficult decision.
But things are looking incredibly good for Na'Vi with his 2-0 lead and getting the board. And Kunet's Blood Weaver Gul'dan is not going to be the same league as Navi's when he finally decides to get it down there.
Really just not even close, to be honest.
Still, he has got a handful of cards that are good, that we should respect. It's not just a dead hand. When you've got a full hand of
definitely.
a lot of stats, there's still a lot of play to be made.
The Hooked Reaver just isn't there, though, and that's what this whole hand is revolving around at the moment, is the desire to go double Hooked Reaver to start to pull this whole nonsense back in your favour. Which he can't do. I mean, for 7/7s, he can just play them as 4/4s, but I wouldn't recommend that.
No, don't try that at home.
I wonder.
Not when you've got a handful of better minions than that, anyway.
Yeah.
But he has been struggling with. I think when odd and even decks came out, this is what I expected to see. What I couldn't picture in my head as I'd seen them built, I expected to see a lot of really cluttery hands that weren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Awkwardness. Now I have to cast to see that.
Oh, Navi is still just on so many fronts, one draw away from pretty much locking out this game. If he could get himself a silence effect, of which he has actually no silence in his deck, which is somewhat interesting. So getting through this taunt will be a little bit more difficult. But a Doom Guard in particular, I think, is really what he's looking for, to go in combination with Spirit Singer, Umbra, Cube, and Pact, as well as the Gul'dan, as well as the Tal'Daram. This whole hand is just begging for some fodder to copy with these Death Rattle effects, which I suppose could just be Mounted Giant, actually.
I was just getting that same conclusion while you were talking there. I was thinking, actually, let's just give up on the demons and start making 8/8s.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have charge, and I think that's what's going through Navi's mind. It seems that I get the impression he's just trying to think about, okay, what do I walk into? Is there some sort of Defile Hellfire thing that I'm walking into if I do make this army of giants? Which sounds like a really bad horror movie yet again. We've done a few of those today.
And I think that's what Navi is spending most of his turn thinking about here, is can I go for that cube play on the giant? The Defile here makes the trade into the Drake with all his lesser minions more powerful, which does make me think that is probably what he's moving towards. And yeah, all his consideration there was really board space. How do I get enough board space? And also, how do I deal with the minions on the board? I'm not completely invulnerable here. I need to be worried about my opponent's board clears as well.
So that's like 4 8/8s that need to be got through now. Well, they don't need to be got through because they don't have taunt. They need to be survived and weathered, one way or another.
Yeah, I'm not sure if much weathering is going to be done here for Kunet.
Kunet's just not been... It's really weird because he's had a full hand and 10 mana for quite a while now. His hand just hasn't looked like it does anything, and like you keep saying, it's about those Reavers. They're just not getting the job done.
And that's making me think, I'll have to look back at it and try and find some key moment where this has gone wrong for him. But I feel like there has to have been something he could have done differently to unlock this hand, because it's just been so clunky this game. Nothing's worked out.
Or something like he seems to be holding on to things.
Maybe it hasn't been through failure of Kunet, but more success of Navi to put enough pressure onto the board to the point where Kunet has to make awkward plays.
One big consequence of the Spellbreaker, which you were instinctively saying you felt was wrong, isn't so much that it was wrong as it looked. Wow.
Now Kunet needs to make the transformation into becoming literally a human calculator, to wondering if there is any way he can clear off these giants with Lord Godfrey. It's not going to be easy, but it's Lord Godfrey.
It is. I'll just finish that thought about the Spellbreaker.
Sorry, please do.
What it has allowed is Navi to do all this. It's not that he can't Spellbreaker it now, it's that Navi knows there's no Spellbreaker
That's what
anymore.
I mean, yeah.
It's not that he's saving it to do anything to them, it's just that Navi has just had free reign to run around the board doing what he likes.
It's the threat of Spellbreaker that's so destructive against Cubelet.
Because the actual Spellbreaker itself isn't that destructive.
It's fine.
When there isn't one, hey, look at all this. Look what I made. I made this.
And Navi knows full well that there is a Lord Godfrey in his opponent's hand, so he will be thinking, this surely puts me in a position where I'm not dying to it. What could he possibly have that clears up all of this? If it was 1, 2, 3, 4, you're still missing the 5 and 6. So even if there was a 1 or 2 health minion developed by Kunet, that still would not even clear up the first wave of giants, I believe. because you need that 5-6 health level to get over there.
There's a defile. Does that change anything? No.
I still think it's still the 3 health gap minimum between 4 and 8 for the Giants and Umbra.
Yeah, and it's just more Giants in the cube, so that whatever's in there can't be twisted to his purpose.
Yeah, and even this is just thinking of the first layer of Giants. There's still 2 more 8/8s inside that cube. I think Navi has realized, again, because that Spellbreaker has gone, there's just no board clear here.
Yeah, even though you've given me perfect logic, I'm still looking at it. But he gives it up, and Navi is a 3-0 winner in the top 16. And he will be facing Muzzy in tomorrow's top 8.
Yeah, liked a lot of what I saw there from Naviu. A lot of, I think, the work that he did there was done in the prep stage, where it just put himself in such a good spot against these control lineups. He knew that it was a very good possibility. He'd be running into a lot of them. And so the decision to bring Taunt Druid, which is definitely not the go-to Druid at the moment, Q-Block, which is not the go-to Warlock at the moment, and then Quest Rogue and Death Rattle Hunter as the 2 premier sorry, did I say Quest Rogue and Death Rattle Hunter as the 2 premier anti-control decks? He just knew that if he ever runs up into someone like Kuanet, there's little way that he loses.
Yeah, and he ran into him, and it didn't look like losing. Even in some of the matchups that weren't necessarily so favoured, he looks a lot more comfortable with the lineup than anyone in the room with their lineup almost. He just knows what he's doing with these decks. He's played Q-Block so much in the last, however long it is that Q-Block's been around, a long time it feels like.
And that does mean now that I have a feeling that the Muzz will be quaking in his little boots at the thought of having to face Navi in the next series, because he himself stated this is a pretty dreadful matchup for him with his anti-control / control-ish lineup that Muzzy's got going for him there. The likes of Death Rattle Hunter and Quest Rogue and even the Taunt Druid, I think, will all just be absolute nightmare matchups for him. So I think Naviu was not only looking good in that series, he's looking like a real contender to take the tournament going forward.
And that makes me happy, not just because Naviu might win a tournament, but I like watching the Muzz when he's coming from behind, when he's struggling a little bit. That's when he plays his absolute best Hearthstone. That's when you see things that you don't always see in the game. So watching the Muzz try to work out how to make that matchup work, especially after a whole night's of prep, I'm going to enjoy watching that one a lot. That's probably the 4th one on tomorrow.
And I'm sure he will be prepping away, joining his teammate, Just Saying Again, who has been prepping mercilessly here.
Relentless.
Just for the full playoffs. If you haven't voted for your packs yet, he's probably a pretty safe bet. As
I don't know, I think Tyler will probably do it, actually.
Really? You're going the old bait and switch on me.
Yeah, otherwise I'll get so much grief from Twitter. I don't even want to know what my Twitter's been like this afternoon.
I have already seen it. I would be scared if Min was after me as well.
So, running down quickly what we have got coming tomorrow. It seems a long time ago now, but we've got to have Faley versus Tyler.
Oh, wow.
We have Lambi Series versus Kribo. Casey versus somebody, and my brain is just... Thank you so much. Sorry, Blitzchung. And obviously we are going to have Navi versus Muzzy. There you can see the players involved.
There we have it, a pretty strong group of players in the top 8 and a pretty diverse group, both in terms of regionality and also lineups. We see a big diversity in terms of decks. The full-on aggression from Blitzchung, the anti-control from Naviu, just the straight-up HS replay best decks, quote-unquote, from Tyler and Casey.
And the lesser-spotted top 8 Casey. Definitely a very diverse lineup.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is. It's the great thing. We've got people from all 3 regions.
How many top 8s is this now for Casey? Is this his 8th? Or
no, it's
top 16,
top 16, but I think it's either his 2nd or 1st top 8.
He got top 8 at Germany.
Yes, I think that was his
second.
first. So this is his 2nd. 2 in a row, in fact, you could say.
Yeah, I guess so.
There you see the draw, Faley, Tyler, Lambi, Kribo, and the right-hand side, probably slightly bigger names on average, but that left-hand side, do not write it off.
Oh, definitely not. I liked a lot of what we saw from Lambi Series, being able to take out Hunter Ace with some pretty complex plays against some pretty difficult to play around decks. I liked a lot of what I saw from him there. And Tyler, if he... I imagine after he has a bit of a tongue lashing from his teammates, will be shaping up his play a little bit after. I think he was not happy enough in himself, especially with the Death Rattle Hunter.
Yeah, the Hunter he looked a little bit shaky on, it's got to be said.
He will be grinding that away all night, I'm sure, as is his want.
Yeah, just casual 200 games before bed, and then he doesn't go to bed, plays 200 more, and then comes to the tournament.
Yeah, and then inevitably complains about being tired because he's played Hearthstone all night. Or what do you know? I guess it still equals out.
Okay, well, I think we are ready for an interview with Navi. Let's see what memes and questions he has lined up for us.
Thank you, Lorinda and Darok, and congratulations to Navi. A 3-0 win will take you through to the top 8, and it looked very dominating from sitting in the stands here. Did it feel dominating as you played that series out?
Going into the series, my lineup, I felt pretty favored, so there's always that added layer of pressure when, you know, you're expected to win, I guess. But yeah, you know, I've played so much Hearthstone, so I kind of just went on autopilot and just did what I need to do.
Now, speaking to a lot of the pros, the lineup they don't want to face, for a lot of them, is yours, the one that you brought. And it is one of the unique lineups, I guess, looking at the top 16 and even across the field in day one. So can you tell us a little bit how you prepared for this tournament and how you picked the decks and constructed the lineup the way you did?
Yeah, as far as my preparation goes, I'm kind of just in calls with like Ant, Killen, Swaggy, Teray, and they were just telling me that this lineup's the nuts. So, and Eddie Sohn especially, he's had a really good year this year. He loves Taunt Druid, like he swears by it. So I kind of just listened to more experienced heads and back their judgment in.
Well, you've done them proud. Now, one thing people look to this year is that you've had a great 2018. Your stream's been a huge success, both in terms of viewer count, subscribers, followers, all that stuff. But when you put so much time and effort into growing your stream, it can take away from your competitive side. And I would say that it's fair that you would describe the start of 2018 probably below what you wanted it to be. Do you feel like you've started to correct that in the second half?
Yeah, my first half of 2018 was really, really lackluster, and you know, that's my competitive performance is something I take a lot of pride in. Like, I'm a very competitive person, and unfortunately, streaming is just not conducive to that at all. Like, I'm a big believer in when you're under pressure, like tournament situations, you'll fall back on your habits when you're under pressure, and when you're streaming, you're definitely playing suboptimally and you're building bad habits. So, obviously, when you're in tournament play, you'll fall back on those bad habits, and that'll lead to poor performances. And I think I've definitely been a victim of that, but I'm taking a lot of steps to try and correct that, I guess.
So let's elaborate a little bit more on that. What are those bad habits that you're trying to fix, and how do you actively go about trying to fix them? A lot of people viewing at home, I'm sure, fall into the same habit. You know, they play on the train, they just play casually with friends, and then you try and get to that fireside gathering or a tournament setting, and you have all those bad habits. So first of all, what are you trying to improve? And then secondly, how do you try and improve it?
Yeah, so obviously when you're streaming, you're reading chat, you're not really paying attention to the game, you're missing small things like kind of like hand tracking, which is super relevant in tournaments because you don't have deck tracker and whatnot. Obviously, conceding early, while that seems kind of obvious, when you play out games where you don't think you're necessarily going to win, you'll find yourself in situations that you wouldn't normally. So those kind of newer kind of game states, you'll have to adapt play, different kind of use your resources differently and find alternative ways to win. So I think that's something that's also worth noting.
Now, looking forward to tomorrow's matchup, you'll be paired up against Muzzy. You actually beat Muzzy to secure your top 16 spot, which of course you knew, but for fans at home that haven't necessarily been following day one, Muzzy is a little bit worried about facing you and said so in his winner's interview, in the sense that your lineup is so favored against his. Do you believe it's as favored as kind of some people are talking about? And then secondly, when you are coming up against someone that is on such a hot streak like Muzzy, how do you prepare mentally?
Yeah, obviously I have a ton of respect for Muzzy, so whenever you come against him, you're always trying to put your best performance forward. Like, even when I beat him in pools, I was kind of like down because I was like, man, this guy is so talented. He deserves to be a top 16. And if he missed because he got my like super unfavorable lineup, like the only one in the whole tournament, then, you know, that's just unlucky for him. But you can't really think about that, and like I said, you just got to try and really perform as best as you can.
And now we have talked about people that your lineup is favored against. Were there types of lineups or players in particular you were trying to avoid?
Yeah, obviously I've got the Quest Rogue in my lineup, so really scared of the aggro decks. I probably would have preferred to bring Shuttlewalk Shaman instead of Quest Rogue, but Shuttlewalk Shaman's too melon brain for me, so yeah, I tried to not play that.
Well, Navi, thanks for your time. It's been a blast. Congratulations once again on the win. And we look forward to seeing more of you on stream tomorrow when we conclude HCT Singapore, where the top 8 will duke it out for 15 points and that $3,500. So please tune in tomorrow.